A car accident turned you into a hero who rescued numerous children. Yet as a hospitalized hero, not a single relative came to visit. Just as netizens lamented the injustice of the world, something unexpected happened. One after another, women of various types appeared, all claiming to be your ex-girlfriends, creating a tangled story outside the hospital room that left the entire internet in awe. Netizens exclaimed it was more dramatic than any movie. Who said this scumbag has no family? I am his family. The sudden appearance of a young girl drew puzzled looks in the live stream, leaving the interviewer Bing Bing and the cameraman equally confused. Scumbag? What scumbag? Is she talking about the hero? A do-gooder hero being called a scumbag? This abrupt twist left the audience bewildered, flooding the chat with question marks. The girl hoisted her cosplay greatsword onto her shoulder, still clad in her King Arthur cosplay outfit, her eyes burning with anger. She pushed past the cameraman, first glancing at you lying on the hospital bed before turning to your best friend, Lao Zhang. So Chen Luan is just going around saying that, ha, saved my number but claimed to have no family? Then why did the hospital call me? Spent his whole life playing the victim, tricked me once, and now he's fooling the TV station too? Was Xiaobai's accusations immediately widened everyone's eyes, and countless viewers instantly caught the scent of juicy gossip. Hey, Sister Gua, calm down. We're live on camera, this isn't a good look. Lao Zhang quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. Was Xiaobai immediately put down her greatsword upon hearing this? Fine, let's talk properly then. A year ago, this scumbag just vanished without a trace after our date. No calls returned, no messages replied to, as if he'd evaporated from the face of the earth. What? Am I some kind of dinosaur? Was he that terrified of me? The audience was stunned. Seriously? This so-called hero is actually a runaway jerk? Not just the audience, but even Bing Bing and the cameraman were utterly shocked. Bing Bing cautiously stepped forward, microphone in hand, and asked, Miss, may I ask if you and Mr. Chen were in a relationship? We're enemies. Was Xiaobai shouted angrily, turning her head. Then, glancing at the camera, she added, perfect timing, you're here. Call the police and arrest him. This liar played with my emotions. After all this time with no news, I thought he was dead. Today's car crash wasn't enough, let me help finish the job. With that, she raised her greatsword and charged toward the hospital room, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. Old Zhang and Bing Bing rushed to stop her, while the cameraman kept filming closely. The screen soon began shaking violently, much to the delight of the onlookers. Ha, this is hilarious. Sis is so badass. A sword that big must be terrifying, right? Before entering, they had no idea the interview would take such a turn, but there was no denying the dramatic effect was perfect. Just as the situation was escalating into chaos, a gentle voice sounded from nearby, excuse me, is Chen Luan in this ward? The atmosphere in the hospital hallway instantly shifted, falling so silent that even the beeping of the heart monitor inside the room could be heard. Who was this suddenly appearing high school girl? And she was here for Chen Luan too? Though her arrival temporarily stabilized the chaotic scene, what had just happened left everyone curious about the girl's identity. Hello? The high school girl glanced around before pointing into the room. I'm here to see Chen Luan. The earlier scene struck her as odd, but spotting the TV crew confirmed she was in the right place. Just as Bing Bing was about to hand her the microphone to ask questions, was Xiaobai, sensing something amiss, cut in, and you are, to Chen Luan? For some reason, her gut told her this girl had an unusual connection to Chen Luan. Though she hesitated, the girl looked far too young. The abrupt question caught the high school girl off guard, her fair cheeks flushing slightly as she instinctively tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Was Xiaobai immediately picked up on the telltale reaction, her mind racing to a startling conclusion. Wait, were you two involved? The girl bit her lip, her face burning red as she darted a fleeting glance at the camera before lowering her eyes again. Finally, pressing her pale lips together, she gave a firm nod. This scene was like a stone causing 1,000 ripples. Everyone present, including the live stream audience, was stunned. Is this girl actually underage? Was Xiaobai took a deep breath and turned her head, saying, now you see it too, right? He's no hero, he's even deceiving minors. So me teaching him a lesson isn't impulsive, it's called serving justice for the people. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her greatsword and charged forward. Old Zhang quickly stepped in to stop her, with Bing Bing and the cameraman following suit. The live chat exploded instantly, flooded with comments like incredible, and ha ha ha. No one expected this drama to be so over the top, yet somehow, it felt oddly addictive, more thrilling than any movie. It only deepened their curiosity about you lying on the hospital bed. Seeing the chaos escalate, the JK girl rushed forward in a panic, spreading her arms to block Wei Xiaobai. I'm not underage, I turned 18 last year. With that, she quickly pulled out an ID card from her pocket, pointing at the birth date. Look, I was already 18 by last June. Everyone instinctively glanced at the ID, name Tang Ro, gender female, date of birth June 25th, 20XX. Well, at least the hero has some decency. Wait, why does hero suddenly sound so weird now? The online audience spiraled into confusion, finding the situation so absurd they didn't know how to process it. Exactly. It's all a misunderstanding. Old Chen might be, but he wouldn't, right? Seizing the moment, old Zhang stepped in to mediate, smiling reassuringly. Calm down, everyone, just calm down. But unexpectedly, before these words could be finished, Guo Xiaobai interrupted. She looked at Tang Rou and spoke again. You just turned 18 in June last year, right? So when did you get together with him? Guo Xiaobai's sharp and calm reasoning sent a shiver down old Zhang's spine and immediately energized the livestream audience. As expected of a woman, she instantly turns into a detective when it comes to relationship matters. Because if this girl only turned 18 in June last year, then if they got together before June, it would raise suspicions of grooming. June 30th, I remember it clearly, Tang Rou hurriedly answered, afraid that Guo Xiaobai might lash out again, because that day, he said, Children's Day is for all the kids in the country, but June 30th is my personal Children's Day because 30-1 is 29, representing our everlasting love. Oh my god, sorry. I couldn't help it. This cheesy pickup line would even make Shiman Qing bow in admiration. The livestream chat exploded once more, with countless viewers shocked and roasting the scene before them. Was Xiaobai's face grew even angrier? June 30th? That was 7 days after we broke up. You, everlasting love? Ha, well, I'll send you to everlasting right now. However, just as Guo Xiaobai was about to charge toward the hospital bed, a cool voice interrupted her. Well, looks like it's livelier here than I imagined. In your dazed state, you feel your consciousness gradually returning, but your vision remains pitch black. You can faintly hear voices nearby. I'm going to teach Chenluan a lesson. I'm not underage. I turned 18 last year and am almost 19 now. Hearing these voices, you can't help but shudder. Holy crap, isn't that Guo Xiaobai's voice? For some reason, the moment this voice rings out, your otherwise numb body instinctively reacts with a slight tremor as if a deeply ingrained reflex has been triggered, bringing back memories of that awkwardly tense scene. Soon, you hear another voice. I came willingly. He didn't trick me. The familiar tone throws your memory into chaos. Is that the JK uniform girl? How did they end up together? Where am I? Your mind is flooded with questions, but you can't move your body or open your eyes. You vaguely recall being in a car accident, so you calm down and listen carefully to the conversation, only to feel chills run down your spine. Oh god, the most awkward moment in life is when two ex-girlfriends run into each other and start chatting. But after hearing Guo Xiaobai's accusations, you have something to say too. The truth is, you had no choice but to run away. It all ties back to a mysterious phone you accidentally obtained. It was a phone with 12 buttons, each corresponding to a number. Pressing one would instantly introduce you to a girl, each one beautiful, with distinct personalities, body types, and ages. At first, you thought this gadget would help you escape singlehood, but little did you know, every girl you met was extraordinary in her own way. Take Guo Xiaobai, for example. She was stunning, had an incredible figure, and was into cosplay. Most importantly, during the month you were together, she brought new experiences every single day. But the real issue was her rebellious personality, especially the extreme contrast in her behavior. Once her playful side took over, it was uncontrollable. That exaggerated state of hers was what made you decisively run away after just 1 month together. Originally before, Chenluan wanted to make himself open his eyes and wake up, but now he suddenly felt that in such a situation, it was better to play dead. Anyway, with the TV station and old Zhang around, she definitely couldn't cut herself. But it didn't occur to me that a conversation between the two people completely exposed Chenluan's seamlessness in pressing buttons. This scene completely ignited the little pepper that was Guo Xiaobai, and this large sword came close with a strong wind of anger, causing sweat to seep out of the back of Chenluan, who was lying on the bed. Luckily, Tang Rou, this little girl, protected herself. Moved? Don't dare to move. Totally afraid to move. But Guo Xiaobai perennial fitness, body is first class, strength is also non-comparable to the ordinary people. She is angry, holding the sword hand, and does not tremble. That sword, slashed directly over. Originally, Chenluan had planned to get up and run away with force, but he didn't expect that another voice would ring out and break the chaotic atmosphere. Yo, looks like this place is livelier than I thought. The sudden cool voice once again shattered the atmosphere of the scene. The crowd froze and quickly looked back. For once again they heard the voice of a woman. Question marks kept flying out of the live room, and the crowd's glances back were laced with confusion. Only to see the doorway of the ward, a beautiful tall figure was reaching out to remove the sunglasses from her face. Elegance was on display for all to see the moment the sunglasses were removed. A pair of self-contained charm peach blossom eyes flooded with light charming luster, black dress long skirt set off the front convex and back, better body, black big waves slightly rolled draped over the shoulders. This is a perfect intellectual big sister, exudes a mature and beautiful aura, self-contained caricature of pear-shaped body, the dress long skirt set off the very perfect. Most of all, this sister is so load-bearing that she's completely down to the point where she can't see her toes. The plump figure with black silk high heels immediately attracted all the men's attention the moment she appeared. The live audience pop-ups exploded once again. This is too good to look at. Guys, this one I really like. Mom. Mature royalty, it's so charming. This temperament. Holy, has she been in Time magazine, that. The founder of Shengtian Group Limited, the one who also controls the Star Emperor Entertainment Group now is called. Oh. It's called Teng Ziyi. Does anyone else think she looks like team leader Kim Mi-jong from Beautiful New World? Yeah, I just said it looked so familiar. It's a celebrity and it's a comic book figure, so tops, right? I'm going to phase slam straight into it. Wait, this one, not again. Many pop-ups were surprised. The atmosphere also reached a climax in this moment instantly. The number of people in the live broadcast room exploded crazily, at least 3 times more than the previous growth. The pop-ups rolled too fast, so fast that people couldn't even see clearly what they were saying and what they. Sorry, our Mr. Deng doesn't accept interviews. Please move the camera away, thank you. Before Bing Bing could finish her sentence, the secretary beside her immediately walked up, reached out to cover the screen of the camera, and opened her mouth to hinder. This is a common occurrence, and it's normal that a well-known figure like Deng, in particular, would decline an interview. However, today's Teng Ziyi clearly didn't intend to refuse. She just gracefully raised her hand, then slowly turned her gaze towards Chen Luan, who was lying on the bed in front of her with his eyes closed tightly, then crossed her arms in front of her chest, trailing out her shape as she opened her mouth and said, "You want to ask me what I'm here for today, right?" As this cool voice fell, Teng Ziyi's beautiful eyes quickly swept over Guo Xiaobai and Tang Rou, who were standing on the side again. Yes, for some reason, Bing Bing felt that this woman's aura was a bit strong, and she had some inexplicable stage fright in front of her. While at this moment, Teng Ziyi's face was unchanged, she took 2 light steps, averted her gaze from her 2 love rivals, looked at the camera in front of her, and spoke, "I came to bring him to fulfill the oath that was once promised to me." Oath? The crowd froze, and the viewers of the live broadcast raised their eyebrows. What vows? Only to see Teng Ziyi slowly came to the side of Chen Luan's bed, bent down, that head of long hair slowly hanging down, fell to the tip of Chen Luan's nose, softly said, "He once promised me that if he ever left me, I was going to take him to the tallest place in the world, and then from there, jump." Hiss. The cold words fell with them. It drew chills down the backs of everyone in the room. Just that unnoticed zone, a drop of cold sweat also slipped down the back of Chen Luan's head. Chapter 7. I'm Chen Luan, and I'm in a panic. Astonishing words. The faces of all the people present all changed drastically. Even the eyes of Guo Xiaobai, who had just been clamoring to hack Chen Luan to death, instantly shook. The Teng Ziyi in front of her was actually Chen Luan's ex-girlfriend again. My Ayan, how many ex-girlfriends does he have? Deadlock. The pop-ups exploded and rolled in the live broadcast room, and countless male compatriots looked dumbfounded, and they actually worshipped Chen Luan even more than they did just now. The crowd exclaimed, "Senor, I'm really kneeling for you." You should know that Teng Ziyi's temperament can definitely rival that of a popular female star, plus this overwhelming comic figure, there is not a single man who was not fascinated by her. And she is the founder of a listed group. This is a proper rich white girl. A high-matched rich woman. All men's dreams. Just such a perfect product. Around the pursuer must be quite a lot, and Chen Luan can be chased by her. That must be how strong means awe. Moreover, listening to Teng Ziyi's tone, it seems that again this big brother took the initiative to run away and abandon? What is he thinking? So excellent, also want to abandon? Can't understand, really can't understand. The live broadcast screen is a shocked voice. The people around them were also captivated by the scene in front of them and couldn't help but mutter in whispers. Such an excellent woman also abandoned, ouch. I really don't know what the one lying on the bed is thinking. A patient whispered. That's right, if I were to be replaced, I'd be willing to live even if I had to live 2 years less. The other man hurriedly nodded his head in response. Hearing their words, Chen Luan also couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind. With her, you do have to live 2 years less because it's all scary. You think it's so easy to be with a rich woman? Not bad. She's got a great body, she's got money, she's a high-maintenance rich white girl. But it's because of this excellent condition, and the fact that she's in a high position, that she brings some of the faults she has in the company into her life. There are things that will give Chen Luan a few multiple choice questions, and if Chen Luan chooses the wrong one, he will immediately throw his face. Don't say anything when asked, and do your own with a stern face. Her vision is venomous, and the power of observation is extraordinary, especially according to the brokenness of other people's speech crazy attack, as if it is a senior psychiatrist, all the words of all the people, in her eyes have a unique understanding, especially the tone of that cross-examination. It will be rebanded with a sense of oppression, so that people are fine, but also will be sweating, suffocation sense pull full. She gave Chen Luan a cell phone and demanded that he must be on 24 hours a day, on call, and would randomly call and test Chen Luan, asking him where he was and if he had contacted any other women, and once he found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was calm at all times, and almost rarely lost her temper, except when she would be a different person at a home run, but even when she was at a home run, she would ask Chen Luan some odd questions, such as, that promise she was talking about. Originally thought that this life will never meet again, but did not think that a car accident actually let himself meet her again. This is finished. She's a man of her word. She's not really going to take herself to the highest place on earth and give herself a kick in the pants, is she? Thinking of this, Chen Luan stabilized himself with force. Lao Zhang ah Lao Zhang, this time you must give buddies to hold on ah. Buddy first pretend to be dead, and then repay you later. Pop. Lit. One loud finger. Just as Teng Ziyi's right hand movement fell, the two people behind her quickly walked up and were about to directly take away Chen Luan, who was lying on the bed. For real, huh? The crowd was shocked. The old Zhang saw the situation, rushed to come forward to wave his hand. Hey, calm, intermediary murder is to break the law, you have to calm, come. Besides that, couples casually flirt with each other and make a vow, that. Isn't that a common thing? Not every promise has to be honored. This is the scum of the earth, but he is not awake yet, so torturing a patient is not good, you say, right? Or you can wait until he wakes up. That I certainly know. Teng Ziyi reached out to straighten Chen Luan's clothes and looked at her gently, but her tone was very clear and cold. I'm not going to let him just go ahead and fulfill his promise, that wouldn't be fun at all. I've already picked out the best hospital for him, the best ward, and I'll hire someone to take care of him separately to raise him up, so it won't be too late to make good on the promise when he recovers and wakes up. These words caused the entire crowd to suck in a breath of cool air. Still have to raise the white fat before slaughter, kill pigs this is? What kind of weird brainwave is this? It's better to just throw him down when he's unconscious? And then let him die after he wakes up? A living hell, isn't it? These words are amazing and scary. Plus, Teng Ziyi's expression was too calm, and her status and aura paired with this statement didn't seem like she was joking at all. Going to the highest place in the world and jumping off of it, holy. It's creepy just thinking about it. The sickly petite honored belongs to the yes. Do it. Teng Ziyi took a step back and spoke in a cold voice. The two men came forward again and reached for the syringe. This crazy woman, is she for real? Aga, no, if this goes on he may die. I am his good friend, I can't possibly watch you take him away like this. Old Zhang hurriedly came up and intercepted. When the time comes, it's good to have a good brother. Chen Luan warmly exclaimed. I asked the nurses at the front desk on the way in to check in with them. You advanced all the expenses for his hospitalization, right? Come up with a collection code, I'll transfer it to you. Teng Ziyi gently looked back at old Zhang and opened her mouth. Atmosphere. Nima, rich women are different. Sister is so valiant. The pop-up screen rolled, and the crowd's gaze gradually shifted in color. This is... Ouch, between this is not a matter of money, this is... Old Zhang was a little difficult. 3 times. Teng Ziyi raised 3 white fingers. You go ahead and take it, call me if you need anything. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ji window your ass. The picture suddenly changed, the situation reversed to the crowd present. One did not tense. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly exploded at this moment. I'm going to die laughing at this, ha 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 ha. Ah, this, brothers and money, what do you choose? That's my lifelong buddy. It's gonna cost more. How horrible this woman is. Mr. Deng's aura is too strong, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. 666666, it's so wonderful. Awesome. Ice and the cameraman were dumb and started eating melons, ha ha ha. Do any of you remember that you came to see the interview with the hero today? Ah ha 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 ha. At this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room completely exploded. The number of people watching online is also getting more and more. The situation of sharing the live broadcast room out is also getting more and more. No one thought that today this hot news live broadcast room will put on such a wonderful drama. The transformation of the situation was beyond everyone's expectation. It was simply more exciting than a TV drama. And this shot after shot of high energy has completely gotten the audience on top, even coming to even the duo who originally came to work to join the eating brigade. At this moment, Chen Lu's heart is also a burst of profanity floating through. Originally thought that the old Zhang will be reliable, at least to help themselves to stabilize the situation, but I did not expect that this guy was actually hooked by a little bit of small profits to go away. It seems that he is really in trouble this time. If it falls into Teng Ziyi's hands, I'm afraid it will really be killed as a pig. He subconsciously sensed it, and realized that his body seemed to gradually recover, gradually becoming conscious, with his tongue and the upper third of his body restored. But at most, 30% of the entire body was restored. The remaining 70% still belongs to the stage of ghostly pressure on the bed. No matter how Chen Luan goes to struggle, he cannot regain consciousness. He feels his body is very heavy, as if it is anesthetized, his eyes cannot be opened, and he can only hear the sound. Such a picture makes despair impossible. Is this how it's going to end? No way. If I really have to be taken away, then I might as well run away. After unraveling later, one will run, even if one has to crawl, take a wheelchair, one has to leave this place of wrongdoing quickly. Wait. You can't take him. Perhaps the chanting in Chen Luan's heart had a response. At this critical moment, Tang Ro, who hadn't said anything, suddenly stood out. She quickly came to Chen Luan's side and pressed her shoulders with both hands as a means of blocking the duo, opening her mouth. She's a patient right now and has just finished her surgery. She hasn't fully recovered yet, so if you guys just take him away so hastily, it'll aggravate her condition. Chen Luan's heart warmed at the sound of his voice, and he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it's still my JK lowly sister who loves me the most. But you're pressing on the spot where I'm hurting. Pain, 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 pain. It hurts like hell to step on a horse. In an instant, that bone-piercing and drilling pain hurt Chen Luan are about to roll their eyes, and it just so happens that this place was hit before, and in a part of the intuition recovery, there happens to be a place for this, and now Chen Luan has no way to move, and it's useless to try to struggle, but he doesn't dare to call out, and he can only be pressed by her right here, and the feeling of that pain in the bones and skin is really worse than death for him. Ouch. It hurts too much. It simply hurts more than fuego. Why do you care if he lives or dies if he's such a scum? He cheated you. Not only you, the three of us here, that one is not cheated by her. Why are you still defending him so much? If you ask me, there's no point in throwing him down from the highest floor. If you want to throw him into the crocodile pool. Guo Xiaobai came up and pulled Tang Ro, opening her mouth to persuade. Ha 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 ha. Ex-girlfriends stand in line, ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing. These girlfriends are really more than a yin wang ah. Elder, you quickly wake up. Any later you are probably going to be fried directly by the three of them burning a pot of oil, ha 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 ha. The people watching were not amused, but they were amused by their statements. Interestingly, at this moment, Teng Ziyi held a supportive view of Fruit Xiaobai's suggestion, only to see her gently nod her head and smile. Well, that's a good idea. Feed him until he's white and fat, then throw him into the crocodile pool, then watch him being torn into 8 pieces by the crocodiles. That would be the best relief. Cool words, a seriousness, but entering Chen Luan's ears, it made him shiver. What devilish conversations are these? You didn't have to treat me like this even if I let you call me dad a few times in the past, did you? This. But she was your favorite person once. How can you guys treat him like this? Tang Ro was a bit anxious when she saw that instead of weakening their thoughts, the more they thought about it, the more perverted they became. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him for making promises to random people and swearing at random. All of this, he brought it on himself. Guo Xiaobai glanced back at Chen Luan, who was lying on the bed, and spoke. Holy, can you blame me? All men know that when the sword is drawn, let alone swearing, he will go along with you even if you ask him to say the earth is square. Can the oaths of that time be taken seriously? Men, when you say something, you do it. Otherwise, let him be a woman. Teng Ziyi rested her hands on her chest and whispered with her head down, then waved her hand, and the two men behind her walked up once again. Chapter 8. Please, stop talking, I'll die worse if you do. Oni, this is the Imperial First People's Hospital. According to today's news, Brother Luan should be right here. In front of the hospital. A blue SUV slowly pulled up. rolled down the window. A man wearing glasses glanced down through the window to see what was going on outside, then spoke. However, the words they exchanged were not in Chinese, but in stick language. Oh, Allah whoosh. I got it. The woman sitting in the back wearing sunglasses had her long pale blonde hair pinned up and was gently replenishing her foundation in the small mirror in her hand. Her outfit was very typical of Korean dressing, although she didn't show her legs, but the huge suit auxiliary and suit pants also trimmed her figure perfectly. Sitting in the parking space to fix her makeup, she kept staring at herself in the mirror, and was doing her best to dress up a little bit prettier. Looking at her serious look, the little assistant and the driver sitting next to her couldn't help but look at each other, then approached her and tentatively asked, "That sister?" As a rule then, we can't ask more about your itinerary, sis, but we suddenly came to Huaxia from our country and pushed so many things, Representative Anside might. AC. Before the words were finished, the woman rolled her eyes and couldn't help but whimper with a look of impatience. She put down the makeup box in her hand and spoke, "Didn't I say it before? I come to China twice a month, not only to look for him, but also to meet my fans. Sis also has many fans in China, and when I signed the contract before, Representative and also agreed to it. Now I'm just following the contract, why should I tell him? But, Representative and also said that you have a fan meeting in Seoul today." The little assistant was pressed by the aura, her body slightly recoiled and whispered, "Hey! I said." Hearing these words, Shion Semi raised her right foot and stepped on the straddle frame of the left side stool, then reached out and put her hand on the little assistant's arm, tilted her head, her vermilion lips forming the crooked shape of a sneer, and opened her mouth to say, "Sis herself lives in Seoul, so can she not know the habits of the people of Seoul? As long as there is a meet and greet released, they can come at any time. Since the fan meet and greet can be carried out at any time, what else is there to worry about? This guy, I've been looking for him for 3 months now, and now there's finally news about him. Nah, you don't want sis to miss out just like that, do you?" With her heels on the straddle frame, Chizim approached the young assistant with a look of female nervousness. It's a completely different look than what she usually looks like in front of her fans. At this moment, her attitude was clearly unstoppable, and the little assistant and the driver could only look at each other and helplessly shake their heads. Knowing that she couldn't stop this Oni anymore, she immediately opened her mouth and said, "Then sis, you have to be careful for 4 weeks. You also know your popularity in Asia today. In case you were secretly photographed and go back to hype up some bad news, it will be very troublesome, and the fans surely don't want rumors of you going out with someone for a private meeting to be spread out. When Representative and gets angry at that time, he definitely won't let us off the hook." Alright, I know. Xian Shimi lightly hummed, then looked at the two of them and spoke, "Don't worry about it, the two of you are following me. If there's anything, let him come and talk to me when the time comes. With sister covering you, no one will dare to do anything to you. Okay, get out of the car with me." Chisholm waved her hand gently, then reached out to the young assistant at her side, as if to ask him about the sunglasses. However, just at this moment, the driver in front of him suddenly shrieked in alarm as he hurriedly pointed out the car window and shouted, "Yikes! Oni, look over there, someone is walking inside with a selfie stick, it's most likely the paparazzi." The sudden sound caused the crowd to freeze and rush closer to the front to look up. Just see the hospital gate area at the moment. A young girl in a baseball uniform was holding a selfie stick in her hand, saying something to the screen as she walked towards the gate. During that time, she made a point of asking the security guard at the door. And there are a number of tourists on all sides who are now pulling out their cell phones and snapping pictures of what's going on. A few people with rich experience felt bad after catching such a situation. Crap, someone must have known about Oni's arrival here in advance. In that case, we can't get off easily. Sis, let's wait for a while before we go up. Seeing this situation, the young assistant quickly persuaded Chizim. West. Being very spoiled by the scene in front of her, Xian Shimi couldn't help but grit her teeth and hold her hair, blaring at her beautiful eyes as she said brokenly, "These damned paparazzi are just like creepy crawlies, can't even shake them off. A bunch of doggy, sooner or later one day Kwanda's sister will stomp them to death. I think we'd better leave here first, find a place to observe and make sure it's okay, then come back to visit." The driver swept a glance at the surrounding situation, and immediately reignited the ignition and turned the steering wheel to leave this place. Other side. After Xiao Kite heard the security guard's directions, she immediately said thank you, and then looked at the camera and said, "I didn't expect him to become a hero. Luckily, we came early, or wait for the police to come, we have no chance to see each other. Okay, let's go up first." With that, she put the selfie stick down and went straight into the hospital. Elevator movement. The ward area, located on the 3rd floor, was in chaos at the moment. Two of the three women couldn't wait for Chen Luan to. It was this reminder that made Bing Bing come to her senses, and she hurriedly walked up and spoke. Wait a minute. I think everyone should calm down a bit, even if there is an emotional dispute. There is no need to make the situation so bad, right? He's a hero who saved more than 500 kindergarten children. Isn't it a little bit not good for you guys to treat her like this? Saving 500 kids who are in kindergarten. Me? When? Even Chen Luan himself was stunned when he heard these words. But he reacted quickly. Is it a building that was hit by a car at the time and had problems? He remembers that the fire was filled with smoke instantly came out, and when he arrived, the smoke spread over the entire strip. He could not see what building. At that time, Chen Luan's heart only a feeling. Finished, this fire if it continues to burn, then he shall not lose money to death? Not only their own investment in the dish funds lost, but also have to lose people building money. So at that point he went straight to his head and rushed up and drove himself. For him, a socially baptized young man, he was more afraid of running out of money than of dying. But I didn't realize that building was actually a kindergarten and that I had somehow become a hero? It's something that, when you think about it, is truly outrageous and coincidental. A hero? That's because you guys were deceived by his appearance. This person is a complete and utter liar. When he was with me in the past he even said he was a virgin? Fruit Xiaobai was instantly furious after hearing this, pointing at Chen Luan and cursing. What? Did he also tell you that he's a virgin? As soon as Teng Ziyi heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows and hurriedly turned her head to ask. The contrast of those words changed the atmosphere again. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Luan's head once again. The live audience was collectively unstrung. Yeah, he told me he was a virgin, that's why he was so raw. I'm stupid, to say the least. I actually believed such fake words. It's also my fault. I hadn't come into contact with other boys, that's why I was tricked by him, and then I realized how a virgin could be so raw and alive. This liar, big liar. Fruit Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Now the atmosphere baked to hear that anger has been completely unable to suppress, so Sex does not care about anything, immediately opened his mouth to curse. Even ho ho ho. What do I hear? Holy. Ha 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 ha. Kids simply can't hold it in when they hear it. Is this something I can hear without paying? Scary, hold on to my salty fish. Awesome us seniors, strange not so many ex-girlfriends it, so powerful. I now finally know why so many beautiful women like him. Ha 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 ha, so true. Tell me more, it's coming out. These words stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, shaking the entire live broadcasting room, and the viewers deducted words to express their inner excitement. People love to read gossip, especially this kind, and this kind of chat is just too exciting for them. However, all of this was also not intentional on Go Xiaobai's part, but rather he was truly infuriated, as well as the atmosphere. When they were in the water, Xiaobai was completely pinned down by Chen Luan, and all the words he said were believed, but also because of the initial period of time, she was exhausted every day, and when she slowly began to rely on Chen Luan, this guy ran away. How can this not make her angry? Fruit Xiaobai's words also put Teng Ziyi in deep thought, because how similar was the process for both of them? The only difference is that the reason why Teng Ziyi accepted Chen Luan was because once when the two were having dinner at Teng Ziyi's villa, they accidentally knocked over a wine glass and the wine spilled on Chen Luan's pants, completely wetting them. Coupled with the fact that Chen Luan was wearing gray sweatpants at the time, that one scene left Teng Ziyi wide-eyed and unforgettable for the rest of her life. After that, the relationship slowly progressed. But like what Fruity White said, Chen Luan did say that he was a virgin. This confession pair, Chen Lu's heart became more and more panicked. Please. Stop talking about it. Chapter 9, Imperial Capital Branch Captain, Songshi. Either way, he's in this state now, and it's not right for you all to hurt him now when he's at his weakest, when you're all the people he used to love. There were many accusations in my ears. Tang Ro stubbornly bit her lips and opened her mouth to shout. At the outset of these words, causing the already exasperated Fruit Xiaobai and Teng Ziyi to almost simultaneously freeze in their expressions. Both shouted in their hearts at the same time, ever loved. From the beginning to the end, I was the only one he loved. Chen Luan also sighed in his heart, it's better to have a sister who is a protective uncle. Seeing this situation, Bing Bing also rushed up to round off the scene, smiled, yes. Yes, no matter what, Mr. Chen saved people, this matter is true, and it is to save more than 500 children in danger. Now the netizens are paying attention to this matter, I guess. A person who is so kind and brave, sacrificing himself for the sake of others, how can it be possible that he will become a scum? In this, there should be some kind of misunderstanding. Although the concept of Chen Luan's image was also a bit shaken in Bing Bing's mind now, the fact that he saved people. And as the host, he has to keep things steady, especially since she's been ordered to interview the hero live today. This was something that needed to be blown up big time, so she had to work hard to maintain Chen Luan's image. Misunderstanding? Fruit Xiaobai turned around at the sound and crossed her arms. You mean a bunch of us are here to slander him? Bing Bing stared at the sound and quickly laughed. That's not true. The main thing is that our program team has also investigated Mr. Chen and found that Mr. Chen has been busy with his own career during this period of time, and that big truck and the items inside the car, according to the investigation, are all Mr. Chen's possessions, and in this case, he chose to give up everything to rescue the trapped children, and this kind of spirit is worthy of all of our appreciated, so I think Mr. Chen, with this spirit of sacrificing the little self to complete the big self, should not have done such a thing. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding in there? Yeah. That's how I'm covered. Too right, brother. Not bad for a TV show host. These words also attracted the live broadcast screen constantly deducted the word professional. It also made Chen Luan, who was lying on the bed, subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. I'm glad there's a host on the scene today, otherwise the day would be over. The relaxation period caused his fingertips to move gently and unconsciously. Such an action, let the original tightly squeezed his hands. Tang Ro violetly beautiful eyes condensed. She first turned her gaze to the front, found that no one else noticed the situation, then secretly shifted her gaze to the bed, looking at that still did not open his eyes Chen Luan, and then carefully put hand into. How did Fruity find out? What are you going to do? I forbid you to hurt him? Tang Ro saw Guo Xiaobai's murderous eyes and raging aura, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and insisted. Don't worry, how can you hurt him with a mirror? If I want to use it, I'll also use a knife. Guo Xiaobai revealed a leathery expression, then reached out to shake off Tang Ro and spoke calmly. I'm just letting you see the true face of this Luan brother of yours. When the words fall. She reached out and yanked on the sides of Chen Luan's hospital gown, giving it a hard tug. Anum. Hiss. The buttons of Chen Luan's hospital gown, lying on the hospital bed, instantly collapsed. Show me the flesh inside. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Fruit Xiaobai's lips hooked up a light smile, with the mirror against his chest, only to see that the mirror against the place, the left side of the pectoral muscle, there is a large red lips teeth marks. Well. Fruit Xiaobai proudly turned back to look at the person beside him, opened his mouth and laughed. I told you that this guy is not honest, right, but also what has been busy with the cause, this imprint at a glance know that it. Side strip, Bing Bing froze in place, his eyes locked tightly on the contoured figure in front of him, silently reached out and pressed the screenshot, and in the live broadcast room, numerous pop-ups like an open flood general catharsis. Holy, this well-defined mermaid line. 8-pack abs, 2-pack pecs, this principle, just don't be too good. Thanks to the hero's ex-girlfriend for letting me whore out such a great body for nothing. Now I finally realize why you have so many girlfriends, senpai. Who in the family understands, the hospital gown is slit up to the navel. Even Tang Ro, who was next to him, slowly opened her own fingers after covering her eyes for the first time, and dropped her gaze onto his body. Just say it. Why are you pulling my gown for nothing? Didn't know hospital wards were air-conditioned? It's cold. So cold. At this moment, as if realizing the reactions and expressions of the people around her, Guo Xiaobai immediately turned her head back and looked down, and after her gaze froze in shock for a few seconds, she immediately removed the hairpin from her hair with the intention of pinning the dress up. But with this panicked movement, she accidentally poked Chen Luan in the small of the back the moment the hairpin hairclasp was against her clothes. Chen Luan clenched his teeth and tried to keep himself from screaming. But as the anesthesia dissipated, the pain of the moment made him frown. This kind of action caused Guo Xiaobai, who was closest to him at the moment, to instantly discover the end. Humph. Fruit Xiaobai's beautiful eyes stared. A light, eh? Making the Chen Luan at this moment instantly break out in a cold sweat, he instantly recovered and tensed his expression. But this scene had obviously been caught by Fruit Xiaobai. As if she had sensed something, she then reached out and slowly slid her hand down to Chen Luan's stomach, followed by a forceful grab. The pain of the skin and flesh being gripped instantly struck, and the pain caused Chen Luan to clench his teeth tightly. It doesn't hurt. It just doesn't hurt. He desperately held back and tensed his expression. Even when Guo Xiaobai kept firing, he had to grit his teeth and endure. He knew that he could never wake up now, this crazy Shura, once he woke up it would be over. It's still a full broadcast scene. This woman must have found out something, But the more she did, the calmer she had to be, and she mustn't be outed. As long as I can't be beaten, I won't die. This kind of frantic self-soothing made Chen Luan's expression indeed manage to conceal itself without any change, but even so, that pain was radiating all over the body, and even if Chen Luan didn't have any expression at the moment, the veins that were picking at his arms still instantly attracted Fruit Xiaobai's attention. It also made her, finally, sure that the guy was awake. Just pretending to be asleep. In the twinkling of an eye. Fruit Xiaobai's anger, which had just been sort of calmed down, rose up all of a sudden again. Well, well. You scum! Obviously you're already awake? How dare you pretend to be dead here? At the outset of these words, the crowd, who had all been busy filming, immediately came back to their senses. What? Awake? Bing Bing came back to her senses and immediately picked up the microphone and came to Chen Luan's side, and Teng Ziyi also quickly came to the bedside at this moment. Tang Ro had wanted to speak, but she was pushed away by the crowd at once. This situation caused Chen Luan to be immediately startled. This is bad. Fruity White, sooner or later I'm going to stand you up and stomp you. Estimated that this guy has long been awake, heard as so many people declaim him, so deliberately pretending to be dead, good pretend how meaningless this time, the old lady will personally send you to die. Said, Fruit Small White immediately grabbed the side of the big sword, diameter towards the front of the Chen Luan gasping rushed over. These circumstances. Once again, the whole ward was in disarray. Tang Ro rushed forward to hold Fruit Xiaobai, and the camera behind Bing Bing was knocked to the ground. Teng Ziyi took the opportunity to reach out and touch Chen Luan's pecs, then went to reach out and squeeze them. Old Zhang frantically intercepted the surrounding figures. The mess caused the viewers who were tuning into the live stream to get more and more excited as they watched. Originally just a simple interview, but did not expect to trigger this past story, and today this situation, naturally, the more chaotic the more exciting. They also want to see today this situation, in the end how to end up. There are even some netizens who can't help but watch and sigh, the scene is not messy enough, not exciting enough. Is it true that this great hero only has these 3 girlfriends? No way. There's more. Everyone. Be quiet. Just as the house was in turmoil, there was a mighty roar from the doorway. Only a group of figures in police uniforms were seen standing in the doorway. Stopped all the situation in the room with that majestic voice. The crowd turned back to look. He saw a few police officers disperse smoothly, and from among the crowd, a gallant woman with a high single ponytail came out. At the moment she flashed her credentials. It reads, Police Captain of the Imperial Capital Branch, Songshi. Chapter 10, He's a Human Being. Sorry, not so sure. Hiss. Saved at last? Uncle Dan came to my rescue. After hearing that majestic voice, Chen Lu was instantly surrounded by a strong sense of security in his heart. The sound of black police boots on the ground made everyone instinctively take 3 steps back. Dressed in a straight uniform, Songshi entered the room with 6 police officers in tow, the silver police number on her chest refracting a chilling light in the sunlight. Sure enough. In critical moments, the only thing that reassures the people is always. Greetings, I'm the police captain of the Imperial Capital Precinct, Songshi. Yeah. Huh? No. Who? Chen Luan was shocked. Cold sweat seeped violently from the palms of both hands after hearing the name, and the prefix. Songshi. One of his own girlfriends that he ended up breaking up with 3 days ago seems to be named Songshi. Also a cop. It's not such a coincidence, is it? As his heart began to beat violently faster, Chen Luan desperately tried to stabilize himself and shallowly opened his narrowed eyes slightly to peek ahead. At the moment, under that faint sight, at the neck of that policewoman, a pale yellow silk scarf, instantly made him close his eyes. That's it. That's her. The silk scarf she was wearing around her neck at the moment was the same one she had given her earlier. Done. Originally the situation is already very confusing, now even defend their own Uncle Dan, are their ex-girlfriend's men, this time completely finished. Received a report that someone here is suspected of disturbing the medical order. Songshi put away her own credentials, glanced down at the large sword in Fruit Xiaobai's hand, and queried, "The citizen, you were just conducting." Fruit Xiaobai froze at the sound of her voice and scrambled to put her large sword behind her back. She smiled awkwardly, then as if she thought of something, she hastily raised her right hand and pointed at Chen Luan on the hospital bed again. "Officer, I'm reporting. This person is an emotional fraudster, and he's also suspected of cheating underage girls. I'm not underage. At the sound, Tang Ro desperately squeezed into the crowd, panting and softly shouting, I'm already an adult, I'll be 19 soon. What's the point of being 19? It's all the deluded ones. I have so many years of experience and exposure, and I'm still not fooled by him. Teng Ziyi replied calmly as she wrapped her white arms around her, elegantly tapping her arms with her fingertips. He didn't lie to me. He's been very kind to me, and if he hadn't helped me, I probably wouldn't have survived. So, I forbid you to slander him. This. Tang Ro's soft eyes were brimming with tears, but she was very brave at the moment. Facing the two women who were bigger than her, she still loudly retorted and defended Chen Luan. This also made Chen Luan's heart flutter. The fingertips of his right hand tightened slightly for a few moments. Helped you? Wu Xiaobai frowned and couldn't help but confirm, are you sure it was him who helped you? And not him directing himself? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible for him to do something like that. When I was at my lowest point, was Brother Luan's appearance that rescued me. Even if he left me in the end, it must have been because I didn't do enough. I made him dissatisfied. As for what you guys are talking about, there's no way it could have. I didn't expect that. It's amazing how many exes this bushy-eyed guy has. No wonder, he's slipping. I really underestimated you, Chen Luan. Teeth to tighten a few points, Chen Luan at the moment only felt a vague feeling of coldness in his back. Listen. A few. There is no such thing as emotional fraud in our criminal law, and if there really is an exact fraud, you need to provide substantial evidence otherwise? Evidence. I have proof. Before Son Shi's helpless words cut off. Fruit Xiaobai immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. Then he took a big step forward, grabbed Chen Luan's collar, and pulled him from the bed by sitting up. This scene caused the crowd to exclaim, I'll go, the girl is so strong. But although this action was nimble and dashing, Chen Luan, whose needle pierced into the back of his hand, only felt the pain of the tearing needle rubbing against the flesh coming from the back of his palm. Ouch! It hurts too much. Wu Xiaobai smoothly lifted the hem of Chen Luan's hospital gown, and on the side of his waist there were clearly two circles pieced together, Nua. This was tattooed by his own hand when he was drunk. The crowd saw the situation, immediately frowned and tilted their heads to look. Teng Ziyi could not help but narrow her eyes, then pointed at the. My name is Fruit Xiaobai, and my favorite fruit is peach, so my screen name is Fruit Peach. That's exactly why we got this couple tattoo. It represents his determination to love me. Love your determination? This determination, it seems to me, is somewhat insufficiently heavy. Just as Fruit Xiaobai was expressing himself, Teng Ziyi, who had been staring at the tattoo and observing, immediately spoke out. What did you say? The crowd froze, and Fruit Xiaobai's face even turned white as he hurriedly turned back to look. See, at this moment, Teng Ziyi bent down, with a manicure buckled the pattern on the back. After a few fingernail snap, that pattern is actually directly snapped down 1/3. The scene. It makes everyone tense up. Even more so, was Xiaobai's beautiful eyes whitened several times. Eyes locked on Teng Ziyi, slowly lifting her nails. From what I've seen, this seems to be one of those long effect custom tattoo stickers that Amoy sells. $20 a box. Rubbing the black dust on her nails, Teng Ziyi opened her mouth with a serious face. That vicious cut, without any mercy, stabbed in the heart of the Fruit Xiaobai. It also caused the cold sweat on Chen Luan's forehead to deepen a few points again. This time it's really diarrhea meets toilet renovation dead on arrival. Beneath the sun. It's located at the back entrance of the hospital. A car slowed to a stop. Inside the car, a figure in a scarf, hat, and ink slowly got out of the car. A Korean reminder was coming from the car at the moment. Sis, the kiosk is right in front, so don't go too far. Oh, I know. I'll get a pack of cigarettes and be right back, soon. Chizine waved her hand. Sis, or else I should go, it won't be good if I get photographed. The little assistant said with some concern. You don't know Huaxia language, go, how to talk to people. Sis is proficient in Chinese language, buying something is still simple. Well, don't worry, Sis will be back soon. After Chai's Mei said that, she directly closed the car door. After turning around, she instantly reached out and pulled the scarf covering her face, laughing, want Sis to go back? Dream on. Luan Oba, I'm coming. Inside the air-conditioned cold air-blown ward, all was silent. At this moment, Fruit Xiaobai's complexion was in shock. his face full of incredulity lasted for a long time before he came back to his senses, and that complexion gradually became anger. Clenching her pink fists, she couldn't help but growl, "Chen Luan. You this. Just one tattoo, and you're going to make a copycat to fool me too." This powerful lion's roar shook Chen Luan's heart and slowed his jump by half a beat. Although his face was expressionless, his mind had begun to spit helplessly. "It's not that I won't, the point is that the tattoo is just too painful and it's on." Bing Bing was shocked at the sound and hurriedly focused on the camera in surprise. "Ladies and gentlemen, the hero who rescued the children is finally showing signs of waking up." The camera had turned to Chen Luan's face. At this moment the live broadcast pop-ups were boiling. "Go call the doctor and check on Mr. Chen's condition." Songshi checked the still expressionless Chen Luan on the bed, and with half a doubt in her heart, she hurriedly shouted to the police officer beside her. "What more, doctor? I'll do it." Fruit Xiaobai revealed a wicked smile of success and a treacherous plan, then squeezed his hand and slowly walked over to Chen Luan's side. At this moment, the footsteps that were slowly approaching made Chen Lu's heart beat faster and he was sweating. "This little witch, what is she up to again?" "Humph. Playing dead, huh? I'll attack your weakest point now, I'll see how you can endure." Saying that, she raised her right hand, her gaze turned to the small of her back and slid down, accompanied by a shout that fell with it, "Monkey stealing peach." Well. Chen Luan only felt the pain of the demonic claw blockade coming from his root organ. This one made his face instantly redden and warm up quite a bit. Still, he desperately clenched his teeth and endured the pain. "Endure. I endure. I'll endure what no man can endure, and I'll be the best of men." This scene also caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. This thunderous scene made Ice subconsciously turn her head to the side, and the other male members couldn't help but bare their teeth and feel a pain in their lower body. Live pop-ups are even more explosive catharsis, good pain live. Only Tang Ro looked shocked, rushed forward to stop Guo Xiaobai. You can't be like this. You'll hurt him if you do this. What if he doesn't have the ability to procreate in the future?" This little lowly's sudden words also made the crowd stare. "Don't worry, I've got it covered. And you guys see, his body is obviously reacting." Guo Xiaobai said smugly, only that Chen Luan on the bed still killed himself by not opening his eyes, still dare to pretend. "Good, I'll see how long you pretend. I'll grab." Another wave of pain hit him, more so than before, and it hurt so much that Chen Luan broke out in a cold sweat. No. This crazy, if she keeps going like this, she's going to break down sooner or later. Otherwise, why don't we just run away? Just move fast. No one should be able to stop me. Okay. That's it. 1, 2, 3. Spur is ace. My dear Luan Oba. Chapter 11, The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Daisy, one of the two can bring me to my death. This sudden Korean-Chinese accent directly interrupted this chaotic atmosphere in the hospital room. The crowd turned back to look. At this moment all exclaimed in unison, "Again!" After the line of sight is clear. Only to see that the elegant figure in the doorway with his back against the ward door, calmly tilted his head to remove the sunglasses, and as his gaze turned to the front, that smile was instantly frozen by the scene in front of him. The ward was seen to be full of figures, of which there were more than a few to wear. A cosplayer in My King, a teenage girl in a JK uniform, an otome in a black silk wraparound dress, a skirt-clad police officer, and a moderator in overalls holding a talking point, as well as the photographer. At the moment they were all looking at themselves collectively with a peculiar look in their eyes. This also made Chen Shimi couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes light up, and her little head full of wisdom instantly turned around as Chen Luan's heart wanted to die even more. Done. Why is she here too? Fruit Xiaobai, the crouching dragon, was already about to torment him to madness, and now that the crouching dragon hadn't left, the Phoenix Daisy had come again. "Mr. Tang, this woman, she looks a bit familiar." The bodyguard beside her spoke in a low voice, causing Teng Ziyi, who had already detected a hint of something wrong, to frown even more tightly. Having done business with Bangkok, it seems that she has seen her posters in Bangkok. Looking at the Qianshimiai in front of him with a curious face who came up to caress his big sword, was Xiaobai, subconsciously put away his sword and said with a puzzled. Now the camera pans forward. The crowd was shocked. The live streaming room, however, had already been abuzz. Chizamai, the queen of the stick country song. She actually has a past with a hero too? This isn't rubbing it in, is it? Did she just call the hero Oppa and say he's her fiancé? I'll be an international fixer-upper. I can't believe that even the Queen of the Stick country song has something to do with heroes. I'm really sour. The Oni I'm chasing is actually my idol's fiancé? What kind of weird two-way run-in is this? What else do you know that I don't? JK Lolita, cost Netflix, a high cool female president, plus a stick country song queen, it all comes together to form a mahjong table. How the hell did this dude do it? Senpai. A model for men. What the hell does this dude do? Is he really just a regular guy? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were boiling, and Ice only felt that the number of online viewers was growing, having exploded into a tenfold high that had never been seen in the past. You couldn't make up this witty and exaggerated scene today. It has also attracted the attention of netizens all over the internet. Wait, you're saying he's your fiancé? What proof do you have? Guo Xiaobai reached out to remove Chisholm's hand that was frantically stroking Chen Luan's pecs, and immediately questioned. How could international superstar, Chance Saimai, lie? Xianxue Mei broke away from Fruit Xiaobai's hand and hurriedly opened her mouth to respond. Moreover, I still have proof. You guys look. She took a picture out of her arms. Here's a picture of Oba and I kissing passionately on the Eiffel Tower. The crowd looked down at the sound. All I could see was that the photo was a composite of two poorly keyed images, and even the background behind it was somehow keyed from that landscape photo. You PD this. Tang Ro pointed at the photo and shouted with some exasperation. What a P's and F's. This is the proof of our love. You don't believe me, do you? Good, then I'll prove it to you guys. After saying that, Shion Sami turned her head and wiped her vermilion lips, smiling, Appa, accept Sami's passionate kiss from the stars. When the words fall. As the crowd was too late to react to block the way, Shisame crashed headlong into Chen Luan's lips. This scene caused the already chaotic ward to completely riot. Ice's eyes widened. Several of the eavesdrop outside bridal bedchamber folk custom. Inside the hospital room, there was a ringing of a cell phone. The crowd followed the sound, only to see it was the sound of a cell phone in Chisholm's shirt pocket. Without slowing down, she reached for her coat pocket and hung up the phone. A few seconds later, the phone voice rang again. ACI Chisholm cursed through clenched teeth and instantly picked up, shouting, Hello. Sis is busy right now, don't call to bother me if there's nothing going on, and don't come if there's something wrong. But at this moment, a small assistant's urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Sister, the matter of you being in the hospital has already been uploaded onto the internet, and now representative and already knows about it. And all of your fans in the country already know that you're in the hospital, and will be coming to the hospital to surround you soon. What? Oni. Just at that moment, a mountain of footsteps came from outside the door. Countless rabid fans holding lighted signs, posters, suddenly rushed into the hallway and gathered in unison outside the door. This overwhelming aura startled the people inside the house. It also made Chisholm jump off the bed in a hurry and shock, but she didn't notice that the heel of her 10-centimeter shoe stepped precisely on the dangling four-tube. Dark red blood flowed backwards down the transparent hose, and Chen Luan felt like the veins on the back of his hand had been stuffed into a meat grinder. In the twinkling of an eye. The pain went to his head, the veins on his forehead jumped wildly, and Chen Luan trembled in pain. It's all about to roll your eyes. Songshi immediately waved her hand, and countless police officers stepped forward to intercept the frenzied fans and prevent them from entering the house. At this moment, the crowd was helpless for a while, and Fruit Xiaobai looked back, only to see that at this moment, Chen Luan's face was green with pain, and his body was trembling. At the same time, Tang Ro also turned around and noticed the scene, and hurriedly went forward. Brother Luan, what's wrong with you? Ah! My hot kiss, it worked! Chisholm's beautiful eyes lit up at the sight, and she hastily clapped her hands in delight. It's not working, you stepped on his fore. Fruity shouted. Ha! Chisholm looked down at the sound and hurriedly took a few steps back, smiling awkwardly. Appa, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. ACI. You're so mean if you don't mean it. I'd be in heaven if you did. No, the infusion tube is broken, the blood is flowing back. Teng Ziyi looked at the scene in front of her and immediately frowned. Ha! The crowd's complexion changed at the sound of the voice, and Shisame hurriedly said, Then, is it okay to pull out the pipe and blow on it with your mouth? Question mark. This astonishing remark caused everyone present to be petrified. The crowd lent her a look that looked at her like she was retarded. Seeing this, Shizing thought they had agreed to the move and hastily reached out to remove the four tubes. You don't mess around. Chen Luan shouted inwardly. And yet, at this very moment, a sharp voice from the doorway followed, "Stop. Do you want to toss the patient?" When the words fall, Dean Chen led a group of doctors to run in quickly. "Mr. Chen is a heroic citizen of our city, how can he be interfered with by you guys like this? You even brought a large group of fans to block the entrance, what's wrong with you guys? All of you get out, just leave the families here." At the outset of these words, everyone in the room was stunned. And a few seconds later, 5 different voices rang out at almost the same time. "Doctor, I'm a family member." Chapter 12 The Hero's Escape Route begins. Question mark. Dean Chen froze at the sound of his voice and looked at the few people in front of him with a face full of suspicion. The many doctors behind him were also confused. Songqi's police ID card was slapped on the bed. "I'm his cousin. I'm his fiancé." Chizing pulled out her PD wedding registration photo. "I'm his debtor." Teng Ziyi flashed the diamond-encrusted IOU. "I'm his roommate." Fruity White flashed his keys. I'm the legal guardian of the stray cats he keeps." Tang Ro held up the pet hospital's sterilization certificate. Dean Chen was speechless. What a mess. According to the rules, only one family member can be left behind. Draw lots. Xiaobai suddenly pulled out a deck of playing cards from his bag. That's the trick he used back then to decide whose house he'd spend the night at every week. The ward suddenly fell into dead silence. Chen Luan counted the cracks in the floor tiles in despair in the midst of severe pain until he heard old Zhang's familiar Cantonese accent. "You all need to calm down. I'm his second uncle. The patient needs to recuperate." The head nurse took the opportunity to remove the needle. "Everyone out except this family member." When the words fall, countless security guards rushed in and drove several women, along with Bing Bing, out. Click. As the door closes, Chen Luan's long-held feelings were finally put down. His eyes snapped open, sitting up from the bed in a flash. The pain in his chest from that violent movement made him hiss, unable to stop his teeth from being bared. At present, old Zhang, who was squeezing the wet cloth, happened to look back, but was violently startled by the scene in front of him, and with his big mouth open, he was about to shout out at once. But Chen Luan reached out and covered his mouth. "Shut up, pink sausage." Hiss. Ha! The pain in his chest caused him to subconsciously arch his back and touch his chest, then said, "If you want me to die, you can just scream it out." Letting go of his right hand, Chen Luan helplessly held onto the railing of the bed, baring his teeth in pain. Old Zhang saw the situation, rushed to meet up, reached out to help him, opened, "Not I speak. What are you engaged in the number of ex-girlfriends than that knows hair or more, know that on the TV Lu, but also to engage in this out, you want to do net roots? You think I want to How was I to know that they would come here en masse today? If it wasn't for me improvising just now, I'm afraid that I would have been torn into 8 pieces by now." Chen Luan covered his chest and sat at the head of the bed, saying with a face full of helplessness. "So how did you do it? You pink sausage, how come I didn't know when you had so many ex-girlfriends? And a foreigner?" Old Zhang was also stunned throughout today, not realizing that this good friend of his had suddenly become an emotional guru, with a large number of ex-girlfriends, including a stick nation. "Hey! It's all. Forget it. It's hard to say." He shook his head helplessly, then glanced at the noisy door and spoke, "Listen, old Zhang, I'm going to get ready to leave here now, so do me a favor and go out and tell them that I need to recuperate now, to attract their attention and make it easier for me to run away." "You're running away?" Old Zhang's eyes widened in shock and he almost shouted out. "Shoo!" Chen Luan blew his index finger with a face full of horror, signaling him to be quiet. Old Zhang looked around for a while, then lowered his voice and shook his head hurriedly and said, "Oops, no. Your ex-girlfriends are monsters, especially the one with the sword. Your ex-girlfriends are monsters, especially the one with the sword. If they know that I cover for you, they will have to give Zhang words and deeds to force confessions. I'm afraid she'll cut me. You'd better confess to them. There is a camera, they won't cut you." "I know." Chen Luan waved his hand and said, "My situation with them is too complicated to explain in a sentence or two. I need to recuperate in my current condition. Staying here, I'm afraid there will still be changes, and it'll be even more troublesome at that time." "There are still changes?" Old Zhang froze, immediately widened his eyes and panicked. "You don't still have an ex-girlfriend who didn't show up, do you?" Chen Luan mouth twitching, camera alignment, as well as so many figures gathered in front of him, also startled the old Zhang caught off guard, but he quickly recalled the words of Chen Luan just now, and hurriedly said, "He is recovering, but needs to rest, so I hope you guys won't go in and disturb him. I can go in and take care of him." Tangro said sharply. "Myoba, I should be the one to take care of him. Don't forget, he was saved from waking up by my true love's kiss." Shizine stepped forward. "What true love's kiss? That was when you stepped on his fore and woke him up in pain." Fruit Xiaobai jumped out to correct him. "So what? Love is the pain of dying and living. Love doesn't die, it only lives. Love that dies, that's called martyrdom," Teng Ziyi said in a cold voice. What a mess. The argument between the several people at this moment heard Bing Bing and Songshi speechless for a while. The viewers of the live stream couldn't help themselves. The crowd gathered at the back was also extremely dissatisfied as they watched the scene in front of them. But at this moment, noticed a figure had quietly exited the hospital room and was running towards the elevator on the other side. Ha! It's Chen Luan. Chen Luan ran away. These sudden words caused everyone present to be startled, and they hurriedly turned around to look. And Chen Luan, who had just sneakily walked to the elevator, also got goosebumps from this sudden sentence. Pills are spicy. He looked shocked and hurriedly tapped the elevator button as frantically as if he had gone mad. Chen Luan. Far away. Fruity White's murderous voice came. Far behind the front line. Xian Shimi, Songshi, Teng Ziyi, and Tang Ro's gazes also fell onto Chen Luan's back, and in shock, they immediately made a move. The camera turned and the pop-ups on the live feed exploded again. The hero finally wakes up. Countless people who were watching the live broadcast almost all sat up, the wonderful degree of this live broadcast, as if at this moment, once again pulled to a high level. You still want to go? Where are you going? Chen Luan shuddered at the sound. Walking is too much of a trip, you have to run. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Shan Lu rushed headlong into the elevator, quickly closing the door amidst the many people in the back shouting and chasing. Damn! He really ran away. Fruit Xiaobai angrily pounded the elevator door. Trying to run. What a thought! Teng Ziyi immediately dialed the phone and said through gritted teeth, "Track Chen Luan's path for me, I want to know his exact location." At this moment, with her back against the elevator, Chen Luan was panting heavily. The scene she had just witnessed scared her to the point that her heart was beating faster and her body was sweating. Can still remember the multitude of figures that rushed up to him before the elevator doors closed, the look in the eyes of two of the several ex-girlfriends who wanted to kill him. A few gasps turned back, only to see that at the moment, on the other side of the elevator, a cleaning ant holding a broom was looking at him with a puzzled look on her face. Thinking that it was the sudden rush in just now that scared the cleaning ant who normally rides the elevator, Chen Luan rolled his eyes, then smiled and raised his hand in greeting to the cleaning ant, and pointed to the elevator door, laughing, scared. Fear of not being able to catch up. Ding! When the words fall. The elevator doors opened and successfully descended to the first floor. Seeing this, Chen Luan rushed out of the elevator and endured the pain all the way out of the door. For him, time was now a race against the clock, and one more moment here would get him caught by his army of ex-girlfriends, running away. Must run away. At the moment, in front of the hospital. Selfie stick in hand, Iris Xiao is staring at the screen and introduces, "Families, we've arrived and will be ready to enter the elevator soon. Before that, I have to pause the live broadcast, otherwise." Well. Before Xiao Kite's words left her mouth, I felt a figure coming into the wind. Right into a side collision with Iris Shaw, who was spinning around. What's the situation? Camera? Moderator? And fans with support sticks as well as posters? Did some international superstar come into this hospital today? Probably, I guess only an international superstar could cause such a shock. Still, it's none of one's business. Soon, after the elevator door closed, the beautiful woman also immediately tapped the ward number sent from the phone, all the way to be careful to look up and look at the contrast, stepping on the high heel step by step to the door of the room. But when he pushed open the door to the room, it was found that there was no sign of any patient in the house at all. Only a small nurse was chanting as she straightened the sheets. It's not the wrong way. She frowned and surveyed the number on the door, then stepped forward and tapped the young nurse on the shoulder, saying softly, "Excuse me, is there a patient named Chen Luan who is here?" The little nurse stared back at the sound of the first stunned, thinking good guy, it's hard to believe that hero has such a beautiful woman ex-girlfriend? But then shook her head inwardly in denial, presumably because of everything that happened in the ward today, so that she had a preconceived notion, and had no choice but to categorize the beautiful woman in front of her as one of her ex-girlfriends, presumably a relative of Chen Luan or something. So immediately, he nodded. He was here, but just a few minutes ago, he left. Leaving. Left. The beautiful woman froze, gently raised her slender finger to point outside, and spoke. Didn't he get into a car accident? Still able to walk out? We don't know. I've been working at the hospital for a few years now, and it's the first time I've ever seen someone who can run away after a major car accident. But he can't run if he doesn't. Who made his army of ex-girlfriends block the ward? The little nurse also said with a helpless face. The nurses at their hospital are eating their hearts out today. Not to mention inside the hospital. The entire internet ate it up. But her words, at the moment, caused the beautiful woman's face to become more and more shocked. Ex-girlfriend? Big June? She froze in place on the spot, those beautiful eyes scrunched up slightly, her vermilion lips pursed down in a clear reaction of anger. This scene also made the little nurse feel bad. She raised her eyebrows and looked sideways at the beautiful woman beside her. She couldn't help but feel doubtful in her mind. A horrible thought rose in her mind. Holy, this isn't really one of that hero's ex-girlfriends, is it? Hello? Right now. A clear voice came from the doorway. The flowers were handed in before anyone entered the room. The two in the room froze. Look back. A tall figure in gym clothes was seen stepping into the room with one foot, and then the hands holding the flowers were lowered with it, poking out the clean face with the short dry hair in a smooth manner. That originally lovely smile, but after it was lit up, it drew a flash of the beautiful woman's gaze, and the moment the two of them looked at each other, they were both stunned. Auntie. Fong. Why are you here? The two men spoke in unison, plunging the entire ward into an atmosphere of surprise and trepidation. The little nurse's direct pupils were seismic, looking at the scene in front of her with a face full of horror. Jesus. Again? And these two are acquaintances and relatives? This can also scourge awe? Ah. Auntie, are you here to see a doctor or a visitor? Duan Xiaofeng, full of doubts, went up and surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but ask curiously. Ji Xinyu's expression was awkward as she pursed her vermilion lips. Her complexion was obviously a bit flustered, and she hurriedly said, I came here to see my friend and happened to pass by here. What about you, Fong Fong? Seeing that you are still holding flowers in your hand, are you also here to see your friend? Friends? No. He's actually... Duan Xiaofeng surveyed the surroundings, then covered her mouth with her hand and came forward to whisper, he's actually my ex-boyfriend. Ji Xinyu's beautiful eyes shook, and the pink fist of her right hand instantly clenched a few points tighter. Auntie, what's that look on your face? What's wrong with you? Seeing Ji Xinyu's complexion instantly change and her beautiful eyes widen for a few moments, Duan Xiaofeng was instantly startled and hurriedly reached out to hold her, inquiring in an urgent voice. Seeing that Duan Xiaofeng sensed that something was wrong, Ji Xinyu immediately stabilized her mind, then squeezed out a smile with force and waved her hand. No. Nothing, it's just that the weather is too hot today, and I'm slightly not feeling too well. Then should I find a doctor for you to take a look? It just so happens that there is a hospital here, or else I'll carry you. Duan Xiaofeng came forward and spoke. No. Ji Xinyu retreated 2 steps in some panic, and quickly reached out her hand. Fong, Auntie is fine, I'll just go back to rest and relax later. Oh, good. Duan Xiaofeng nodded, then turned her gaze forward, but realized that there was no one on the bed. Huh? Where's the person on this bed? Didn't he say he was injured in a car accident? The little nurse who came back to her senses from eating melon, immediately pointed to the door and spoke. He's already gone. Gone? Duan Xiaofeng froze and immediately had to go forward and shouted, didn't he have a car accident? How can he still walk? Your hospital. Seeing this, Ji Xinyu was afraid that the little nurse would say what had happened here before, so she quickly reached out to pull her back and spoke, that. Fong, since you guys have already broken up, then why are you still visiting him? Duan Xiaofeng sniffed and beamed, some regret fiddled with the flowers in her hands, and opened her mouth, actually. In fact, when we first broke up, it was also a momentary impulse, my heart. Still like him very much. After all, he accompanied me through the darkest part of my career. Darkest times? And this matter, why didn't you tell your sister-in-law and your mom about it? Hearing these words, Ji Xinyu immediately wrinkled her beautiful eyes and reached out to pull Duan Xiaofeng's to ask in an urgent voice. Duan Xiaofang first pursed her lips, then squeezed out a smile and waved her hand. Aya, it's okay, none of this matters anymore. It's all over now, I've already come out. I'm with him. Ji Xinyu stared at her eyebrows, then said, you just said that you broke up because of impulse? Because of what? Duan Xiaofang pursed her lips in some aggravation. He dislikes me for being too strong. Great strength? Ji Xinyu frowned at the sound and said somewhat angrily, what's wrong with having a lot of strength? What's wrong with having a lot of strength? Right. Duan Xiaofang immediately nodded her head and said, I can stand up to 3 adult men on my own, and I can work 3 times as hard. But he never let me help him clean, saying that his house was too messy and it would be troublesome to clean it, but I'm not afraid of hard work, so that day I secretly went to his house, wanting to help him clean his house and then surprise him, and then. Speaking here, Duan Xiaofang bit her thumb somewhat sheepishly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Noticing this expression, Ji Xinyu felt bad and immediately asked tentatively, you wouldn't have broken something of his, right? Duan Xiaofang sniffed and looked at his own sister-in-law with a sneaky look, then slowly put up 2 fingers and laughed awkwardly. I accidentally broke 2 of his fine limited specialty equivalent handbags. These words. It made Ji Xinyu's words, which were all ready to accuse Chen Luan, hardened and stifled. It was more painful than swallowing a bun. Knowing that Ji Xinyu herself was involved in this kind of carving craft processing, she knew very well that a finely crafted equilibrium hand puppet was priced at least in the tens of thousands of dollars, while this kind of limited hand puppet was at least in the range of $50,000 or more, and the price of the special hand puppet was even higher, at least in the range of $1,600,000 or more. She hits 2 at a time. This proves that at least $300,000 of damage was done. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Chen Luan's temper was already very good. For boys, the importance of the equivalent hand puppet is extremely high, not to mention the limited hand puppet, and also such a high price. For Chen Luan, how long he had to save up to be able to buy it off? Fang Fang broke 2 of them before just getting a breakup, and now Ji Xinyu simply had no way to say anything even if she had more words of accusation. That. Fang Fang, don't be sad, you should not have had lunch yet after coming all the way here, right? Go, little auntie will take you to eat. Ji Xinyu was now anxious in her heart, thinking that she had to hurry up and pull Xiao Fang away from this place of wrongdoing, lest there would be a change of heart later on, and she would be even more at a loss as to how to explain it to her. Auntie, I haven't seen him yet. I came here today specifically to see him, only that I just encountered 2 thieves downstairs and taught them a lesson, taking them to the police station, which delayed it. Duan Xiaofang explained. Ha? You've done something heroic? That's all the more reason to celebrate. Go, auntie will take you to eat delicious food today. As for your ex-boyfriend, since he can run that means he's fine. Wait until after to see him is fine, go. Under Ji Xinyu's pushing and shoving, Duan Xiaofang had no choice but to obey and go all the way out of the gate. And right now. Chen Luan, who was far away from the bus stop, at this moment tilted his head and sneezed a big sneeze. Achoo. Who's talking about me behind my back? Chapter 14. Old man, get up and let me sit for a while. To escape the army of ex-girlfriends and the TV stations, Chen Luan was forced to run out in a hospital gown. I was going to stop the bus and go home. But after getting into the car, he remembered that his wallet was in his pants pocket, and his pants, at the moment, were in the middle of a hospital room. The cell phone in his arms was undergoing restoration and was not working at all. Only 2 dimes were left glistening in the bag of clothes. Master, for $2, can you ride for 3 kilometers? The master turned around and stared at him with an easygoing look. Guess? As a result, Chen Luan could only be forced to get out of the cab and come to the bus stop to prepare for a taxi. It's a good thing all the buses have switched to $2 these days, or I'd still be dragging myself on foot to escape today. Master's body in repair. Remaining time, 20 minutes. The heart cue came. Chen Luan exhaled helplessly as he covered half of his face with his shirt, only hoping that the bus would arrive soon. And not far from here. A figure was surreptitiously surveying the scene in front of him. Xiao Iris held up the selfie stick in her hand, facing the rapid flow of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and spoke, "Families, the hero seems to be waiting for the bus to arrive right now. I will blend in then and bring you the hero's day. Remember to give me some likes." Now the number of people in the live room is rising. With today's Ice full live broadcast in the first place. Today's pop-ups, too, are exploding. Worthy of a man who has a harem group in modern times, even in a hospital gown he's so handsome. Yes, worthy of my husband. How can you call someone's husband when you're calling Bako rice above tweak, which is clearly a man's ID? What's wrong with drip? Quickly. The bus hooter sounds. A crimson bus stopped in front of the platform in a smooth manner. Numerous figures also crowded up at this moment. Chen Luan saw the situation, also rushed to rush up, but the pain of his body, but let him at the moment completely squeezed. But the bystanders, it is not easy to get on the car after. The crowded crowd in front of the front suddenly, such as a flock of frightened birds scattered rapidly, they seem to see what is very afraid of something. The collective retreated to the back of the Chen Luan, this densely crowded crowd, but in contrast to the front of the Chen Luan crowded. What the hell? Chen Luan frowned and turned back to murmur, and as he turned his head, he suddenly smelled a strong, spicy-eyed sour odor. Well. Hiss ah. He was so shocked by the stench that he immediately reached out to cover his nose, but because the movement was too great, he pulled on the wound and immediately bared his teeth in pain and sucked in a breath of cool air. I said why the gang suddenly retreated to the back en masse, but it turned out to be smoked. At the moment, the pain from the pulling of his wounds made him unable to stand at all, and the pain made him even less able to walk. Perhaps it was the fact that I had just been busy running and had expended too much energy, and now that the adrenaline was gone, the pain came out all at once. No, I have to sit down and take a break or I'll have to pass out, and then I'll be taken to the hospital for another ex-girlfriend siege meeting. This scene was also captured by Xiao Iris, who was secretly hiding in the crowd. The hero seems to have something wrong with his body. Could it be that his wounds have recurred? Crap, there are no empty seats in the car now. Xiao Iris blocked her nostrils with 2 balls of paper and was holding up her selfie stick, looking ahead with a worried face. The pop-ups were rolling like crazy at the moment. Why didn't anyone give up their seat on the bus? Can't you see the hospital gown? The hero covered his face with his shirt, so I guess no one recognized him, otherwise someone would have definitely given up his seat. Iris, go help him, at least hold him up, it hurts. Hark my husband. That's a nasty car, terrible environment, and terrible passengers. The pop-up screen rolled extremely quickly, and Xiao Iris also slightly frowned, although she came here today to live broadcast the hero and rub the heat, but right now Chen Luan is indeed a little hard to bear, and she is a hero who saved many children, cannot let him suffer so much. Thinking of this, Xiao Kite immediately squeezed through the crowd, intending to go forward to help. But at this moment, Chen Luan bared his teeth and moved up, turning forward with narrowed eyes. Reaching out, he tapped the shoulder of an old man in front of him who was taking off his shoes and picking at his feet, and spoke, Old man, get up and I'll sit down for a while. At the outset of these words, everyone in the room was stunned. The whole carriage fell into a half period of silence. Even Xiao Kite's figure that was about to go forward was frozen in place. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was deposited for a few moments as if it was stuck, and the next second, like a flood, a clear question mark was declared. I Lu, a reverse Big Dipper ah. Young people making older people give up their seats? The entire Mediterranean old man who was picking his feet froze, staring incredulously at Chen Luan in front of him for a moment, and opened his mouth. Young man? Are you so mean? Letting me, an old man, give you a seat? How sorry ah. I'm tired all day. Young people look at the elderly, legs and feet are not good to let a seat normal, but I now legs and feet are not good, you give me a seat how? Chen Luan supported on the backrest of the stool with one hand and opened his mouth to reply. Makes sense. The live streaming pop-up screen couldn't strain itself and instantly rolled. Young people give up their seats to the elderly out of kindness, not necessarily out of a desire to help the weak, but now I think compared to the heroes, this Moncler outlet store is in better shape. But the old man shouldn't have been made to give up his seat. It's a strange man, and a hero, who stipulated that young people must give up their seats. Furthermore, now the hero is a sick person. You do not see that he is shivering in pain? You guys, look at that grandpa picking his feet. It stinks so bad on this bus, it can't be his feet, can it? Ha! Taking off your shoes and picking your feet on the bus, how uncivic-minded. Oh. I see, it must be because of that. The hero asked the grandfather to give up his seat, not really for the seat, but to get him to stand up and put his shoes on, otherwise it would be too disruptive to the public scene. He's sacrificing himself to toe the line of social immorality. This is saving a busload of people if it works. I get it all. Is this the pattern of a hero? Blackie speaks. At the moment, looking at the pop-ups on the air, Xiao Kite immediately widened her beautiful eyes. So it is. So this was the hero's real idea, and he had misunderstood himself before. No wonder he made such an amazing move. At this moment, Xiao Kite's gaze at Chen Luan instantly turned into starry eyes, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed up gifs as a result. You're a young man with good arms and legs, making me, an old man, give up my seat. Do you have any sense of public morality? I have never seen you so no public morality of young people. Now the young people are really low quality, the cheek is still thick, but also let me a senior citizen to let the seat, in the future you are old, but also let others treat you, at that time let you cry all have no place to cry to go, besides, you do not have an elderly person at home? Mediterranean boss did not expect Chen Luancher play really, at the moment wide-eyed, immediately pointed at him and began to shout. But these words were not finished. The still stoic passenger on the bus spoke up immediately. An older woman at the back hurriedly said, "Where did you see that he was good with his hands and feet? Can't you see that the young man is wearing a hospital gown? This is obviously a patient, what's wrong with giving up your seat?" Moncler outlet online angry at this, he quickly turned around and retorted, "Then why don't you let it?" At this moment, another voice came from the front, in the whole bus, "You are the only one who takes off your shoes and picks your feet, don't you know the smell of your feet? You also do not allow others to open the window, saying that you are afraid of blowing you cold, so you close the door to release poisonous gas is reasonable, is not it? Now either put your shoes on or get off the bus. That's just it. What a lack of civility. I have seniors in my family, but my seniors don't take off their shoes on the bus and put their feet on the seat of the passenger in front of them to pick their feet. That's right, it's old people like you who have no sense of public morality that make young people don't like to give up their seats anymore." Dense voices coming in. Hearing Xiao Iris couldn't help but nod her head. Sure enough. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. However, at this moment, Chen Luan raised his eyebrows slightly. So the bus stank so bad, was it this old man taking off his shoes and picking his feet? To say the least, he hadn't noticed. Various duties in the compartment were close by. The old man saw to say no, immediately covered his chest and shouted, "I tell you don't argue with me, my heart is not good, if you cause me to have a heart attack, you one by one, all of them cannot run away, all have to give me compensation. Otherwise I will sue you, I have lived half a lifetime, what people have not seen with me playing hooligan, no way." Sure enough. At those words, half the voices on the bus instantly disappeared. These days, everyone is afraid of trouble, especially this kind of old man who plays the rogue. When the time comes, you won't be able to beat the fox, but you'll get into trouble instead. This scene also made the viewers of the live broadcast not a little angry. Sure enough, if you can't say it, you'll start acting like a scoundrel. The reputation of the elderly is corrupted by such people. It's not old people who get bad, it's bad people who get old. This situation also made the people in the room stifle their laughter. Countless passengers who had just been smoked and tortured by him in agonizing pain were secretly clapping in their hearts at this moment. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also has an unprecedented pain, crazy pop-ups, at this moment quickly rolled up. Seeing Moncler Jacket's outlet online and get up and give way, Chen Luan immediately went up and sat down, calmly exhaled, and opened the window with his hand. Sense that something is wrong. The old man immediately spoke, You're not a psychopath? You're the one who's a psychopath. Chen Luan turned around and cursed, I just said I'm not in my right mind, did I say I'm a psychopath? The old man instantly turned red with anger, pointing at Chen Luan and cursing, You young man with no sense of public morality, you actually tricked me into giving you a seat, get up. What's all the noise about? If you don't sit down, get down, public place, what's the noise? At this moment, the driver, who remained stoic, finally opened his mouth and shouted. These words also instantly drove the atmosphere of the passengers at the scene, and the passengers who have endured the old man for a long time have opened their mouths to accuse. Everyone was urging the old man to get down there. Run out by the crowd. The old man's face red with anger, and now there is no seat, pointing a vicious glare at Chen Luan, then huffed and puffed out of. That's right, a big old man still playing rascal, thanks to this young man clever, want to find a way to cure him, otherwise we are afraid to be smoked all the way by him. Well done lad. Inside the car, a dense stream of praise is now coming in. There were voices in front and back praising what Chen Luan had just done. This also caused Xiao Kite, who was live streaming from afar and staring intently at her, to reveal an appreciative smile. Most of all, the paper ball she used to plug her nostrils could finally be taken off. And at the moment the pop-ups on the live stream were abuzz. A hero deserves to be a hero, resourceful and brave, even if he is seriously injured, he still wants to rid the people of evil. Now I suddenly think that it's not surprising that a guy like that has a lot of girls who like him, because I liked him just from watching the live stream for a while. Yeah, my hero brother is so good, what's wrong with having more ex-girlfriends? That's right, it's not cheating, it's just that there are more ex-girlfriends. A lot of voices in my ears. Chen Luan also felt embarrassed at once and smiled, then waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to thank him. Mainly he really didn't want to be noticed right now either, he just wanted to write in peace and quiet and hurry home to get some sleep. After all, once things got out of hand, there was a chance that word would get out, and by then, one's whereabouts would be exposed. Hey! This young man is really excellent, did a good job, not humble, I want to have a daughter, must marry him. The big mom in the back looked at Chen Luan, who was sitting calmly in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh. A voice in my ear. A young man closest to the older woman also laughed and shook his head, swiping down on a short video. And yet at the very moment the thumb slides. An image being broadcast live came into his eyes. The young man subconsciously frowned and sat up straight to take a closer look at the image within his cell phone, as if it was directly in front of the young man in the hospital gown, and the car was exactly the same size as the one he was riding in. He could even see the fringes of the footwear that the older woman beside him was showing. This scene made him notice that something was wrong, and he instantly clicked into the live stream. It was seen that within the live broadcast room, more than 1 million people were watching the live broadcast, and the pop-ups that were scrolling above were densely packed and fast, as if they were. That's him. Oh, I found out, his name is Chen Luan, that's him. He's the hero. Hero. For a short while. Why do you have to compare scissors? Can we not? I've seen people forced into prostitution before, but I've never seen people forced to do scissor hands before. This sudden sentence caused Xiao Kite's originally indulged aunt's smile to freeze. This sentence. How come it's so similar to what my online ex-boyfriend said? Gotta. Send a shake, this time my little sisters will die of envy, hook up the people nearby as well. The big mom proudly picked up her cell phone, and on the occasion of ticking the beauty filter, she instantly laughed to herself. And as soon as those words came out, Chen Luan felt alert and waved his hand, but it was already too late. Once this person nearby is checked, people nearby will swipe to this video, and then their whereabouts will be exposed. Yes, go help, we have heroes to see. The outbursts in the live broadcast room were all seen by Xiao Iris. And the entire live broadcast was very clear to her that Chen Luan didn't want to expose his whereabouts. All these jittery friends, photos go out now, then his presence in the car will definitely. No wonder, taking such good care of his quasi-girlfriend when he was injured didn't hurt. What a perfect couple, take two. The big mom raised her cell phone and took a picture of Xiao Iris assisting Chen Luan, and then attached a selfie of herself and sent it to Shake, and ticked off the nearby people. And just a few moments later, in a black sedan, Teng Ziyi stared at the jitterbug that had suddenly swiped on that hand. At the top, it was the intimate photo of Xiao Iris supporting Chen Luan. And the copy comes with, a chance encounter with a hero and his girlfriend. Pop. A crisp sound. The screen in Teng Ziyi's hand was shattered directly by the fingertips of her manicure. Chapter 16, Fortunes and Misfortunes. Thank you. But can you remove this thing you're carrying on your back? Smacked me in the face. Shortly after getting out of the car, Chen Luan then spoke. Xiao Iris froze at the sound of the voice, but looked up to find that the selfie stick cell phone on her back was pressed against Chen Luan's face. Ouch. Xiao Iris was shocked for a moment, hastily pushed away and held the selfie stick on her back, waving her hand. No. Sorry, we don't seem to know each other very well, why are you helping me? Covering his chest and sizing up Xiao Iris in front of him, Chen Luan opened his mouth to ask. Is not too familiar. Xiao Iris squirmed for a moment, still intends to confess. To tell you the truth, I'm an anchor. Today I originally intended to go to the hospital to interview you, but I didn't think that just as I arrived at the entrance of the hospital, I encountered you rushing out of it in a hurry, so I'm going to follow you all the way and live broadcast your day. Just now when you revealed your identity and were surrounded by them, I saw that you didn't look a bit right, and then I brought you out. You're an anchor? Hearing these words, Chen Luan's back instantly turned cold. Wouldn't that mean that his position had been exposed? As soon as Xiao Iris heard this, she immediately waved her hand and said sharply, don't worry. I've already closed the live broadcast when I got off the bus, your army of ex-girlfriends won't know where you are now. Hearing these words, Chen Luan also finally breathed a sigh of relief. But is it true what came out of Ice Live today? Do you really have 4 ex-girlfriends of different types? One is a just adult secondary lowly girl, one is a cos high-faced girl, one is a female president of a listed group, and one is a Korean songstress, Shizamai? Xiao Iris blinked her big eyes, her face full of melon-eating expression. Here literary. Shen Luan hesitated for a moment, and now that he was too lazy to explain more, he only nodded. Holy! I was surprised that Xiao Iris was violently shocked, completely losing her ladylike image. Are you really so great? Can have really many excellent ex-girlfriends? Could it be that there is something outstanding about it? With that, she carefully looked down and surveyed the area. Notice the strange look. The corners of Chen Luan's mouth twitched, awkwardly straightened his clothes and smiled. No. Let's not mention this, I have to go back first, see you next time. Xiao Iris froze at the sound of her voice, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, in your physical condition, can you walk back? Otherwise, why don't I help you? Huh? Chen Luan was stunned, thinking that this sister was too bold, right? After all, you are our city's Netflix hero. I heard that the mayor is going to personally give you a medal in a couple days. If something happens to you now, it's a big loss for our city. Xiao Iris raised her index finger with a straight face and said. Chen Luan pursed his lips, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. The things that happened today were just too much, and all he wanted to do now was to go home and lie down, take a nap, and digest. Noticing that Chen Luan's expression eased quite a bit, Xiao Iris immediately patted her chest and said, and I'm a person, I like to do good deeds the most, I'm on the internet. I've always had the title of loving anchor, so, for the sake of our city's prosperity, for the sake of letting the heroes not to be aggrieved, I've decided. Personally send you home, go. Hey. Chen Luan was about to open his mouth when Xiao Iris stepped forward and lifted her finger to press her mouth, and she learned a serious tone from a drama. Shoo. Don't talk, follow me. Can you find your way? Chen Luan looked at him with a calm face and asked out loud. Really don't know, you say it, I'll open a walking navigation. Xiao Iris broke in a second and immediately laughed. Chen Luan rolled his eyes helplessly and took the phone and entered the address. Will. Corey makes her entrance. Route has been plotted for the owner. The navigation voice is ringing. The duo's faces shook almost simultaneously. Xiao Iris turned around and laughed nervously. How is it? My navigation voice is pretty good, right? Chen Luan squeezed out a light smile on his face, thinking that he'd better hurry home. By the way, do you usually use green bubbles, or penguins? Iris Shaw asked. Use them all. Chen Luan replied. So have you ever cybersexed online? Stay out of the handsome man's business. Inside the house a few moments later. After being placed on the bed, Chen Luan's body and mind had an unprecedented relaxation. Especially the moment you lay down on the bed. He felt like his entire soul had been purified. It's better to be comfortable in your own bed. Alright, are you hungry now? Do you want to eat something? Clapping her hands, Xiao Iris opened her mouth with her waist crossed and inquired. No, Chen Luan was about to open his mouth to refuse, but he didn't realize that his stomach had answered first. The cooing sound came, let Xiao Iris pursed her lips and smiled, then clapped her hands and said, well, take care of the hero, it is my duty as a citizen, see you are in such a bad condition today, I will make you a meal, I tell you, this girl's handiwork, not everyone can taste it. After saying that, Xiao Iris left. At this moment, Chen Luan exhaled and dragged himself forward to close the door behind him. Then back to bed. Perhaps it was because too many things had happened today, making him actually have no half-interest in a young and lively tall girl like Xiao Kite actually. Instead, he wished she had left earlier. Probably too many ex-girlfriends and PTSD? Thinking of this, Chen Luan pulled out the cell phone in his arms, only to see that the repair progress on the screen had already reached 85%. It's still a little short of recovery. Grandpa, this stupid cell phone is killing me. When he initially got this thing, knowing the function of this cell phone, he still felt that he had picked up a treasure, and could date and encounter so many women of different status. So he began to disguise himself as a love interest and began to reach out to them, fall in love, and even come into their lives. But who knows, every different type of girl has a side to them that they don't know about, and while some of them are tolerable, some of them just aren't. And that's how it came to be. Just what he did not expect is that today this inexplicable car accident actually put a large part of the ex-girlfriends, all gathered in the hospital ward, but also accidentally boarded the live broadcast. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the cold sweat on his forehead. It was good that his family wasn't there, otherwise, sooner or later, it would have been used as a laughingstock after tea. Although he didn't know how to explain it to them, nowadays, he really didn't have the energy to think about it. Solely pull the covers over her head and get some sleep first. Quickly. Progress on the cell phone is complete. A golden light rose from Chen Luan's entire body, and immediately afterward, all of his previous injuries were repaired. And a golden light rose from the cell phone that was placed next to the bed at the moment. Immediately afterward, a system beep sounded. Master's body function repair is complete. Cell phone system upgrade now begins. 2 hours later. After finishing her busy work, Xiaokai took off her apron and reached out to open the door of the room and shouted, "The full banquet is ready, let's eat." The moment you look into the house. The scene in front of her eyes, however, caused Xiaokai's pupils to instantly widen. Ah! She instantly covered her eyes and screamed. This scream also instantly woke up Chen Luan on the bed. You. Why don't you wear clothes when you sleep, you? Xiao Iris covered her eyes and took 2 steps back, shouting sharply. But at this moment, the heart cannot help but sigh. This guy actually has such a good body, really wearing clothes show thin, undressing neat, 8-packed abdominal muscles, the outline is clear. Waking up with a start, Chen Luan glanced down at himself in a daze, then jolted, only to see that he had nothing but a pair of underwear on him at the moment. What the hell? I slept with my clothes on? Cell phone system update complete. At this moment the inner voice comes. Chen Luan immediately turned around and instantly understood everything. Damn! It must be the damn cell phone. Do you think it's about upgrading your fighting spirit? Do you think it's a way to upgrade your fighting spirit? And again. You're upgrading. Why are you blowing up my clothes? Click. Just as the house was in turmoil. At the rear entrance. Suddenly there was a sound of an electronic lock code button. The sound's coming. It made the duo's pupils shake. Chen Luan's expression changed. Have the unlock code for your own room door? Could it be? Following. The door was pushed open. A clear voice followed. Great nephew. Here comes your youngest and prettiest sister-in-law. Stepping into the house with 2 large bags of belongings in both hands. The young girl with the 2 twisted braids tilted her head with a smile as she entered the room. But was surprised by the scene in front of him. Looking at the Chen Luan who was scrambling to put on his pants, as well as Xiao Kai who stood beside him with a dumbfounded look on his face. The object in Du Lingling's hand fell to the ground with a bang. Inside the living room a few moments later. Xiao Iris and Du Lingling each sat on the sofa and looked at each other. Chen Luan carried the tea and placed it in front of her. So, you're saying is that you escaped from the hospital today, got caught halfway there, and then this anchor sister saved you, brought you home, and made you. Your family composition, quite interesting. Xiao Iris laughed awkwardly. You are not aware, my sister left early, all these years have been me taking care of him. Du Lingling came forward and said with a sniffle and a tear. Chen Luan raised an eyebrow and immediately corrected, you said the opposite, didn't you? You shut up. Du Lingling retorted, then pulled Xiao Iris said, this is 24 years old, or old bachelor, cannot find a girlfriend, you say I have how anxious today specially from the countryside to see her did not expect, she actually know you such a beautiful girl, I finally You mean him? Old bachelor, can't find a friend? Xiao Iris frowned as she listened, he could still accept being called an old bachelor at 24 years old, after all, it was a modest term, but what the hell is not being able to find a girlfriend? Are you sure it's him? That big hero Chen Luan who is known all over the internet that he has 4 different types of beautiful ex-girlfriends? Yes, turn your eyes are going to be 25, there is not yet a girlfriend, you say I as her elders how anxious I guess my sister's spirit in heaven, also cannot rest in peace Don't you know that he has 4 different types of ex-girlfriends, and one of them is also the queen of the stick country song, Shizamai? Xiao Iris huffed and couldn't help it. Who? 4 ex-girlfriends? And Shizamai? Just him? Du Lingling couldn't help but tilt her head back and laughed, pointing at Chen Luan, you can really make it up, don't you have a pain in your conscience for lying to a little girl like that? And Shizamai is my don't you? Tick-tock. As soon as that was said. Back of the living room. Location of the entrance. A key code sounded, in due course. Unlocked. Welcome home. The voice rang out, and the crowd immediately turned around. Only the sound of a high-heeled shoe hitting the ground rang out. An elegant figure walked into the room. Reaching up, he removed the sunglasses from his face and laughed softly. Had enough running? Baby. Chapter 17, The Queen of Baseball? No, it's the stickman. This sudden figure. It caused those present who turned around to be stunned. They were also stunned by the face of the person in front of them. I'm still reeling from that scene. See that the figure that was serious but not for a second, at this moment instantly stepped forward quickly, with a heart full of joy at once jumped into Chen Luan's arms. Oba! I finally found you. This is an unexpected movement for all of us. Both Du Lingling and Xiao Iris were shocked. Du Lingling was even more shocked by the figure in front of her, so much so that she instantly widened her eyes and almost bit her tongue. 1000. Chi Oni. She stood up with a face full of shock, feeling nothing but incredulity at the scene before her. I'm Cheon Semi, and I'm also Appa Luan's fiancé. Cheon Semi tightly held onto Chen Luan's arm and said with a face full of happiness. Fiancé. Du Lingling only felt an earthquake in her pupils. There was a feeling that her Oni had collapsed, and that it had not collapsed particularly hard. Because today's scene gave her the feeling that she was dreaming. Being a fan of Chishimi Son's Face Plus Shadow. Of course she could recognize Chisame instantly. What she hadn't expected was that she would actually be able to see her so close one day, and she hadn't even expected that the Oni she could only see on her cell phone, computer, and posters during the weekdays was, at the moment, lying on her back in her great-nephew's arms with a happy face. Could it be that what Iris Xiao just said was true? Oba, why did you just run causing people to look for you everywhere? It took a lot of effort. Qian Shimi snuggled into Chen Luan's embrace, shaking her arms in a petulant manner, and opened her mouth. That was... You just did. Chen Luan raised his eyebrows slightly, only feeling that the actions he had just taken were inconsistent with Chen Shimei's character, causing him to be startled, and he had thought that it was Teng Ziyi who had appeared at the door. Just now? Shizim looked back at the gate, then instantly reacted and laughed. Oba, I recently picked up a new drama to star as a female plutocrat. How's that for just giving me a good acting job? Chen Luan pursed his lips somewhat breathlessly, but soon thought of a key, and immediately said, How did you find my home address? And the combination lock on my house door? He seemed to remember that he had never brought Shizim to his house, much less told her about the combination lock on his house. Hey Oba, you shouldn't underestimate the influence of an international superstar. Shizim pulled out her Samsung cell phone from her arms and tapped on Shake It, handing the image over to Chen Luan. Only to see the data of a horrible video with more than 1 million likes, over 100,000 comments, and more than 500,000 retweets appear in front of him on Shake Shack. The content of the video is 1,000 shimmy selfie to the camera, right hand holding a high P of the wedding photo and Chen Luan, the text with the picture, who can provide Luan Oba's location, a set of new autographed. Feeling like there's a mole inside the crowd. Ouch. Being helpless, Du Lingling exasperatedly slapped her thighs. So Oni, you sent such a video today. I should have known that I wouldn't have slept in the car, otherwise I would have packed him up and thrown him on your bed. It's a set of new albums and autographed photos. Is this human language you speak? Chen Luan heard these words and almost choked with anger, just for such a little bit of broken interest, actually want to sell there. It's okay. Oba. I forgot about your injury, how is it now? Quickly let me take a look, these clothes are in the way too much, let me take him off and examine him carefully. Shizim snapped her head up at the sound of the voice, and then began to go and pick off Chen Luan's clothes. What are you doing? In broad daylight, there are so many people, why are you stripping my clothes? Seeing that Qian Shimei started to directly get her hands on her, Chen Luan hastily leaned back and reached out to push off and block it. Oba, why are you so outgoing? We are going to get married sooner or later, and when we were on the Wenta mountain, we already naked and honest. Qian Shimei spoke shockingly. These words shocked Du Lingling and Xiao Iris at the same time. Eyes glared, couldn't help but look at each other. The two of them each covered their mouths, a look of having eaten a big melon. What? What marriage? When did I promise you to marry you? And what about that what nakedly seeing? That was when you lied to me that you were going to a hot spring, and ended up chartering a large mixed bath shared by both men and women, and both of us were in the water at the time, so I didn't mess around with my eyes. Also, that's not how the idiom of bare bones is used. At the outset of these words, Du Lingling's gaze was clearly a little lost. I thought there was really some big melon. Xiao Iris subconsciously exhaled a breath, fortunately, thought they had that. Why did I say okay? Oba, how can you be like this? Do you know, you're like this so hurt my heart. Thanks to people know that you have an accident, especially from Seoul to fly over to see you, but you... Xian Shimi pursed her vermilion lips, her eyes containing tears slightly inclined her head, with a soft and weak voice, uttered a Korean-style crappy Chinese. This move drew a slight frown from Du Lingling, a look of heartache evident on her face. But in Chen Luan's case, it was expressionless. Have you been reading Dream of the Red Chamber lately? Studying the inside of a Lindy, are you? This calm word fell. Chizim, who had been tilting her head lightly, suddenly stiffened. After a few moments of silence, he turned back and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Oh, but how did you see that? Because, I am a Chinese. Chen Luan forcefully squeezed out a smile and opened his mouth to reply. Kidding aside, as a Chinese, which one hasn't read the four great masterpieces? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Journey to the West and Watermargin are all household names. And Dream of the Red Chamber, even if you haven't read it, you at least know that Lin Dayu's character and habits are like that. Moreover, he knew Chisholm well. Ever since she had been with Chen Luan, Chen Shimi had started to learn about Chinese culture in all kinds of famous Chinese TV dramas, but she was a theater master herself, so she often imitated some of the characters in the dramas in terms of their reactions and style of speaking. Today, this behavior of hers was obviously following Lin Dayu's example. Even the moment she just turned her head, Chen Luan's head was already involuntarily ringing with BGM. She's fond of it. Pearly tears. Oba is so great, then why don't you guide me and see how my acting skills are these days? Let's find a place where no one is around and go deeper. Chen Luan was pulled up and was about to open his mouth to refuse when he suddenly felt the cell phone in his bag vibrate, and in the next second, the outline of his eyes lit up with a golden light. An image flashed before his eyes. Tang is working Chance Seme over against the cage. The place where it was located was none other than his house. Another image flashed. His own sister-in-law, Du Lingling, was carrying a sack over his head. What the hell? Chen Luan came back to his senses and subconsciously shook his head. What did I just see? Could be the future. Chen Luan. Right now. An angry shout came from behind him, startling Chen Luan to jerk back and turn his head to look. I saw Du Lingling quickly walk up and shouted, I think you're the one who went overboard. My Oni likes you so much and you're ignoring me, are you going to heaven you? Do you know what my Oni's status is? That's an international superstar, she likes you so much, but you're getting a bargain, I think you're crazy. Besides, you an old bachelor who has never been in love, what are you proud of you? Now there is an international superstar on your arms, for others have long been happy to pull the marriage license to go, you are still here to grind, really the moon old takes steel to you to build, you have to give someone to break the bend, miss this relationship, you see there are still people who want you? Is it possible to meet a better one than her? Seeing this, Xian Shimi, who was also an instant drama queen, hurriedly hid her face and cried on the side, crying while surreptitiously surveying the situation in front of her. Although I don't know what kind of luck you kid had to get Chichi Oni's favor, you have to remember that if you miss this village, you won't be able to find this store again. Yeah? I don't think so. The very moment the words fell, the door opened again. With the sound of a tall and graceful figure entered the room. Her appearance caused Chen Luan's pupils to shake. It also made the other two women, except for Chi Same, stare in disbelief. Dang. Mr. Dang. Xiao Iris instantly recognized her. Mr. Tang? Xiao Iris froze and returned to her senses in surprise, the executive president of Star Emperor Entertainment Teng Ziyi. Perennial melon-eating entertainment circle, she naturally knows that in this Chinese entertainment circle there is a blooming queen. She is not only in charge of half of the Chinese entertainment, but also has dealings with foreign entertainment industry. It's truly half of the entertainment industry. I just didn't expect to see her here today. Dang. Mr. Deng, what brings you here? Sound drop. Teng Ziyi laughed softly and removed her sunglasses, stepped on a high heel and slowly came forward, her eyes fixed on the front expression of panic and nervous. Chen Luan laughed, I'm here to look for my ex-boyfriend whose whereabouts are unknown. Ex-boyfriend? Du Lingling's pupils shook when she heard this, and she jerked her head back to look at Chen Luan at the side, saying with an incredulous face, what you're talking about can't be. But I saw that at this moment, Teng Ziyi had already arrived in front of Chen Luan and reached out to caress her face. My dear, you can. Really made me look for you. Chapter 18. It is not that the sister-in-law has a heart like iron, but that the balance figures are as dear as a sister. Brothel. A deathly silence fell. Just now Chizumai Zaibatsu was acting. This time, the real plutocrats are here. What the hell? Can't it be that the image he just saw was really a future prophecy? Teng Ziyi really showed up. And Chen Luan didn't expect that he had gone through all the trouble of picking such an old and shabby neighborhood, but he was actually still exposed. I guess it was that video of Chizim before that exposed too much information about herself. According to Teng Ziyi's means, it would be a matter of minutes if she wanted to find out. This series of butterfly effects is kind of a total bust. It was already hard to deal with a Chishini, but now there's a Teng Ziyi. And of the several ex-girlfriends, she was the one he was most afraid of. This woman, she's so oppressive. At present. The moment his palm touched his cheek, Chen Luan only felt cold sweat cover his forehead. Looking at that Teng Ziyi in front of him, his twitching face slightly squeezed out a light smile and spoke, "Deng. Mr. Tang, what a coincidence." At the outset of these words. Originally still with a smile, Teng Ziyi instantly beautiful eyes wrinkled, stroking the cheeks of the right hand immediately snap sound grabbed both cheeks of Chen Luan used to pinch it into a dough mouth, coldly said, "What did you call me?" What are you going to do to my oppa? Let go." Seeing this, Chizim quickly reached out and pushed Teng Ziyi away, shouting, "My oppa, it's up to me to protect him." The scene before us. It made Du Lingling feel like she was dreaming. She couldn't help but pinch herself in the center of her person, all with a hellish expression on her face. What's the situation? When did his own old bachelor nephew become so sought after? In addition to Korean songstress Cheon Semi, now there's a female president of Star Emperor Entertainment? No way. It can't be. I must be dreaming. Xiao Iris also subconsciously shifted her eyes forward at this moment, looking over the two of them. This tit-for-tat aura made her not dare to make a sound at all. Because this Teng Ziyi is the boss of his own contracted company, in other words, Teng Ziyi is his own boss. Try to be as transparent as you can while she hasn't found out about you yet, or you'll be screwed if you're found out. Teng Ziyi, who had been pushed, calmly steadied herself as she gently raised her hand and patted her cuffs, calmly saying, "Ms. Kian Shimi, is your stick country out of men? Need you, a popular singer, to come to China to steal men? What robbery? We're in free love. Sweet, sweet love." Chizim retorted instantly. "As far as I know, popular actresses in Bangkok are not allowed to publicize their romantic identity. You're exposing your identity in the hospital today and forcibly kissing him has now been transmitted to the internet. I believe that it has been rumored all over the forums of Bangkok nowadays, and I'm afraid that the phone number of your economic company has already blown up, right?" As Teng Ziyi's words fell, the duo eating melons around them both looked shocked. Du Lingling covered her lips and couldn't help but sigh. A public confession and a public kiss? This is too powerful. No, I'll have to do a search to see if there are any online images. I'll have to save them. If my sisters knew about this, they'd be bragging about it for the rest of their lives. His own great-nephew was forcibly kissed by the international superstar, Chizim. I know, Representative On called me a long time ago, but I hung up. In the face of Teng Ziyi's words, Cheon Semi was unimpressed. Those comments on the internet as well as my career, I don't care at all. As long as I can be with Appa, I don't care about anything. Teng Ziyi frowned at the sound and said in a cold voice, "Miss Chi Same, your brokerage company has signed an agreement with our company. If your reputation collapses in this situation, leading to a decline in all types of data, our company can unilaterally terminate the contract, and moreover, you will need to compensate me for triple the amount of liquidated damages." At the outset of these words, the people present all changed in color. Even Chen Luan couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know before that Teng Ziyi actually worked with Chizim's agency. This situation right now seems to have some impact on the future development of Chizim. Speak the truth. Although Chen Luan had broken up with these ex-girlfriends, after all, they had once been together and still had a certain emotional foundation. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately stepped forward and waved his hand, wanting to temporarily stop everything in front of him. You guys listen to me. Shut up. Unexpectedly, before the words were finished at this moment, the two women turned around and shouted at the same time. Obviously Teng Ziyi's words just now had angered Xianshi Mei as well. ACI, isn't it just triple compensation? With the money I've earned over the years, I can totally afford to pay for it. I can even terminate my contract with my current agency and come to China to find Oppa. Anyway, when I was able to become the queen of songs, I relied on Oppa's help. Saying this, Chan Semi turned her head to look at Chen Luan and smiled. By the way, when the time comes, Oppa, you'll write 2 more songs for me, and when I sing Fire again, I'll have money to support you again. This. Chen Luan sniffed in embarrassment. But Teng Ziyi, who was on the sidelines, caught the point from these words. And you wrote songs for her. She stared at Chen Luan with an icy face, her eyes, like a female leopard seeing a feeding rabbit, full of killing intent. I? Chen Luan's face was shocked, and in his heart, he said, Maru spicy. Just write randomly in the first place. It's not just writing about it. Chance Semi smiled at the sound of her voice and came forward, continuing to make up for it. These 3 songs of Oba's directly made me a big hit on the Bangkok talent show, leaping to become Korea's youngest songstress, and those 3 songs have also become a big hit within the scope of the world's music. These are all testimonies of our previous love. Witness of love. Teng Ziyi clenched her back teeth, squeezing out a smile with a face full of anger, and glaring fiercely at Chen Luan in front of her. Fine, I'll take you back today and lock you in your room, and if you can't write 3 identical songs in 3 days' time, I'll just break your legs and chain you to the bed to see if you can still run away like last time. Chen Luan was shocked at the sound. She saw Teng Ziyi reach out and fumble for her cell phone, and was about to dial the bodyguard's number right away. Du Lingling, who had watched the whole scene, immediately got up and intercepted. Mr. Deng, don't be impulsive. Look, although this great nephew of mine is a bastard, but at least he is also someone you once liked. You want to break his legs, it's really a bit too hard, so he won't become disabled? Moreover, his legs are in the lower half of his body. If you break his legs, in case something goes wrong with the lower half of his body, you'll, in the future, what a loss. Seeing Du Lingling suddenly come out to persuade, originally Chen Luan was still very moved. After all, family is family. Blood is thicker than water. The latter sentence instantly made Chen Luan somewhat speechless. Her words, however, were serving a purpose at the moment. Originally a bit angry, Teng Ziyi immediately turned her head after hearing these words. You called him your great-nephew? Are you? Du Lingling hurriedly smiled. Oh, I'm his sister-in-law, specially coming from the countryside to see him today. Teng Ziyi's eyebrow was slightly raised, and after lowering her eyebrows and sizing up Du Lingling, she immediately laughed. I'm going to take her away, so name your price. Make a price? Du Lingling froze, somewhat not understanding. Make what offer? However, at this moment, Chen Luan's back was cold. Oops. Duncan is playing that game again. You are his elder, taking him from you is not considered kidnapping. Say it, how much will it take for you to nod your head and agree for me to take him away? Teng Ziyi said in a calm tone. Ouch, Mr. Deng, you misunderstood, I'm not that kind of person. $20 million. Before Du Lingling finished speaking, Teng Ziyi raised 2 fingers. Du Lingling almost had a myocardial infarction when she heard this astronomical figure, and fainted with her eyes glazed over. Xiao Kite, who was on the side, also snapped her eyes wide open. I'll go. For the sake of Chen Luan, Mr. Deng has really put in his money. $20 million. Du Lingling's lips trembled, full of incredulity as she raised 2 fingers to confirm. Not enough? How about $50 million then? Teng Ziyi's beautiful eyes blinked as she continued to raise the price. 5,000. Du Lingling took a step back and instantly pinched her middle. She hadn't lived this long without having more than $100,000 on her bank card, let alone 50 million. Millions would be astronomical to her. Today such a big mountain of gold, smashed on her head, directly smashed her body trembling. For a moment, the tension blocked her throat, so that she could not say anything at all. One bite. 100 million. If you agree, I can have someone transfer the money to you right now. Teng Ziyi didn't talk any more nonsense, and immediately raised her finger, lighting up the final price. At the outset of these words, directly, Du Lingling was so shocked that she almost fainted. She immediately took a stride forward, reached out to hold Teng Ziyi's hand, and said with a straight face, Mr. Deng, what kind of sack do you like? Don't worry, as long as you give me a word, I'll sack him now and send him to bed for you. No, you're really my blood-thick aunt. Chen Luan shouted in a somewhat frantic manner. Hey, there's no way, great nephew, she's giving just too much. Du Lingling said as she got up and came to the sofa, took out today's marijuana bag containing specialties, and flung it out. Mr. Deng, do you think this marijuana bag is the right color? Teng Ziyi lowered her eyebrows and nodded with a light smile. Not bad. Du Lingling immediately smiled and nodded, then walked towards Chen Luan with a friendly face. Chen Luan's head was hot, and he couldn't help but think of the image he had just seen, the confrontation between the 2 women, his own sister-in-law holding a sack over his head. Himself, really seeing what is going to happen in the future. What are you doing? No touching my appa. Shizim shouted as she blocked in front of Chen Luan. Oni, it doesn't matter, after losing her, your career will change for the better, your future will change for the better, everything will change for the better, for the sake of your future, I'll be righteous today. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Chenluan ahead and shouted, Little Anzi, it's not that little auntie's heart is like iron, it's that the balance figures to be as close as a sister ah. For the sake of our family's future, little auntie had to. Offended. Chapter 19, Interrogation from an Ex-Girlfriend. Look, here comes the collection. Maple Pavilion Waterfront. In a room in a villa in a wealthy neighborhood. Chenluan was lying on the bed with his limbs tied up and pulled into a big position. No matter how much the hands struggled, there was no way to break free from the tightly bound twine. Grandmas. I didn't expect to really be sold by my own sister-in-law. Usually emphasize that blood is thicker than water, but sell nephews to run faster than even Lu Xiang. The door pushes open. Teng Ziyi was wearing a purple lace dress nightgown at the moment, her right hand was gently fluttering a whip, a pair of straight and slender legs were being wrapped in flesh silk, stepping on slippers she slowly came up, she closed the door of her room and was smiling and not laughing as she approached Chenluan on the bed. Chenluan is in a cold sweat, holy, what is this woman going to play today? Ace Amore? Although Teng Ziyi's outfit was very charming, at this moment, Chenluan was completely unable to think about those things, especially after seeing the leather whip in her hand. The cold hairs on her body stood up, and she had a feeling that she was going to be tortured. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? She spoke softly, her hand holding the leather whip, pressing it against Chenluan's body, stroking it upward bit by bit as her figure drew closer. A tingling and itching sensation, and a sense of anticipation of pain that did not know when it would come tormented Chenluan, causing him to squeeze out a smile. Deng. This call of address has not yet shouted out. See, Teng Ziyi instantly raised cold eyes, that murderous eyes attacked. Startled Chenluan hurriedly changed his mouth. Little Xiaoyi. Shui. At this moment, Du Lingling, who was shopping far away from the mall, sneezed. Aha! Who's talking about me behind my back? Eh? This is good stuff, bought it together for my great-nephew. There's no need to tie me up like this? What is there to say, can't we talk properly? Seeing that Teng Ziyi's complexion eased up quite a bit, Chenluan immediately raised his head and smiled apologetically. What if I don't tie you up and you run away again like last time? Teng Ziyi nudged his nose with the whip in her hand. Besides, you're going to let me talk to you properly? Teng Ziyi gently skimmed her whip across Chenluan's face and stared down at him. Say what? Say. You wrote 3 famous music industry songs for other women, or the 4 ex-girlfriends who became chaotic for you in the hospital room after your accident. For heavy things falling down. Chenluan gulped. It's like you can't say either of those things. If I hadn't arrived at the hospital today, I really wouldn't have known that our family's little and has such great skills. Teng Ziyi sat beside her, gently stroking Chenluan's chest, and said softly, having had 4 different types of girlfriends, it's enjoyable, isn't it? Ever since Chenluan and Teng Ziyi broke up, Teng Ziyi had sent people to investigate Chenluan's whereabouts more than once. But strangely enough, even though Teng Ziyi's hands and eyes were all over the place, she couldn't find out even half a bit of information about Chenluan's whereabouts. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. For a period of time, Teng Ziyi was even a bit skeptical that this identity of Chenluan was all fake. It wasn't until today, when she received a call from the hospital, that she realized that the guy's identity wasn't faked, but that he really had disappeared. And about this, Chenluan naturally understood in his heart. Everything relies on the superphone in his hand. Once he breaks up with one of the women, even if the other party is more powerful, it is impossible to find his whereabouts. This side is the ability of the golden finger. However, this ability will automatically disappear if the person is actively contacted. That's what led to today's ward girlfriend fiasco. Tell me, have you been with them? Slept with them yet? Teng Ziyi used the leather whip handle in her hand against Chenluan's chin and interrogated in a majestic tone. Chenluan was speechless for a while, then said, we had all broken up by then, and besides, isn't it all in the past? You also all said that it was an ex-girlfriend, not a current girlfriend. Chenluan's heart tightened, and immediately opened his mouth to explain. For ex-girlfriends alone are so scary, what if we knew there were others? Teng Ziyi smiled softly at the sound of his voice, then reached out and touched his face, saying softly, right. So that's something I can barely accept, but what I can't accept is, why did you let Chizing kiss you in front of me? Pop. Reaching out and grabbing Chen Luan's face, Teng Ziyi increased her volume, her beautiful eyes widened angrily, and when her face was close at the moment, that angry voice startled Chen Luan's eardrums, which also jumped slightly. Kiss me this matter, and not my initiative, is her initiative, at that time Chen Luan hurriedly explained, but in the middle of the explanation, suddenly reacted. Hiss suffered. Exposed. Teng Ziyi sniffed and her Jew lips hooked into a cold smile. You really did wake up then. Why didn't you get up to explain and stop? Was it because you were afraid that we would kill you? Or is it that you just wanted to enjoy Chai's Mei's kiss? Shiba, it feels like how to choose is a question of delivery. Chen Luan's heart tightened. If he said at this moment that he was afraid of being hunted down by them and chose to play dead to escape, it was estimated that he would have to be whipped today. And if he said the latter, he was afraid that he would have to be knifed. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately squeezed out a smile and explained, there are many factors here, but definitely not the latter. Not the latter, right? Good. Teng Ziyi's cool face at the moment hooked up a cold smile, and then the rubber band she had conjured up from nowhere was propped up with one hand, and then she stood up and put up her hair. No. What are you doing with this? What are you tying your hair for? Chen Luan's eyebrows flashed and he felt bad. There were only two possibilities for a woman to tie her hair in this situation. She kicked off her slippers, raised her legs and stepped on the bed, knelt down on Chen Luan's body, and reached out and hissed Chen Luan's blouse open, revealing the strong chest muscles inside. Deng then smoothly opened her cell phone and tapped on her selfie. This scene made Chen Luan feel bad at once. What are you doing? Words have not finished, is by Teng Ziyi get down with a finger to seal the mouth, only to see her gasping voice close. At this moment cold voice, I want to collect the bill. After saying that, Teng Ziyi's pair of vermilion lips instantly imprinted, pressing Chen Luan firmly onto the bed. Duncan carried on with abandon. The cell phone held high in his right hand clearly recorded it all. No matter how much Chen Luan struggled at this moment, there was simply no way to break free from the rope that was tied to his body. All she could do was get pressed to the bed by Duncan and kissed by each. This kiss, not like a loving passionate kiss between lovers, not to mention the feeling of forgetfulness and passion before the passion begins, but a kind of catharsis with anger, with revenge, with the hidden still. Chen Luan even had the feeling that Teng Ziyi wanted to suck all the yang energy out of her mouth. Despite Chen Luan's frantic struggles, at the moment, he was being held by Teng Ziyi's head in a death grip. Even though Chen Luxin knew in his heart that he was somewhat sorry for these women. But the suffocating kiss at the moment did get to him a little too much. Somebody, help me. Knock knock. Right now. There was a sharp knock at the door of the room. Mr. Deng. There's a call from the board of directors for you to answer as soon as possible. Say I'm not available. Duncan shouted back and continued up. I can't, Mr. Deng, the board of directors said there's an emergency, it's about the company's #1 artist, the board of directors told you that you have to answer the phone. The bodyguard explained in an urgent voice outside. Damn. Teng Ziyi sat up and exhaled somewhat angrily. And now that Chen Luan was finally able to breathe air, in an instant, he had a feeling of being saved, and immediately coughed. She got up and sent the video that she had just recorded to Chin Shimmy, then looked at Chen Luan and said, be good and wait for me here, there are bodyguards everywhere, you won't be able to run away. Teng Ziyi reached out and nodded Chen Luan's head, then she fetched her jacket and put it on, I'll be back soon. After all one's words. She then opened the door and left. At this moment, Chen Luan also subconsciously exhaled and lay down on the bed. After glancing back outside. Immediately, he turned back to bite the rope bound to his hand. No running. But just after skimming the corridor, he heard Teng Ziyi's voice. The moment this sound rang out, Chen Luan hastily took a few steps back, hiding in the stairway area, quietly raising his head to look ahead. Only at this moment in front of the sofa, Teng Ziyi was slightly frowning her eyebrows and supporting her forehead with her right hand, as if she was being troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to find a way to help her before he could do so. If he could help her out of her troubles, not only would he be able to save her, but he might even be able to get her to release her from her captivity. Thinking of this, Chen Luan looked up once again. See suddenly. At this moment, two special numbers appeared on Teng Ziyi's brain. Teng Ziyi. Heartbeat value, 40. Hate value, 60. Chapter 20 A little E, for Mr. Deng to fish into a warped mouth. Heartbeat value? Hate value? Chen Luan frowned slightly. Looks like it's a newly triggered detection feature after the superphone upgrade? That is, the higher the hate value, the more it will trigger a series of butterfly effects as a result? Take for example that bad ending for Teng Ziyi. What's with the feeling of rating an ex-girlfriend and redeeming yourself in the process? Mr. Deng, now by your second uncle led by the board of directors of many old people, is preparing to an hour later, held in the company on this Fu Xiaonan pornographic photos of the incident solution, when the Fu Xiaonan is your strength of opinion introduced at first, Fu Xiaonan was introduced by you, and the company gave her a lot of resources tilted, now there is such a thing, the photos on the network are flying all over the place, our company's stock market has also plummeted as a result. I am worried that your second uncle will unite with other old people this time, and take this as a means to take advantage of the difficulties to you. The assistant secretary was standing at the side, holding the iPad in his hand and spoke. Richie Nam? Chen Luan had an impression of this woman. It is said that she seems to be the artist that Teng Ziyi personally raised up, whose extraordinary ability involves the two major circles of songs and movies, and the effect is excellent. It's also garnered a lot of dividends in traffic for the company over the years. Relying on his strength, he ascended to the title of the #1 artist of Star Emperor Entertainment Group. If nothing else, this year's Golden Horse Awards will definitely be hers. Just did not expect, in this case, actually broke out the so-called sexy photo door. This can directly end the life of an artist things. Especially female artists. I've already spoken to Nan, she said that she hasn't been to the Dunhuang Hotel recently, and those photos taken, including the sneak peeks, she doesn't know how they came about. This matter, there must be someone behind it. Teng Ziyi nodded the armrest of the sofa and said with a serious expression. Could it be? The secretary's brow tightened as if she had thought of something. You know it's him, and I know it's him. But, what's the way to prove it? Now that the photos are being circulated all over the internet, there are pictures and the truth. Even if the person himself comes out and explains, no one will believe it, they will only believe what they see. Listen to what Teng Ziyi said. Chen Luan also subconsciously nodded. It seems that this incident should be a trap set by Teng Ziyi's second uncle in order to seize power. Because this Fu Xiaonan was when Teng Ziyi forcefully signed to the company, so when she has problems, resulting in the company's losses, as well as the plummet of the stock price, and all will be counted on the head of Teng Ziyi. In this case, he then came forward to drive the other members of the board of directors, using this as an excuse for Teng Ziyi to carry out a recall action, can be justified. In this case, it would make sense for him to come forward and drive the rest of the board to use this as an excuse to remove Teng Ziyi. And from her words can be derived, Fu Xiaonan does not seem to have been to the Dunhuang Hotel. There are two possibilities in this case. One is that Fu Xiaonan is lying, and another is that she really has not been to the so-called pornographic photographs, in fact, was taken by other people, and its purpose is to frame Fu Xiaonan. Thus, taking power over Teng Ziyi. Only. What would one have to do, in this situation, to help him? Ding, I guess you want. This scene also made Teng Ziyi's grip on her iPad tighten a few points. Even though she believed in her heart that Fu Xiaonan wasn't such a person, now after seeing this surveillance video, her heart was still shaken because the person on the screen was simply her. Could she really be paid off? The entertainer that you raised with your own hands is now. When is it really backstabbing yourself? What you saw wasn't real. Right now. A voice came from the stairway. It caused Teng Ziyi, who had a stony expression, to instantly raise her head. Only to see that Chen Luan was stepping on the steps all the way towards this side. Why did you come down? Teng Ziyi stood up in confusion, and after seeing Chen Luan's hands and feet loosened, she immediately turned back to look at the bodyguard standing behind her. After the eye contact, 7 or 8 bodyguards rushed up immediately. Wait. I'm here to help you. Seeing that the 7 or 8 bodyguards were about to lift themselves up, Chen Luan immediately shouted. Help me? You're trying to slip away while you can, aren't you? Throw him into the room and chain him up. Teng Ziyi's beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled as she immediately gave orders to her many bodyguards. And no. I really came to help you, you have to believe me. 7 or 8 bodyguards, one person to carry a place, while Chen Luan with the dead body at once gathered in mid-air, and then it is to go upstairs. I'm really here to help you, believe me. Oops. Little ee. Seeing that Teng Ziyi was completely unmoved, Chen Luan immediately went out on a limb and increased the volume of his voice as he walked halfway down the road and shouted out the name. Wait! As expected, right after this voice fell, Teng Ziyi, who hadn't reacted all this time, suddenly raised her hand to stop the bodyguard at the back. She looked back with a surprised face and spoke, What did you just call me? Chen Luan raised his eyebrows, thinking that this trick really worked, so he hurriedly shouted, "Little E, believe me, I'm really here to help you, so you should at least listen to my solution." At this moment, Teng Ziyi's vermilion lips slightly raised, then held back with force, then waved her hand at the bodyguard in front of her. A few bodyguards also immediately carried Chen Luan to the sofa and sat down in front of it when they saw this. "You'd better really have an idea, or else." Teng Ziyi looked up at the stairs. "Don't worry, absolutely no problem." Chen Luan immediately said, "The reason why your current situation is passive is because you can't get evidence that proves that the protagonist on the racy photo is not Fu Xiaonan. Once you can prove that the person in the photo is not Fu Xiaonan, then the situation will be reversed. Not only will the public opinion warm up, the board of directors won't make any more trouble, and you can also catch the person behind the scenes. It's all very well for you to say that, and we would like to do the same, but the question is, where is this kind of evidence that can play a decisive role in reversing the situation?" The secretary beside him couldn't help but retort with a cold snort after hearing these words. Chen Luan smiled at the sound and pointed his thumb at himself. "This evidence, it's here with me." "You?" Both Teng Ziyi and the secretary were stunned. "Right." Chen Luansong took out his cell phone from his arms and shook it. "I have a video in my hand, so as long as I make him public, and then catch the photographer of the previous racy photo incident, I can reverse the current wind direction." Looking at Chen Luan's confident expression, Teng Ziyi's beautiful eyes that were staring closely at him slightly stared. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she had never seen Chen Luan look so confident. Does he really have that kind of video? Or is he just scheming and trying to use it as an opportunity to escape? "We've checked all the surveillance around this Dunhuang hotel and haven't seen any breaks at all, and there is no surveillance inside the Dunhuang hotel, so how could you possibly still have any video in your hands that could be a dead giveaway?" The secretary blankly glanced at him and immediately opened her mouth to retort. In the face of her skepticism, Chen Luan didn't explain much, but instead turned his gaze to Teng Ziyi and spoke, "The things that can help you are in here, little E, whether you believe it or not, it's all up to you." Originally, Teng Ziyi's eyes were still a little hesitant, but after hearing the word Xiaoyi, they instantly loosened. The secretary on the side also couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sneaking a glance at Teng Ziyi, who was vaguely smiling, and said helplessly in his heart, "Hey, a little E, directly to the workplace Athena fishing into a warped mouth. Say it, your conditions." Teng Ziyi pursed her vermilion lips, then raised her eyes and said, "My terms are simple, you can't keep me captive like you did before. I'm a person, not a pet," Chen Luan said in a deep voice. At the outset of these words, the pink fist of Teng Ziyi's right hand was instantly clenched, her beautiful eyes slightly knitted as she said in a deep voice, "At this moment, after all is said and done, you just want to run. Don't worry, even if I leave, I won't completely disappear again like last time. In the future, if you want to find me, you can call me anytime. Trust me." Chen Luan also knew that he had to convince her little by little, otherwise Teng Ziyi would never agree easily. Hearing these words, Teng Ziyi's tightly furrowed brows obviously loosened a few points. The reason why she moved to force Chen Luan to stay by her side was because she was afraid that he would disappear again just like last time. But now, although Chen Luan's words had a certain chance of lying, they were indeed a statement. And that statement also meant that there was still a chance for both of them. And Teng Ziyi actually didn't want to treat Chen Luan like this, but she was just afraid that he would run away again. Nowadays, this company business is something she has to fix. It just so happens that this video in Chen Luan's hands is the key to turning the situation around. Therefore, it was only natural that Teng Ziyi had more to consider in her mind at the moment. Despite some of her disbelief, she was still intent on seeing it. "Mr. Teng." The secretary beside her was still a bit unconvinced by Chen Luan's words at the moment, and when she saw Teng Ziyi fall into silence, she immediately stepped forward to inquire. But Teng Ziyi, who was silent for a moment at the moment, immediately raised her hand, signaling her to keep quiet, and then looked at Chen Luan and said, "Okay, I promise you, but I need to confirm the content of this video first." "No problem." Chen Luan was instantly relieved, reaching out and clicking on the video to hand it to her. At present, Duncan and the secretary, who had lowered their gaze, after it had fallen above the eyes, which had been calm, instantly lit up. The secretary covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "This? How is this possible? This video, where did you get it?" Chapter 21, Hero. Am I? Don't worry about how you got it, all you need to know is that this video can help you solve the company's dilemma and keep Xiaoyi's position. Moreover, with the conversion of the popularity, it will also bring a new round of revenue for the company. The situation nowadays did not allow them to waste any more time. The company's losses will continue to rise if they don't stop in time to fix all this. And the man behind that will certainly speed up the process of taking power. But with this hand of cards, Teng Ziyi will be able to reverse everything, and when the testimony to the whole network is completed, all the previous abuse and accusations, as well as the loss, will be turned into heat and traffic in this instant, pushing the company to new heights, reversing the public opinion, and the revenue will also increase dramatically. Looking at the video in her hand, Teng Ziyi's tightly wrinkled eyebrows instantly loosened, and she looked at Chen Luan with some surprise. I didn't expect that the one who stepped in to help him at this critical moment would actually be him. Although he didn't know where he got this video from, he could have used it to force himself to never meet with him forever, just like the last time. If he really did it this time, Teng Ziyi would be completely dead, and at that time, it wouldn't matter to her if there was evidence or not. But he didn't. All he'd offered was for himself to stop holding him captive and to promise himself that he wouldn't disappear again. That meant that she could see him anytime in the future if she needed to. Just like before? Teng Ziyi's heart warmed at the thought. In that case, he still has himself in his heart. Dropping. Teng Ziyi's favorability has increased by 2 points. Teng Ziyi's hate value drops by 2 points. Seeing that Teng Ziyi had said so, he naturally had nothing else to say and immediately nodded. Mrs. Liu. Teng Ziyi shouted back. Quickly. An older woman came up. What are your orders, Oniai-chan? Order the kitchen to make a plate of sweet and sour pork, oil-blasted prawns, garlic bok choy, steamed carp, a pot of chicken soup, cold beef, and a pot of corn pearl rice. Teng Ziyi's words, as if she was reporting the name of a dish, caused Lu Ma to freeze. It also caused Chen Luan, who was in front, to tighten his heart. These, it seems, are all of your favorite dishes. I didn't realize she remembered it all after all this time. Is there anything else you want to eat? At that moment, Teng Ziyi's voice came. Ah. No, nothing. Chen Luan hurriedly said, speaking of running out from the hospital until now, he really hadn't eaten a single bite of anything. The original table of food that Xiao Iris had made for him, he hadn't even had time to eat it before Teng Ziyi tied him back. That's all then, order it down and get it done as soon as possible. Teng Ziyi commanded with a glance back. Lu Ma sniffed and immediately nodded, heading towards the kitchen. After Teng Ziyi left, Chen Luan also obediently laid down on the sofa. Although there were still many security gatekeepers standing around, at least they were a lot freer than just now. Get the cell phone out of your arms. Unlocked. Only to hear the cell phone messages pouring out like a flood. A succession of message alerts rang out, shaking Chen Luan's hands. I guess the phone system just updated and I couldn't see the messages, but now that the update is complete, they all came out at once. 56 missed calls. 3 of them were from his sister-in-law Du Lingling, 2 were from his best friend old Zhang, and the rest were basically all unfamiliar callers. And while WeChat ad messages continue, text messages are swarming like a tidal wave. Hero, I'm Iris Shaw, how are you? Still alive? Looking at the message sent, Chen Luan touched his forehead somewhat helplessly. Which one of you cares about people so much? Hi, are you still alive? My house is being knocked down by your ex-girlfriend, my parents think I'm in debt and want to beat me up. Where have you been? Looking at the message above, Chen Luan didn't need to guess, he knew that it must have been done by Gua Xiaobai, so he immediately replied back, I'll be back soon. And continuing down the page, he saw many messages from what seemed to be parents who had been saved this time, and on them, almost all of them were 1,000 thank yous, sincere in their feelings, and wanting to come to the door with gifts to thank them in person. There were also a lot of text numbers that matched up perfectly with missed calls. Looking at the densely packed thank you text messages in front of him, Chen Luan had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Granted, his intentions weren't that great initially, but it's also true that what he did saved so many innocent children. This letter of thanks is also touching Chen Luan's heart. Look down. He soon noticed an official message. Mr. Chen Luan, thank you very much for sacrificing your life to rescue more than 500 children in our city. 3 days later, the mayor of this city will personally present you with an award. We contacted your phone and no one answered, so we are hereby distributing the message, and we hope that after you see it, you will reply to us as soon as possible, so as to get ready in advance. Put down your cell phone. Chen Luan leaned against the sofa and couldn't help but clench his fists. Heroes. Am I? Star Emperor Entertainment Inc. In the lobby of the boardroom. At the moment, a group of figures in suits are sitting in 2 rows in front of the table talking anxiously. Forward most left position. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, on the other hand, was leaning on the back of his chair, silently looking at everything in front of him. Noticing the anxious expressions of the group of people in front of him, his sunken face was tickling a faint light smile every now and then. Bang! Quickly! A shareholder immediately slapped the table and roared, "This Fu Xiaonan made such a disgraceful thing, causing our Star Emperor Entertainment Company, now become the laughingstock of the industry. Those photos of her are now flying all over the net, causing our company's share price to fall again and again. I propose, directly terminate the contract with Fu Xiaonan, avoiding our company to suffer from any more losses and nonsense." I said at first that Fu Xiaonan does not look like a serious person, but Mr. Deng wants to promote her, and said that she is future star, will be a. It's ridiculous that the person in charge of Star Emperor Entertainment would do such a thing. I don't think she's even qualified to be the person in charge of our Star Emperor Entertainment right now. The voices are getting louder down there. The dissatisfaction with Teng Ziyi has grown deeper. Please don't worry, in the future, I will lead you. Since second uncle is not willing to compete with my niece for a position. Today, then, please step aside and see how my niece, me, can solve this predicament. Chapter 22, Murphy? She has a high-ranking person behind her. Mr. Deng. Mr. Deng is finally here. Did she just say that she has a way to fix all this? Really? She's willing to break her contract with Fu Xiaonan? Inside the conference room. As Teng Ziyi appeared over, she first fell into. Teng Ziyi, I'm going to see how you're going to solve today's trouble. I've been thinking about it. Deng Tianchang made a wink at the shareholder who had previously driven the mood of the scene. That shareholder immediately stood up when he saw the situation. Mr. Tang, I believe you also know about the unfavorable comments about the company outside now. Now Fu Xiaonan's racy photos have been spread all over the major websites, many partner companies have asked to terminate the contract, and our share price is also plummeting. This woman was the one you were bent on recruiting into the company in the first place, and now because of her alone, she has caused such a great loss to the company. You need to give us an explanation today. Yes, we have to be given an explanation. The many shareholders at the table responded at the moment. After all, for them, it has been greatly detrimental to their own interests. If you just terminate Fu Xiaonan's contract, the company will lose interests that are simply irreparable. You have to give a reasonable proposal. Mr. Tang, I heard that at this critical moment, you still have the time to go to the hospital to fight with a group of women who don't know what they look like to steal a man. As the person in charge of Star Emperor Entertainment, it's really a bit too ridiculous for you to do so. Mr. Deng, we are all people who have followed your father. We don't want the company to be deserted because of you. Not bad. If Mr. Tang really doesn't have the ability, why don't you just step aside and give way today? After all, the development of the company is the most important thing. Numerous shareholders had spoken out to voice their grievances, making Deng Tianchang's heart very happy. Because he knew that the more people who came out to make trouble, the more chances he had. It's really ridiculous. These years, Mr. Tang led Star King Entertainment to take one award after another, leading the company step by step, became one of the entertainment industry's entertainment company, but also has the entertainment industry half of the country. Which one of you here is not relying on Mr. Tang's pockets bulging? Now just out of such a thing, you want to force Mr. Tang to give up his position, don't you think it's shameful? The secretary on the side just couldn't listen anymore at this moment, and immediately stood out and shouted. This is a board meeting. When is it your turn for a secretary to speak? A shareholder immediately frowned and scolded when he heard these words. That is. Great niece, it's not that second uncle wants to take your position, it's really that the basket you stabbed this time is really too big. Big brother gave such a big foundation to you, surely he also doesn't want to collapse on this. Second uncle is your elder, he should help you to bear all of this. If you are willing to do so, second uncle can help you to solve these troubles. Second uncle also promises you that even if second uncle sits in this position, the share dividends belonging to you will definitely remain unchanged. Listening to the voices in my ears, Teng Ziyi, who had been silent for a moment, couldn't help but laugh, and couldn't help but clap her hands on top of this seat. After this loud and clear clapping sound rang out, the stage, which was originally buzzing with discussion, instantly became much quieter, and everyone shifted their gaze to Teng Ziyi's body. And at this moment, Teng Ziyi finally realized the importance of this video that Chen Luan had given herself. It's also kind of like knowing how hard the game is laid out today. Without Chen Luan's help, she would have inevitably been devoured by this gang of man-eating hungry wolves today. This second uncle in front of him looked kind and kindly, but in reality, his heart was quite deep. If we really let him sit in this position and still want shares? I'm afraid there's nothing left. What a good show of forcing the palace, what a good hand of killing with a borrowed knife. Teng Ziyi clapped her hands with a sneering cold smile, but You guys seem to have forgotten that I came here today to solve the company's troubles. Solve the trouble? Mr. Tang's solution to solve the trouble is to terminate the contract with Fu Xiaonan, right? A shareholder sniffed and laughed coldly. Mr. Deng, this time the matter has become so big that my company has lost up to more than $1 billion. Can't it be solved by terminating the contract of one Fu Xiaonan? That's right, there's such a big storm on the internet right now. Even if the contract is terminated, what's the point and how many people will believe it? At the outset of these words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Deng Tiancheng's face also revealed a satisfied light smile. This was the effect he wanted. As soon as Deng's incompetence is established, he, then, can be the savior of this farce. When did I say that my solution was to break the contract with Fu Xiaonan? However, at this very moment, in the face of the crowd's skepticism, Teng Ziyi was holding one hand on the table, gently raising her eyes with a confident expression. Everyone in the room was stunned. Even Teng Tiancheng, who had been secretly snickering, had a stiff expression at the moment. Not terminate the contract with Fu Xiaonan? Then what else can you do? Mr. Deng, I can tell you that in today's situation, even if you use the funds in the company's account for public relations, it's useless. After they pondered, they spoke at once. Teng Ziyi sniffed and laughed softly, waving at the secretary beside her. The secretary sniffed and instantly reached out and clicked on the rear projector. I got a video today, which, as it happens, is related to this one, so please, everyone, join me for a piece. After all one's words. Get over there and a couple of you guys go around and make a 1 against 5 situation. You tilt your head down so you look more like Fu Xiaonan. Lie down and pluck her clothes, yes, the more they burn the better. A succession of voices from above. It made the shareholders who were originally disdainful immediately change their color. The conversation inside made them instantly aware of the situation. These words were obviously shot on purpose by the people in the video, and there is a suspicion of self-filming and self-direction, especially the line, tilt your head down, more like Fu Xiaonan. Teng Ziyi smiled lightly at the sound, reached out and pressed pause, then reached out and took the file and threw it onto the table, and opened her mouth. This is the video output time data that I specially looked for the official identification. In this era of advanced information, anything can be modified, but only the video production time data cannot be modified, because it is under the jurisdiction of the official, and this angle happens to be the surveillance extracted screen at that time. You guys can carefully compare the video production time, and the appearance time of the photo. The moment that voice rang out, the people in front of them immediately took the document and checked it out. Even Teng Tiancheng frowned and flipped through it. Only to find out that the times are exactly the same. There is no possibility of counterfeiting at all. He gritted his teeth and subconsciously clenched his fists. I didn't think this woman would think of this step. How is this possible? Where did she get the video? And where did she get this powerful tactic? No way. Everything that he had managed to plan with great difficulty should never be thrown away. Thinking of this, Teng Tiancheng hurriedly put down the file and said, even if all of this is true, it can only mean that the Fu Xiaonan inside the video was filmed by someone who was counting on her. But the root cause of all this is still on her, and the loss she brought to the company is still a fact. Hearing these words, the shareholder who was leading the tempo hurriedly came back to his senses, and immediately said, right, even if Fu Xiaonan is not voluntary, but all of this is still out of her body, then this matter still can't be properly resolved. Sure enough, Teng Tiancheng had begun to get anxious as the plan was exposed step by step. It also means that one is slowly moving towards victory. Don't be in a hurry, second uncle, chess has to be played one step at a time, and the evidence, you have to look at it bit by bit. Teng Ziyi laughed softly on her own and beckoned. The secretary at the back once again clicked play. At this moment in the picture, the Richie Rich spoke up. Ouch, you're hurting me. As the words rang out, the many shareholders present were all startled by their gazes. Teng Tiancheng, who was sitting next to him, even instantly clenched his fists and widened his eyes. This. How can Fu Xiaonan sound like this? Fu Xiaonan has the title of Sweet Queen of Songs, and her best feature is her angelic voice, but this woman in the video clearly has a Cockney voice, which is 100,000 miles away from Fu Xiaonan. This means that what's in this video is not Fu Xiaonan, but someone purposely pretended to be Fu Xiaonan, and then took such a video, the racy photos, which also came out from here. Fists clenched, Teng Tiancheng clenched his back teeth, and cold sweat was already flowing out of his back. When he first devised this one plan, he took into account how this woman and Fu Xiaonan looked alike, but the only thing that was wrong was her voice, which is why he took a picture of it. Because of this, the plan was seamless. But he hadn't thought that Teng Ziyi was actually so tactful that she could actually find this video and make such a mature response. Is there someone high up behind her? Noticing that Teng Tiancheng's expression had changed, that smiling tiger's face finally reacted with panic. Duncan knew it was time. So immediately said, everyone pay attention to see this person, he is holding a camera in his hand, is also the so-called pornographic photo door shooter. And it so happens that today, I also brought him to the company. At the outset of these words, Teng Tiancheng's complexion immediately changed, the body under his buttocks almost couldn't sit still, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Panic had filled his face. It was also at this moment that footsteps came from the rear. A man holding a camera exactly like the one on the video was pushed in. Chapter 23 Reversal continues. Layers of strikes to pick up the truth. The moment the man appeared, Teng Tiancheng's fists immediately tightened. The shock was accompanied by some disbelief in his heart. Her own plan was seamless. How on earth did she find the video and how did she find the filmmaker? Even if their own men out of the mole, but according to their own layers of defense, once the news leakage, their side will certainly receive the wind. But right now, there was no news at all from his own place, while Teng Ziyi had solved everything in such a short period of time. This couldn't help but make him a little suspicious in his mind. Could it be that there really was someone helping him behind the scenes? This person is the person who was holding the camera in the video at that time. Pointing at the person on the ground, Teng Ziyi calmly spoke. Numerous shareholders immediately looked down. Even though the man was vain and kept dodging his face, he was still clearly seen by the crowd. Hiss. Sure enough, it's him. Yeah, this guy looks exactly like the guy in the video. The voices of the many shareholders around them rang out, and the expression of the man who had led the tempo earlier began to grow more and more flustered. Teng Ziyi smiled at the sound and gently waved her hand. A couple of security guards smoothly stepped forward and pinned the man to the ground, reaching down and grabbing him by the hair and lifting his head up with one hand. You're suspected of maliciously spreading rumors and smearing my company's artists, and wantonly spreading false racy photos, causing my company to lose more than $1 billion. Once these few offenses are dropped, you're destined to spend your entire life in the slammer, and that loss will still need to be borne by you, as well as your family. Teng Ziyi's cold words fell, making the man on the ground look startled. He panicked and said, Deng. Mr. Deng. This is none of my business. I was instructed by someone else. They also gave me money and threatened me not to say anything or let my whole family get out of the imperial capital. I had no choice but to do as I was told. Please spare my life, Mr. Deng. Watching the man in front of him confess at the speed of light. The body of the person who had led the tempo before went limp, and cold sweat had begun to slide off his forehead in large handfuls. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Teng Tiancheng in front of him, only to find that at this moment, Teng Tiancheng was only turning his back to him, not showing the slightest hint of wanting to discuss the next situation with him. And after hearing these words, the shareholders present also came to the realization that someone was really behind all this. So, you're willing to give an account of the person behind it? Teng Ziyi sniffed, her white fingertips gently nodded on the table and spoke softly. Yes, yes. This time, it's all because someone inside your company instructed me, and the person behind it, it's him. After that person broke free from the security guards, he immediately got up and pointed at the shareholder who had led the tempo. At the outset of these words, everyone present was shocked. That shareholder's face turned white, and he quickly retorted loudly, You're talking nonsense, I don't know you at all, you're maliciously planting evidence. Beware that I will sue you and have you squatted in jail. Mr. Deng, I'm not talking nonsense, is that he let me take people to go with the fake Fu Xiaonan to take pictures, he gave me 200,000, let me not say it, the time I remember, is April 28th, I was keeping an eye out, so in the transaction, I recorded, you listen. I'll listen to it. After saying that, the man immediately reached into his pocket and took out his cell phone, playing the recording. After hearing the voice in the cell phone, the shareholder with the rhythm immediately changed his expression and rushed forward to hit, you bastard, you actually eat me, and also dare to secretly record. I don't want to go to jail. This matter, itself, has nothing to do with me, it's all because you instructed me. The man shrank and shouted loudly at the moment. You! Lu Zhang! You're at least a shareholder of the company, how dare you victimize the company's interests like this in order to deal with Mr. Deng? That's right, as a member of Star Emperor Entertainment, designing against Mr. Deng, and causing us to almost fall into your trap of removing Mr. Deng, you have a good and evil mind. Asshole, you have to pay for this today. Many accusations came. At this moment, Lu Zhang also immediately laughed to the sky, and then said, "Yes, all this is what I did, all is what I did. I just can't stand the fact that a woman like her is still qualified to be in charge of Star Emperor Entertainment. She doesn't deserve it. I'm just going to make her lose her reputation, so don't hesitate to come at me, I don't care." These words that were close to insanity also caused the corner of Teng Tiancheng's mouth, who was sitting in the front, to curl up into a light smile. Fortunately, he had been prepared. "Teng Ziyi, even if you find out about all this, there's still a scapegoat to take the blame for me. As long as I don't fall, I still have 10,000 ways to deal with you." And this scene, as it happens, was also watched by Teng Ziyi, son of grandmother's brother or sister. "Do you really think I'm not prepared?" Reached out and snapped his fingers. The secretary in the back immediately reached into her pocket and took out a box and handed it to Teng Ziyi. Teng Ziyi took the box and went up, came to the man's face and spoke, "I have something here. After you read it, then you can decide whether or not you should take this on." As the words fell out of her mouth, Deng reached down and opened the box, which contained a cherry bombshell doll. Seeing this scene, Lu Zheng's originally laughing expression suddenly froze. He looked flustered and took the box, looking up in surprise. "How did you?" "Just listen to this." The secretary came behind him, patted Lu Zheng's shoulder and spoke close to his ear. "Your daughter and your wife have already been rescued by General Manager Teng from Teng Tiancheng and sent to the hospital, and have already arranged for surgery." At the outset of these words, the originally surprised Lu Zheng hurriedly turned his head to look at Teng Ziyi. He never thought that even in this situation, Teng Ziyi still chose to save his daughter and wife, and it was precisely because his wife and daughter fell into the hands of Teng Tiancheng, coupled with Teng Tiancheng's lure of money and position, that he agreed to cooperate with him to impeach Teng Ziyi today. But now, the situation has been exposed. Lu Zheng knows that his wife and daughter are in the hands of Teng Tiancheng, and can never be exposed. Once exposed, they will not be able to live. So, in order to preserve his daughter and wife, he intends to carry everything alone, and even if he goes to jail himself, he will at least leave a way out for his wife and daughter. However, what he did not expect was that Teng Ziyi, whom he had been targeting and even wanted to impeach, had saved his wife and daughter at the critical moment regardless of previous suspicions, and on the contrary, it was Teng Tiancheng who, after the incident was exposed, instead of bailing him out, treated him as an outcast. With such habits, if he really took power, he was afraid that the first person he would have to settle for was himself, and the cherry pill doll in the box before was the one that his daughter had been holding in her arms. "Mr. Deng." At this moment, the impressed Lu Zheng immediately knelt down and spoke, "I confess to everything. All of this is your second uncle Teng Tiancheng's plan. It was he who asked me to contact this person and take these photos, the purpose of which was to deal with you. He also arrested my wife and daughter, threatened me to cooperate with him, and turned on you in the conference room today, thus driving the shareholders and forcing you to surrender your position in favor of his succession. All of this is his plot." The excited words fell. All the shareholders present were shocked and changed their color. "I didn't realize that today's farce would have so many reversals. What's more, he didn't expect that it was actually Teng Tiancheng who designed behind all this. A bunch of nonsense." Teng Tiancheng frowned and stood up, turning around and pointing at Lu Zheng on the ground, cursing, "You're obviously sick and desperate now. You want to plant evidence. It's you that's on top of this, as well as the filmmaker's fingerprints. What does it have to do with me? I am Ziyi's second uncle, the second largest shareholder of the company. Why would I want to scourge my own niece? That's because you want to sit in her position. You're not willing to do so. That's why you're designing all of this, and the purpose of it is to use public opinion, as well as the loss to the company, to drive her out of this position." Lu Zhang shouted at the top of his voice. Now that he no longer had any handle on the other party, he simply exploded. "Humph! Dare to plant evidence at will without proof, security guard. Drag this person down. I will sue him for maliciously planting evidence." Teng Tiancheng expected that at this moment, he could directly conclude that he was the evidence behind this, just by virtue of Lu Zheng's confession. It would be impossible to prove all this, so he immediately ordered. "But I didn't expect it." Has not spoken Teng Ziyi, but at this time, spoke Uncle too. "It seems like you have a lot of confidence in your plan, and also believe that you can definitely pick it out after your plan is exposed, right? But, alas. The video I'm going to show you today can be unaware of that point just now." Teng Ziyi turned around, her calm face hooked up a light smile. That aura of being the person in charge of Star Emperor Entertainment was in full swing, as if everything was in her anticipation, not arrogant and calm. Words to that effect. It also left Teng Tiancheng somewhat unprepared. And the video? What a video! "Mr. Deng, it's all settled. The photos, I picked a few of the most likable ones. When the time comes, they will be substantially distributed to the various platforms. The Water Army rhythm has also been found. once it is sent out, it will immediately create momentum. In the video, Lu Zhang said to Deng Tiancheng, "Good, once the storm set off, Star Emperor Entertainment is bound to suffer losses. At that time, I will convene a general meeting of shareholders. You cooperate with me. Together with this matter like Teng Ziyi hair difficult, I want her to hand over the identity of the Star Emperor Entertainment in charge of the identity of the person, and after that, you then logically elected me to sit in the position. After the matter is completed, I'll hand over your wife and daughter to you. In addition, before promised you the money and position, I will also give them to you." Watching what's happening on the video, Teng Tiancheng's expression gradually panicked as he fiercely got up and roared, "This is not true, this is a fake. Teng Ziyi, you are even trying to harm your second uncle, you are simply disobedient and unfilial." Deng Ziyi sniffed with a cold smile and lifted up the documents in her hand. "Second uncle, these are the IPs attributed to the Water Army rhythms that I found out, and almost a large portion of them are from your area." Pop slapped the file on the table. The shareholders in the room were so shocked that they looked down and flipped through the pages. "I'm going to return what I just said to you, even your own flesh and blood niece is counting on you, you're really a good elder. You." Deng Tiancheng was completely exposed, anger covered his face, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "I didn't expect that I had calculated everything, but I actually lost in the hands of this little girl like you. Where exactly did you get these videos from? It is simply impossible for you to have such means. Absolutely impossible. From where, you'd better go to jail and slowly think about it." As the words fell, two officers in police uniforms walked in, flashed out the arrest warrant, and spoke. "Deng Tiancheng, you are suspected of maliciously creating fake racy photos, hiring people to spread inappropriate photos, and gathering a crowd of people to create a silver disturbance, and you are now under arrest according to the law. Let go of me. Teng Ziyi, if it wasn't for someone helping you behind the scenes, you would have rolled out of this position already. I defy you. I don't submit." At the time of capture, the voice of disobedience continued to resonate through the hallway. And at this moment, Teng Ziyi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah. This time, it's really thanks to him. Chapter 24. There are three treasures against men: beauty, money, and eating until you're full. Hours later, inside Teng Ziyi's office, the secretary pushed open the door of the room, full of excitement ran in and opened his mouth. "Mr. Deng, after we released the truth of the matter, with the push of the waves, the wind on the network instantly changed dramatically. The netizens learned of the truth, began to spontaneously voice support for Fu Xiaonan, and those previous cooperation companies also came back. Not only that, but there are even more companies who have seen us this time in the face of the public opinion when it comes to the means of solving the problem, and have asked for cooperation. The company's stock price has increased dramatically, several times compared to what it was before, and we're not only getting traffic and heat, but it's all positive buzz. Fu Xiaonan is even more securely seated at this year's Golden Eagle Awards. A steady stream of good news in our ears. At this moment, it's like a floodgate opening up. The smash almost made Teng Ziyi a little dizzy. With such a wonderful ending, even she, an iceberg beauty, couldn't help but smile now. She had thought that it would solve the company's troubles, but she hadn't thought that it would actually bring so many benefits. It was like being in a honeypot now, and it made her happy and accomplished. Any time in the past, it was never as fulfilling as it is now. Ha! I didn't think that video of Chen Luan's actually had such a great ability. I don't know where he got it from. It's totally the key for us to turn the situation around. This time, for us to be able to solve all this so quickly and get so many benefits, we really thank him properly." The secretary couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Recalling that earlier in Teng Ziyi's villa, she had somewhat questioned Chen Luan's words, believing that he was deliberately talking big in order to run away. But today, after experiencing all this personally, she realized that this kid is really a bit of a means to an end. No wonder, can pick up Mr. Deng, even if he dumped Mr. Deng still can't forget him. Yeah. It's really thanks to him this time. Teng Ziyi raised her beautiful eyes slightly and murmured softly. But the happiness in her heart at the moment was instantly suppressed by worry and loss when she thought of Chen Luan. Originally, she should have been happy that Chen Luan had helped her this time, but all she could think of in her mind at the moment was the image that Chen Luan would use this incident next to get rid of herself. He had done himself such a great favor today, how could he possibly let go of such a good opportunity? The only reason he's helping me is because he wants to leave, right? Thinking of this, Teng Ziyi's nose was sore, but the stubbornness of being the owner of the company made her hold back the sourness in her heart. Even though Chen Luan promised her that she wouldn't disappear again in the future. But with the last time, Teng Ziyi was also very insecure in her heart, and she was afraid that once she let Chen Luan go, she would never be able to find him again. Thinking of this, Teng Ziyi immediately looked up and asked, "Secretary Lin? How about that, to keep a man's heart?" Secretary Lin froze at the sound of his voice, and was instantly stared at by this coldly assaulted question from Mr. Deng. Holy! Mr. Deng is asking me to teach me how to chase men? It seems like it should be today's events that made Mr. Tang once again have the idea of wanting to get back together with Chen Luan, right? But also right, Chen Luan can find this kind of video, then it means that he is definitely not an ordinary person. If he really got back together with Mr. Deng, then in the future Star Emperor Entertainment may be better. Thinking of this, Secretary Lin hurriedly said, "This. There are many ways to keep a man's heart, and this one is to rely on beauty." Beauty? Teng Ziyi subconsciously reached out and touched her face. Men are visual creatures. Sometimes, what they can't choose, their dicks will choose for them. Secretary Lin spoke out of turn, hearing Teng Ziyi frown in some embarrassment. "I think in this regard, Mr. Deng, you have no problem at all, so you can try to wear some sexier clothes in front of him often, such as what kind of stewardess clothes maid outfit black silk all sorts of silk, men love this bite." Listening to Secretary Lin's flowery words, Teng Ziyi only felt her cheeks blush, and she was mortified at the thought of those clothes. Then immediately, he raised his hand and said, okay, let's leave this one alone for now. What about the second one?" The second thing is to rely on strength. Simply put, it's financial strength. Financial power? Teng Ziyi was a bit puzzled. "Mr. Deng, you do not know, nowadays the boys moving wannabe rich women, including many novels now, will go to write the male protagonist as a rich woman. The network of the boys to see can be exciting, not to mention the boys, even the girls also like to move to be a tycoon. Food and clothing is not worried about, who is not happy If there could be a day when a tycoon suddenly descends and throws me a card and tells me to swipe it any way I want, then I'd be insanely heartbroken, too." Secretary Lin cupped her hands and fantasized with an obsessive look on her face. These words also made Teng Ziyi touch her chin slightly. Speaking of which, when she was dating Chen Luan before, she had often spent money on things for Chen Luan, and she never cared about the price of anything. Just, never did, give him the card and let him buy it on his own. Now that I think about it, at that time, I didn't seem to care much about what he actually liked at all, but rather a brainwave of buying him things that I thought he would like. Today, Secretary Lin's words also made her instantly come to a realization. The third thing is, it's a good cook. My mom always said that to keep a man's heart, you have to keep his stomach, and no man will not like a little cook. Men are a species that will love a house, and the happiest thing to most guys is to come home after a busy day and have a hot dish in the pot. That's a blessing to them and will make them feel at home. I see. Teng Ziyi was listening incomparably attentively, to the point where she couldn't help but take out her notes and record them. It's just a shame. I don't know how to cook. Teng Ziyi frowned slightly. But she quickly shook her head. As the queen of the business world, what kind of situation have you never seen? All kinds of contracts you can make a decision in a few seconds, and you can't learn to cook? Thinking of this, Teng Ziyi immediately revealed a right. Remember that Fruity White is also one of his ex-girlfriends. Does that guy really like these clothes? Thinking of this, Teng Ziyi immediately clicked on two of them, directly chose to buy, and then backed it on the table, panicked and busy. Interjection of surprise. Shui. Afternoon. Chen Luan, who was far away from the villa, sneezed a big sneeze. Who's cursing me? He rubbed his nose and couldn't help but stretch out on the couch. Ouch. This is too boring. This Teng Ziyi home, how even a high-configuration computer are not. At least a high-configuration computer, let yourself play the game is also okay This constant lying on the couch and playing with your cell phone can get tiresome. Why don't you take a walk? Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately got up. The bodyguards around him also immediately followed as if they had auto-follow-on when they saw this. Helplessly skimming his mouth, Chen Luan didn't bother to take care of them and immediately left the villa. 3 p.m. When the sun is shining. Maple Pavilion waterfront strip. There's a lot of flowers. The environment is elegant and quite a paradise. One after another, villas rose up, each in a very beautiful style. Chen Luan, who was watching, also nodded frequently. I can only say that this place is worthy of being a rich area. The environment is really first class, more than 100 times stronger than the old raggedy little one that I rented. Under the sunlight's illumination, looking at this surrounding scenery, Chen Luan's mood was much more relaxed. Such a nice setting, it would be nice to set up a grill and jerk off here. Honey, haven't you always wanted to go to an amusement park? Go, Daddy will take you there today. In the middle of walking, a man's voice came faintly from the zone ahead. Don't, get off me, Mom says you're not my dad. I don't want to be with you. A girl's voice followed, hearing Chen Luan subconsciously raise an eyebrow. What a familiar voice, I think I've heard it somewhere before. With this thought, Chen Luan subconsciously accelerated his steps and couldn't help but raise his head towards the side of the flower bed. A man in a suit was seen to be tugging on the hand of a small girl with a double ponytail in a deadly grip, seemingly yanking her outward with all his might. Stinky girl. I'm your father, now I'm going to take you away, even if your mom is there, she can't stop you, be a good boy and don't resist, otherwise I'll make you look good. The man in the suit had a fierce look and angry words that didn't sound at all like what a father should look like. I don't want it, let go of me. The little girl struggled frantically for a few moments, and instantly bit down on the man's arm. The man yelled as the pain hit him and lifted his hand to fling it away. The little girl landed on the ground and rolled around, and also rolled right outside the flower bed and into Chen Luan's line of sight. After taking a good look at the little girl's face, Chen Luan's gaze was immediately startled. Isn't this Sister Ji's child? Chapter 25 Heavenly God descends to earth? Canopy descended to earth, right? Little, you dare to bite me. The man in the suit who had been bitten was now furious, staring with two wide eyes and gritting his teeth as he walked up. One grabbed the little girl on the ground. I have to teach you a lesson today. After all one's words. The man in the suit raised his large hand and smashed it down towards the little girl's face in one smooth motion. Pust. At this very moment of urgency. The man in the suit who hadn't yet had the chance to slap him only felt a wave of gravity strike him, hitting his waist, and in the next second, his body slumped, and with gravity, he flew straight out, his entire body falling to the ground. The little girl's figure shifted, and in the next second, she was protected in the arms of the attacking Chen Luan. You. Brother Luan. The little girl stabilized her body, looked up, and after seeing Chen Luan's face clearly, the aggrieved face immediately turned into a surprise. Her whole body was thrilled as she instantly reached out her hands to embrace Chen Luan's legs. Meow meow, long time no see. Chen Luan hugged Ji Meow Meow in his arms and immediately laughed. Brother Luan, where have you been all this time? Mom and I miss you so much. Ji Meow Meow tightly hugged Chen Luan's legs, seemingly as if she had seen a savior, but also as if she had seen a long-lost relative. The doll-like eyes, which were holding tears, softly cried. This. Chen Luan sniffed his words, but did not want to lie to a small child, and immediately said, I will tell you when I have time, you tell me now, who is this person? Ji Meow Meow sniffed and looked at the man in the suit in front of her, seeming to think of something, but after noticing his fierce expression, she shrunk back, wanting to speak again. Don't worry, with me here, he won't dare to do anything to you, speak boldly. Chen Luan could see that Ji Meow Meow was frightened by the scene she had just witnessed, so he quickly relieved her. With this calming shot from Chen Luan, Ji Meow Meow nodded her head obediently, then looked up and said, he's a bad guy, my mom has already divorced him, and he's still coming to my house, wanting to take me away to threaten my mom. Brother Luan, don't let him take Meow Meow away, he's going to hurt Meow Meow. Hearing Ji Meow Meow's words, Chen Luan immediately reacted in his heart. It seems that the man in front of him is Ji Xinyu's scummy ex-husband. I remembered that during the time with Ji Xinyu, I had heard him say that back then, her family forced her to marry a rich kid, but that rich kid was a scumbag who ate, drank, and often played with women outside, and later, after their family's accident, the company closed down. This person then wanted to rely on Ji Xinyu to rise again, but helplessly too weak, repeatedly hit the wall, and then Ji Xinyu divorced him and founded his own industry, only to have today's glory. So it seems that this guy should know that Ji Xinyu has money nowadays, that's why he came back to play the emotional card, wanting to take Ji Meow Meow away as a way to threaten Ji Xinyu to take the money. From his impatient attitude just now, as well as his actions of wanting to make a move, it was clear that he didn't care about Ji Meow Meow's safety at all. You little, I'm your father. You actually dare to talk about me like that. The man in the suit gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground, indignantly shouting, and you? Chen Luan, right? I know you, you're that concubine of my ex-wife, right? How dare you hit me? Watch what you say. You say you're River's father and you call her little. Then wouldn't you be old? Chen Luan crossed his arms and spoke in a cold voice as he looked at the man in the suit in front of him. You. Also, you and Sister Ji are divorced, who are you to meddle in other people's business? If you want to talk about a messy private life, it seems like you, the married emperor of the great sword of treasure, is even more messy, right? What? You've contracted a disease and now you want to trick Meow Meow into blackmailing Sister Ji into giving you money to cure your disease? Chen Luan looked him up and down and immediately opened his mouth to dislike him back. Humph. The man in the suit snorted coldly and immediately said, Chen Luan, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? That in your hospital is now known all over the internet. Don't you also play with women? And so many ex-girlfriends, what qualifications do you have to say here that I'm not also an asshole? You're right. I am indeed an asshole. But get this straight, it's a handsome asshole who's calling out a lewd asshole right now. Lew's words are so useful. You're the one who's obscene. When I was young, I was known as the wandering little white dragon, and my face was as good as the next world. The man in the suit shouted with a defiant face. The god of heaven descended to earth? Canopy descended to earth, right. Chen Luan calmly disliked back. You. Suitman angry face changed greatly, immediately angrily a sleeve is to come up to do it, but at this moment, the dense footsteps came, only to see the rear of the bodyguards who watched the play for a long time directly rushed up, directly the suitman surrounded. In the center. Suddenly surging up so many tall and black-clothed bodyguards surrounded him in the center, the man in the suit's original angry expression instantly dissipated. He obviously did not expect Chen Luan to have prepared for this, and also equipped with so many bodyguards. As he spoke, his swollen nostrils were still bleeding out of his nose, his face was full of panic, and his body was backing up. Chen Luan sniffed coldly, this time we'll give you a lesson, if there is a next time. Brother Luan, he also took the card Mom gave me. Just as Chen Luan was planning to end it there, Ji Miao Miao in his arms suddenly opened her mouth and pointed at the man in the suit in front of her. At the outset of these words, the man in the suit whose heart was already halfway down almost spat blood in anger. The many bodyguards around him also turned back again at this moment, staring at him with gloomy gazes. This kind of look made the man in the suit think of his previous fear and hastily took 2 steps back, pointing at Ji Miao Miao and shouting in panic, You this little stinky girl, you want to get old man killed. The agitated look represented that he was clearly weak-minded at the moment. Because he hadn't expected that Ji Miao Miao would make up for him at this critical moment either. You're even robbing children's money? Good, looks like I'm still too lenient with you. Chen Luan looked back at the person in front of him with some disbelief, and in his heart, he could not help but sigh that there were actually people who were even more of a scum than himself. Chen Luan's voice fell. Those bodyguards who had already stopped fighting looked as if they had been activated again at this moment, and each of them walked up with grim faces and clenched fists. What's more, they're pulling out finger rings directly from their arms. What are you guys doing? The man in the suit's face turned white and moved back in fear at the scene in front of him. His injuries from when he had just been violently beaten up were still hurting. I'm his father, what's wrong with me taking her card and using it? It's only natural for a daughter to honor her father, Chen Luan. What qualifications do you have to meddle in this matter? What is your relationship with her? Who are you, him, I, you? Being pressed step by step by a group of bodyguards, the man in the suit became more and more flustered, his cold sweat was pouring out, and he immediately shouted at Chen Luan in front of him. I am his mom before. Chen Luan momentarily exited, but noticed Ji Miao Miao's expression that immediately turned back, then bared his teeth and swallowed back, then transformed. Paid to fight, please give me your stuff to avoid making too much of a mess today, or else, you can only be allowed to come in vertically and go out horizontally. When the words fall, the many bodyguards rushed up again, and without any hint of hesitation, they beat up the man in the suit on the ground. Good. I'll give it back to her, give it back to her. Unable to stand being beaten, the man in the suit finally begged for mercy and scrambled to take out the card from his arms and hold it up. Miao Miao, go get your card back. Seeing this, Chen Luan smoothly put down Ji Miao Miao and opened his mouth. Brother Luan, I'm scared. Ji Miao Miao was obviously still a little scared of the man in the suit. Don't worry, he's just a paper tiger, nothing to be afraid of. Be brave, take back your things, Brother Luan and these bodyguard brothers will protect you. Chen Luan touched Ji Miao Miao's white tender little face, squatted down and said in a gentle tone. Ji Miao Miao turned back to look at the man in the suit at the sound of the voice, then looked at Chen Luan, and finally pursed her small lips and nodded vigorously. She took a small step and walked step by step to the man in the suit, and finally snatched the card from his hand, then ran back to Chen Luan's side with her small legs at the speed of light. Awesome! Chen Luan smiled and pinched her nose, then then picked her up and came in front of the man in the suit, and said in a deep voice, "Listen up, in the future, if I find out that you tried to lay your hands on Meow Meow or harass Sister G again, I'm going to flatten your 8-legged bangs. Is that understood? Listen. The man in the suit was so shocked that his body shrank, and he nodded his head in a hurry. Throw him out. Chen Luan beckoned, and a few bodyguards immediately rolled up their sleeves, and they lifted him up and walked towards the outside. The scene before us. Looking on, Ji Miao Miao clapped her hands happily. "Brother Luan, thank you." Chen Luan smiled gently at the sound, and was planning to send him home. But right now, there was a sudden rush of heels behind her. The next second, a voice that caused Chen Luan to tremble resounded. "River." The pupils shook. The familiar voice from behind. When River, who was in her arms, turned around, she instantly smiled, "Mommy." She got off the ground when she immediately ran quickly in the direction of Ji Xinyu. "River, are you okay? Are there any injuries?" Ji Xinyu looked tense as she hugged her daughter before quickly surveying her body and asking after her in an urgent voice. "No. Mom, thanks to Brother Luan saving me, otherwise, River would have been captured," Ji Miao Miao said with an innocent face. "Lu? Brother Luan?" Ji Xinyu's beautiful eyes were startled at the sound of his voice, her heart couldn't help but pick up, and her entire face instantly lifted up to look towards the front. "Yes, Brother Luan, right there." Ji Miaomia turned back and pointed, leading Ji Xinyu's gaze to the front. Only to see that familiar figure, who at some point had already slipped next to the flower bed. But the moment that figure appeared, Ji Xinyu's face instantly revealed delight as she looked at the figure in front of her and shouted out sharply, "Shaoan." That gentle voice came. It caused Chen Luan, who had already slipped to the edge of the flower bed, to jolt. Helplessly, he gritted his teeth. He's still not slipping away. Chapter 26. It is said that a sister is good, a sister is a treasure. Sister G, good. Long time no see. Slowly turning his stiff neck, Chen Luan's face squeezed out a light smile and waved his hand in greeting to Ji Xinyu in front of him. Little N. It's really you. Ji Xinyu came forward with a face full of incredulity, and after ascertaining Chen Luan's identity, she seemed to have thought of something, her vermilion lips slightly turned away, her nose turned sour, and then her entire body pounced up, her hands holding Chen Luan's neck, and her large jade rabbit also bumped into Chen Luan's chest in the process. Hiss. Sure enough. Even after breaking up for so long, Ji Xinyu's D-cups were still very convincing and had a choppy feeling. No wonder River grew up so young, the food she ate as a child was really good. Yikes. Mom, Brother Luan is shy. Looking at the two hugging together, Ji Miao Miao on the side immediately covered her eyes and then said to the two. Hearing these words, Ji Xinyu reacted to the fact that she was just too happy to see Chen Luan all of a sudden, so she was a bit forgetful for a moment, so she hurriedly broke away from Chen Luan's arms. Straightening her hair, she looked at Chen Luan and couldn't help but ask, "Little N, where have you been during this time? Why have I been unable to find you?" During this period of time, I went to other places and then changed my cell phone number. Chen Luan opened his mouth to explain. And indeed it does. He'd left the imperial capital during this time, and had even been to Bangkok, so wasn't that going somewhere else? And the cell phone number change is also true. After all, cross-country, as well as in other regions, change your cell phone number and save on your phone bill. So how did you end up here today? Is it here to find us? Ji Xinyu spoke softly, subconsciously turning her head to the side, her slightly reddened cheeks setting off the young woman's temperament at this moment in a way that was incredibly alluring. She stole a glance at Chen Luan's expression, then reached out to pull up her sideburns and place them behind her ears. This. Yes, Mom. Brother Luan is here to find us, and just now Brother Luan even saved me. If Brother Luan hadn't suddenly appeared with people, Miao Miao would have been captured by the bad guys. Before Chen Luan could finish his sentence, Ji Miao Miao, who was holding Ji Xinyu's hand by her side, took a step ahead and grabbed the topic to answer. What? Ji Xinyu was shocked at the sound of her voice, and hurriedly pulled Chen Luan's hand in joy, excitedly thanking, "Little N, thanks to you for saving Miao Miao. Earlier, I received a call from my nanny at the company, saying that my ex-husband had broken into the home and wanted to take away Miao Miao, so I rushed back in a hurry, originally thinking that I was a step late, and even already having thoughts of wanting to call the police, but luckily, Miao Miao was fine." Drops. Ji Xinyu's heart value +1. Key sinking fish hate value 1. Current heart rate 71 extremely unstable. Current hate value 29. I'll go. Even such a gentle Jishin still had a certain amount of hate value towards herself. Seems like the hospital thing is doing a lot of harm. But when you think about it, it's true, it's all ex-girlfriends, it's inevitable that there will be some grief. If there's no hate value, then it can't be an ex-girlfriend. It's okay, Sister G, you've treated me well in the past, moreover, I also like Meow Meow very much, so, this is all what I should do. Looking at Jishin tears in her eyes, Chen Luan subconsciously frowned. He could understand how difficult it was for Jishin, and he knew even more how important Meow Meow was to her. I met Jishin by chance. Initially Jishin was sort of his boss. Take care of him already. Once, he saved a lost little girl and took her to the park to guard for a long time before finally guarding her mother, and it was then that she realized that Jishin already had a daughter. Since then, Ji Meow Meow often take the initiative to find Chen Luan, see Chen Luan on his daughter so much. Jishin heart also slowly have feelings for Chen Luan, not only in the work to help Chen Luan step by step to enhance the position, but also often invite Chen Luan to the home as a guest. At that time, Jishin has not yet bought a villa here, but in the North District. Then as time went on, the duo developed a relationship. Until one day, the company suddenly began to spread gossip that Jishin had adopted Chen Luan and was harboring a white boy. But in reality, Jishin had only just turned 30, and compared to Chen Luan, there was only a 6-year gap. But the corporate insanity persists. It was at this time that the duo broke up in order to preserve the company's situation and its reputation. Chen Luan also submitted his resignation letter and left the company. After we split up, Jishin regretted more than once and looked around for Chen Luan's whereabouts. But to no avail, Chen Luan never showed up again. Last time. The news broadcast about Chen Luan's bravery in saving more than 500 children spread all over the internet. Jishin finally had Chen Luan's whereabouts again, so she carefully dressed up, intending to see Chen Luan again. But unfortunately, when she went to the hospital, she did not see Chen Luan, but instead saw her young niece who was also in the ranks of her ex-girlfriends. His own little niece was actually one of his ex-girlfriends, and a whole lot more girls had come to see her. This made Jishin heart a little sad. I've been sleeping in a bit of a trance for the past few days. Until today. She suddenly gets a call from her house sitter that her ex-husband has come to take River away. She, who had always known what kind of virtue that scum was, immediately dropped what she was doing and hurried back home, only to find that her daughter had already been picked up. Panicked, Jishin rushed to chase after her, only to find that her daughter was already safe and sound. After seeing Chen Luan again, Jishin heart was still beating fast. Once again, his daughter was in danger, and he reappeared as he had first seen her and saved her. I don't know how to thank you. Otherwise, you come to my house tonight, I make soup for you to drink? Jishin pursed her vermilion lips and spoke gently. Casserole. Making soup. Chen Luan's gaze shook. This familiar feeling. Inside out. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the old days with Jishin. At that time, Jishin often made soup for him to drink, and this soup is also considered a code word between them. Once Jishin has made soup for the night, it means she's collecting her homework. So Jishin would often get some great chicken soup, fish soup, and all kinds of precious ingredients to give Chen Luan a tonic, and in the end, all of this was used to give back to her. At this moment, when Jishin said this, it was obvious that she was hinting at him. Looking at a scene ahead. Jishin lightly bit her vermilion lips, placing her temples behind her ears, somewhat afraid to look at Chen Luan's eyes. With this reaction and expression, it was obvious that she knew what was going on inside her heart, and also understood that she had definitely heard the code word. Gulping, Chen Luan also felt his heart beating faster. Indeed. Of all his ex-girlfriends, Jishin was the most flavorful. She has a first-class body. Outstanding face. 30 years old, but with the skin feel of early 20s, a unique young woman's temperament, filled with elegance and a captivating scent. Especially when Jishin wore a cheongsam and coiled her hair, it was the most beautiful sight in the world. No words of modification were enough to describe her, and her long black hair was scrunched up. And she will let go and cooperate fully with herself. They say a sister is good, a sister is a treasure. After getting to know Jishin, she sort of completely understood the gold content of this sentence. Coupled with the gold content of those twin peaks thrusting into the clouds, it was at least a top 5 ranking when placed in the ranks of one's ex-girlfriends. Until now, Chen Luan was still touched when he thought of her, not to mention her invitation at this moment. The reason why the front want to slip, in fact, also only worried about the hospital things, will lead to Jishinyu interrogation, did not expect. Jishinyu did not like other ex-girlfriends like to inquire about their own, questioning themselves, but from beginning to end did not mention those things at all. She still used and when she was with their own gentle attitude to treat themselves. But even so, he himself was caught back by Teng Ziyi today. Moreover, Teng Ziyi would be back at night, and if she couldn't find herself at that time, she was afraid that she didn't know what would happen again. There's such a thing as soup, anytime. Today, I'm afraid it won't work. Thinking of this, Qianluan somewhat helplessly clenched his fists, then said, Sister Ji, I'm really a bit sorry, I still have some things to deal with tonight, so I probably won't be able to come for a while. Next time. I will definitely come next time. Hearing these words, a look of loss was evident on Ji Xinyu's face. However, she also adjusted quickly, and immediately squeezed out a smile and shook her head. It's okay, little one, if you have something to do, go ahead and take care of your own business, and the next time, I'll make an appointment with you. It's true that it's better to talk to a gentle young woman. Aha! Qianluan nodded, then took out his cell phone and said, This is my new cell phone number, Sister Ji, if anything happens in the future, you can call me. Good. Ji Xinyu smiled gently and after taking down the call, she bid farewell to Qianluan. Goodbye Brother Luan, next time be sure to come to the house as a guesto. Ji Miaomio also raised her small white hand and waved her hand at Qianluan. Definitely. I'm off, bye. Qianluan said, and immediately waved his hand and turned to leave. Watching Qianluan's figure fade away in front of him, Ji Miaomia turned back to her mother beside her and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Mom, will Brother Luan still come to see us? Will do. Ji Xinyu sniffed and smiled gently, then said, Because Brother Luan probably lives right next door to us. Really? Ji Miaomio immediately revealed a delighted smile at the sound of her voice as she bounced a bit and happily said, Great. That's great. We're neighbors with Brother Luan. The happy voice of her daughter in her ears also made Ji Xinyu smile and nod. She had already memorized the appearance of those bodyguards in the party. She, who was very familiar with this place, instantly recognized that those bodyguards were the bodyguards of Teng Ziyi, the president of Star Emperor Entertainment, who lived next door to her. Chapter 27 Would Transformers call Netflix if they were lonely? Upon returning to the villa, Qianluan, who had just laid down, felt the phone in his arms vibrate. Picking up his cell phone, he found that it was actually a video call from old Zhang. Hey! I hang you son, you a happy son in the end is not still alive. Why did not you give your old beans a phone call to say a word? If you don't need that phone, why don't you donate it to the Red Cross? The moment the phone was connected, old Zhang's overwhelming Cantonese accented greeting came from there. In the camera, old Zhang, whose right eye was swollen, was raising his nostrils and shouting at Qianluan. Startled by the voice coming from his ears and subconsciously squinting his eyes to take it a few points farther, Qianluan spoke somewhat helplessly, Isn't it that there hasn't been any time? No time, huh? If you don't have time, go online, then you can not only buy time, but also adjust the time. Old Zhang said with some exasperation. Well, don't be angry, what's wrong with your eyes? Qianluan looked at the camera and couldn't help but ask old Zhang's eyes that were swollen like billiard balls. Oh, don't mention it, it's all because my old man beat me up. I told him it had nothing to do with me, but he still punched me in the face, but it's okay, I've practiced, I'm durable. Old Zhang waved his hand and said. This time it's really thanks to you, next time. Next time, I'll treat you to roast goose legs, for left legs. Qianluan smiled somewhat awkwardly. Speaking of which, I really have to thank old Zhang, not only did he advance himself the medical expenses in the first place, but he also covered for himself, and even though he was a bit angry when the call was connected, he still didn't scold himself too harshly. He hasn't had many friends over the years, and old Chang is one. Although he is not in tune on weekdays, he is still very righteous in critical moments. You better be. Seeing that Qianluan had said so, old Zhang didn't say anything more, then subconsciously touched his eyes and sucked in a breath of cool air. To have 4 roast goose legs to eat, it's kind of like he didn't get this beating for nothing. Qianluan smiled at the sound, then said, By the way, you should have called today for more than just this matter, right? Oh yes. Old Zhang sniffed, immediately put down his right hand, seems to think of something, quickly said, Last time I told you, my old bean day after tomorrow's 60th birthday, do banquet, you still come to the bleh. Qianluan raised an eyebrow at the sound and reacted instantly. Yeah. Almost forgot about this important thing. His parents died early, and there was only one sister-in-law in the family who was about the same age as himself, so Chen Luan came to work in the imperial capital at an early age. It's also where I met old Chang. Over the years, the old Zhang's parents are also very good to themselves, just came here to work time, no less than to go to the old Zhang's home to rub meals. Every time his parents are warm hospitality, smiling face, the old Zhang's father, although some of the feudal, but as an elder is also very good indeed. So either as a friend of old Zhang or as a junior, is how to go. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, no matter how busy I am, I'll definitely be there at that time, and I'll also bring a heavy gift with me." Chen Luan said, suddenly felt some urgency to urinate, immediately got up and walked towards the toilet. "That's more or less the same, then the day after tomorrow you remember to come early, then maybe we still need your help," old Zhang cautioned. "Aya, you don't worry about it, I will definitely come." Chen Luan came to the bathroom and was about to unzip his pants when his cell phone violently shook. Only the top of the cell phone screen showed a phone number calling. "What a Chen Luan smiled helplessly at the sound. "What are transformers?" "Those things I experienced, even the cyber tank can't carry it, can block it down, all thanks to the hard life." "Che, that's because you don't understand transformers." Xiao Iris sniffed with a disdainful grunt and pouted her lips to retort. Chen Luan rolled his eyes, and immediately said, "You know so much about Transformers, so tell me if Transformers has a child, is it on the ID card or license plate? Ah?" Iris Xiao sniffed and her entire body froze in place. "What the hell? What kind of question is that? It sounds abstract to me, and even more so when I think about it." It directly made Xiao Kite's brain go down. Would a Transformer call a Netflix if he was lonely? Transformers if. Okay. I was wrong. I admit that I don't understand Transformers. Iris Xiao opened her mouth to stop it, and on the other side of the phone, her hair was scattered and smoke was already starting to rise above her forehead. "Here, literary." Chen Luan shivered, put on his pants and said, knowing the wrong on the line, "Say, what is the main purpose of today's call?" Xiao Iris was shocked at the sound of the voice, and somewhat flustered, she explained, Just caring about your current situation. Ah. Tell the truth." Chen Luan increased his volume. Well. Xiao Iris was afraid that Chen Luan would directly hang up the phone, and quickly waved her hand and admitted, It's just that you brought me a lot of heat from the live broadcast before, and isn't the mayor going to give you a medal for bravery the day after tomorrow? By the time. Can you let me follow the whole live broadcast for a bit, rubbing the heat?" Chen Luan was a bit speechless. "You really do have the potential to be a paparazzo." "Really?" Iris Xiao touched her chin and said happily, "Actually, I wanted to study journalism before, but unfortunately, I didn't get in." "Studying journalism? The day after tomorrow I'm going to my friend's place first to attend his father's birthday banquet. Let's talk about it after it's over." Chen Luan reclined on the sofa and spoke calmly. "Birthday dinner? Can I go? I'll bring a gift." Upon hearing that there was a birthday banquet to attend, Xiao Iris instantly became energized. "You're not a guest, what's the point of getting together?" Chen Luan frowned helplessly. "Then you don't understand, do you? The only thing in this world that can't live up to is food and wealth." Xiao Kite raised her white chin and said with a smug face. These words. However, it made Chen Luan subconsciously raise an eyebrow. Food and wealth are the only things in this world that you can't live without? That's something that his own online girlfriend from back in the day used to hang on to a lot. Although they had been separated for some time, but now that they were coldly listening to Xiao Iris, it still violently stirred up muscle memory. "Forget it, you can go if you want to, but don't make a mess," Chen Luan cautioned. "Don't worry, promise you won't." After all one's words. Chen Luan then hung up the phone. Looking at the phone in her hand, Xiao Iris happily raised the doll in her hand and spun it around the room. Great, just the scene of the mayor awarding the prize. It will surely make the live broadcasting room a big fire, and he might be able to collect a lot of gifts. Come to think of it. Xiao Iris put down the doll, clicked on the cell phone penguin, only to see the list top special care on the list. There is a gray avatar named, as you wish, note, husband. He tapped the message sending box and edited, hubby, I become a famous anchor on B Station now, and I've already saved up a lot of money, so when I've saved up enough, I'll go find you. You have to wait for me. After the message has been sent. A prompt came from the system, the other party is not online, messages may not be answered in time. Looking at the prompts on the screen, Xiao Iris did not have any color change, as if she had long been accustomed to all this. She just lightly smiled and touched the screen, and then, holding the cell phone, she rolled over and lay down on the bed. Chapter 28. No woman who can become the top pillar of the company is simple. Thank you for today. You've done our company a big favor. Go back. Teng Ziyi's heart fluttered at the sound. That beautiful face that was originally slightly smiling instantly dimmed a few points and frowned slightly. I've treated you like this, and in your heart, you still want to leave? Teng Ziyi's heartbeat value has increased by 2 points. Teng Ziyi's heart value drops by 2 points. The sudden voice in his ear caused Chen Luan to freeze. What's going on? Why is it going up and down? Glancing back at Teng Ziyi's slightly lost look, Chen Luan immediately realized that what he had just said seemed a bit off. Then he hurriedly said, I leave, just go back to my own home, won't disappear like last time, I promise you definitely won't go back on my word. And the day after tomorrow my good friend Lao Zhang's father is having a birthday, making a big birthday, I definitely need to go back. Teng Ziyi sniffed, her beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and her face eased up quite a bit. He was explaining, and it seemed he still cared about his emotions. In that case, let's trust him one more time. Remembering the 3 words of truth for dealing with men that Secretary Lin had informed him of today, now, it was the right time to try it out. With that thought in mind, Teng Ziyi raised her face slightly and asked softly, do you have a car? Car? Chen Luan froze, recalling that he had been buried in that car accident before, whether it was a big truck or a small car, as if he had been buried in that car accident. Although he had become a hero by mistake, he had lost all his assets. Nowadays there are no bicycles, let alone cars. I guess we'll have to call a tow truck to pull all this stuff back by then. Seeing Chen Luan's difficult expression, Teng Ziyi immediately reached into her pocket and took out a sports car remote control and pushed it in front of Chen Luan. That Ferrari P540 in the underground garage. It's yours. Sound of a crash. The delicate remote control key slid down the table in front of him, startling Chen Luan into instantly widening his eyes. French. Ferrari P540. The world's limited number of prestigious sports cars. It's, Miss. There's a visitor at the door. At this moment the words fell. The two were about to continue their meal when Luma quickly came to Teng Ziyi's side and opened her mouth to report. What kind of person visits at this hour? Teng Ziyi asked with a slight frown, holding her wine glass in doubt. Chen Luan was also a bit curious, holding the crab pincer in his hand and looking outside curiously. Just then I heard Mrs. Lu whisper, it's Mr. G from next door. Well. Chen Luan instantly choked at the sound, patting his chest and turning back to cough a few times. Holy. No way. Ji Xinyu lives next door to Teng Ziyi? What kind of fate is this? This wind comes to the water so big, so many high-class villas. Why are the two of them so close? Nope. Ji Xinyu's visit at this time couldn't be intentional, could it? Did she know she was here? That's impossible. You didn't tell her yourself, did you? Did she investigate it? What's wrong with you? Teng Ziyi looked at Chen Luan, whose expression was not right, with some suspicion. A woman's intuition told her that there was something wrong with Chen Luan, and that pair of beautiful eyes immediately became vigilant. Ah. No. It's nothing. I just accidentally got stuck by the crab shell when I was eating the crab, it's fine now, I just spit it out. Chen Luan pointed to the scattered crab shells on the plate and squeezed out a smile and said. Teng Ziyi narrowed her beautiful eyes at the sound, then turned her head to look at Luma and said, Luma, go invite General Manager Ji in. Maru Spice. Chen Luan instantly sank his head helplessly and lowered his head to bite the crab leg in his mouth, not daring to take a big breath. Be aware of what's ahead. Teng Ziyi immediately crossed her arms across her chest, tapping her fingertips as many speculations arose within her. This guy's not reacting right. There must be a problem. Ta-da. 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 Quickly. There was a sound of high heels tapping on the tiles in the villa. Chen Luan's lowered head took the opportunity to sneak a peek at the Just see Ji Xinyu, a black and gold cheongsam wearing in the body, black long hair smoothly coiled up, forming the most representative of the human wife hairstyle, beautiful and mature face, will be black rimmed glasses, modification of more temperament, slightly fleshy legs at the moment is being wrapped in black silk, she moves lightly, at the moment in the hands of holding a pot of boiling soup. I'll go. Ji Xinyu is wearing a cheongsam. And wear glasses. That's obviously intentional. That means she must know she's here. That's why it's worn that way on purpose. Because Chen Luan had told her before that she was sexiest when she wore a cheongsam, tied her hair, and wore glasses. Now that he suddenly came here and brought a pot of soup with him, it was clear that he was using the reason of delivering the soup to make sure that he was not in Dang. Mr. G is really thoughtful. Some other day, I'll also have Mrs. Lu stew some to send to Mr. G's home as well. Teng Ziyi glanced at the large pot full of hot, aromatic chicken soup that was steaming on the table and immediately responded with a smile. Ji Xinyu smiled at the sound and nodded, then her gaze turned to Chen Lu, who had been eating with his head down, and she couldn't help but smile before. This self-questioning is purely for amusement. It's a sin. This gentle ex-girlfriend of his own is also finally showing her dark side. It's all about contributing to society, it's not worth mentioning. Chen Luan at the moment lowered his head and bit the crab, not daring to answer more, fearing that if he let Teng Ziyi see anything more, he would be even more unable to leave by then. Oh, can't see, Mr. Chen still has such noble morals, no wonder he can become the internet hero who was a big hit on the internet. Between words, he suddenly felt his ankle being gently rubbed by something soft. Ji Xinyu's high heels had faded under the table at some point, and his stocking wrap toes were drawing circles along his calf. Chen Luan only felt that the main board of his brain was about to burn. Sister G, you're doing this as a favor to me, I say. Anterior. Although Teng Ziyi, who appeared to have been eating the entire time, actually had her gaze long since noticed that Chen Luan was out of place. Since the beginning, she had sensed the end. At this moment, it was even more alarming that something was wrong. But instead of exposing herself, she held the chopsticks in her hand tightly, waiting for her chance. Cough. Finally, Chen Luan stood up so violently that the napkin ball fell into the soup bowl. I'll go to the kitchen to get some vinegar. Mrs. Lu, is our family's vinegar placed in a very hidden location? Teng Ziyi instantly raised her head at the sound of her voice and turned to Lu Ma at her side, asking in a serious manner. Ha? Mrs. Lu was stunned by this inexplicable sentence. But looking at Teng Ziyi's turned gaze, she immediately came back to her senses and hurriedly said, yes. It is indeed very hidden, Mr. Chen might not be able to find it. Alright, then I'll go help him. Teng Ziyi's vermilion lips hooked slightly, and she immediately stood up and gave a greeting towards Ji Xinyu, then walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, Ji Xinyu looked at the scene in front of her and pursed her lips in desire to speak. Phew, this damn Shura, it really doesn't let itself be idle for a moment. And deliberately said that they met because of their own daughter. This jealousy and an anger all at once raised to a peak. You're coming with me. She grabbed Chen Luan by the collar and pulled him to the door. The door to the kitchen is one of those translucent kinds of doors. While the lower body is tightly sealed, the upper body has a transparent glass that is visible through the inside, but the outside cannot see the inside. Little E, what are you doing? The clothes are ripped for me. Chen Luan spoke somewhat helplessly. Shut up. Teng Ziyi gulped softly, then leaned in close to him. Do you think I can't see what she just did to you? Now, return her courtesy. When the words fall. Teng Ziyi directly stepped forward and her vermilion lips printed. Chen Luan's face was shocked, but he realized that Teng Ziyi had already hugged him to death, and the two of them pressed together and kissed. Teng Ziyi opened her eyes and looked at the distant table with a provocative face, looking at Ji Xinyu who was looking this way, and then immediately hugged Chen Luan tightly and kissed him even more fiercely and passionately. It's all about the feeling of making her see and not see, and that's the perfect comeback. This feeling of kissing Chen Luan in front of Ji Xinyu was 10 times more enjoyable and comfortable than on a normal day. And at this moment, Chen Luan was also kissed dizzily. When his back was close, he realized that the door was placed on a piece of transparent glass, and now he could completely rely on the glass to see the situation behind him clearly. This situation also caused Chen Luan to raise an eyebrow. Holy! These women are really one after another when it comes to jealousy. That's too much revenge. It seems that Ji's actions just now were really seen by E, which is why she's now using this method to retaliate. It's you city people who know how to have fun. Bang! There was a slight shaking sound from the kitchen door. Ji Xinyu's movement of wiping her glasses also gave a start, when she immediately raised her eyes to look. What's with all the closed doors? Somewhat puzzled, Ji Xinyu frowned and put her glasses back on, then got up and slowly walked towards the kitchen. Hearing the crisp sound of high heels approaching, Chen Luan immediately reacted that it must be Ji Xinyu who had discovered something and was coming this way. Ji Xinyu is coming over, almost done. Chen Luan hurriedly called a halt. Why do I feel like I'm cheating? It's not cheating. Cam. So what if I come? It's just to kiss her. Teng Ziyi was not going to stop, but instead held onto the back of Chen Luan's neck even tighter, and no matter how Chen Luan struggled at the moment, she didn't give the slightest bit of a chance. Ta-da! 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 The sound of high heels is approaching. Every sound that rang out had the feeling of ruthlessly touching Chen Luan's heart. It was as if with each step of the heels, one's heart beat hard in time with the sound. Chen Luan was also getting more and more raw. These two crazy women, do they have to let themselves be caught in the middle of a fix? The figure quickly came to the door. At this moment, Ji Xinyu immediately reached out and gripped the door handle, intending to directly open the door to the room. The two in the room almost simultaneously opened their eyes. Ding dong! Just then, the doorbell at the door rang again. This sudden sound was as if a pair of big hands had saved Chen Luan. Gives him hope for life. Is this what it feels like after a robbery? Anxious, Chen Luan almost kowtowed to the doorframe. Mrs. Lu jogged to open the door, and Ji Miao Miao's milky voice came from the doorway. Mom, you said it takes so long to borrow soy sauce? My pudding is getting cold. River, you're really Brother Luin's savior. Chen Luan chanted in his heart. Ji Xinyu let go of her right hand that was holding the handle and instantly greeted her, picking up Miao Miao and saying, I'm sorry, Miao Miao, Mom was delayed because of some things, let's go back now. Hearing these words, Chen Luan also understood that Ji Xinyu had a sense of the big picture, and although she had just teased herself a bit, she would definitely not embarrass herself. Now that Ji Miao Miao had appeared, if she remained here, Ji Miao Miao would definitely recognize herself, and in that case, all the disguises that she had just made would be exposed, and next, Chen Luan would be particularly troubled. Although Ji Xinyu had come here today to test the waters, and in seeing Chen Luan rejecting herself and instead eating with Teng Ziyi in a group, she was a little unhappy in her heart, but she definitely wouldn't let Chen Luan get into a dilemma or trouble. This side was one of the things that attracted Ji Xinyu the most to Chen Luan in the first place, and that was her big picture perspective. Mr. Ji, is this the time to leave? At present. Kitchen door open. Teng Ziyi smoothly walked out and looked at Ji Xinyu in front of her and laughed. Yes, I still have to go back to eat with Miao Miao, so I won't stay any longer. Ji Xinyu squeezed out a gentle light smile, then said, Miao Miao, see you later with Aunt Z. Bye Auntie Z. The little girl waved her cute little hand and greeted Teng Ziyi. Seeing this, Teng Ziyi also instantly revealed a smile and waved her hand, see you later River. After the two of them said goodbye, they left the villa directly. Hearing these words, Chen Luan, whose back was against the door of the room, also finally breathed a sigh of relief. No way. Gotta hurry up and eat and get home. This place, it's really more dangerous to stay one more moment. Chapter 30, we need to have a grand award ceremony for the hero. Evening. Riding in the car back to the rental house. Chen Luan subconsciously rubbed his temples. Recall what Deng said before they parted. This time, if I know you've disappeared again, even if I have to dig up the ground, I'll find you and chain you to my room so you can never get out. This crazy possessive Teng Ziyi is not even acting. But the good thing is that after convincing her with the video earlier and helping her change her fate, it's kind of a no-brainer, and it's safe to go home. As for what comes after that, it comes after that. Quickly. The car is parked in front of the neighborhood. Mr. Chen, the destination is already here. Mr. Deng has instructed that you can go up directly, and the things in the car, we will help you carry them up. The driver who was driving in front turned back to state his position, and the few bodyguards inside the car also got out in response, and began to carry the gifts in the car in turn. Seeing this situation, Chen Luan did not say anything more, just gave several bodyguards a thank you, and then took out the key and went upstairs. This old raggedy little house belonged to Chen Luan's hideout, and besides, it was cheap, but the only drawback was that it didn't have an elevator. But fortunately, the place where Chen Luan lived was on the 3rd floor, so it wouldn't take too much effort. After everything settled, a bodyguard stepped forward and took out a black and gold card and handed it to Chen Luan. This is what Mr. Deng entrusted me to give to you. She asked me to tell you that if there is anything you want, you can swipe this card yourself to buy it. As for the car that I promised to send you today, I will have Secretary Lin personally drive it over to you tomorrow. After all one's words, a couple of bodyguards left. Looking at the black card in his hand, Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems that this time it really helped Teng Ziyi out so generous. But that's fine. I lost a lot of money on the deal before, lost my car and everything. He was still worried about money himself. And it's money you've earned, so it's good to not use it. Thinking of this, Chen Luan put the card away. Lying on the couch in the house, Chen Luan subconsciously yawned. Finally, it's time to sleep. I've been so tired for a while, I need to get my sleep back. No one is to disturb me during this time of sleep. Thinking of this, Chen Luan directly turned his cell phone to silent, put it aside, and was too lazy to get into bed, directly sleeping on the sofa. It wasn't long before he fell into a deep sleep. And shortly after he fell asleep, the cell phone that had been placed on the table suddenly vibrated. As the screen lit up, an unfamiliar number showed up. Originally, Songshi's heart was somewhat happy when she received this task. But who would have thought that this guy would be so hard to contact? It's like he's disappeared. Not even the godly mayor could find anyone else. Well, did the call go through? At this moment, looking at the assistant who gradually put down his cell phone, Mayor Wang opened his mouth with a tense expression and asked. The assistant frowned somewhat helplessly. The phone went through, but no one answered. At the outset of these words, Mayor Wang instantly slapped his forehead helplessly. This was a headache as the time approached little by little and he hadn't even seen Chen Luan's face yet. This hero couldn't have had something happen and been kidnapped, right? Right at this moment, a person beside him couldn't help but speculate. Kidnapping? Mayor Wang looked up with a frown at the sound. Kidnapping, you say? Hiss. It can't be those ex-girlfriends of his who kidnapped him, right? These words immediately startled the people in the room into speculation. They had also all watched the previous live broadcasts, and even if they weren't live, they had more or less watched some of the edited videos. Know everything that happened at the hospital at that time. Yeah, I see those ex-girlfriends of his, they all seem to want to get him killed. The other person also said with some helplessness. Ahem. Songshi stood on the sidelines and choked on the words, almost unable to strain a cough. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. At least not right now. Hey. To be honest, this hero is good at everything, but his private life is a bit. What private life? Mayor Wang sniffed with an eagle eye and hurriedly said, the other young man that is called attractive. Besides, it's not all said, it's an ex-girlfriend. It's not his current girlfriend, he didn't cheat on his wife, what's wrong with his private life? There are so many little girls like him, that does not show that the young man has charm? That's as good as a stand-up. Even Mayor Wang had said so, and the people around him naturally didn't dare to say anything more. That? Xiao Zhang, you just said that the kidnapping. Hiss. What is the theory? Seeing that the people around him were no longer chewing on their tongues, Mayor Wang brought the topic back to the very beginning. Oh. It's like this. Mayor, now that the internet is paying attention to this matter, the discussion is increasing day and night. Chen Luan is definitely the center of everyone's attention. At this time, if there are some mischievous people who will lay hands on him and kidnap him, wanting to use this opportunity to threaten our city with something, it's also completely possible. That person was suddenly pointed out, and hurriedly came back to his senses, holding up his glasses, and explained in a solemn manner. And these words really made Mayor Wang subconsciously frown. But soon. It then made Songshi, who was next to her, stand up and deny it. Is Assistant Zhang questioning the ability of our precinct? Even an outlaw wouldn't dare to kidnap a hero with such attention at this time. Unless he doesn't want to be killed. Disliked by Songshi, Assistant Zhang's confidence instantly softened a few points. This is nothing more than speculation on my part. There's news, there's news. Right now. There was an excited shout from the door, and with hurried feet ran quickly into the house. Mayor Wang immediately stood up at the sound of the voice and greeted the person who had just spoken, asking with a face full of anticipation, what news, really? Mayor Wang's eyes lit up when he heard these words. Finally he had found Chen Luan's whereabouts. Great! Mayor, if that's really the case, let's just dispatch a car directly to pick up the hero at that time. It just so happens that these two events happened on the same day. The person beside him was also delighted at the sound of his voice, and hurriedly suggested. But isn't this a bit too hasty? Will it disturb him? The people around them, one by one, were immersed in the joy of finding Chen Luan's whereabouts, but only Songshi was clear-headed and subconsciously opened her mouth to ask. After all, they had texted and called before, and Chen Luan hadn't responded in any way, not even answering the phone. Instead, he had promised his friend to go to his father's birthday banquet. Did that mean that Chen Luan didn't want to be too flashy and go to this award ceremony? By doing so, they were disturbing Chen Luan's personal life. After all, they didn't have Chen Luan's. Ask the hero's opinion first, and if the hero is willing, we'll pick him up and hold the award ceremony. If he is not willing, we will then bring the sign and give it to him. In this way, all this situation is decided by the hero himself. We are not considered rash, not to mention that we will not interfere with him. The mayor, you can also have an explanation. What do you think? Hearing these words, Mayor Wang instantly swept away the previous haze and hastily slapped the table. Good. Good way. This not only solves the trouble of us not being able to find him, but also asks for the hero's opinion by the way. Not bad. When the time comes, I will personally go to meet them, and tell those reporters to wait until I bring the hero to the scene, then come back for the interview and awards ceremony, and never disturb the hero's own business. Also, order it down, gather all the reporters, as well as the parents involved in this one, as well as the city's celebrities, and once the hero agrees to do so, I'll throw the hero a grand awards ceremony. When the words fall, the crowd immediately nodded in agreement in unison. And at this moment, Songshi also pursed her vermilion lips at once. When the time comes, make sure you find an opportunity to find that guy and ask him about it. Chapter 31, Where's the old one? The old one was put up for recycling on spin. Ha! Morning. Waking up from his bed, Chen Luan couldn't help but yawn. Today is the day to go to the birthday party of old Chang's old bean. It took a few trips yesterday to pick out a gift before I finally bought some decent good wine as well as wild ginseng. It feels about right. But this black card Duncan gave is pretty good. When he swiped his card, the envious eyes of others also made Chen Luan pretend hard. Not bad for a bridge often found in cool dramas. The sun is shining outside the window. Chen Luan obediently took off his jacket and got up towards the bathroom, starting to prepare to wash up. Right now. There was a sudden knock at the door. Sweeping back at the door, Chen Luan held his toothbrush and cleaned his mouth while walking towards the door. Hello? Yikes. Why aren't you dressed again? The door to the room is open. A familiar voice followed. Zip double ponytail, a light blue sportswear Xiao Iris is standing in front of the door. Rushed to Chen Luan's smile to greet, but I did not expect. Today the door opened, the scene in front of her, but let her instantly beautiful eyes, that naked upper body, making her immediately cover her eyes, turned to the side and loudly shouted. What the hell? Why does this happen every time? But this guy has a great body, 8-pack abs, well-defined, clear mermaid line, plus white skin, strong pectoral muscles, simply demonic. Ha! Why is my heart beating so fast? And my face is so hot? It must be the heat. Yeah. It's too hot. Looking at her muttering look as she muttered to herself in place, Chen Luan skimmed his eyebrows and didn't say anything more, but instead just let go of the door and turned towards the restroom. When are you planning to go today? Are you planning to attend the birthday banquet before accepting the award ceremony? Seeing Chen Luan go back to the house, Xiao Iris instantly reacted and hurriedly chased after him, opening her mouth to ask. Pretty much, one by one. Chen Luan spat out the water in his mouth and brushed his toothbrush in reply. Great, for today's live broadcast, I specially changed to a new cell phone, the photos are much clearer. Xiao Iris clapped her hands and said with a face full of anticipation. Got a new one? Where's the old one? Chen Luan asked casually. Changing the spinning on the recycling. Iris Shaw laughed. Why does this conversation feel so familiar? Chen Luan snapped his head, always feeling that something wasn't right. Knock knock. We're talking. There was a knock at the door again. Chen Luan sniffed and continued on reaching forward to open the door to the room. No, Mr. Deng asked me to give you the key. The car is at. The door to the room is open. A set of keys appeared in front of her eyes, then smoothly lowered, leaking out Secretary Lin's calm face, but when she saw the shirtless Chen Luan in front of her, her eyes instantly widened. Wow! What's wrong with you? Why did you come to the door without your clothes on? She screamed and hurriedly turned to the side with a red face, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel, holy, this body, no wonder Mr. Deng is so fascinated by him. Said the man, opening the slit of his covered finger and peeking in a few times. Hearing these words, Chen Luan was also helpless. Is it so hard to wake up from a summer nap and think I'll just wipe myself off before I get dressed? You guys came to me one by one, okay? Before Chen Luan could say anything, Xiao Kite from the back was curious and came up. She thought it was that girlfriend at the door again, but the moment she walked up and locked eyes with Secretary Lin, she did recognize the other instantly. Secretary Lin? Iris? Lin's secretary with a surprised face pointed to Xiao Iris in front of her, and then turned to Chen Luan, surprised, she won't be your. As well. Don't you talk nonsense. Before Secretary Lin finished speaking, Xiao Iris hurriedly stepped forward and interrupted with a wave of her hand. I have a date. I'm here today because I want to follow him and just broadcast the entire ceremony when he accepts the mayor's award, to rub it in. Don't tell Mr. Deng, otherwise, I'll lose my job. Xiao Iris explained in a panic. At this moment, Chen Luan was also speechless. First impressions kill. With that previous broadcast in the hospital, now I guess whenever I see a girl standing next to me, I think it's my ex-girlfriend. Hearing Xiao Kite's explanation, Secretary Lin then nodded, not just fine, today's People Awards ceremony our Mr. Deng can't go, but he will be watching the whole thing on the live broadcast. By the way, the key is for you, the car is downstairs in your neighborhood, my task is done, I'm leaving. After throwing the key to Chen Luan, Secretary Lin turned around and left. Looking at the key in his hand, Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I go? BMW Z5? That's still a little too flashy. So the BMW Z5 is already considered an affordable car in the eyes of the rich, huh? Still you rich people know how to have fun. Wow. BMW Z5 eh, how much does Mr. Deng like you? A shot is such a luxury car. Xiao Iris poked her head out from the side and said with a face full of envy. Ha. Chen Luan smiled awkwardly at the sound, then raised his eyebrows. This little girl knows so much about cars, does she also have a car? Just as well, let's see if she has a worse car than this and borrow it then. So, do you have a car? Just one that's a lower class than this one, a normal small car? Chen Luan covered his mouth and approached her to inquire in a low voice. No. Xiao Iris immediately shook her head. I don't even have a driver's license, where would I get a car? And look at me, do I look like someone who can afford a car? Aren't you a million fan anchor on B Station? Don't even have a car? Chen Luan was a bit shocked. That million fan anchor doesn't always have a car. Besides, I have other uses for my money to keep. Xiao Iris muttered her little mouth and stood aside to the pair of fingers. Ouch. All right. Chen Luan slapped his forehead helplessly. In that case, there's no choice but to drive this car, and it's too late to go buy it now, and there's still such a long drive, and there's still traffic jams in the morning in the imperial capital. Muttering, Chen Luan smoothly went into the house to change his clothes, and then lifted out the gifts prepared in the house and handed them to Xiao Iris. Me? You asked me to mention it? Xiao Kite was stunned by the situation in front of her, pointing at herself with an incredulous face and wondering. Nonsense, if you want to come with me, you have to help, otherwise why would I bring you? After Chen Luan handed him his things, he directly pushed the door and walked out. Whoa! You people, simply don't go too far. Xiao Kite's cheeks were bulging with anger, but thinking that she still had to broadcast live today to rub off on the heat, she could only grit her teeth and lift the gift on the ground, cursing and following up. Down the stairs. Just see the small area of various Moncler jackets outlet is surrounded in front of their new car back and forth, their body will be the car in a circle, forming a protective shield. After seeing Chen Luan come out and tap the lock of the car with his hand, one of them also instantly raised their heads and backed away. Xiao Lu, you got a new car? Auntie Lu asked with a smile. Yes. Chen Luan pulled open the car door. So where did your old one go? The old one put on the spin to recycle. Bang! Once the door closed, the car drove straight out. Only a bunch of grandparents were left frozen in place. Auntie Lu couldn't help but say, what's a spin? Early morning in the imperial city. The commuters are swarming. The streets are also densely packed with cars. It was blocked shortly after it was driven out. But it's good to know that you have everything ready. Even if there is a traffic jam, the delay will be an hour at most. As long as nothing else happens, you should still be able to be on time yourself. In the meantime, a place in the east end of the empire. In a black sedan. The immensely formally dressed mayor was currently combing his hair in the mirror, the shiny head oil giving his black and white hair a gleaming appearance. Well, I look like this today, it's quite formal, isn't it? Mayor Wang pulled his jacket and turned his head to the assistant beside him to inquire. Of course it's formal. The mayor has taken out all the top head oil today just to receive our heroes. I believe that the higher-ups will definitely see the attitude of the mayor you at. But well, it's just that this road is a bit congested today. Today is Monday, it is the peak time for work, I estimate that we will need at least 2 hours or so to get there from here. The assistant pressed down the car window, swept a glance at the long line of congested vehicles outside, and immediately frowned. No harm, itself we go this time is also to go to see the heroes, as for the birthday banquet, etc. will be to the city, you go to buy some gifts, also as we have a peace of mind, after all, is the hero's best friend's father, this etiquette to be considerate only. Mayor Wang held the mirror and commanded in an organized manner. Yes. The assistant answered, and suddenly the cell phone in his arms rang. He picked up his cell phone obediently, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker when he heard the message coming from that phone. Then he nodded and spoke, Mayor, I just received a call, today's award ceremony, the official host of the CCTV will also be present, and all network platforms are scrambling to live broadcast this ceremony will be unprecedentedly grand. Hearing these words, Mayor Wang's pale eyebrows jerked up, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion, good, I think I, Wang Zhengtian, have never experienced such a big scene in my life. Not only will various TV reporters participate in this ceremony, but I will also be able to appear on the CCTV program. This life is not a loss. Thinking of this, Mayor Wang's excited gaze immediately turned to the assistant, trembling right hand hastily said, command down, so that the city precincts to send additional manpower to pay attention to the control of the scene, today's award ceremony, there must not be any mistakes, we want to set up a big swing, to sing the praises of our heroes. Chapter 32 Both the fear of a brother's suffering and the fear of a brother's driving a Land Rover. Congratulations! Happy birthday, Brother Chang! Inside a courtyard in the imperial capital. At this moment, the lanterns are hanging high and the word longevity is plastered all over the hall. Sweep of red cloth. Table after table was erected. Dense crowds of people pouring in. Blessed music resonates through the sky. In front of the gate of the quadrangle, Lao Zhan was greeting various friends and relatives with his father. Today's Zhang Dingwei is dressed in a red Chinese mountain suit, hanging with a face full of joy, clasping his fists and gladly greeting one after another with gifts to participate in the birthday banquet guests. Old Zhang, on the other hand, frowned and subconsciously looked at the time on his cell phone. Where's this He-chan? Not at this hour. Well, has little un come yet? At the back, Zhang Dingwei's voice came out as he stepped forward to take a look at the situation around him and hurriedly asked. He may still be in traffic, he should be able to come soon, don't worry. Old Zhang panicked and put down his cell phone, squeezing out a smile and relieved. You better be. But? You're old bean, I'm celebrating my birthday today, do I really need those two things to toast my birthday? Don't you think it's weird? Zhang Dingwei was full of helplessness as he pointed at the two tall, rebooted mannequins in the courtyard. Perhaps the airbag is sufficient, at the moment it is making the two figures bulge and sway from side to side in a suitably comical manner. Old Zhang sniffed the corner of his mouth twitching a bit, and quickly said, oh, you do not know it, is the most popular doll gift is the figure of good luck Lu, bless you prolonged life piles. As he spoke, he couldn't help but spit in his heart, old doe, don't blame me, it's all because of Chen Luan, that high boy, I was forced by his two girlfriends, it's none of my business. Hearing these words, Zhang Dingwei's mouth slightly skimmed at the corners before saying, it's best to be like this. Nah, you stand guard here and greet the guests, I'm going to go inside to take care of the other guests. Give Shaoan a call when you're empty and ask him where he's gotten to. With that, Zhang Dingwei turned around and left. Old Zhan was also filled with helplessness at this moment, and immediately dialed up Chen Luan's phone. At the present moment, the other side of the quadrangle, two figures in doll suits were surveying their surroundings with stolen senses. Two of them, a Godzilla dinosaur and a Donkey Kong gorilla. In front of them, a large group of children surrounded them, tugging the two of them around as the giggles continued. Sister Bai, will this work? Brother Luan, will he come? Inside the doll suit, Tang Ro furrowed her brows and asked with a face full of doubt. Looking at herself as she was being tugged around, she had a vague feeling that she had been duped. Of course it's useful. Today is Zhang Ziwao's his dad's birthday, that guy Chen Luan has the best relationship with Zhang Ziwao, it's impossible for him not to come to such a big birthday banquet. To catch him, this is the best time. Fruit Xiaobai wiggled his body and explained in a serious manner. But I feel so hot. It's summer, the sun is high, and we're sweltering inside, I'm going to be baked. Tang Ro blew on her bangs, which were already wet with sweat, and couldn't help but speak. Since the last hospital incident. Fruit Xiaobai then left contact information with Tang Ro, intending to join forces with her to find Chen Luan. It wasn't really that she didn't want to keep the other two, but one of the other two was Korean and an international superstar, and they didn't use the same chat software, so it was useless to keep them. The other one was the old boss of Star Emperor Entertainment, so he couldn't be contacted even if he stayed, so Guo Xiaobai only stayed Tang Rose. A day ago, Tang Rose suddenly received a message from Guo Xiaobai, telling her that she had a way to find Chen Luan. Tang Rou immediately agreed upon hearing this. So Fruit Xiaobai brought her to Old Zhang, forcing the staging of today's drama. And in order to see Chen Luan, Tang Rou is also determined to go out of her way, just so that she did not expect, today this weather is so good, the sun, so poisonous. Say it like I'm not hot, this damn Chen Luan. When he comes, I'll have to skin him. Guo Xiaobai, who was also sweating profusely at this moment, her makeup almost blown away, brought her cell phone up to take a look and instantly widened her eyes. I'll go. It's 38 degrees today. It's too exaggerated, right? I should have known to wear thinner clothes. It's not right. I should have known to do it differently. At this moment Fruit Xiaobai realized that he seemed to have gotten himself into a hole. Huh? Godzilla? Why do you have a cell phone? How could Godzilla have a cell phone? A little girl in front of her pointed at the cell phone in Fruit Xiaobai's hand and innocently asked. Because I'm Mechagodzilla. Fruit Xiaobai disliked back without a trace of anger. At the moment, the heart of murder was in her heart, but she still persisted. After all, for her, this was the only chance to see Chen Luan. Have you guys heard? I've heard that Brother Hero, that internet sensation that exploded on the internet recently, is a friend of Brother Zhang's son. At the table right in the center, a group of people were getting high on melon seeds and discussing. Really? Then won't we have a chance to meet that Netflix hero today? Another big mom heard these words and immediately her eyes lit up with interest. I've heard that he's on good terms with Shi Window, and Brother Zhang treats him like his own son, so now that he's become a big internet star, he'll definitely come back for the birthday banquet, right? Ega, then wouldn't Brother Zhang have face? There is a netizen hero to pay tribute to his birthday. If I were to think about it, I would feel a long face. A few of the older women were chatting up a storm and their voices were affecting the others at the table. Only to see a young man at the same table, at this moment, but laughed coldly, holding his cell phone unimpressed, said, what Netroots heroes, but are all just some hype, this era, some people in order to read anything to do out. This sudden sentence instantly made the several Amazons who were chatting vigorously froze, and immediately turned back to look. Oh Xiaozhou, this can't be said, that doesn't know think you are jealous of others. An older woman with a mouthful of Shanghainese immediately stopped it. Who is jealous? It's supposed to be just hype, and it's just relying on this kind of positive energy to kidnap and abduct netizens, so as to make a profit for themselves. I've seen this kind of people too many times. Zhou Yan crossed his legs, holding his cell phone, said with a face full of disdain. It can't be, can it? I've seen that video and it was really dangerous. At that time, the car was all ablaze, and there was a danger of explosion at any time. And the car is impartial blocked in front of the kindergarten, the general public simply do not dare to go, all rely on that hero to drive the car away, otherwise the kindergarten children can be lifeless. Another young man beside him heard these words, also immediately stood out and questioned. Zhou Yan heard a sneer, immediately put down the phone, said with a fuss, so you guys are really good to cheat. I tell you, my friend is mixed network. Once this matter came out, I let him investigate. He found out that car is simply that so-called hero himself. His own? The crowd froze, all with incredulous expressions. Yeah, the truck is his own. There's no such thing as seeing what's right and rushing up to save someone as reported on the internet. It's simply him directing himself. Zhou Yan said with a face full of certainty. At the outset of these words, the people present all changed their and couldn't help but look at. Nowadays, Chen Luan is on the internet, on TV, on cell phones, and on all platforms. Obviously, Chen Luan was in the ascendancy nowadays, and for him to say these words at this time, although they were somewhat shocking and reasonable, they might not be able to convince everyone at once. I do think it can't be self-directed, because this time it's too big. If it's really self-directed and fails, he himself won't have a life. Moreover, to direct himself in this situation, but to gamble with the lives of so many children, how abominable would that be? After a moment of silence, an older woman couldn't help but say. Right, I heard the other day that the mayor of our city also knows about this matter, and is preparing to personally commend him during this period of time. If it's really a self-directed performance, how could it possibly alarm the mayor? Another big mom also nodded and questioned. It's all about betting bigger to succeed. Don't forget, now he's a success, this kind of person, he'll do anything for fire. Zhou Yan knocked on the table and said in a fervent manner, "Besides the mayor, you guys don't think about it, how can the mayor personally give him a commendation for just such a thing? At most, it is just a news report, spread on the network. Just how many things are there every day around the country to see the courage to do things off? How can the mayor give awards to every one of them? How busy would the mayor be? That makes sense." These words. It also made the people present nod their heads, and after careful consideration, they realized that what Zhou Yan said did seem to make some sense. This also made Zhou Yan tick the corner of his mouth in triumph, and his inner satisfaction instantly came up, and he instantly continued to play with his. The live audience responded with enthusiasm. The old imperial Hudong entrance, childhood memories ah. This quadrangle, the principal is not small ah, put ancient times, high and low is also a big official. It's been a long time since I've seen such a simple taste of Hutanku. Yes, let's start from here today, the whole day for you to live broadcast the Hero's Day, and I hope you more like so. Xiao Kite's voice beside him sounded. Chen Luan also shook his head helplessly, closed the car door and locked the car as to look up. Only to see the courtyard door full of smiling old Zhang at the moment also happened to turn his head, after seeing the car beside him, that originally enthusiastic smile instantly stiffened. He then hoofed it up, looked it up and down, and then looked at Chen Luan with an expression of disbelief, mixed with anger and gnashing of teeth. "You changed your car?" Just changed today." Chen Luan looked back and immediately laughed. Old Zhang bit his back teeth and cursed, then continued to ask, "In installments, right? Isn't it staged?" Chen Luan pursed his lips, "I don't know. Someone else gave it to me." Old Zhang bared his teeth and cursed. This scene also made Xiao Iris, who was stunned in place. The camera in her hand at the moment was facing the duo. The live stream boiling pop-ups are also a bit taut. It's called being afraid of both your brothers suffering and your brothers driving a Land Rover. Chapter 33. How dare you say you're not a script? Ouch, you finally arrived. While we're talking. A voice rang out from the front. Zhang Dinghua, who happened to be going out, immediately saw Chen Luan and his eyes lit up as he hurriedly ran all the way to welcome him. "Yes, Uncle Zhang, there was some traffic jam on the road today, so I came a little late. Oh, this is the gift I sent you, wishing you a happy birthday." Chen Luan waved his hand and took the gift handed over by Xiao Iris, then took out the red packet from his bosom and placed it on top, handing it over to Zhang Dinghua in one piece. Good. Zhang Dinghua smiled and accepted the gift, then his gaze shifted to Xiao Iris at his side, then said, "This is..." I'm not his girlfriend. I have a date, and I'm not his ex-girlfriend either." As if there was a lesson from the past, this time Xiao Kite immediately made a bounce start to testify herself at the moment that the eyes shifted over. This excited reaction made everyone in the room stare. It also made some viewers on the air tense up. Uncle Zhang, she's my friend, we came together today to celebrate your birthday." A moment later, Chen Luan was the first to break the silence. Oh, it's like this, well, then let's go in first." Reacting, Zhang Dinghua also immediately eased his smile, pulling Chen Luan's arm as he walked. "Xiao, some time ago you saw the righteousness and courage thing, Uncle also knows about it, well done. You are now a big celebrity, today can come to celebrate Uncle is very happy, later with Uncle have a good drink." Hearing these words, Chen Luan also laughed, but remembered that there are other things today, then immediately said, "It's like this Uncle, right now this situation is not good to be too high profile, so I want to Uncle Zhang you to arrange a casual location for me on it. By the time when the people are dispersed, I'll accompany you to drink a cup of wine, and there are also things that I still have to do in the afternoon, so..." Today's protagonist after all, Uncle Zhang. Chen Luan naturally didn't want to steal the elder's thunder. And with the previous incident of being blocked and photographed fresh in his mind, and other things going on in the afternoon, it would definitely be hard to walk away once his identity had been revealed. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to keep a low profile. This way, well, don't worry, Uncle understands. After all, you are now in a different situation. If you go in with great fanfare, you will certainly be surrounded by people. Since you still have something to do in the afternoon, Uncle will first arrange seats for you, so that you first eat before saying, as for drinking, well, there will be plenty of opportunities later, when to drink can be. Although Zhang Dinghua's thoughts were more traditional, he knew what was good and what was bad. Just Chen Luan, a courageous, rescue more than 500 children's deeds this point, can let Zhang Dinghua ignore any rules, for Chen Luan greenlight, because Chen Luan do is good, and still put life and death at risk of good things. And he was, after all, the internet hero who was exploding all over the internet today, so he must have a lot of things to do, and to be able to come on time today was already a great honor. And it was a facelift for such a celebrity hero to celebrate his birthday, so he naturally didn't care about anything else. Hearing these words, the old Zhang on the side was also a bit puzzled. When did this old bean of his become so reasonable? Quickly! Led by Zhang Dinghua, the group entered the courtyard. The good thing is that although there were a lot of people in the yard inside today, most of them were talking to each other. Either that or they were minding their own business and didn't notice what was going on over here. But Tang Ro, who had been staring at the doorway, had found her target at the moment. Little Sister White. Over there. Over there. Brother Luan is over there. Tang Ro inside the Donkey Kong doll saw Chen Luan's figure appearing at the doorway, her eyes instantly lit up, and she hastily reached out to pat the already tired and almost deflated Guo Xiaobai by her side. At the present moment, the news of Chen Luan's appearance was like an adrenaline rush that instantly plugged into Guo Xiaobai's body, causing her body, which was originally leaning back against the wall, to instantly stand upright like a zombie. Where? Fruit Xiaobai sniffled and looked around frantically, his tone filled with urgency. There, right there. Tang Ro excitedly pointed at the doorway in front of her. He saw that Chen Luan was currently walking towards a table at the very edge under Zhang Dinghua's leadership. Great! After suffering for so long, I finally caught him. After seeing Chen Luan's figure, Guo Xiaobai felt as if he had evolved. The tiredness and dryness of the party had all dissipated at this moment. So? Then what should we do now? Tang Ro innocently asked. What should we do? Of course, we should follow the plan. Let's first slowly sneak into the bureau behind him, monitor him, and wait until the banquet is almost over and the people have dispersed. Then we will go up and set him up, take him to a place where there is no one, and then... Guo Xiaobai, you did a good job, young man. Now every TV station is showing your heroic deeds. We were all just talking about you. I didn't expect you to show up all of a sudden. Come on, let's take a picture together. The Amazons around him were all enthusiastic, especially after seeing his identity, and each of them excitedly pulled Chen Luan for a photo. This situation also made the viewers of Xiao Iris Kite's live broadcast unable to hold back their laughter. Worthy of being Hero Chen, the fans are spread across the 4 domains of young adult, middle-aged and old. I guess the great aunts and aunts usually discuss heroics during their square dances. Women's friend up, a young man, who was currently holding a cell phone in both hands, shaking his body and shaking his legs with disdain. Even though he wasn't speaking directly at Chen Luan and didn't name him, the moment these words came out, they instantly made everyone at this table hear that he was targeting Chen Luan with these words. What's it to you what other people do? It doesn't affect you. Xiao Kite sniffed, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She took a step forward to dislike. At the outset of these words. How could it be just that coincidental that shortly after the car crashed through the kindergarten's front door, you showed up and drove the car away? It's like everything was set in stone. This script smell is just too much. And I also looked into it, and that big truck that crashed, it was you, wasn't it? The car is yours, but someone else has to drive it. He stood up, looked over at Chen Luan at the table, and sneered, and you say you're not. Some of the people who are watching the live stream at the moment are also a little shaken after hearing these words. Although many of them have seen the video before, but after all, nowadays, the internet is developed. In order to fire, all kinds of scripts are endless. If that's true, that's a truly amazing melon. At the present moment, both Guo Xiaobai and Tang Ro who heard these words were furious. But the point of their anger did not lie in Chen Luan, but in the malicious speculations of Zhou Yan in front of them. Even though both of them had broken up with Chen Luan. But they knew Chen Luan, and they knew deep down that Chen Luan would never script something like this, even with the lives of innocent children. Especially Guo Xiaobai, who already had a belly full of fire, plus the hot and dry weather, her fists clenched at this moment when she heard these words. Just people like you, I've seen a lot of them. For the sake of fire, what can't you do? Actually dare to take a human life to make a script. Just people like you also deserve to be a hero. Seeing that the people around him were affected by his reasonable words, Zhou Yan's heart also became more and more pleased, and immediately raised his head to accuse. If he could dismantle him, he was bound to catch fire himself. Even hotter than he is now. Pop. Just as he was drifting off into his own fantasies. A slap hit him head-on, slapping his head, and his whole person immediately came to his senses. Covering his head, he stood up and looked back, shouting angrily, Who hit me? Come out. Look back. I saw a Godzilla doll and a Donkey Kong doll appear behind me at some point. The two of them were standing pensively in place at the moment, while the others around them were discussing at their respective tables, and there were no strange figures. Touching the back of his head that was a bit sore, Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. Once there are more people in this world who maliciously speculate about others, it's hard not to suspect that they are trying to get something, and that's why they maliciously rumorize and smear others. At the table, Xiao Iris blankly glanced at Zhou Yan and said in a cold voice. What did you say? That I've spread rumors and smeared him? Then let him tell you what I've rumored and smeared him about. That car, is it his own? Zhou Yan turned to Chen Luan and spoke, do you dare to admit it? He then bit the bullet on the situation, deciding it was a gap in the script. Ha! At this moment, Chen Luan was really a bit taut, and couldn't help but laugh out in the face of his crazy brainstorming as well as his clownish behavior. What are you laughing at? Zhou Yan frowned at the sight and asked immediately. You're right. That car was mine. I didn't just appear out of nowhere either, but I followed that car the entire time. Chen Luan lightly laughed and raised his head, his face confidently echoing. At the outset of these words, the crowd was instantly shocked. Even Xiao Iris couldn't help but stare. What is this guy doing? Why admit to this? Isn't this helping him sit on the fact that it's all scripted? The viewers of the live broadcast were also a bit flustered. I'll go. You're not really admitting it, are you? It's so big, it's hard to believe it's really scripted. Front. After hearing these words, Zhou Yan immediately smiled smugly and pointed at Chen Luan and shouted, Ha! I knew it, how was it? What I said was good, right? This matter is the script, good for you, actually daring to take the lives of so many children as a script, you are also considered a hero. I think you are simply a... Pop. Again. The beaten Zhou Yan's body swayed, his words were interrupted, and the aura he had just built up was instantly snapped. Who the hell? Who the is hitting me? Zhou Yan was furious, covering his head and shouting back. But what was happening at the back at the moment was still the same as before, and apart from those two conspicuous mannequins, there were no other suspicious people left. What the hell? Zhou Yan was angry and furious as he rubbed his head in confusion. I know. It's Batman hitting you. Chen Luan took a look at the situation in front of him and immediately said with a smile. Batman? Zhou Yan touched his head and froze for a moment, then reacted and shouted angrily, You're the Joker. Your whole family is the Joker. At the outset of these words, Xiao Iris also couldn't help but purse her lips and sneer down. The audience in the live broadcast room also said good. Good dislike. Aren't you enough of a clown? Chen Luan put down the teacup in his hand, looked up faintly and spoke, What qualifications do you have for me to explain to you? I'll just ask you one thing, do you think it is your investigation means that is powerful? Or is it the officials' investigation methods that are powerful? At the outset of these words, the people present all changed their complexion and reacted immediately. Even Zhou Yan's face instantly stiffened. Yeah. This has gotten so big that if it was really scripted, it would have been blown out of proportion. Because the officials have been involved in this matter for a long time. But now, instead of intervening, various television and online platforms are rolling out reports, which means that this incident is true. To dare question this is to question the official. At present, the crowd at the live stream also nodded in approval at once. Clowns like this don't even need to talk to him, just throw the official investigation in his face, explaining to him is pulling it down a notch. Obviously, Zhou Yan had forgotten this most important point, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Because what was initially formulated in his mind was that Chen Luan, in order to testify against himself, would tell all of the things that had happened before, so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to find more cracks, but it did not occur to him that Chen Luan was simply too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly threw out the official. At this moment, he was a little anxious in his heart, coupled with the questioning looks cast by the other Amazons became even more anxious, That's just that the officials haven't investigated clearly yet. As long as the investigation of the car's situation will certainly come forward to prove it. At that time, you will be exposed just the same. At the outset of these words, the people present instantly revealed an intriguing light smile. Chen Luan also couldn't help but clap his hands. Officials can really bring you back when they have time. It feels very suitable for use in researching our country's aerospace industry. You? What did you say? Zhou Yan frowned at the sound of his voice, somewhat unresponsive. You stupid It means you're being tough talking. Idiot. Xiao Iris immediately stepped forward and added with a smile from the side. At the outset of these words, the whole table couldn't hold back their laughter. The viewers of the live stream couldn't help themselves. Chen Luan and Iris Xiao's perfect match even made some viewers count out a CP on the spot. Fruit Xiaobai and Tang Ro, who were watching this scene from the back, also secretly snickered. You. Zhou Yan was instantly red-warmed by Chen Luan's dislike of these words, and coupled with the situation around him, it made him instantly a bit furious. Xiao Zhou, stop it, the mayor of our city knows about this one, and I heard that the mayor is going to personally give the award to someone else then. If you question it here, aren't you embarrassing yourself? Could it be that the mayor still can't find out the truth of this matter? You quickly apologize to others. Xiao Chen, stop it. The big mom at the same table immediately came out to round up the situation and persuaded. But at this moment, when Zhou Yan heard this, he immediately laughed coldly and said, just him, and the mayor personally presents the award? How can that be? How many cases like this happen every day all over the country? If the mayor had to present an award for every one of them, how busy would the mayor be? Besides, with this kind of script, sooner or later, someone will find out, and then, I'll see how you'll end up. Shut up. At the outset of these words, a stern voice fell in the distance immediately. When the crowd sniffed and looked, they saw Zhang Dingbo walking up with a serious face. He took a look at the situation in front of him, then turned to Zhou Yan and said in a deep voice, Little Rock, who allowed you to slander my honored guest here with malicious rumors? Hurry up and apologize to Xiao Chen. I apologize to him? Humph. Don't even think about it. Uncle Zhang, just such a liar, sooner or later he'll be dismantled, you have to look at it more clearly, don't get you involved in time. Seeing Zhang Dingbo defending Chen Luan so much, Zhou Yan became even more anxious and immediately stood up. There were many surprised voices in the room, spreading like a tidal wave. Xiao Kite froze on the spot, and the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room also directly exploded at this moment. Godzilla and King Kong in the rear also froze in place. Just to see it in plain sight. The mayor passed through the crowd and came directly in front of Chen Luan, and under the shocked and envious eyes of countless people, he extended his right hand with a smile and said, Hero Chen, I've heard a lot about you, and today, I finally have the honor of meeting you. Snap. At this moment the words fell. The white-faced Zhou Yan sat on his butt on the ground, and the cold sweat on his forehead instantly slid down. Chapter 35 I still like you the way you were bratty before. Inside the courtyard. The original noisy surroundings. However, the moment Mayor Wang appeared, he immediately quieted down. Everyone hadn't anticipated the scene in front of them. Mayor Wang actually did come. The mayor, who could only be seen on TV on weekdays, actually came to the quadrangle in person today, and just appeared alive in front of their eyes. This made even Zhang Dingbo gulp a little incredulously. All this. Is it actually true? He had previously heard talk that the mayor might personally organize a commendation ceremony for Chen Luan, but he had only listened to it as a rumor and hadn't taken it seriously. After all, how could a big shot like the mayor come and run something like this himself? But today, when Mayor Wang was there in person, he realized that this was not the bragging of the people after tea, but the real thing. Nowadays, surprised stares and exclamations abound. Some people also shifted their gazes to Zhou Yan, who had made a big fuss here just now. Only to see that he was currently sitting on the ground, and the incredulous look on his face had dissipated, replaced by a look of fear and panic. The hands supporting his body were shaking. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. He hadn't expected that the mayor would actually come to receive Chen Luan in person. And the mayor's presence today means it's all true. Then he's really screwed after what he just did. So much for being a clown. The main thing is that he can't afford the consequences of doing this today. Also boiling with activity in their hearts were the viewers who had been tuning into the live stream. Long before that, they'd gotten annoyed with the superiority-conscious college student. Most of the pop-ups on the air were cursing him as he spoke. And with his fanciful smearing, as well as rumor-mongering, arrogant tone, the angry live broadcast audience really had a feeling of powerlessness that their hands couldn't reach into the screen. But the good thing is, Chen Luan's response was cool. The appearance of the mayor at the end, in particular, made them instantly excited. Now there's a good show. Mayor? How do you guys? The scene in front of him, but let Chen Luan some surprise, he was also planning to participate in the birthday banquet after the initiative to contact them, but did not think that today, Mayor Wang directly with a bunch of leaders of the police personnel directly chased to the birthday banquet. In order to meet with you, I don't dare to delay at all. Mayor Wang sniffed and first responded with a smile, then his gaze turned to Zhou Yan who was shivering in front of him, his face turned and he immediately spoke sternly, besides, if I didn't come today, how could I have seen someone here, who was so maliciously discrediting and rumor-mongering against our heroes of the Imperial City, When Mayor Wang said this, Zhou Yan, who was crouching on the ground next to him, immediately blanched. He panicked and stood up from the ground, his tone trembled as he explained, the city. Mayor, I also just suspect, besides, that was originally his own car, and he also admitted that he is not a righteous person, but we have already investigated it along. I didn't realize that the car had a problem halfway down the road that caused it to go out of control, and that's what caused this mess. After the incident, the driver was even more afraid to take responsibility and ran straight away. That's why Hiro-chan rushed to the scene and drove to the rescue. Hear that? The crowd immediately came to a realization. Zhou Yan in front of him looked startled, and the panicked look on his face increased, never expecting that it would actually be such a situation. Done. I should have known to investigate more closely. It's over. As for what you said about self-direction, let me tell you, this matter was investigated and guaranteed by the Imperial Capital Branch, and if there was a genuine case of script faking, they would be able to tell the difference, rather than you being here, relying on your so-called college student name, to recklessly fabricate rumors and discredit them for no reason. This is simply creating a black spot for the college behind you. Mayor Wang angrily slammed the table, his aura majestic. Bang, a loud bang, shocked Zhou Yan trembled, the whole person just like cartilage, like instantly kneeling on the ground. He realized that he broke into a big trouble, and quickly begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mayor Wang, I just read some of the Water Army reports and news randomly guessed. It's all what those reports said, what the comments said, it has nothing to do with me. As a college student of Qingbei University, you don't even have this kind of judgment? Do you know that empty rumors and malicious smears are legally responsible? Songshi frowned her eyebrows and spoke in a cold voice. What? What? Zhou Yan's face turned white at the sound of his voice, and more cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he shivered and waved his hands back and forth. I'm just expressing a random opinion, it's not that bad, right? I take it back now, isn't it okay? I promise, I will never dare to talk nonsense again, I am wrong. I'm still young, it's not easy for me to get into Qingbei University, I don't want to go to jail. He was in a hurry. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground and begged for forgiveness. This scene also made the crowd present look helpless and emotional. Who would have thought that a few minutes ago, this Qingbei University student was arrogant and pressing Chen Luan step by step? Moreover, he also made a fuss about the possibility of Chen Luan's respective fakery, making everything sound as if he had seen it with his own eyes. But now, he can only kneel on the ground and beg frantically for forgiveness to the person in front of him. This situation also made the pop-ups in Xiaokite's live broadcast room boil more and more. Wasn't he quite wild just now? Why are you pulling away now? Stand up, college boy, show that confidence you just had, now that's so uncomfortable for me. Wantonly smearing and rumor-mongering is against the law. And the one who smeared and rumored was a citywide hero who was about to receive a merit badge, so now he's finished. Let's prepare for light speed cutting at Seibei University. It's for your own good too. This is great, I've had a great day eating melon, ha 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 ha. Pop-ups are popping up all over the airwaves. And inside the quadrangle. Zhang Dinghua also shook his head helplessly. After all, he had advised, but there was no way that Zhou Yan could not listen, and had been smugly carrying the pace. Now, finally, something has happened. Going to jail is something to be talked about later, for now, let's start with you. With a character like yours that is maliciously rumored and smeared, you are not qualified to enter Qingbei University at all. When Mayor Wang made these remarks, it was like a sharp blade that directly cut off the relationship between Zhou Yan and Qingbei University. It also made Zhou Yan's heart tighten at the moment, and his body was like an electric shock. He managed to get into Qingbei University, for which he repeated 3 times. Finally, in this year's examination, is to rely on this, he can in the family, the circle of friends to grasp the right to speak, grasp the arrogant capital. But I didn't realize that all of this was going to be thrown out today. Mayor Wang, I beg you, I got into Qingbei University with great difficulty, if I remove my school registration I'll be finished. Zhou Yan's heart completely collapsed inside, he was really scared, immediately kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy. I was just jealous that he had so much traffic and so many people chasing after him, and I wanted to feel that way too, so I investigated and then went to smear him, wanting to bring him down, and I sat in this position myself. I just wanted to rub some heat in it, I didn't want to start rumors. Oh. At the outset of these words, a collective realization dawned on the eating public in the room. So that's how it is. No wonder he spoke so harshly before and kept targeting people. Chen Luan. So it's trying to take over and rub it in. That makes sense. It's simply an eye-rolling, self-righteous, all-around drunk attitude. I've seen this kind of person too much nowadays. It's always when everyone else is in favor of something, he suddenly jumps out and says a counter-argument to show off his unique opinion, just a clown. I see people like that all the time on the internet. It's just a barbarian. Everyone is drunk. The sound of voices rising and falling ensued. It made the pop-ups in the live stream go faster and faster. Shaokite looked at this scene, could not help but raise his eyebrows, originally wanted to live broadcast the award ceremony, but did not expect, today's main meal has not yet been served, came a big appetizer. At the moment the popularity of the live broadcast room is so high, then later the award ceremony once open still have. At this moment, Mayor Wang was also getting angrier and angrier, and immediately shouted to Songshi at his side. Songshi, who had long been ready, sniffed and quickly beckoned to the rear of the crowd, and several police officers came forward and spoke. You maliciously spread rumors to discredit our city's representative heroes. You will now be arrested according to the law and punished accordingly. Take a trip with us. Watching Songshi waving her hand, two police officers came forward. Zhou Yan was so scared that his face changed. He quickly shook his head, crawled to Chen Luan's front and opened his mouth. Chen. Hero-chan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have suspected you. Please give me a chance. Beg for mercy for me. I'm still young. I don't want to go to jail yet. Please. Humph. When you just started a rumor to discredit someone else, saying that someone else took a child's life to operate the script, why didn't you think about how much trouble it would bring to him in case someone believed in such words? Still young, as if who isn't young, aren't they only in their 20s? At this moment, words rang out from the rear. Only the Godzilla behind that stood out and pointed at Zhou Yan in front of him and opened his mouth to shout. That's it. Malicious rumors and smears, this is what you deserve. Jean Gang also walked out and pointed at him. At the outset of these words, everyone present turned around with a jerk. Looking at the scene in front of him, there were a few moments of silliness and comedy. Instead, Chen Luan gently raised his eyebrows and looked towards the two inflatable dolls. Ha! Why do the voices of this Godzilla and King Kong sound so familiar? That's right. Thank you Godzilla No Justice for speaking up. Why is this scene so comical, even though it's serious? Why are there these two things at the birthday party? Ahoy! Hearing the voice in his ear, Zhou Yan also panicked. He knew that he had stirred up a big mess this time, and he also knew that the only chance was in Chen Luan's body. Until now, Chen Luan hadn't said a word. Maybe he could beg him. After all, he possessed the heart to save people, and had saved so many small children before. He was obviously kind-hearted, and if he begged him now, he would definitely have a chance. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan hurriedly said, Hero. I apologize to you, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't dare to covet your traffic and make random and wild guesses about you. Please spare me, spare my life. It's not easy for me to get into Qingbei. I don't want to end up like this. You're a hero, you're kind-hearted. Will you help me? For you is a matter of one sentence, just one sentence. It's very simple. The words at this moment caused Chen Luan to subconsciously narrow his eyes. I didn't realize that at this point in time, this guy was still morally abducting himself. After associating it with his attitude just now, Chen Luan had even less thoughts of helping him in his mind. Kind-hearted? You're wrong. I'm not kind at all. Still like that untamed look you just had. Gently patting Zhou Yan's face, Chen Luan then directly got up and left. Zhou Yan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his last glimmer of hope was completely dashed. Take him out. At Songshi's command, the two police officers were pulling him up and directly ripping him out of the quadrangle. Chapter 36 These things today, Uncle Zhang can really keep them as family heirlooms. Hero-chan, today's rash visit, mainly. Mayor, it's fine for you to call me Little Chen. Little-in is fine, no need to call me any Hero-chan, it sounds weird. Usually called so used to people, cold suddenly came a Chen hero, also heard some strange. What's more, at Mayor Wang's age, he's considered an elder, so it's reasonable to call him Xiao Chen, Xiaoan, or whatever. Hearing these words, Mayor Wang immediately smiled, not hanging on to merit and fame, a great contrast to the previous Zhou Yan. It's a good lad. Then nodded, good. Then I'll call you Xiao Chen. It's like this, Xiao Chen. In order to reward your merits, we specially in this afternoon, in the city center to hold a vast awards ceremony, I will personally take the stage for you to award medals merit. Originally a long time ago should have contacted you, only a pity to hit your phone has not been responded to, so, today will be a. Mayor Wang's words caused the people present to suck in a breath of cool air. You have to know that Mayor Wang has been working in the imperial capital for decades, and his authority in this city is first-rate. In the past, though, I have also seen on TV that Mayor Wang is very kind and amiable to the public. But that was more or less an on-camera effect, and even if it had been real, it never appeared as respectful as it does today. To be able to make such a big shot speak so respectfully, it was feared that Chen Luan was the only one who could do it. This situation also caused an expression of relief to appear on the face of Zhang Dinghua, who had been watching this scene. I didn't realize that at my age, I would actually get to meet the mayor in person. It's kind of a follow-through. No, there were just too many messages and missed calls on my cell phone before, so I didn't have time to reply to them all. Chen Luan explained. Since the emergence of this incident, Chen Luan's cell phone receives many unfamiliar calls every day, and even more will receive countless text messages. He would only pick out the ones that were worth replying to and watching, the others that advertised, tried to get him to anchor, and rubbed it in, were ignored. Ah. Understand. After all, you are now a celebrity in our city, but I just don't know if you are willing to participate in the awards ceremony this afternoon? Mayor Wang smiled and expressed his understanding. After all, this matter is too big, even the higher-ups have given an order, not to mention there are so many people who are concerned about this matter. As the protagonist of this matter, Chen Luan would naturally be noticed by people from all walks of life. Chen Luan froze. Just when he was about to open his mouth, Zhang Dinghua beside him took a step forward, pulled his clothes, and whispered, "Xiaona, this is the mayor's invitation. It's a good opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. You've done such a great thing. You deserve this kind of accolade. Go ahead, there's nothing that uncle needs your help here. Take this award, it's very helpful to you in the future." Help. That's right. Xiao Iris also came up and spoke. The mayor personally gave you the award. What are you still hesitating for? Your life is going to take off at this moment, right? What's more, people have personally come to your door to invite you, you're not really going to refuse. The mayor of Taito City himself gave him a birthday present. If this had been before, he couldn't have dreamed of such exaggerated content. Not to mention the gifts brought by Mayor Wang this time, all of which were genuine and high-quality goods, which were priced at least in the 4-figure range. Add to that the identity of the giver and it's a priceless treasure that can't be found. The scene. It also drew the envious gazes of countless people around them. What kind of honor is it to be given a gift by the mayor himself? This has to be the honor of blowing for a lifetime, and in the future, throughout Hutanku, and even throughout the entire imperial capital, Zhang Dinghua will be able to stand up his chest. Although they all knew that Zhang Dinghua was able to have such a scene all because of Chen Luan's light, but that couldn't be helped, who let their family know Chen Luan and take care of him as if he were their own son? This honor today, they envied, and even more so, they envied Chen Luan, who was also the protagonist. If their own family had a descendant who was so promising, then they would all have to set off firecrackers on the spot to celebrate. Equally excited were the viewers who were watching the live broadcast. Today, the whole room is witnessing it. Their moods also rose and fell like a roller coaster ride. Until this moment, when they saw the mayor personally delivering the gift, the excitement and envy within them was instantly displayed just like the people on the scene. The mayor personally came to give a gift. If this were me, I'd just blow my whole life. I guess Uncle Jean can use these things today as heirlooms to pass on to his grandchildren in the future. I just searched, these gifts from the mayor, just those wines cost more than 4,000, it's too much. Cool. When am I going to have a friend that awesome? Uncle Zhang really dipped his toe in the water this time, little brother and is too dignified. This is a great live stream today, this appetizer is actually so appetizing. Dense pop-ups that kept flashing by. The audience in the live broadcast room, watching is also excited beyond measure the development of the situation, although let them some did not expect, but the scene in front of them is really let them envy on. Seeing Uncle Zhang at this moment, many people also thought of their own parents. Just ask that young man who didn't want to be the pride of his parents. For them, the mayor's personal visit to deliver a gift was already a great honor, and the fact that they were now willing to sit down and eat together was a great affirmation of his birthday banquet. If this is the custom of Chinese people, those who are willing to come to the birthday banquet are all friends and relatives. The more people there are, the more face they have. And today, the mayor of Imperial City personally appeared at the birthday banquet to attend this reception, which could definitely be called an unprecedented situation. Is the presence of all unexpected picture, their envy is from the heart. Today after this incident, afraid of the future Zhangdingwei to the old, have grandchildren, all have to hold the grandchildren spiritedly talk about today's birthday banquet. They're gone eh? Sister bye, then what should we do next? Quickly. Chen Luan then left the table with Xiao Iris and walked towards the house. However, this scene caused Tang Rou, who was hiding among the dolls, to frown and couldn't help but ask. From the beginning until now, they had not yet encountered Chen Luan, and now Chen Luan had left this table and gone to the inner room, and was accompanied by the mayor and the others throughout. Hearing these words, the same face of tangled worry fruit small white but touched the chin, and then the head melon a turn, actually began to think of an idea. Ears. The sound of the blower came roaring in. At this moment, it was like a big hand that opened up Guo Xiaobai's thoughts, her beautiful eyes flashed and she immediately raised her hand and said, I have an idea. This doll suit on us can work. Huh? Tang Rou froze at the sound of her voice, clearly not understanding what Fruit Xiaobai meant. However, he saw that at this moment, Guo Xiaobai turned his head and said with a confident face, look at me, I guarantee that he will definitely leave alone later on, and at that time, we'll come back to surround him, and it'll definitely work. Chapter 37 Even heroes can't escape the culture of the drinking table. Ah little Chen, come on, I'll toast you. At the banquet a few moments later. Mayor Wang raised the cup in his hand and turned to Chen Luan at his side and smiled. We all have a ceremony to attend this afternoon, so instead of drinking, we'll use this drink as a substitute. Good, Mayor, I salute you. Chen Luan immediately smiled at the sound and held the cup in response. It's just nice not to have a drinking culture. The two took a sip from each other and put down their glasses. Come, sit. After we have had a drink together. After the front leader reaches out for a seat. Chen Luan also put down his wine glass obediently, and just as he wanted to go grab his chopsticks, another figure appeared beside him. It was still the same as just now, except this time it wasn't Godzilla, but King Kong walked up, didn't say anything, and directly filled Chen Luan's cup. Chen Luan was speechless for a while. I didn't finish my own drink in this cup, did I? Why is it filling up again? That's a bit too enthusiastic, isn't it? This situation caused Chen Luan to be embarrassed to refuse. There is also the fact that these two people's movements are also too fast. Chen Luan front foot to sit down, the back foot they both come up to refill the cup, and even before Chen Luan had time to open his mouth, the cup was full. It felt like it was intentional. It can't be. Uncle Zhang said hello in advance, right? At this point in his thoughts, Chen Luan's brows loosened, and his entire body suddenly had a bad feeling. Generally speaking, toast this kind of thing, the ordinary people will look at the other cup still have the amount, if so, then they will definitely come to toast, but if not, most people will choose to wait a while, until his cup has the amount, and then come to toast. And a toast is something that, once it's started, will inevitably lead to others, especially now on this occasion. Now, with these two guys behind them filling their cups, wouldn't that be, like, pushing themselves out again? Told you so. Right after this thought fell, another leader in front of him stood up, come on, Xiao Chun, I'll toast you too, I'm the person who appreciates heroes the most, especially young and promising lads like you. The moment the voice falls. Chen Luan couldn't help but feel a chill in his back, sure enough. Sure enough, he let himself guess correctly. Lean. There are 12 people at this one table today, and all of them are brought by the mayor, so it's not like all 12 are going to be here all over again, is it? Even if it's a drink, if you drink this much, it'll make your stomach rise, right? What's wrong, little Chun? Could it be that you're not willing to take this cup from me? The man in front saw that Chen Luan hadn't said anything in half a day, so he immediately asked with a smile. Chen Luan sniffed a little helplessly. After all, they had kind of helped themselves before. It's not good to just say no, and it's not a toast, it's just a drink, so I can't reasonably say no. So, Chen Luan only had to get up, but this time he learned the hard way and just drank it all in one gulp. There was no amount in the cup, so the frequency of toasts could be reduced, right? At least allow himself to moderate a bit. But the figure had only just sat down when the figure behind him silently came forward again and poured himself a glass. You! Chen Luan came back to his senses and opened his mouth in a panic to stop it, but that Godzilla had already finished pouring and turned to leave. What did I do to you? Seeing me drink so much water makes you feel accomplished, doesn't it? It was hard to finish the amount in the cup, but I didn't realize that this guy was like 8 hands, and he instantly filled it up for himself. At the moment of helplessness, Chen Luan only felt a coldness in his back, and in the next second, another voice rang out. Little Chen, I toast you. Chen Luan even wanted to die at the sound of his voice. The scene. It also made Xiao Iris look at it and couldn't help but snicker, and even more so, the audience of the live broadcast who witnessed the whole thing was completely tensed up. Even heroes can't escape the culture of the drinking table. Has there been a count of how much water little On has had in total since we started? Good grief, I haven't even seen him move his chopsticks a couple times. Well, this meal was eaten, the food did not eat a few mouthfuls, but instead drank a bellyful of water. This is too bad, Godzilla and King Kong did it on purpose. 23,333. Godzilla, I don't know anything, I just do what I have to do. These two dolls are so funny, before storming lemonade, then coming forward to identify them, and now pouring water like crazy, I just can't stop watching them. Too cute these two. In the future, when I have a banquet, I'll invite two dolls too. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was also getting hotter and hotter with the hilarious scene in front of him. Although everyone was heartbroken for Chen Luan, they felt even more that the scene in front of them was just too funny and programmatic. Watching Chen Luan's willingness at first, to his later lifelessness, that feeling was more interesting than watching a movie. A few drinks. Chen Luan basically didn't eat a few bites of the food and had just put down his chopsticks when the two guys behind him came up. Originally thinking to raise the cup high to prevent the other party from pouring water, where did he know that these two people, just as if they had discussed beforehand, came with a soundbite, and when Chen Luan raised the cup up, King Kong silently circled around to the other side, and while Chen Luan's attention was attracted by Godzilla, he directly filled it up again for him. This situation caused Chen Luan to collapse. Looking at the scene in front of her, Songshi's expression became more and more tangled. This scene, she watched the whole thing down, and only felt that Chen Luan's reserve system was really powerful. After drinking so much water along the way, she was actually able to not go to the toilet. No! No more drinking! Quickly! A bellyful of water, Chen Luan then felt the urge to urinate. He hastily refused the toast from the person in front of him and stood up violently, only to feel that the water in his stomach would make a sound like a kettle when he walked. It's working! Seeing Chen Luan rise violently in front of him, Fruit Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up in delight. Chen Luan subconsciously burped water and was about to turn around when he suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from his eyes. The next second, a few images that appeared before Chen Luan's eyes. Only notice the scene. Fruit Xiaobai and Tang Rou immediately glanced at each other, both of their faces revealing a light smile of triumph. How about this, my way, awesome. Fruit Xiaobai said with a face full of complacency. Awesome. So are we going to follow? Tang Rou couldn't help but ask as she approached her. That's for sure, right now, I'll take you to block him, and when it's time to catch him, just watch what I do to him. The two exchanged a high five and immediately retreated slowly. At the present moment, Songshi, who put down her chopsticks and looked up, happened to see this scene. Only to see that the two people in doll suits were currently backing up bit by bit, then chasing after Chen Luan in the direction he had just left. Noticing this situation, Songshi couldn't help but frown. Just now she felt that these two people were strange. Why did they keep pouring drinks for Chen Luan? It's as if it's intentional. It seems obvious now that it was premeditated. Recall the previous judgment in the office. Songshi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash. It's hard to believe that. Someone really wants to kidnap him, right? Thinking of this, Songshi did not slow down and hurriedly stood up from her seat and chased after her along the front. Chapter 38. There's no escaping the robbery. Shortly after entering the house, Chen Luan then felt the sound of pattering coming from outside. This is it, isn't it? This courtyard's bathroom is repaired. Why is it the same as a public restroom? Fruit Xiaobai looked openly at the large bathroom in front of him and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, asking curiously. It's because most of these Sihiyuan, most of them belong to the old style. And in the 80s and 90s, a family would usually have 4 or 5 sons and daughters, and when there were more people, the toilets would be unsupplied if there were fewer of them, so many of them were built this way in the Sihiyuan. So it is. Fruity nodded at the sound, but quickly responded. The voice in your ear. To her uncontrollable shock, she hurriedly looked back and realized that the one who had just uttered these theories was actually Tang Rou by her side. This little lowly, who seemed soft and unintelligent, had now actually taught herself a lesson. You actually know about this? Are you from Imperial Capital? Fruit Xiaobai looked at her with some surprise and couldn't help but ask. Tang Rou pursed her lips at the sound and whispered, I grew up with my grandpa, and I lived in a courtyard house when I was a kid, so I know this very well. So? Good. Fruit Xiaobai heard that immediately. A pull bulging arm is to charge inside. Sister Xiaobai, you. What are you doing here? You're not going to break into the men's restroom, are you? This situation startled Tang Ro and hurriedly reached out to stop her. What men's restroom, aren't they all the same? If you don't go in, how can you catch that guy out? Fruit Xiaobai said with an indifferent face. Then there's no need to just break in case. In case to go in he is in. Then how embarrassing Tang Ro blushed, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Under the shape adamantine makeup, Tang Ro's movements, living like a delicate little girl, looked incomparably contrasting and peculiar. What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Fruit Xiaobai responded without thinking, but after 2 seconds suddenly shook, her beautiful eyes startled. She realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing, then subconsciously turned back to Tang Ro, who had her head down by her side, and somewhat helplessly patted her head. That. I said it wrong, I haven't seen it. You. What about you? Tang Ro was shocked at the sound of her voice, and hastily raised her hands, reddening her fair little face and waving her hands in panic. I didn't either. No. She panicked and waved her hands, her expression strained in successive denials. But these words, obviously revealing what she really thinks. He also heard a burst of helplessness from Chen Luan inside the room. This girl is always like this, no city at all. It was also Tang Ro's performance that caused the anger in Guo Xiaobai's heart to be ignited again. Great, this scumbag is really torture. Real torture. She clenched her fists and immediately said, it's fine if we don't go in, he's going to come out anyway, let's just stand guard here, wait until he comes out, and directly rack him away. I don't believe it, he'll still be able to stay in there for the rest of his life. When we catch him, you'll see what I'll do to him. Brothel. Chen Luan, who heard these words, immediately felt cold sweat running down his face. Fruit Xiaobai, the crazy woman. Out of a bunch of ex-girlfriends, she's the craziest. It was also her that Chen Luan feared the most. Because all the other girlfriends would have more or less concerns because of their status, as well as other circumstances, only Guo Xiaobai never cared about the consequences. Give her a whip, she is really daring to whip herself. It was a good thing that his eyes had foretold the future before and prepared himself in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid this moment would really have to fall into her hands. If you really fall into the hands of this little witch, you will not be whipped for 3 days and knifed for 5 days. Better run for your life. Come to think of it. Chen Luan immediately stepped on the box, holding the window in place with his hand, intending to directly flip the window to escape. The position he was standing in, from the window position above him, was about 1 meter 8 or so away, while being within Chen Luan's height range. By jumping out the window, he could bypass both of them with the difference in vision and return to the quadrangle drinking area. There's nothing we can do. For now, it's the only thing to do. Other side. Look at Songshi, who is following up and is looking up to see what's in front of her. Godzilla and King Kong are guarding the door to the restroom. The two big monsters kept looking inside the toilet as if they were waiting for something. What are these two guys doing? What are they waiting in the restroom for when they have nothing to do? Are they really waiting for Chen Luan? It can't be, it's really a kidnapper, right? Songshi subconsciously frowned. The conditioned reflex of professional habit made her realize that things were a bit uncomplicated. However, outside the front door of the restroom. Tang Ro couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her forehead, and then looked up and swept the door in front of her, unable to help but say, why hasn't it come out yet? It can't be that something happened, right? So much time has passed. It doesn't take this much time even to turn on the big one, does it? Don't worry, it's not like he's drinking alcohol. What could happen? At most, he'll just squat inside for a while longer, and it's just this big inside, he can't run away. Fruit Xiaobai said with a confident face. Could that be? Could it be poison in the water? Tang Ro asked with a worried face. How much did he drink? Just water poisoning. And he drank a drink that has sugar in it to help speed up his metabolism. Any common sense, really, you might as well say he ran over the wall, really. Ouch. Right after that was said. On the other side of the restroom, there was a sudden crash. The next second, 2 voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. Waking up Fruit Xiaobai and Tang Ro over here in an instant. The two looked up at the same time, then at the gate in front of them, and felt bad, immediately lifting the doll's pants and running towards where the sound had come from. I saw the two of them go around the wall to the other side. Can just see. Chen Luan pressed on Song Shi's body. And the window above that had opened at some point. Cam. Why is there someone down there? It's pretty soft though. But. Chen Lu's heart was filled with a wave of helplessness, and when he immediately looked down, he saw that at this moment, Song Shi was staring at him with a murderous gaze. The moment their gazes collided, the cold hairs on Chen Luan's entire body stood up. Hiss. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, retracted his right hand, and the whole person sat up directly, never expecting that the one who made a meat cushion for himself, actually Song Shi. How did she get here? Before Chen Luan could say anything, he felt that in front of him, there were two more figures. Inside, it tightened. He slowly raised his stiff neck to look ahead, and saw that Godzilla and King Kong, the two beasts, had now gathered in front, witnessing the scene just now. At this instant, Chen Luan felt his heart stop for a few seconds. That embarrassing as well as desperate scene left him helpless and wanting to die. If he didn't know Godzilla and King Kong's titties, he might just feel embarrassed, but now, knowing the true identities of the two of them, Chen Luan only felt that the heavens were playing tricks on him. Such a scene was no longer an embarrassment, it was a clear indication that he wanted him to die. Even though he had experienced various scenes over the years, it was not as good as 1/10 of today's. This is destined to be another dead move. In the end, the psychologically prepared Chen Luan had to play dumb only to raise his head, to the two people in front of him, raised his hand and greeted, "Hello, this is actually a misunderstanding." But these words had just fallen. The Godzilla in front of her then spoke up, only to see her cutting her teeth and crossing her arms, unable to resist shouting, "How dare you, Chen Luan, in order to run away, you really dare to roll over the window, you're not afraid of falling to your death either." It's good exercise. Jumping high. The corners of Chen Luan's mouth twitched, and he immediately ghosted. Exercise, right? Why don't you go jump off a building? That way you can jump higher. Fruit Xiaobai said without a trace of anger. Who the hell are you people? Just now I realized that you guys were guarding the toilets to plot against us. Now you still dare to chase after me. Song Shi at this moment saw the people in front of her, speaking so nonchalantly to Chen Luan, her heart was also instantly a little unhappy, and immediately snapped. What am I? Fruit Xiaobai sniffed coldly, then reached out to hold the headgear to remove it and spoke, I'm his enemy. Chapter 39. Yes, it's already starting to sweat. Hood off. Revealing Fruity White's enraged expression. Tang Ro, who was beside her, also took off her headgear obediently. After getting a good look at both of their faces, Song Shi's gaze froze with it, and immediately turned her gaze to Chen Luan by her side, a few points of resentment suddenly arising in her beautiful eyes. Sure enough. I told you how two people who had been following him all the time suddenly appeared, and it turned out, again, to be his ex-girlfriend. The same two from the last hospital. And at this moment, Chen Luan was helpless in his heart. God damn it. What's with this Shirakawa scene again? Is this what happens when you have too many ex-girlfriends? And this one is clearly tougher than the last. It's almost like it's harder than terrorists. At least terrorists can talk. But right now must first stabilize them, and look at the fruit small white their appearance, should not know Song Shi is also one of their ex-girlfriends, or turn back to them again like before the hospital, a pair of accounts and then burst out what the anticlimactic speech will be trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately pulled back his smile and said, Aya, Xiaobai, Ro, I didn't expect you guys to be here as well? You guys are also here for the banquet today? When it comes down to it, you have to play dumb. At the outset of these words, Tang Ro couldn't help but stare, clearly not understanding the meaning. But Guo Xiaobai beside her sneered and immediately said, yes, we are here to eat a seat, but is to eat your seat. Chen Luan sniffed and got a chill down his back, then laughed, it's not like I don't celebrate birthdays. You don't have to celebrate your birthday, you can celebrate the anniversary. Fruit Xiaobai responded with a smile on his face. Chen Luan was momentarily speechless. Sure enough, once this woman spoke with thorns, it was really more than a hedgehog. He also realized that it was obviously not possible from Fruit Xiaobai, so he turned to Tang Ro and opened his mouth. Ro, why are you guys wearing dolls on a hot day? Look at this sweating, come on, here's your paper. Seeing Chen Luan reach out and pull out a tissue to hand it over, a touched and delighted smile instantly appeared on Tang Ro's face. She was so excited that she was about to go up and get it. But it was squashed in one fell swoop by Fruit Xiaobai at his side. Steady! Steady! Guo Xiaobai pressed Tang Ro's hand and gave her a wink. Don't forget what I told you before, take out our accent. Can't let him take us down. And this sudden words also let the Fruit Small White glance back, and then disdainful smile, spoke, ouch. I thought it was some kind of fairy, but it turns out that it's the people's servant who came to escort him again? Last time you protected him to run away, this time is not to escort him to leave ah? So able to send, simply send him directly to the Western Paradise to fetch scriptures. Once he heard this, Chen Luan also couldn't help but frown. Was Xiaobai this little witch is really bold, even dare to dislike police officers. Even knowing that Songshi was the vice captain of the precinct, she didn't give the slightest bit of face. However, he remembered that it seemed like Guo Xiaobai's family background was very bullish, perhaps it was because of this that created this girl's fearless character. These words came suddenly, making Songshi unprepared. She was a little disgruntled in her mind, but she was also aware of her position and that her profession was to serve the people. So he forced himself to hold back the dissatisfaction in his heart, his fingertips pinched white and said in a deep voice, please pay attention to your words. Mr. Chen is a heroic citizen who will be honored by the mayor later, I have the obligation to. Come on, don't be obliging, don't think this lady doesn't know what kind of relationship you have with him. You're his ex-girlfriend too, right? Fruity White spoke out of turn. At the outset of these words, all three people present were stunned. Tang Ro, what? This police officer is also Brother Luan's ex-girlfriend? Sons, what's the deal? How did she know? Chan Luan told her? Chan Luan? Kinda let him open the box. The three men looked different. The sudden reaction at this moment also made Guo Xiaobai more convinced that his investigation was right. You just said that your mayor is going to give him an award for heroic citizen. I don't think so. I think, why don't we give him an award for the best sea king? I think that this title is quite suitable for him. When these words came out, Songshi was obviously a bit angry, and immediately turned her head to look at Chen Luan and asked, did you tell her that? Me? I didn't. Chen Luan retorted in a hurry. Would he dare to say such a thing? Once you say it, you're the one who suffers. And he hadn't even spoken to Guo Xiaobai before, so how could he tell her such a thing? What need is there for him to say? I can find out myself. This young lady has plenty of means. Guo Xiaobai held her temples and continued, also, I'm ahead of you in line, so how would he have the chance to tell me about you? Fruit Xiaobai's words, making Songshi's clenched fists have been whitened a lot, especially the sentence I'm in front of you, but also a heart attack. It gave her some instant control. But soon, the sanity of being a police officer took over her brain, and the moment Songshi's emotions ran high, she suddenly had a flash of insight. And not right ah. Why should I be angry? All ex-girlfriends? What difference does it make who's ex and who's ex? There was nothing he could do now that he was angry, and as a police officer, he was never to be rushed at this point in time. No way. I have to find a way to salvage the situation. Thinking about this, Songshi looked at Chen Luan next to her, then at Guo Xiaobai, and immediately her beautiful eyes flashed with a plan, then she lightly laughed, although he hasn't told you about me, he has told me about you oh. Songs and the sudden remark immediately reversed the atmosphere of the scene at the moment. The crowd froze. Fruit Xiaobai's confident expression also instantly stiffened for a few moments. Chen Luan felt bad and quickly said, when did I tell you that, don't talk nonsense. It's over. He was never expecting that Songshi would actually play this with him. He had never brought up the matter of Fruit Xiaobai with Songshi. A normal person wouldn't bring up his ex-girlfriend in front of his girlfriend again unless he really didn't want to die. And at this moment Songshi said so, obviously want to provoke Guo Xiaobai, this woman watching is not too big, must be because of the previous things, let her heart a little upset, so put down the impartiality of being a police officer, directly open the pendulum. That's Songshi's character, once she's completely upset, she doesn't care about all of it and has to drag everyone with her to blow herself up. What a secret way to get to the top of the stacks. You're making a criminal out of me. Looking at Chen Luan's flustered expression, Songshi didn't have half a change in expression at the moment, but instead looked at Guo Xiaobai in front of her with a smug, light smile and opened her mouth. Do you want to know what he said to you at my place? I have nothing. Shut up. The two women spoke at the same time, a shut up directly sealing Chen Luan's mouth. What did he say? Say it. Fruit Xiaobai looked at Songshi with a serious face. At the moment, whether what Songshi said was true or not, she wanted to hear it. Songshi smiled at the sound and immediately stepped forward, going to Fruit Xiaobai's side and talking in front of her ears. Shatter. This time it's a real sweaty mess. Chen Luan swallowed his saliva. He could see that the situation in front of him was already going to be out of control. He absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. He had to run away quickly. Got to get out of this place. Looking ahead at Songshi's departing figure, Chen Luan knew deep down that this was a good opportunity. Can't be any more abrasive. Gotta make a run for it. Taking a tentative step back. Right after Songshi's words fell from the front, was Xiaobai's face instantly blushed a few shades of red before turning into anger and turning to Chen Luan and shouting, Chen Luan! You bastard! You actually said something about me at that time. I want you to die. Question mark. Whatever. Run. Doesn't matter what Songshi actually said, at this moment Chen Luan already didn't want to talk more nonsense, immediately turned around and ran towards the banquet. You stop! The sound of a chase came from behind. Chen Luan didn't even dare to look back, he just kept charging forward. Just see the crowd disperse. The well-fed mayor and others are heading up the walk. This scene instantly made Chen Luan look like he had seen a savior. Oops. Little Chen, we were just talking about, you weren't back yet and we're about to go look. Later. Several figures also followed Songshi and got into the car in a smooth manner. In the meantime, far away from the Imperial Airport Strip, a young girl with long dyed purple hair, dressed in a gothic style, is carrying her suitcase out of the airport gate, facing the blinding sunlight, pushing the sunglasses on her face, and can't help but exclaim, finally back. This familiar flavor, familiar hometown, honey, I don't know, did you miss me? Chapter 40. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Luan. Xiao Chen, this is good, you and to sweat so. Listening to Mayor Wang's description, this daughter of his should belong to the kind of thin and cool nature, can't be interested in anything, and has very few words and very few emotions. Simply put, it is face paralyzed. It's pretty godlike to be able to interest someone like that. Chen Luan also wondered how just such a sister could be interested in this matter about herself. Probably. Was it something abroad that affected her? Thinking about this, Chen Luan couldn't help but be a little curious. Mayor, where did your daughter study abroad? Mayor Wang sniffed and spoke, England. Oh. England. No wonder. But coincidentally, this place, Chen Luan, had been there in the beginning and had a love affair there. Only that little girl and the mayor's daughter, compared to the mayor's daughter, but there is a world of difference in character traits, the mayor's daughter of the nature of the thin and cool, and that little girl passionate like fire. Not only that, she also especially liked to ride a motorcycle, said that very much like the speed and passion of the feeling, quite a few points in the Batman Joker woman's flavor. It was just that their time together was short and ended hastily. So that's why I'm happy that there's a rare thing that interests her. But it's not in her nature to like someone easily, so don't worry about that. Mayor Wang's words, although they were said towards himself, how did he always feel that it sounded strange? It's like complimenting himself, and it's like he's denying himself. Besides, if you really have the ability, little Chen, to make my girl enlightened, I would have to thank you instead. Mayor Wang touched the armrests on his seat and immediately turned his head to look at Chen Luan and said with a smile. The old man. If this situation does come up then, you won't like it again. But when you think about it, this kind of girl is the hardest to handle. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Luan immediately said, well, since the mayor has said so, then I will definitely go to the banquet then. Now his position has been exposed. It would be better to just accept the mayor's request, or at least avoid a lot of trouble. And he was a little curious as to what such a girl with a thin nature would look like. Is it, like, Little Dragon Lady? Little Chun, you're willing to show your face, that's great. Mayor Wang was instantly delighted at the sound of his voice. At the present moment, vehicles in front of us are starting to slow down. Slowly moving into the infield. The change in the scenery outside the window made the Chen Luan at the moment look up. Just see, today's venue is an open-air venue, around quite a luxury. Arguably. Major websites, as well as TV stations, and even the officials have stepped up to the plate. They have combined their efforts to cooperate with Mayor Wang, today, to create for themselves an unprecedented grand awards ceremony. Though there were quite a few things in this kind of scene that made Chen Luan see the kind of feeling he had when he was a child, at the elementary school party. However, the dense crowd, as well as the countless cameras, and the eyes of the children who were full of anticipation one after another, still made Chen Luan feel a little touched. It's what it feels like to be a hero. Even though Chen Luan didn't like the feeling of being famous and being mobbed by everyone, this feeling of being thanked collectively and treated solemnly was still very warm. Especially the look in those kids' eyes. How's that? Little Chen, this scene today, is it grand enough? Mayor Wang rolled down the window and raised his hand, introducing his masterpiece to Chen Luan. Very grand. Chen Luan nodded with a serious expression. It was the first time he had ever so earnestly approved of a thing, approved without any purpose, without any demand, without any secret thought. Quickly! The car is in the infield. The reporters and photographers on both sides, who were still holding back, also instantly greeted them. Followed closely by countless microphones. Both sides of the crowd, but also at this moment squeezed the front of the patrol, constantly leaning forward to sway. More than 30 patrolmen at this moment hand-tugging, standing into two long lines, will be separated from it. In the meantime, countless network bloggers in the back, as well as official television stations and live broadcasting platforms, also instantly opened their live broadcasting rooms. Countless voices that began to ring out in the venue. Families, the heroes have arrived, and our broadcast, which will begin shortly. Brothers, the much anticipated live broadcast will begin soon. Our heroes are ready to enter the arena, everyone flowers and gifts to go. I will be broadcasting the entire live broadcast of today's heroes in full. The pattering of the windows. There was all sorts of noise. Doorstep. Mayor Wang had already unbuckled his seatbelt as he looked at Chen Luan beside him and smiled, ready to go for it all. Chen Luan sniffed and closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There is no greater pinnacle in life than this. Where the road would lead in the future, he didn't know for the moment. But all he knew was that today, he was the protagonist of this assembly. Present. He's gonna pull the door open and get out of the car. To meet what the land, his countrymen who regarded him as a hero, had in store for him. Emotional recovery. Chen Luan opened his eyes and firmly reached out to pull open the car door. At present, countless cameras and images switched with them. Right behind them were microphones from various local stations. Facing the scene in front of him, the present Chen Luan lifted his head with a calm attitude and a soft word rang out from his smile. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Luan. Chapter 41 Unprecedented Award Ceremony. Great online and offline interaction. Mr. Deng, Mr. Chen has already arrived at the scene. The award ceremony will begin soon. Inside the conference room of Star Emperor Entertainment. Secretary Lin walked over to Teng Ziyi and whispered. Aha! Teng Ziyi raised her eyes at the sound, held her pen and pointed it on the table, and issued an order in a deep voice. Today's meeting ends here, all disperse. After all one's words. And without waiting for the others to speak, he got up and left to the puzzled looks of the crowd. Mr. Deng, this is. The many shareholders were also puzzled for a while. In the past, Teng Ziyi never ended the meeting early. Don't you know? Today is the award ceremony for that ex-boyfriend of Mr. Deng, the recent Netflix hero. I heard that it's being broadcasted live on the entire network. Even the mayor personally presented him with an award, so guess why Mr. Deng ended it early? An old greaseball immediately opened his mouth to explain. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately came to a realization. In the office, Duncan takes off his jacket and walks to his seat. The Lin secretary beside her also smoothly opened her iPad and clicked into the live broadcast, handing it to Teng Ziyi. I heard that although there is an official TV station involved this time, they are only responsible for the TV broadcast, and the official live broadcast of the network platform is carried out by a certain sound. So, if I swipe more gifts for him, I can be his top one? Teng Ziyi lifted her manicure nails and rubbed her white chin, answering instantly. That's true, but I've heard that there's a lot of capital this time around that wants to rub it in, including, last time, the general manager Ji that you asked me to investigate. Secretary Lin bent down close to Teng Ziyi and covered her mouth and whispered in her ear. Ji Xinyu. She's also. Teng Ziyi was stunned at first, but quickly reacted. Come to think of it. This woman, too, is Chen Luan's ex-girlfriend. How could she pass up such an opportunity? The palms of the hands placed on the table gradually clenched into fists. Teng Ziyi's beautiful eyes frowned lightly. So what if she's in on it? The big deal is that it's more than a match. He lacks everything. Just not money. If you're capable, let her come and see who gets to sit at the top of this list. At the present moment, inside another building in the same imperial capital, a figure was sitting at the table. Mr. Zhou. The ceremony will begin soon. A man was speaking in a low voice to an obese man at the table. All set? He turned around with his stool propped up and looked at the secretary in a hushed voice. More than 200 people are ready, just waiting for your order. They will immediately go to the live broadcast room, and we have also prepared the funds, just waiting for the time to seize the first place on the list, and then cooperate with the following together to bring the rhythm. We'll certainly be able to make the live broadcast room to cause chaos. The secretary bowed his head and replied respectfully. Good. Dare to make my cousin lose his education, this revenge, I must avenge. Aren't you the hero of the whole network's live broadcast? Then today, I will destroy your live broadcast. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With countless people watching, Chen Luan got out of the car. In this moment, down the red carpet towards the stage. For a moment, all the cameras, as well as reporters, ran forward. Faced with that rush of many figures, Chen Luan also responded enthusiastically, but also did not stop, and together with the mayor, walked straight to the stage. I'll go. So many people. Looking at the densely packed crowd in front of him, was Xiaobai, who had rushed to the scene at this moment, only felt his scalp tingle. As far as the eye could see, there were countless backs. She originally thought that it was just a press conference similar to that of an ordinary star, but she didn't think that today's scene was so big that she couldn't even describe it in words. It felt like half of the empire had come. After all, Brother Luan has risked his life this time to save the lives of so many children. He deserves it for such a spectacle. Tang Ro's eyes were filled with relief and admiration as she looked ahead at the Chen Luan who was walking step by step towards the stage and couldn't help but speak. Although Fruit Xiaobai was still a bit unconvinced on his lips at this moment, he had to admit that what he had done this time was indeed very praiseworthy. Looking at Chen Luan's back, and looking at so many children and seeing him happy, was Xiaobai actually had some feelings and touches in his heart. If he didn't run in the first place. Mental note. But quickly came back to his senses. Nope. He's a good guy, but he's a scum when it comes to relationships. I'm not going to forgive him that easily. This situation today, I guess it won't happen again for a short time. I still have to take charge of the order later. I brought you guys in today purely because of your previous conditions, but don't mess around, or else, I am able to arrest you. Songshi crossed her arms across her chest and flicked her ponytail, turning to the duo and uttering a serious warning. Sister Songshi, don't worry, we definitely won't mess around. Hissed the two froze. Tang Ro's beautiful eyes subconsciously moved, immediately said, You. So familiar, it seems like I've seen it somewhere. Xiao Iris froze at the sound of her voice, and immediately tugged at the corner of her mouth, hastily explaining that I'm an anchor. It's normal for you guys to have seen me. Oh. Tang Ro's face was innocent, and after hearing these words she immediately nodded. However, at this moment, Xiaobai was violently waving her hand. No. I remembered, you're the anchor woman who was photographed online before, with Chen Luan. It's the one who went home with him. I swiped through an older woman's jitterbug, and she even said that you two were a couple. As soon as Tang Ro heard this, she instantly felt the collapse of her three views, her two bulging eyes, living like a little hamster whose melon had fallen. You guys don't misunderstand. I'm not. Xiao Iris looked exposed and hurriedly jumped to her feet and waved her hands in defense. The whole person panicked and said, I'm not a couple with her, it's just a chance encounter. Didn't he run out of the hospital that day? At that time, there were still injuries on his body, and then exposed, was surrounded by grandparents to take pictures. I was worried that he was overly injured, so I helped him, but also sent him back to his home, that's all. And I'm seeing someone, and I love my boyfriend. Look. Xiao Iris flipped out her cell phone in a panic and handed the husband of the list to the two of them. How come you're the one sending all the messages? He doesn't seem to have replied to you, Xiaobai gently raised her eyebrows, staring at the chat box on the screen, unable to resist asking. He's just busier, he's abroad, the time difference is different. Xiao Iris hurriedly explained. But it's been several days in a row, Tang Ro pointed at the time on the screen with a simple face and opened her mouth to make up for it. Xiao Kite smelled a stiff face, rushed to say, have said no time well, also not allow others to be more busy. After busy, he will definitely get back to me. Looking at Iris Shaw as she put away her cell phone. At this moment, Xiaobai and Tang Ro couldn't help but glance at each other, both of them simultaneously skimming their mouths, revealing an expression of dawning certainty as they nodded at the same time. Lick the dog. The word, almost simultaneously, rang in both of their minds, but neither of them said it. And since there was no relationship with Chen Luan, there was naturally no need to report any other emotions towards her. Just at this moment, when Guo Xiaobai looked at the avatar of the person who Xiao Kite had noted, husband, he felt familiar. Honestly, this avatar of yours, I feel like I'm somewhere. Boom. Just as Guo Xiaobai was about to open his mouth, there was a soft tap of a microphone at the front stage. The sound of this voice not only interrupted the conversation between the three of them, but also put an instant stop to the cacophony of voices at the scene. Countless eyes began to gather in front. Those photographers who had already prepared for this immediately raised their cameras high in their hands and aimed them forward. Ceremony. It's starting. Chapter 42 Carnival X 999. With dirt. Good afternoon, fellow journalists from TV stations, online platforms, and all the long-awaited parents, children, and members of the public. Mayor Wang walks onto the stage. At the front of the microphone's high platform, he looked down at the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Meanwhile, with the camera held high, various TV stations, as well as online platforms also opened the live broadcast at the first time at this moment. I'm so grateful to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here with me for this unprecedented and grand award ceremony. Snap. Mayor Wang's words fell. A tidal wave of applause rose spontaneously from the stage. Fierce applause came to my ears. And even more so, it drove all the onlookers. That's the hero? Holy, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. Didn't turn on the beauty face, right? This face value can be no wonder. People handsome hard Hubby. He's got a ton of ex-girlfriends, can he not be handsome? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to flutter wildly the moment Chen Luan ascended the stage. At present. Seeing this, Teng Ziyi and Jishinyu, who were squatting in front of the live broadcast room, also each revealed a light smile. At the same time, the gifts began to fly out of the room. All kinds of netizens have come forward, and the live broadcast of the gift special effects smoothly filled the sky. The rising number of people in the live room and the reward list also began to rise in tandem. Thank you all, thank you fellow journalists, and thank you parents and citizens. Facing the many cameras on stage at the moment, as well as the dense crowd. The faces, the countless eyes. It's even live streamed on the entire network and televised on all major TV stations. At this moment, Chen Luan was also more or less nervous. Although he had already mimicked this scene many times in his mind, when he actually experienced it, his heart still beat a little faster, and his hands, placed on the table, were slightly trembling with sweat seeping out of his palms. It's us who should thank you. Just at this moment, a parent on the stage grabbed the conversation. She excitedly hugged her child and shouted out with tears in her eyes. This instant, the many cameras began to turn en masse to the crowd of parents. And that sudden shout made Chen Luan's face slow down as he turned his head to look. Our child has been afraid of fire since she was a little girl, and once she stays for a long time, she suffers from nausea, vomiting, fainting, and even life-threatening injuries. At that time we were terrified when we knew about this incident. I even dare not imagine what my daughter will become after facing this incident, but when we rushed to the scene in a hurry, we realized that our daughter has been saved. Hero, thank you very much, really thank you. The woman cried out in tears as she carried her daughter to the front and bent down directly to Chen Luan. This sudden scene. It made all the people in the room feel touched. Chen Luan from above watched the scene and also instantly wanted to reach out and pull, but the emotions within him made him clench his fists. Because he knew very well that his initial purpose of doing so was in fact only to preserve his business, and at that time, in his mind, he did not want to save people, nor did he know that there were more than 500 children in the kindergarten who were being trapped inside, with their lives hanging in the balance. All he knew was that if the flames continued, everything he had prepared before would all be lost and he would have to go bankrupt himself. So, determined to put up a fight, he planned to drive his car into the water to save his cabbage. But I did not expect, by mistake, save the children in the kindergarten. Himself also became a big hero praised by the whole network. And now, this grand award ceremony is being held in his honor. In front of him, this woman, who was in tears and full of gratitude, was taking her daughter and kneeling down to thank herself. This feeling made Chen Lu's heart feel a little messed up and even more touched. I didn't initially want to save anyone, but I did by mistake. Such a me. Is it considered a hero? And we, our husband and wife a son, the family is such a soul seedling, happened when this incident, parents directly anxious sick hospitalized, the two of us also scared close to collapse, but did not expect, when we rushed to the time, but is the son safe and sound out of danger of the news, this is for us, is simply heaven's great favor, you not only saved our children, but also saved our family. And us. Thank you, heroes. Thank you, heroes. One family after another stood up at this moment, excitedly thanking Chen Luan. They knelt down, bringing their children with them, and together they thanked the person in front of them who had given them a second life. It was he who, at the critical moment, threw away his own life and drove the big truck with fire away, rescuing them, knowing that in that situation, the big truck would explode at any time. It takes courage for an onlooker to even approach, let alone a young man in his 20s. Most of them are the only child of the family, is the treasure of its family, a few years old, is the time of naivety, is the point of life just started. If buried in this fire, will be the loss of hundreds of families, there will be countless parents, physical and mental injuries. This will cause countless families to break up, so to speak. This time, Chen Luan's intervention not only rescued their children, but also rescued countless families. It is for this reason that today's scene has occurred. It's such a grand scene. The people there were incredibly moved by it. Even Guo Xiaobai's eyes are red. Next to her, Tang Ro was already wiping her tears, while Xiao Iris was narrating while holding the selfie stick in her hand high, and her tone was also a bit choked up. Inside the broadcast room, countless pop-ups and gifts rose with it. As a father, it has really touched my heart. Oh my god, this scene, the baby mama really doesn't dare to watch it. I can't even begin to think what would have happened to these kids if Little Long hadn't shown up. He's worth it. He feels worthy of it all. Mr. Righteousness. You deserve the word hero. He saved more than 500 children, more than 500 families. Gift effects flashing in the live room. The reward list is constantly updated. Numerous avatars began to flash around and forward at the top of the list. In the office, Ji Xinyu held her iPad and looked at the scene in front of her, and couldn't help but wipe a tear. Little Ann is really the same Little Ann. Still so kind and willing to help. He rescued so many children, so many families. More so, Ji Xinyu, a mother, resonated more and more. Just as, when he saved River. Eyes turned to the top of the gift list. That flesh-eye discernible data ranking also made Ji Xinyu slightly reach across the screen and touch Chen Luan's face, softly saying, "Our family Shaoan, how can we only have this gift? You should stand in the spotlight, you should receive the greatest praise, it's okay. Sister to help you." Thoughts having reached this point, Ji Xinyu immediately reached out and clicked on the gift. Shifting his gaze to the tallest gift, he then dropped his fingertips. Boom! The official live streaming special effects blew up. Carnival special effects are instantly visible. The appearance of this scene caused the crowd to stare in disbelief. You can actually brush the carnival in the official live room? And, there are actually people swiping the carnival? Could it be that there are still rich people watching this live broadcast? Wouldn't be a fan of Heroes too, would you? Think about it, after all, this time things are so big, the whole network informed, and today this live, not only the network platform has, the TV station also has, it is inevitable that there will be some tycoon brush a carnival is also very normal, the hero is worth it. However, just as the crowd sighed and agreed, their eyes unconsciously shifted to that carnival gift suffix. Only when that number of points of light was revealed, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast at the moment were all instantly stunned and stared wide-eyed. Countless people couldn't help but sit up straight, wipe their eyes, and move closer to the screen. Those countless voices of amazement rang out from all over the country. Carnival X 999. Chapter 43, Battle for Rank 1. Mr. Deng. Someone's already made a move. Look, just swiped 999 Carnival in the live broadcast, directly grabbing Mr. Chen's top spot. And she changed her name on purpose. Inside the office of Star Emperor Entertainment Group, Secretary Lin hurriedly spoke, submitting the live room situation hanging on his cell phone to Teng Ziyi. Teng Ziyi slightly frowned, looked down, only to see that the live broadcast at the moment the list of a position, it is a piercing ID, only love Smolin. And read the comments below. All of them were clear and cheering. Only love Shaoan, it can't be any of Brother Shaoan's ex-girlfriends, right? There are rich women. Sister Lu's atmosphere. Swipe 999 carnivals wildly for love, it means long time, it's so touching. I'd marry if it was me. Looking at the scrolling pop-ups below, Teng Ziyi's fists gradually clenched. What Mrs. Lu? What a long time. A bunch of uninformed people. Don't even know who it is, and they're just blabbering about it. The rolling words were like pins and needles, making Teng Ziyi more and more angry as she thought about it. It must be Ji Xinyu, this woman. She swiped it, but she changed it to only love little Anne. Thinking of this, Teng Ziyi immediately gritted her teeth and shouted, "Secretary Lin." "Ha!" Secretary Lin froze and hurriedly returned to his senses, immediately feeling a chill on his back. "Change your name," Teng Ziyi shouted. "Ha? Me?" Secretary Lin froze and instantly reacted. It seemed like Mr. Deng didn't have an account for this platform, and it would be too much of a waste of time to register now. And obviously, at this moment, Mr. Deng is a bit on top. "If you do not obey at this time, I am afraid that there is a risk of dereliction of duty." Thinking of this, Secretary Lin immediately gulped and asked in a low voice, "Deng. Mr. Deng, what name are you changing?" Teng Ziyi frowned at the sound of her voice, then looked up and said, "Isn't her name only Love Little An? Then you can change it to Favorite Little An." Secretary Lin sniffed with a speechless face. Women who fell in love were too starry. Even in this aspect, they had to compete, and most of all, they didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with them doing so. Such an awkward name, she could never take it in her life. "What are you waiting for? Change it." Seeing that the Lin secretary beside her hadn't moved, Teng Ziyi immediately frowned and urged, "Ah. Good. Secretary Lin came back to his senses and immediately changed the name, then asked, "Then, Mr. Deng, what's next?" Teng Ziyi raised her eyes at the sound, snatched Secretary Lin's cell phone, and spoke, "Doesn't she want to sit at the top of the list? Then I'll just not let her sit." After saying that, Teng Ziyi was directly clicking on the gift bar and began to quickly click on the gifts. "Look at this scene." Secretary Lin's pupils instantly dilated as she reached out in panic, "Mr. Deng. Mr. Deng, that's my account number. Mine. Lean. What chosen cowboys and horses beat up the workers? The boss wants to gift his ex-boyfriend, using my account. Oh, my God. There's no justice." Teng Ziyi sniffed, and immediately reached out and took out a check, quickly wrote down the amount on it, and then handed it to Secretary Lin beside her. Secretary Lin was first stunned and took the check in a daze, his eyes lingering above for a few seconds before his originally dull pupils widened once again. The whole mouth was open with excitement. At this moment, Secretary Lin's face instantly transformed into a smile, fawningly raising his hand, "Mr. Deng, you can swish as much as you want. If it's not enough, just tell me, I'll immediately transfer the money up. Having a boss like you is a blessing for me." Boom! Inside the broadcast room. Blow up with special effects. The even denser gift special effects were like a dragon coming out of the sea, making the entire live broadcast room shake. Many people were still immersed in the 999 carnival scenes of the party yet to return to their senses. Didn't realize. At this moment in the live broadcast, another 999 carnival special effect blew up. Originally, they thought that it was that tycoon who had just made another move, but it wasn't until they looked clearly at the name above them that they snapped out of it. This was not a person at all. There are still masters. Again. A battle for the first place on the list. Only Love Little and, most of all. It's horrible, isn't it? Ex-girlfriend fights all the way down here? Elder ah. It's too awesome. There are actually two rich women in Little Brother and's ex-girlfriends? It's the first time I've ever seen a carnival brush up against a balloon. Don't kill yourself. It's horrible. Awesome. Is this the charm of Little Brotherin? What an eye-opener today. Inside the broadcast room. With the gift of special effects exploding after. The battle for the top spot has officially begun. Scene of the ceremony. Various children, in turn, were giving flowers to Chun Luan to thank him. Gentle music to keep the wind at bay. The ceremony is proceeding in an orderly fashion. But at this moment, the live broadcast room, but the wind is rising, that fierce sparring, making the number of people in the live broadcast room at this moment crazy rise. This is more exciting online than offline. At present. Xiao Iris Kite, who was sitting in the lower hair, began to check the official live room under the reminder of the water friends in the live room. But as soon as he came in, he was smashed by the carnival special effects roaming around the broadcast room. She fixed her eyes on. Found out it was actually 999 carnivals. This gorgeous special effect shocked Xiao Iris and made her eyes widen. After being an anchor for so long, she had never seen such awesome special effects in such a crazy scene. Even if you've received a carnival before, where can you compare a single carnival special effect to 999 of them? This kind of crazy special effects, even Xiao Kite today have opened the eyes, I cannot help, out of the mouth. What's wrong, what's wrong? Hearing Xiao Kite's agitated voice, was Xiaobai and Tangro couldn't help but come up and ask. You guys, look, the official live broadcasting room, two tycoons, are fighting for his top one. It's too scary, carnival is just like potatoes, it's 999 in one shot, I've lived for so many years, it's the first time I've seen so many carnival. Xiao Iris was full of excitement as she explained the situation in the live broadcast room to the two women beside her. Hearing these words, Xiaobai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and sized her up, spitting out, you look like you're just in your early 20s, right? Aya, this is not important, the important thing is that these two people who grabbed the list one, you guys see, one is called Only Love Littlein, one is called Favorite Littlein. This is clearly a confession, maybe, among her many ex-girlfriends, the two richest? Xiao Iris touched her chin and couldn't help but ponder, Aya, it's so nice to be seen by a rich woman, so many carnivals, even if I share half of it, I'll take off. Only Love Littlein, Favorite Littlein. Tangro lightly read the two IDs and instantly came to a realization, oh so it can still be like this. Then I'll brush it too. With that, she went to pull out her cell phone. Such a scene made Xiao Iris and Xiaobai froze at the same time, the two glanced at each other, and Xiao Iris couldn't help but speak, do you know how much a carnival costs? Tangro turned back to the duo with an innocent face at the sound and asked, how much? Iris Xiao sniffed and opened the gift bar of her cell phone, handing it to her. Tangro moved closer to that cell phone and squinted, then raised her hand and counted, individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands. 3,000. Honest, right? Go Xiaobai looked back at her and opened his mouth to ask. Tangro hung her head somewhat deflated and muttered in a low voice, they swiped so much, I thought it was just a few dozen dollars. Stage front. Chen Luan's neck has been covered with flowers. Each child gives Chen Luan a hug when they bring him flowers. A child's hug is passionate and the purest, most natural. And each of these thanks, as well as each of these encounters, healed and touched Chen Luan's heart greatly at the moment. Is this what it feels like to be admired and appreciated? Very cozy indeed. Look, now the network official live broadcast is fighting hot, in order to grab the heroes list one, two mysterious tycoons are madly smashing money. The live broadcast gifts are flying all over the place, the number of people is also increasing dramatically, this live broadcast directly topped the first of the jitterbugs, but also on the hot search, you see. Under the stage, two reporters were holding their cell phones at the moment, relaying the situation in the online broadcast room at the moment. This voice also allowed Chen Luan on the stage to hear some of it. Grabbing the top one? This is an official live broadcast, and you can still swipe gifts, huh? Chen Luan could not help but pick his head, originally he thought that this official live room was forbidden to brush gifts, did not expect he still underestimated the capitalists. And these two are fighting for the top spot. It can't be Ji Xingyu and Teng Ziyi. Again. The two spoke in unison. Thought the other guy had struck again. But I didn't expect that. At this moment, a piercing name appeared at the top of the reward list. Deceitful liar Chen Luan. Ex-girlfriend. What's the situation? Why are there suddenly so many black fans? What liar? What? He owns the car? He's trying to save his business? Holy? Seriously? That's a reversal? No way? I don't believe it. It must be someone with a heart that's carrying the rhythm. Rhythm dog trouble dies a death. Holy, brushing gifts to sit at the top of the list, bringing water army accusations, whose handiwork is that? But didn't I remember saying that little brother and was seeing justice? What the hell is going on here? There can't really be any reversals, can there? Quickly. The direction of the wind in the live broadcast room began to change a little with the appearance of these many black fans who carried the rhythm. Some of the passers-by who were originally very supportive and had made a special trip to watch the live broadcast were also more or less affected by these words. Because many of them thought that this incident was Chen Luan's bravery, and did not know that the big truck is also Chen Luan, so when the so-called truth clues of this incident broke out, they were a little surprised. It was because of these previously unknown elements that more or less influenced their judgment at the moment. Looking at the live broadcast, the ethos that was gradually turning against Chen Luan. Teng Ziyi frowned and squeezed her fists, immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed Ji Xinyu's number. The phone rang twice, and then it went straight through. Did you do this? Teng Ziyi immediately opened her mouth and asked. Ji Xinyu froze at the sound of his voice, then immediately turned his gaze to the screen and shook his head knowingly. No, I was wondering the same thing. The sudden appearance of this force is obviously targeting him. If the live broadcasting atmosphere changes, it will inevitably affect the atmosphere on the network, and at that time, it will be very unfavorable. As the person in charge of Star Emperor Entertainment, she was too familiar with such tactics, and the stars under her command had often encountered this kind of malicious rhythmic situation. Therefore, Teng Ziyi for this kind of situation, very have the means to deal with, but also know that, if left unchecked, this matter is bound to make a big fuss, and may even make Chen Luan's popularity reverse damaged, then even if the explanation, it will be very troublesome. So this is something that must be done quickly. So, you intend to step in and help little un? Ji Shinyu sniffed to this point, clearly hearing the sound of nervousness and seriousness from Teng Ziyi's tone. She couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Deng, don't you hate my family's little un anymore? Since last time, Ji Shinyu had investigated Teng Ziyi and Chen Luan and learned part of the inside story. Coupled with today's call from Teng Ziyi, the two are also considered to have stormed each other's bottoms, so, at this moment, they are also directly playing a clear card. Public is public, private is private. Teng Ziyi held her cell phone and spoke with a calm expression. Even if I hate him again, it's still a private matter of feelings, and also, he's not in your family. Hearing these words, Secretary Lin, who was at the side, couldn't help but nod. Not bad for the boss I've been after. It's so handsome. Ji Shinyu on the other end of the phone smiled slowly at the sound, then nodded and said, that can't be said. However, for the sake of Little Un, I'm willing to cooperate with Deng boss on the line for once. Say, what do you want me to do? Seeing Ji Shinyu's side answering down, Teng Ziyi immediately spoke, attack ranking 1 with all your might, don't let that continue to use the ranking 1's name to influence the public opinion. I'll send someone to investigate the source of these IPs right now, and once they're found out, they'll immediately send someone to solve the problem. It's that simple. Ji Shinyu's beautiful eyes slightly raised as she immediately asked. The main influence of the Wind review comes from the list 1, followed by the Black review of the live broadcast. They are dependent on each other. Capture the thief first squeeze the list 1 down, the next response will be smoother, but since it's a cooperation, then the price of the gift at that time, we will share it 50-50. Teng Ziyi put up 5 fingers and said with bravado. These words also caused Ji Shinyu to stifle a light laugh. Mr. Deng is indeed Mr. Deng. Good, I'll leave this matter to me. After all one's words, Ji Shinyu then hung up the phone and shifted her gaze back to the screen. Even if Teng Ziyi didn't pay and didn't offer to split the money 50-50, she would still put out her best efforts to squeeze down this top one, because the one he was targeting was Chen Luan. Putting away her cell phone, Teng Ziyi turned her head to look at Secretary Lin with an icy face and said in a deep voice, immediately investigate the IP address of ranking 1, as well as the addresses of those black fans in the live broadcast room who are bringing up the tempo. I'll only give you 10 minutes. Secretary Lin's gaze was startled at the sound of his voice, and he hurriedly answered and hurried out of the office. At present, the pop-ups on the live feeds, too, affected some of them as the black fans swiped more and more. The skepticism is beginning to show. Field Zone. Looking at that sudden appearance in the official live broadcast room, Xiao Iris couldn't help but frown and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. What kind of person is this? In order to mess with Chen Luan, to put down such a large amount of blood. This is obviously prepared and rushed him. What's the situation? The Fruit Xiaobai duo sniffed, and also immediately withdrew their gazes from the stage and couldn't help but ask. Xiao Iris sniffed, and immediately told the two girls everything that had happened in the live broadcast room. Hearing these words, Tang Rou stomped her foot in anger and hurriedly said, these people are too hateful, aren't they? This is clearly a deliberate attempt to bring black rhythm and malicious speculation. It's even more detestable than that Zhou Yan today. Even if Brother Luan was really trying to save his business, it's still an indisputable fact that she saved people? Why should we use this to accuse him? These people, they're so hateful. The little girl's little face was slightly red with anger, and she cursed under her breath. That's what I said, but this timing today is just too special, and now that this rhythm has suddenly appeared, there should be capital behind it that is deliberately leading the rhythm, wanting to bring down Chen Luan, but I just don't know what their purpose is? Could it be, just simply want to ruin him? Xiao Kite asked with some doubts. No matter what, it can't go on like this. No, I have to go to the live broadcast room to help. Tang Rou hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and started looking for the live broadcast room, preparing to clarify with the black fans on the line. This was the only thing she could think of at the moment that could help Chen Luan. How can you possibly do it alone? You wait for me, let me help you. Seeing this situation, Xiao Iris immediately raised the selfie stick in her hand and said, Family's unexpected situation. Now the hero is being maliciously smeared and rumored in the official live room. I suspect that someone is deliberately targeting him in an attempt to smear and rumorize the hero. I'm going to go to the live room to clarify for him. I hope that my family members can help me. We can't let the hero's heart get cold. We have to fight against these ugly dark capitals. At the outset of these words, the audience in Xiao Kite's live broadcast room was suddenly in a group of excitement. Most of them had followed Xiao Iris Kite all the way down the live broadcast, and they still knew and liked Chen Luan very well. Plus Chen Luan is a hero known to the whole network. Now the hero is rumored to be smeared to bring the rhythm, then they naturally will not carry. Plus Xiao Kite personally, this kind of righteous action, they naturally will not back down. Punchy punchy punchy. Whoever dares to scold my husband, I'll scold him to death. Iris family army. Attack. Even the heroes dare to. I think they want to die. Zwan expert, request. Yes. The secretary sniffed and immediately turned around and went out the door. No. This question must be asked now. The reporter shook his head with a strong attitude, then raised the cell phone in his hand high and opened his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the official live broadcasting room. Right now, the official live broadcasting room is staging a rhythm. It's about Mr. Chen Luan. The moment these words came out, the people present were all stunned, and many of them took out their cell phones at this moment and began to enter the live broadcast to check it out. The crowd on stage was puzzled. Xiao Iris, who sensed something wrong at the back, looked up in a hurry. It's bad. A reporter has found out. That's troublesome. It's big news for the reporters. They won't let this opportunity pass. They'll choose to cross-examine directly. What then? These people are too bad. How could they do this to Brother Luan? Tang Ro's brows frowned as she listened, and her heart grew more and more anxious. By the looks of it, this matter today is really someone deliberately leading from behind, and he seems to know these media very well. These guys, they are the kind that want to make a big news every now and then. If they really dig out this kind of thing anyway, then they will become famous in the news world. Fruit Xiaobai crossed his arms across his chest and analyzed with a cold face. Told you so. After many people entered the live broadcast room, they were quickly attracted by the current atmosphere and windy pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Mr. Chen Luan, regarding today's network saying that the big truck was your own, and the reason why you did it was not to save people, but to preserve your business, is that correct? That reporter held the microphone in his hand high and spoke directly at Chen Luan to inquire. Huh? Not to save lives? But didn't he say he was doing it as a matter of honor? Based on the investigation, it looks like he owns that big truck? What? Is it self-directed? Impossible. How could such a dangerous situation be self-directed? If this is true, then his original intention was not to save people. Then, is he still a hero? What's your hurry? How can you believe this kind of rumor? But the truck does belong to him? You guys don't believe in a hero that even the mayor supports, and you act like it's a big news story based on that alone. Do you have any professional ethics? There's no smoke without fire, so if that's really not the case, how can there be such speculation, and more than one person has said so? I think that he'll have to prove it to himself before he can do so. It's all about him lately, and it feels like there's a little bit of hype going on. What are you guys babbling about? The hero saved my child. I won't allow you to talk about him like that. What if the person wasn't even trying to save your child, they were just trying to save themselves? The scene of the incident. All kinds of voices came out, in with the reporter's words fell, the rhythm of the live broadcast was suddenly led to the scene. On stage. Faced with this sudden question, Chen Luan also subconsciously frowned. It seems to be known after all. Team Song, what should we do? It's not possible that this hero is really a fake, right? Many voices came from the ears. The police force side was also affected to a greater or lesser extent. A few police officers couldn't help but frown and couldn't help but ask about Song Shi in front of them. He saved the people, there's video evidence, and those kids are indeed out of danger, so what's so fake about that? As a police officer, you dare to comment on our city's heroes like this without substantial evidence? Song Shi clasped her hands in front of her chest, and after the words of the person beside her fell, she immediately stared back with a cold face, and the oppressive words and eyes startled that person to shrink his neck instantly. Seeing that the people around her didn't dare to speak anymore, Song Shi also turned her gaze to the stage once again, crossing her hands in front of her chest. She couldn't help but squeeze her fists at this moment. Mr. Chen Luan, please answer this question positively. Could it be that all of this, there is really a reversal? Now that the tempo is so big, we need you to respond positively and give the majority of netizens an explanation. Seeing that Chen Luan hadn't opened his mouth to speak, that reporter continued to open his mouth and urged. These words were like a big hand that instantly tore apart the initial atmosphere of this meeting place. The atmosphere of the scene at the moment instantly pulled into a crisis-ridden scene, that slightly suffocating atmosphere, so that people cannot help but swallow their saliva. Many people, too, began to worry about Chen Luan on the stage. This question is simply misleading, this reporter, I think you. Seeing that Chen Luan ahead of him was slow to speak, Mayor Wang immediately stepped forward to round off the conversation. He was well aware that this atmosphere, once carried on, would affect today's award ceremony. And this ceremony is being watched from above. If it's not resolved soon, he'll be in trouble too. Therefore, he had to help Chen Luan solve these troubles. Just what he did not expect was that before he finished these words, Chen Luan, who had been silent for a long time, reached out and interrupted him, then walked forward and spoke, "Not bad. The car, indeed, is mine, and I, at the beginning also indeed did not think of saving people. I just want to save the cabbage inside my train." At the outset of these words, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone present froze in place, including the parents who had been supporting Chen Luan before, and the viewers who are tuning in to the live stream, as well as Mayor Wang beside him, Songshi, Tangro, was Xiaobai, and Xiao Iris on the stage. Even in front of the camera, Jishinyu and Teng Ziyi, who were holding their cell phones and iPads, both frowned instantly as well. They deeply knew what would be ushered in by Chen Luan's admission of all of this at this time, and would usher in an overwhelming rhythm. This kind of rhythm was like a five-fingered mountain. Even if he couldn't be crushed, it would still leave him gasping for air. Now that the black rhythm is brought up to fly, while Chen Luan chooses to confess everything at this time, even if it is true, then at this moment, it is also an extremely unfavorable situation for him. Mayor Wang took a step forward with an ugly face and was about to reach out, but was stopped by Chen Luan shaking his head. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. It is what it is, and it should be what it is. Instead of going on so opportunistically, it would be better to unravel it all yourself. He wasn't sure if he counted himself as a hero, but he knew it would be comfortable for him to go and tell the truth about it all. In this world, the truth that deserves to be told will come out sooner or later. And it is only right that I, too, should face the public and tell it all. Chen Luan gripped the topic and looked to the crowd, raising his head solemnly. "Not bad. I didn't want to save anyone at first. At first, I tuned a truckload of Chinese cabbage and prepared to go to Bangkok to do business, but since I had to be present in person for the signing of the contract, I drove my car and followed the big truck, but I didn't expect that halfway through the road, the big truck had an accident and lost control of itself, and crashed through the kindergarten's front door. At that time, I did not know that there were so many children trapped inside, and my first thought is that I want to save my own cabbage, because if all this is ruined, I will be completely bankrupt, so I was reckless, and drove the car, intending to drive it into the moat not far away from the city center, but did not think that the car's degree of loss of control is far more than I imagined. In the end, he crashed into the railing, and I, as a result, became a hero touted by the entire network. This is the whole story of this one incident." The voice on the microphone echoed in everyone's ears. It left the scene in a long silence. Numerous people were in deep thought, and some reporters also looked up at this moment in a smooth manner. If you are not trying to save people, why are you accepting the medal of hero? It was all chance and misadventure. What is the need for this ceremony, then? It turns out that the hero that's been reported on all this time doesn't have a heart for saving lives, he's just protecting his business. Is this, still, a hero? A multitude of voices rang out. As with the live feeds, there was simultaneous disagreement and chatter. Quite a few people who came to the scene today were also in deep thought at the moment because of these words. Not bad. He didn't do this to save anyone, and did it all by chance without this heart to save anyone, so is he, then, still a hero? The trust in Chen Luan in the hearts of many parents also created a slight crack at this moment. In their opinion, Chen Luan was a hero who sacrificed himself for others. It was his appearance that rescued their children. If not for him, they would now be one heartbroken family after another. But now, they were told that this incident was more or less related to Chen Luan himself, which made it a little difficult for them to accept for a moment. This nagging and complicated mood began to affect the hearts of all the great elders, and also made many of the media at the scene unable to avoid frowning. The backlash is starting to build. Many people, too, began to ask pointed questions. Chen Luan, is he still a hero? Look at what's in front of you. Mr. Zhou shook the cigar in his hand, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. This time, you're finished. in the face of the skepticism and the many looks coming from the stage. At this moment, Chen Luan took a deep breath as he resolved to face this. Whether the future is accusatory or otherwise. At least now he was, quite frankly. Him. How is it not considered heroic? He's the hero. Just as the atmosphere was in a state of chaos. A soft and firm voice rang out from the crowd. It was like a sword that cut through the atmosphere of the moment. Let all eyes, at the same time, turn to the rear. Even Chen Luan looked up. That's Tang Rou. The eyes of the crowd flashed. Only at this moment, a soft, lowly girl dressed in JK clothing squeezed her fists. Her expression was firm and brave as she stepped out, facing the eyes of everyone present, raising her eyes and gritting her teeth. No matter what he initially thought, but he is the savior of this incident. He saved 500 children, he saved more than 500 families. These are all the facts that we have seen, and such as he is. How is he not considered a hero? Chapter 46, Answer Me. Look in my eyes. In this time, Chen Luan envisioned every possible scenario. This includes parents defending the reversal, and news media reporters wind up shifting or supporting it. But he definitely didn't expect that the one standing out at this moment would be Tang Rou. This lowly, the youngest and softest and gentlest among the ranks of his ex-girlfriends, could have such a brave side. Today this scene, at first even he himself is more or less nervous. However, at this moment, Tang Rou did not look fearful, but bravely stood up for him in this special atmosphere enveloping the situation. The scene. It also made all the people present turn around in amazement. Even Song Shi and Mayor Wang couldn't help but drop their gazes onto this little girl. Inside the broadcast room, many of the spectators who were in the opposite line were also fascinated by the scene at the moment. I didn't go to a prestigious university and I didn't study journalism, but I know that the established facts of what happened are what we see in front of us. You guys say that his initial thought was not to save people, so I ask you, did he save people in the end? Were over 500 children saved because of his actions? Were more than 500 families saved because of his actions? You always say that his initial thought was not to save lives, but to preserve his business. Is the fact of the infliction important, or that momentary thought? A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart, and since he has accomplished all this, how is he, then, not considered a hero? Lit. Wind-blown scene. The young girl's hair was blowing in the wind. She stood at the front of the crowd, her eyes more determined at the moment than at any other moment. Logical and solemn in tone. These words, moreover, caused the crowd present to wake up with a jolt. Right. This little girl is right. Even if he didn't think that way at the time, didn't he save so many children in the end? How is that not considered heroic? It's just, the damn rhythm, it's winding me up. I didn't react for a second. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart, but what's the big deal about a fleeting thought? At least now, there really are so many children who survived because of him, so how is that not a hero? I told you, he's a hero, and what qualifications do you have to be in the news media if you don't take a firm stand? I see, it must be someone who's deliberately leading the rhythm, just targeting Mr. Chen. Quickly. As these brave words of Tang Rou fell, the atmosphere in the room gradually changed. Many have also reacted from the treacherous logic of malice. At first they were all carried away by the devious logic, resulting in a short period of time in which none of them reacted, coupled with the fact that the self-publishers had a great capacity for brainstorming, and for a while, all sorts of conspiracy theories came out. But with Tang Rou's words driving them at this moment, they suddenly came to their senses, only to realize how stupid they had just been brought up to speed. Looking at the scene's gradually restored atmosphere, Xiao Iris and Guo Xiaobai by their side also revealed delighted smiles, and when they looked at Tang Rou's back again, they couldn't help but add a few more points of appreciation. Unexpectedly, Tang Rou, who usually seemed gentle and a bit stupid, was actually so brave at the critical moment. And her logic was so clear that even Xiao Iris and Guo Xiaobai, who were closest to her, didn't react to that scene just now. But it's live. There were also quite a few people in the live broadcast room at the moment who had come to their senses because of these words. A large number of sober pop-ups began to take over the live broadcast room, also causing General Manager Zhou, who was tuning in to watch the scene, to instantly furrow his brows, and his right hand, which was cupping his, tightened. When our side sent out Sister Tang Rou, we were prepared to reason with you. But if you don't want to be reasonable, then don't blame our side for sending the little witch. That's it. Get out of here. What qualifications do you have to be a news reporter? Roll on, roll on. Numerous accusations rang out around them, dense spitting and cursing came, cursing that reporter more and more ashamed, and finally was pulled out by two. What? The already troubled general manager Joe only felt his head spinning, and immediately frowned and turned back. Look, Mr. Joe. This is the IP address I had someone check based on that ID. The secretary came forward and turned the IP ID in her hand, gradually stretching the information above. Mr. Joe's gaze shifted to the top, only to see that the IP address above it was slowly revealed, 18th floor of the imperial capital Tianfang building. On U Group. And U Group. It's fine, how could the computer get a virus? Mr. Joe hurriedly got up from his seat and came all the way to the work area. I don't know, we were just typing a pop-up and then all of a sudden it crashed and then the computer blue screened and then this happened. Only to see that at this moment the computer screen is in the state of the blue screen, and in the center of that screen, a giant panda, holding 3 lit incense in both hands, constantly worshipping the screen. Behind it are a few big words: many acts of injustice will lead to their own death. Looking around, all the computers have this screen on top. During this period, the computer can't be restarted, can't be moved, can't be shut down, even unplugged and plugged back in. After turning on it is still this screen. This seems to be the internet's most ruthless and unsolvable computer virus, panda burning incense. Looking at the scene in front of him, a person in the crowd said with a horrified face, "It is said that once a computer is infected with this virus, it will be scrapped directly on the spot, and there is no other way to do it except to change the computer." Hiss. That's too hard. How much money do I have to lose? Mr. Joe was furious, grasping his thinning hair and shouting in a frenzy. Today, in order to grab the list, one has lost a lot, and now the company's computer is still poisoned. The loss of the computer is still disappearing, but there are still a lot of top secret documents of the company inside the computer, and the computer wants the problem, but also equals to cut off their company's income. This is tantamount to directly pinch the throat of the general manager of the week. Gave him a fatal blow. Hiss. It's no good, Mr. Zhou, this tablet is also infected with a virus. At this moment, another alarming cry rang out from the secretary beside him. It made his already frantic situation even more frazzled. Apple's system can be poisoned too? Mr. Joe buckled his head and cursed with an incredulous face. I saw that on the screen. The animation of the panda burning incense was still playing continuously, but this time, the words carried behind it were changed. Almost forgot, there is another one. These words, like a complimentary knife, provoked General Manager Joe to almost spit out blood. What exactly is this Chen Luan? Such a powerful force behind him is actually helping him? Mr. Joe grabbed his hair and bared his teeth in hatred. No matter what, we can't provoke him anymore, and he also has Mr. G as a role model. Once we are found out and call the police, we will be finished. The secretary sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly stepped forward to suggest. And the words came out. The employees present were the ones who panicked. What? Mr. Zhou, you only said that you were bringing the tempo before, but you didn't say that there would be a risk of being arrested by the police. That's right, Mr. Zhou, I have an old man and a young man, I can't be arrested. Mr. Zhou, now that the company has become like this, why don't you settle my salary? I'll quit. Mr. Chow. Business premises. Dense voices came. Those employees were instantly scared after hearing the secretary's words and started to fall back. Mr. Zhou, who was already annoyed with a headache, became even more annoyed when he heard this. He didn't realize that the secretary beside him was also an idiot. Saying this at this time, didn't it clearly disturb the military? Ears many voices came. The weak total is also disturbed. Headache immediately shouted, what is noisy, and is not the old man forced you, is that you want a bonus so just? What are you talking about? There was a lot of anger at the scene. Numerous employees have gone on strike to surround. Mr. Joe felt dizzy, and when he took 2 steps back, he suddenly felt the cell phone in his arms vibrate. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and found that the caller ID on it was actually Star Emperor Entertainment's Mr. Deng. This scene caused cold sweat to seep out of his forehead instantly. Because he vaguely sensed something bad. Mr. Zhou, how's the second position on the live broadcast list? The phone was connected, and Teng Ziyi's clear and cold voice came from the other side of the phone. This voice without any emotion was at the moment like a sharp sword, plunging straight into his heart, causing his back to go cold. Deng. Mr. Deng, what does that mean? I don't understand. Mr. Zhou's face twitched a few times, squeezing out a smile and some panic, and asked in a slightly trembling tone. Mr. Zhou likes to pretend to be confused when he's trying to understand so much. Well then, let me remind Mr. Zhou of the official live broadcast, ranking 1 and ranking 2, the battle for the top. Teng Ziyi sneered and responded in a calm tone. At the outset of these words, Mr. Zhou was instantly struck by lightning and immediately snapped out of it. His body went limp, and he was busy supporting the glass beside him as he hurriedly said, "Dang. Mr. Dang. I didn't know that the second on the list in that live broadcast today was you. I watched the live broadcast before and saw that you hated Chen Luan. I thought that you would really want to see him fall to pieces. That's why I'm so unscrupulous. If I know that you are his second on the list, I would never dare to be like this. Mr. Dang." Mr. Zhou sat down on his knees, holding his cell phone in a panic and shouted, "Mr. Deng begged you to be merciful. It's not easy for my company to come to this day. You're a move to fight back to the liberation of the former Ah." At this moment, General Manager Zhou finally realized what this is all about. To be able to have this kind of ability to make himself directly bankrupt, even without leaving any point of backhand, can only be Teng Ziyi's handiwork. Originally thought that before the live broadcast, Teng Ziyi that couldn't wait for Chen Luan to die attitude is true, so Zhou always thought that Teng Ziyi would not intervene in this matter. After all, after the breakup, like enemies, see Chen Luan cave in the room, Teng Ziyi should be very happy is right. But he didn't expect that instead of being happy, Teng Ziyi was the second on the list of this live broadcast. This was tantamount to him directly offending the people in charge of the two major groups without even realizing it. The source of all this was caused by him trying to deal with Chen Luan. Never in a million years would I have thought that these two women would actually be willing to do so much for him. It's over. When you were doing all this, did you ever think about what would happen to the people you smeared and brought up the tempo as a result? Teng Ziyi asked in a cold voice. These words, directly asked General Manager Zhou speechless, for a moment did not know how to answer. "Mr. Zhou, on account of the fact that we know each other, I can give you a chance, 3 counts, immediately go online and publicly release a letter of apology, and dissolve the company, otherwise, someone will personally help you." Teng Ziyi held her cell phone in one hand, her Zhu lips hanging a light smile as she spoke in a deep voice. Three numbers. Mr. Deng, isn't this time a bit? 3. Teng Ziyi didn't want to talk more nonsense with him. The number was like a countdown to death, directly to his face. How is it possible in such a short time? 2. Another voice fell. At this moment, Mr. Zhou clenched his teeth, climbed up from the ground, and ran directly towards the computer desk. 1. Bang. After the last one, the doors of the company were kicked in. More than a dozen document-wielding police officers walked into the room and bellowed in a thunderous voice to the crowd present. Everyone crouched down with their hands on their heads. That sudden voice startled everyone present, jerking them back to look, and even General Manager Zhou, who was in the office at the moment, was startled. Looking ahead at the mass of law enforcement officers walking in, his face instantly turned white. Just listen to this. Teng Ziyi's teasingly cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Zhou. Good luck." Snap. When the words fall, the phone just hung up. This time, it was as if it was chopping off the life of Mr. Zhou along with him. Making Chief Zhou completely lose his sense of resistance in life, his entire body collapsed on the table. He knows. Finished with myself. It has been reported that you have gathered to use the internet to maliciously smear and rumorize our city's heroes, and you will now be arrested according to the law. Arrest warrants were held high, and man after man was pressed to the ground at this moment. And the scene at the moment. Countless thunderous applause followed. After the little incident, the atmosphere in the room shifted again. Includes live in studio. After the black powder disappeared, Chen Luan's support rate along with the situation of the party, once again has a large part of the increase, in Tang Rou and Fruit Small White and other appearances, as well as Ji Xinyu, Teng Ziyi, Xiao Iris, and so on to drive the Chen Luan undoubtedly became the most dazzling existence of the ceremony today. Special heroes. As well as those special, yet very interesting ex-girlfriends, they are certainly a must-discuss topic on the internet today. Within half an hour, it was directly rushed to the first microblogging hot search. At the present moment, the official start of the awarding of prizes. With the topic of the scene spoken and embraced even more, the knot in Chen Luan's heart was thus untied. Everyone is right. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. Since all of this is true, he himself, then, is qualified to receive the medal. Let's give our hero, Mr. Chen Luan, a round of applause for this medal, awarded by the above personally, which is comparable to a first-class merit. Moreover, there is also a $1 million bonus, today, awarded together to Mr. Chen Luan. Mayor Wang personally stepped forward and wore the medal on Chen Luan's chest, followed by Miss Manners lifting up a $1 million check. In the twinkling of an eye, Cheers and applause erupted from the stage. This moment. Guo Xiaobai, Tang Rou, Xiao Iris, Songxi, as well as Ji Xinyu, who was in front of the screen, and Teng Ziyi also felt happy for Chen Luan from the bottom of their hearts and couldn't help but applaud. Perhaps at one time they were inextricably linked. But that's their private business. This moment. They were all heartily wishing Chen Luan well. Holding the reward in his hand, he looked at the many cameras and cameramen on stage. At this moment, Chen Luan also finally revealed a smile. I didn't realize that there was a bonus. It seems that he was indeed lucky in this one, too. But, come to think of it, Chen Luan's gaze turned to Fruit Xiaobai and the others below. This time, I really have to thank them for that. Chapter 48. Like an elder who wants to fit into your circle. Congratulations, Brother Luan, your dedication has paid off. The city's only heroic citizen award. I'm off the press. A sweet voice came. Chen Luan, who was holding a large flower, looked back. I saw Guo Xiaobai, Tang Rou, and Xiao Iris standing in front of me. That sweet sound of congratulations was shouted out by Tang Rou. At this moment, Tang Rou's arm holding onto Guo Xiaobai gently moved, signaling her to open her mouth as well. Fruit Xiaobai sniffed and nuzzled, before raising her head and saying, "Congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. I've rubbed off on a big wave of popularity today, and the number of people in the live broadcast room has broken through." Xiao Iris, who was on the side, happily held the selfie stick and introduced herself. At present. Looking at the three people's different expressions and reactions, Chen Luan just smiled, then looked up and said, "Speaking of which, I'm really grateful to you all today. Zoe, thank you for speaking up for me at a crucial moment." Hearing these words, Tang Rou's eyes lit up, her heart secretly happy at the same time, but also red cheeks. She pursed her vermilion lips, whispered, I just don't want to see them bully you. And I felt that it wasn't right for them to do that, so I stood out. I don't know where I got the courage. It could have been a whim, it could have been that she just couldn't hold it in. But what she did today, even she herself felt exaggerated when she thought about it now. It was a bold move she had never made in her life. But now that she had heard Chen Luan's thanks, her heart was also very happy, and that little head couldn't help but begin to fantasize about the future development of the two. Will it be fixed because of this one? You were very brave today. I'm so thankful. And White, thank you. The voice turns to Fruit White. It also caused Fruity White, who was beaming with her arms wrapped around her, to momentarily freeze. She looked back at Chen Luan with some surprise, and her encircled arms unconsciously lowered. He? Thanking me? Ever since the breakup, Guo Xiaobai had come with this attitude when facing Chen Luan. So she had already made a plan in her mind that Chen Luan would not, and would not dare to, thank her. But even so, there was still some resentment in her heart. After all, who doesn't want to be praised? Just now, when Chen Luan thanked Tang Rou in a gentle tone, she couldn't help but squeeze her pink fists and frown even though she deliberately turned her head to look elsewhere. It's just that she keeps it all bottled up and smothered. As a way to show that you don't care about any of this. But to his surprise, instead of ignoring him, Chen Luan resolutely turned his head to look at Tang Rou after thanking her and told her thanks in the same gentle tone. It was this thank you that snapped the string that Guo Xiaobai had tensed for a long time. You know, it had been a long time since she had heard Chen Luan speak to her so gently. Since the last time, although she had been making noise all day long about hacking Chen Luan to death, she would still stand up to defend him at critical moments. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she only knew that there was still some special element within her for Chen Luan. She couldn't stand the fact that Chen Luan had a ton of great ex-girlfriends, couldn't stand the outrageous things Chen Luan used to say and do to him. She had thought she had long since sealed herself up inside, but she hadn't expected that today's words would bring her back. It made Fruity White a little messed up inside. But she knew deep down that things hadn't worked out between them. At the moment, to be let off with such a sentence from her, even if she wanted to in her heart, she was resolute that she couldn't. Thus, Guo Xiaobai bit her vermilion lips, and immediately turned her head to the side, saying in disbelief, "Who wants your thanks? I'm just seeing the road for what it is." Hearing these words, Chen Luan also couldn't help but smile. He naturally understood Guo Xiaobai's character, and also knew that although she said this on her lips, in her heart she must have already accepted it. Oops, the exterminator snapped his fingers, and the whole world was destroyed, leaving only Miss Fruit's mouth floating in mid-air to say, "Who wants you to thank? I am only the road to sea." At this moment, listening to the words ahead, Xiao Iris really can't help it, and immediately added, Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately changed his face and shouted, "What are you talking about, you? Believe it or not, I. Ouch. So lively. While we're talking." A voice came from the distance. He saw Mayor Wang walk up with a group of leaders. Witnessed the scene. The two who were originally going to fight stopped their hands immediately. "Mayor." The crowd greeted. Mayor Wang also immediately smiled and nodded. "Little Chen, these two are those ex-girlfriends of yours, aren't they? Still really much prettier than on TV." When Mayor Wang's words came out, Chen Luan froze, and his heart could not help but feel a little helpless. This type of word should be compliments to the current person, right? How come it's your turn to turn into an ex? And it's a bit out of place, isn't it? Told you so. Right after Mayor Wang's words fell, both Guo Xiaobai and Tang Ro's faces revealed an awkward expression, neither smiling nor not smiling. That originally appropriate atmosphere had inexplicably become awkward after Mayor Wang's words fell at this moment. At this moment, the person beside him also realized the problem, and immediately came to Mayor Wang's ear and opened his mouth. "Mayor, there is a mistake. It's not the incumbent, it's the predecessor. It's going to be very embarrassing for you to talk like this." "Yes?" Mayor Wang sniffed and immediately reacted, hastily slapped his forehead, then turned his head to accompany the smile. "Oh, I'm really sorry, I don't understand the situation of your young people now, so just now the words, you guys don't take offense." At the outset of these words, Chen Luan became even more helpless. The cadre of people behind Mayor Wang also bared their teeth and lowered their heads helplessly, and there were even many young people who directly covered their foreheads. You might as well not have explained it. This explanation makes it even more awkward. It suddenly dawned on Mayor Wang that there might be a reason why he hasn't been promoted after decades on the job. Fruit Xiaobai and Tang Ro looked at each other and didn't know what to say. On the side of Xiao Iris but cannot strain, want to laugh, but do not dare to laugh, can only think of all the saddest things in this life. Sensing that the atmosphere next to him was a bit off, Mayor Wang subconsciously raised his eyebrows and wondered in his heart, "Strange, did I say something wrong again? How come it's so hard to fit into the young people's circle nowadays?" Right. Thinking of this, Mayor Wang immediately smiled and said, "In today's situation, Xiao, you really have to thank these two little girls. They are very brave, they stood up at the critical moment to solve the trouble for you. I think, otherwise, tonight's banquet, I invite them to join us." At the outset of these words, Mayor Wang secretly laughed in his heart. I formed such a big wine banquet, the young man should always like it, right? And also invited his two ex-girlfriends instead of Xiao Chun, he will surely thank me, after all, I am so amiable and pro-people. Mayor Wang was happily brainstorming inwardly, but the atmosphere of the scene was pulled to a point of absolute embarrassment. What kind of celebratory dinner invites an ex-girlfriend? And at this moment, even after hearing this invitation, Tang Ro and Fruit Xiaobai's hearts were instantly filled with resistance. For one thing, sitting down to dinner with the mayor's leader is embarrassing to think about. Secondly, in terms of the way Mayor Wang just spoke, when the time comes, I don't know how many more situations like the current one will happen. Although Fruit Xiaobai and Tang Ro were one I person and one E person, both of them didn't like this kind of atmosphere. Even with the presence of Chen Luan, he immediately chose to withdraw amidst his dismay. That city. "Mayor, I'm really sorry, we suddenly thought that we went out today and the gas in the house hasn't been turned off. I have to go back and turn off the gas, next time." Next time. Fruit Xiaobai was the first to choose to refuse, and then it was to turn around and run away. "Mayor. Sorry, Brother Luan, see you next time." Tang Ro also raised one to the mayor at this moment, then glanced at Chen Luan reluctantly, turned around, and followed Guo Xiaobai to bolt. Looking at a scene ahead, Chen Luan couldn't help but shake his head. But at that very moment, his brain suddenly flashed violently. The next second, an image appeared before his eyes. Only on the screen, the cos-suited Fruit Xiaobai was tied up backward and gagged in a certain room. The door of the room was closed and it looked as if it was some kind of warehouse, while on the other side, the fire was burning and the house was collapsing, which seemed to be sealing her in the room. The scene changes. An ama with a hooligan was accusing Tang Ro. Tang Ro's eyes were in tears, although she tried her best to retort, but she couldn't hold them back at all, and in the end, she was dragged by the ama and the hooligan to who knows where. Phew! Snap out of it. Chen Luan immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "Wait!" This yell came out of nowhere. It made the two women, who were about to leave, stare in disbelief. Chen Luan quickly stepped forward and came to the front of the duo, looking over at Guo Xiaobai. "Do you have a comic convention to attend recently?" Fruit Xiaobai froze at the sound of his voice, then lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment and spoke, Is there? Is there? You. When, I'll go with you. Chen Luan spoke without any hesitation. You? Fruit Xiaobai looked at Chen Luan with a face full of surprise and couldn't help but frown. Didn't you never like going to Comic-Con before? How? Chen Luan froze at the sound of his voice and suddenly remembered that when he was with Guo Xiaobai in the past, he had never been to the Comic-Con because he had his own things to be busy with. Moreover, even when Guo Xiaobai invited him several times, he didn't agree. It is a bit of an anomaly to suddenly say you're going today. But it's good that Chen Lu settled down and immediately explained, I happen to be bored recently, so I'll go shopping at that time to pass the time. Although Fruit Xiaobai's face was filled with surprise at the sound of his voice, inwardly he was already blossoming with joy. Did she figure it out and want to talk to me because of what happened today? No. Not necessarily. One cannot fall so easily. I'm going to stabilize. After a period of rich inner struggle, Guo Xiaobai held back the joy in his heart, blinking madly and turning to the side, speaking gently, You can go if you want to, anyway, on this Saturday, whatever. Whatever. Hearing these words, Chen Luan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, turning to Tang Ro, do you want to come along? Tang Ro froze at the sound of her voice, then spoke with some difficulty, I do want to go, but I have something else this Saturday, so. It doesn't matter. Chen Luan could also see that this matter might be important to Tang Ro, so he took out his cell phone and said, This is my current number, remember, if something happens, be sure to call me. Good. Good. Tang Ro froze for a moment, and immediately happily wrote down the phone number. It now left many associations in both of their minds. At present. Looking at the back of the duo as they left, Chen Luan subconsciously squeezed his cell phone. Hopefully, it will be in time. Shortly after the two were gone. 2 beeps sounded. Fruity White, heart value +2, hate value 2. Current heart value, 32, hate value, 68. Tang Ro, heart value +5, hate value 5. Current heart value, 75, hate value, 25. Chapter 49 I can't go out to dinner without running into my ex-girlfriend. Sister G, thank you for today. Evening. Imperial Shengtian Hotel. Outside the doorway of the VIP room. Chen Luan was leaning against the wall to receive a call from Ji Xinyu. Today's celebration has just begun. 2 calls then came in. The first one is from Teng Ziyi. After learning about the day from the reporters, Chen Luan was naturally grateful to Teng Ziyi. But Teng Ziyi didn't call for that, but told him to come to her villa on Sunday. There was something to tell him. In this situation, Chen Luan did not refuse. After all, Teng Ziyi had helped herself, plus he had promised her before that as long as she called and asked for a meeting, he would not refuse. And shortly after hanging up the phone, Ji Xinyu's call followed. 2 of today's list 1 and 2 are, at the moment, back in a phone battle. What's there to be thankful for? It's all because Sis herself wanted it. Ji Xinyu snorted and said softly, But if you really want to thank Sis, come to Sis's house for soup on the weekend. Chen Luan sniffed. Soup? He's talking in code again? Sensing Chen Luan's silence on the other side of the phone, Ji Xinyu laughed softly and immediately explained, Alright. See how scared you are. It's really just a simple soup, and since we haven't seen each other for so long, Meow Meow misses you too. Oh. Okay, I'll definitely come then. Chen Luan came back to his senses and held his forehead in some embarrassment. Then it's a deal, this weekend, we don't see each other. Ji Xinyu's gentle voice on the other end of the cell phone stimulated Chen Luan's ears to itch, and then, it was hung up. Subconsciously shaking. Chen Luan stared at the put-down cell phone and couldn't help but shake his head. Luckily these things didn't collide. Put the phone away. Chen Luan took a deep breath, then walked towards the door and pushed open the private room. Inside the house at the moment. The food is served. After seeing Chen Luan enter the door, Mayor Wang immediately beckoned enthusiastically, Come, little Chen, the dishes have been served, sit down. Good. Chen Luan smiled and nodded, and immediately came to sit beside Mayor Wang, but when he looked back, he realized that there was still an empty seat on the right side of Mayor Wang's seat, and according to him, it should be his daughter who came back from abroad, right? Mayor, has your daughter not arrived yet? After Chen Luan sat down, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Yeah. Mayor Wang nodded and frowned as he glanced at his cell phone. This girl, by all rights, should have arrived very early, right? This. At those words, the originally normal cell phone suddenly vibrated. Only the note, "Good daughter," showed up at the top of the screen. Yo! This is not, come, Shachana, you guys eat first, I go out to pick her up, you guys make yourselves at home Mayor Wang said as picked up the phone, directly out of the box. Hearing these words, Chen Luan didn't slow down and directly grabbed the large crab and nibbled on it. It's been a busy day and I'm exhausted. He'd been starving for a long time. What's more, hairy crabs are his favorite. Have any of you seen the mayor's daughter and what does she look like? At this moment, inside the box, a voice followed. These words also drew Chen Luan to turn his head to look at them, but he didn't participate in the conversation. Instead, he ate his hairy crab while listening to them gossip. You don't know that, do you? This daughter of the mayor's family is especially beautiful, and she is the kind of elegant and dignified girl. Elegant and dignified, gentle and lovely. At first, she was the target of many rich kids from the imperial capital, known as one of the 3 beauties of the imperial capital. But it's just a pity that this Missy character is more withdrawn, not much contact with men, so the mayor will agree to her to go abroad to study. This is not, recently came back well, I do not know if it has become more beautiful, character changed or not. A henchman who followed the mayor for a long time, at this moment immediately opened his mouth and said, Hey, it does seem peculiar for a kid born into a family like that to be aloof, and I wouldn't know how sunny and cheerful I am if my dad were the mayor. You're a boy, I'm a girl. Actually, for a girl to be born in such a family, to be able to be sensible and gentle and dignified is already very good. At least it's not a bratty and capricious young lady. It's her character of this stranger not to enter, resulting in now so far have not had a boyfriend, although Mayor Wang's surface does not say, I guess the heart is also quite worried about panic. Not necessarily. I've heard that Mayor Wang and the mayor's wife kept a pretty tight rein on her as a child. Perhaps the character of this great lady has something to do with her childhood upbringing? Listening to the many discussions in my ears. Chen Luan raised his eyebrows while shivering his crab legs. It sounds like the mayor's daughter should be considered a typical rich family's young lady, the kind of little dragon lady who comes out of the mud without being stained, Mondiwash without being a demon. Possessing a superb face value and a cool personality. Until now, there has been no dating. This is a bit of a natural Missy from a Republican novel. I didn't realize there were such types of girls in this day and age. But thinking about it, it was right, being born in such a family, one would naturally develop such a character and habits. The character of this kind of person, not to mention being sent abroad, can't necessarily be changed even if he is sent to a psychiatric hospital. Unless, of course, there is some special way. But they just said that their face value could be called one of the 3 best in the imperial capital, which made Chen Luan really a bit curious. How good looking does it have to be to have such an awesome nickname? The 3 best in the city? Which 3? Smoking and drinking and burning your hair? Right now. There was a sound from the door of the private room. Mayor Wang pushed open the door of the room. The crowd in the room also collectively stopped their hands at this moment and stood up in unison. Only Chen Luan was left still sitting in place, partly because Chen Luan was too involved in gnawing the crab to react. There was also the aspect that he had never been present at such an occasion at all, and had no idea that someone would suddenly join him and have to stand straight up to greet him. After the people around him stood up en masse, he too was awakened by the commotion, biting down on his crab pincers to look back. Seeing this moment, Mayor Wang walked in with a smile and opened his mouth. Let's all wait for a long time, let me introduce you all, this is my daughter. When the words fall. Outside the door. A long leg wrapped in flesh silk slowly stretched out and walked into the booth. A head of black long hair coiled into a single twisted braid down the left shoulder fall, slender and tall figure at the moment wearing a light green cheongsam, white and tender between the arms, a light jacket wearing in the body, the young girl hands and in front of the body, hands carrying a white small bag, 2 sleeves long legs were wrapped in flesh silk, feet, is a pair of milk white high heels, figure delicate, temperament elegant. Step into the room at this moment. Brings up the aroma of gusty orchids. She entered the booth. It immediately caused the crowd in the room to gasp. Countless surprised gazes fell on her in unison. They hadn't expected the mayor's daughter to be so beautiful. This ranking as one of the 3 best in the imperial capital really wasn't false. That many exclamations rang out. At this moment, Chen Luan also looked up obediently. But just as his eyes landed on the woman's body, he couldn't help but freeze. The next second, After the memories come flooding back. Chen Luan's brow snapped. It's her. It only felt like a tightening of the throat. Coughing violently. He dropped the crab pincers in his hands and covered his chest with a succession of coughs. Holy! Wasn't that his ex-girlfriend from England? Her? She's the mayor's daughter? How come this girl never told herself about this? Chen Luan looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. Nope. That's not true. Remember, she didn't used to look like this. Wasn't she a biker girl? And her makeup, dress, personality, were all completely different from the gentle and dignified young lady in front of her. The mayor's daughter is dignified and elegant, gentle and cool, do not get close to people, how with their own hot biker girl ex-girlfriend cannot be associated with a piece of But there was no mistaking that the look was her. Could it be that there are really two people in the world who look so much alike? It's not twins, is it? Chen Luan only felt unimaginable at the moment, his head was feverish and at the same time, there was a sense of afterthought that he had seen a ghost. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Qingwan. Wang Qingwan elegantly raised her head and bowed her head to the crowd in front of her, saying in a cool tone. At the outset of these words, Chen Luan suddenly felt a chill on his back. Even more convinced. That's her. But where did her trademark lazy goat accent go? It was because of Wang Qingwan's godlike lazy voice and accent that attracted him in the first place. At that time, because in foreign countries, most of the time speak English, bored Chen Luan pressed the 10 button, followed by a mouth of God like a lazy goat's accent Chinese from the ear. It is this mouth of a special accent, so that Chen Luan has a sense of home. And so it came to pass. Nowadays. Although the elegant young lady in front of her looked the same as that ex-girlfriend of his and had the same name, her character appearance, as well as all kinds of descriptions, including the voice that she was speaking at the moment, were all completely different from before. This gave Chen Luan a feeling of yes, and uncertainty. And if she really was her ex-girlfriend, then wouldn't she have somehow picked up the mayor's daughter? In recalling what the mayor said today, Chen Luan couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. This development. How did it come to this? Oops. He covered his forehead and sank down with a helpless look on his face. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Right now. Mayor Wang's voice is ringing in my ears. Chen Luan let out a breath and immediately squeezed out a smile as he stood up. This is what I mentioned to you before, my daughter, Wang Qingwan. Qingwan this is our city's hero and that idol you wanted to meet in your store, little Chen Luan. Mayor Wang introduced with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wang Qingwan came to the front of the body and looked at Chen Luan without any change in her eyes, still with a light smile. As she faced Chen Luan, she gently extended her right hand. Hello, Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Chen Luan recovered himself for a moment, then pulled back a smile and immediately extended his right hand. Hello. Ms. Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Regardless of whether Wang Qingwan had recognized herself or not, and regardless of whether she was her ex-girlfriend or not, in any case, now that she was acting like it was the first time they had met, then naturally, she couldn't act rashly, or perhaps, it was really just a look-alike? However, right after Chen Luan's thoughts fell. In front of her, Wang Qingwan's vermilion lips slightly hooked up, and the index finger holding her hand gently curved. I've read about Mr. Chen's heroic deeds, and I look up to Mr. Chen. Admiration. Has been. For a long time. When the words fall. Chen Luan only felt the touch of his palm coming on. When Wang Qingwan smiled and spoke, Little Chen next, is there any plan Have you ever thought about changing a job or something? Putting down his wineglass, Mayor Wang beside him turned his head with a smile and opened his mouth in a kind tone to ask. Oh, this well. Is there this intention? After all, the previous business is considered a failure. I want to consider this period of time to consider, is to continue to do business, or to do other things. Chen Luan clamped a piece of ribs into the bowl, opened his mouth to respond. Well, it's good that young people have their own plans. If you have a skill and want to do business, as long as it's legal and compliant, we'll try to help you out. Mayor Wang patted Chen Luan's shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing these words, Chen Luan couldn't help but stare. Does that mean that one is considered to be in the background? And with the mayor in the background? If you want to do business in the future, why don't you get a license at the speed of light? Thinking about their previous selling cabbage, all kinds of documents back and forth to get spent a lot of time, but now, if you want to do business, as long as the compliance and legal, just a word. This is the feeling brought by the right to network? Surely cool. Isn't Mr. Chen's one skill, music? When did? Became doing business. Just when Chen Luan was secretly snickering. Forward zone. A cold voice followed. Chen Luan shuddered at the sound and immediately looked up. He saw that at this moment, Wang Qingwan had a light smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes were looking straight towards him. Music? Everyone in the room froze. Even Mayor Wang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then said, hiss. Little Chen you still know music. At the outset of these words, Chen Luan immediately swallowed awkwardly. Sure enough. How could this girl press on? She's saying this at the moment because the two of them started their love affair with music in the first place. And Wang Qingwan also said that her favorite thing to do after driving the locomotive for a period of time, at night, docked at the beach, blowing the sea breeze, sitting on the locomotive, leaning against Chen Luan's shoulder, quietly listening to Chen Luan sing to her. It's safe to say that music is the biggest tie that binds the two of them together emotionally. Now that she had said those words, it was obvious that she had done it on purpose. Also let Chen Luan eat the ribs in his mouth, instantly some unscented. That? Purely a hobby, just playing and singing blindly for nothing. Chen Luan swallowed the meat in his mouth and casually began to explain with a smile. Oh? It's not right, is it? I remember. There's a rising diva in the kingdom of Stick. She said in an interview that her 3 hit songs were all written for her by her fiancé, and those 3 songs are now ranked in the international charts. As for that rising diva, Wang Qingwan said here, immediately turned her head to look at Chen Luan and smiled. I seem to have seen her a few days ago in that live broadcast there about Mr. Chen's hospital, when she seems to call you, Mr. Chen, as her fiancé. Wang Qingwan's words came out. Everyone in the room was stunned. At this moment, the movements in his hands stopped and he looked at Chen Luan in unison. Including Mayor Wang, who had an incredulous expression on his face at the moment. 3 songs? Internationally ranked music? Seriously? Little Chen, you're actually this good? Chen Luan sniffed a burst of sweat and looked up. Only Wang Qingwan's back was currently leaning against the stool, her left arm gently held her arm, and her left index finger was gently bent. 91. Oh no. This was Wang Qingwan's little habit when she was angry. Whenever she gets angry, one of her habitual acts of resistance is to grab her right arm, followed by a slight bend in her index finger. Although Wang Qingwan did not have any anger on her face at the moment, this small action of hers clearly exposed her true inner thoughts at the moment. She really did do it on purpose. And I didn't expect that this girl would even know such things. Chizamai, the 2000th, has really gotten himself killed. Xiao Chena, I only knew before that you are a righteous and positive young man, but I didn't realize that you actually have such a talent. With this kind of talent, you can completely debut to write songs. Maybe you can even enter the entertainment industry and become a big star. Mayor Wang spoke with a face full of joy. Right, why write songs for the Bangkokers? Why not write them for yourself? Write more of our Chinese, and you'll surely be a hit. Another leader spoke up and suggested. Yeah, write more Chinese style, everyone will surely love to listen to it. You have so much traffic now, it's just the right time to step on this pedal and jump to the entertainment industry. You will surely have a great future in the future. Yes, if you really want to enter the entertainment industry, I happen to know some people who can help you get connected. The people in front of them spoke up with suggestions. These words also heard Chen Luan laugh somewhat helplessly. Why do you need an introduction from anyone else? I remember. Among Mr. Chen's ex-girlfriends, there is one who is known as half of the entertainment industry, Star Emperor Entertainment's president, Teng Ziyi, right? Just at this moment, a person in the crowd suddenly spoke violently. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the crowd in the room was kicked up another notch. Yeah, Mr. Deng is Mr. Chen's ex-girlfriend, and she even gave Mr. Chen crazy gifts in the live broadcast today. If we find her, not to mention entering the entertainment industry, even becoming a king is probably not a problem. When Chen Luan heard this, he felt sweaty. What a bad idea. What's the point of mentioning Teng Ziyi? Turning his eyes to the front, he saw that at this moment, Wang Wanqing was still sitting in the same place, but her expression had obviously changed, her smile had stiffened for a few points, her eyes had a few more points of murderous aura, and most of all, the action of her index finger tapping was obviously heavier for a few points, which represented that she was really a bit angry. No. We have to get out of here. If this conversation continues, what's going to happen? Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately got up and smiled, that. Before you can say anything. Chen Luan felt that he was pushed by Wang Wanqing. She then took out the restroom maintenance sign and placed it in front of her. In one smooth motion, he lifted his leg and hooked the door, buckling the stick back against it. It's all in the flow. The moment Chen Luan returned to her senses, she had already clapped her hands and walked over with a light smile on her face. Wang. Miss Wang, this is the men's restroom, what are you doing? Sensing that Wang Wanqing was coming from a bad place, Chen Luan took a step back and immediately began to play dumb. Ms. Wang? Still pretending not to recognize me, right? Wang Wanqing leaned forward, her eyebrows slightly raised, then as if she thought of something, she looked down and surveyed the cheongsam she was wearing, then with a knowing smile, she got up and walked towards the mirror in front. Reach down and remove the lollipop and hold it in your mouth. At this moment, Wang Qingwan turned back obediently, meeting the eyes of Chen Luan, who was already dumbfounded at this moment, revealing a touch of light smile, and letting out that iconic lazy goat voice, this. Recognize it. Chapter 51, Why is this girl more provocative than me? You? At this moment, Chen Luan was a bit speechless from the shock of the scene in front of him. I'll go. What was it about that scene that I somehow thought was kind of cool? What's this? Cross-dressing? Why does it feel like you're watching a Shake Shack short video? And? That's moving too fast, isn't it? This one, you're always familiar with it. Wang Qingwan asked with one hand in her pocket, holding a lollipop in one hand as she walked up with a light smile and a crooked head. Chen Luan turned back at the sound. Couldn't help but frown at her current appearance. Indeed, this is how he remembers it. And that signature lazy goat voice. Right on the money. He couldn't help but nod, but then remembered the previous situation and couldn't help but say, then why did you do it before? It's because the contrast between the before and after is just too great. Chen Luan even had a few moments of wanting to recognize him before. If it wasn't for the fact that this girl had given herself a code word, Chen Luan really wouldn't have been sure that she was his ex-girlfriend in England. Hearing this, Wang Qingwan's lollipop in her mouth moved. She seemed to have thought of something, and immediately leaned against the sink next to Chen Luan, raising her head and softly said, My parents have always hoped that I would be a lady of the house, especially my mom, because that's how she came to be when she was a child. Saying that, since I was born into a family of books, I should be dignified and elegant, so, since the age of 5, my image in front of them has always been the same as before. And then, as time went on, I thought that's what I was supposed to be. Until one day I saw someone else riding a motorcycle on the street. That feeling of being free and uninhibited keeps echoing in my mind. So I secretly started studying in secret. And then, it was all over. It was only after I learned to ride a motorcycle that I realized I could be graceful and dignified without having to be tense about everything. I can also be free and follow my heart. Then, I went to England to study abroad, and after being away from my parents, I started to let myself go, which led to the meeting with you later on. Hearing these words, Chen Luan subconsciously nodded. So it is. No wonder someone had said before that Wang Wanqing's character was cool, perhaps it had something to do with the education of the mayor and his wife. It really seems so now. It's no wonder there's such a big gap between the girls before and after. It's not good to be a famous girl. This feeling of bondage was quite understandable to Chen Luan. So, before that, your father said that when you were a child, you were thin-skinned and didn't like to be around boys, and only liked to play with girls? This. Is it true, or did you cover it up? Thinking of the fact that the mayor had mentioned this matter more than once before, Chen Luan was really a bit curious in his heart. Hearing these words, Wang Wanqing pursed her lips, biting on a lollipop and turning back, revealing a playful smile as she spoke. What? Afraid that I have any other predecessors besides you? Chen Luan sniffed and froze, and was really a bit speechless. If he said that he was purely curious at this time, it seemed a bit not too good. Noticing the change in Chen Luan's expression, Wang Wanqing smiled and then said, Don't worry, I'm not like someone. There are so many ex-girlfriends. Chen Luan sniffed and picked at his neck in some embarrassment. This girl, who is she squeezing? While my elegance and modesty and coolness are put on in front of my parents, the way I treat boys, it's not. I've had some friends, but they've all been the same sex. Even in biker circles, all my friends are women. So far, the only male who has approached me, besides my dad, has been you. Hearing these words, Chen Luan inexplicably felt a little embarrassed and guilty. First time. No wonder. It's just that I didn't expect. That you actually had such a glorious past. Wang Wanqing took out the lollipop in her mouth and slapped it on the sink with a pop sound, leaning up, pointing at Chen Luan with the lollipop in her hand, and spoke, "Say it. How many times am I your first?" A light strawberry scent, interspersed with a hint of heat near the tip of the nose. Chen Luan was pressed tightly against Wang Qingwan in front of him, leaning against the rear sink, touching the back of his neck. Chen Luan pretended to look at the scenery and said, I don't quite remember. I, for one, don't have a good memory. Damn, this kind of question is still for me to answer. Do you really think I'm stupid? Wang Qingwan narrowed her eyes with puffed cheeks at the sound and looked at her for a moment with a questioning expression before getting off of Chen Luan's body and speaking, "It's fine if you don't say anything." I have a BFF who has a group of omnipotent hackers under her. Investigating your emotional history, that's not a matter of minutes, and if I'm allowed to investigate, I'm ranked below the top 5. She stared closely at Chen Luan, thinking inwardly. Click. Wang Qingwan showed her white teeth and crunch directly bit the lollipop in her hand. This sudden shock. It made Chen Luan inexplicably feel a pain. No way. Can't stay here any longer. The mayor and the others are probably still waiting for us to go back. Let's just go back first? Chen Luan pointed to the door, then smiled and reached out to break the door handle. But this action just appeared, and then Wang Qingwan, who was beside her, reached out and pulled her back. Since it's all come out already, what's the point of going back? Chen Luan froze at the sound of his voice, and inexplicably felt a few moments of joy in his heart. Don't think I can't see that you don't like this occasion at all. It's all because my dad warmly invited you here, right? Wang Qingwan leaned against the door and spoke with a confident face. It's still true. If it hadn't been for the mayor's invitation this time, he wouldn't have attended at all. And there does seem to be an inexplicable awkwardness to this hard-melting circle of elders. Since it's all out, don't go back. Let's go, I'll send you home. Wang Qingwan crooked her neck and spoke. You? It's been a long time since I rode in my locomotive. Want to try it again? Wang Qingwan invited. A locomotive. It's true to say. When he was in England, he also rode in Wang Qingwan's locomotive. This chick still has some sass when it comes to driving. It was a far cry from the way she had looked at the reception. And I'm too drunk to drive today myself. It's okay to sit down, right? Thinking of this, Chen Luan nodded, then asked, then the mayor sighed. Leave them alone. Wang Qingwan pulled open the door and spoke casually, let them drink their own, at night, I'll explain for you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Wanqing went out. At this moment, Chen Luan still decided to make a call to the mayor. After all, it was a bit rude to leave halfway through the day. But the phone rang for a long time, but there was still no answer. I guess I was having a good time and didn't hear it. So Chen Luan sent another message to the mayor, which led to a smooth exit from the restroom. At present. Inside the restaurant's box. One person looked at the closed door of the room and couldn't help but say, how come little Chen hasn't come back after being gone for so long? Yeah, Mayor, Ms. Wang doesn't seem to be back either. They wouldn't be looking at each other and going out on a date, would they? At the outset of these words, Mayor Wang immediately waved his hand with a smile, hiccuped, and said somewhat drunkenly, don't worry about it, I know my daughter's nature best. It's impossible for her. She just worships Xiao Chen and appreciates the deeds that Xiao Chen has done, since she was a child. I've never heard of her having contact with a boy, let alone falling in love, liking it or something like that, and now she's also appreciating it at best, and maybe she's chatting about it. If Xiao Chen can really ease her temperament, I'd even be happy. But that's impossible, this girl hasn't even held a boy's hand in all her life. I even wonder if he's repulsed by boys coming into contact with him. Now you're saying they went on a date? How can that be? Do you expect her? Although Chen Luan was a bit helpless, there was nothing he could do, and he then put on his helmet. Wang Wanqing put on her helmet and slapped down her orbital goggles, then turned the handle directly after tapping on the music. The moment the engine roars. It's like going back in time. England. That encounter. Honey. Sit tight. She chuckled softly, then with a turn of the handle, drove straight out. Chapter 52 today, I want to hear you sing again. Motorcycles speeding down the streets at night. The rushing forward gusts of wind shook and rumbled the body and clothes frequently. The locomotive rushing underneath that, as well as the close proximity of the figure in front of him, all gave Chen Luan an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was like going back to that night in England. Slowly he closed his eyes and gently looked up to feel it all. This windy feeling is very stress relieving and will be very enjoyable, especially the feeling of the gusty wind blowing the clothes on your body through the neon lit zones. The figure was like a strong light breaking through the streets. Wang Qingwan intentionally or unintentionally speed up, that tall figure at the moment slightly bent over to hold the handle, the night wind blowing his robe, back under the buttocks also at the moment outlined the exquisite curve. Slightly open your eyes to look ahead. At this moment, Wang Qingwan's back appeared particularly valiant under the reflection of a street lamp. It was completely different from the dignified and elegant Cheongsam lady before. It's as if it's the difference between ice and fire. But both, equally, are fascinating. Let's go this way. Anterior. Wang Qingwan's voice rang out, and without waiting for Chen Luan to speak, she turned the car around and entered another street. Chen Luan raised his head and swept a glance ahead and couldn't help but frown. There's no road leading to my house here. What's the point of walking here? Wang Qingwan smiled at the sound and didn't reply, instead speeding up quickly. After crossing a street, the lights and lively atmosphere on the roadside attracted Chen Luan's attention. Look up. Not far from the roadside, there is a family of dense smoke, lights flashing night barbecue stalls. The faint sound of singing came out, intertwined with the densely packed diner's discussions, and that was the imperial capital's favorite nightlife zone. This scene caused Chen Luan to stare in disbelief. Immediately, he turned back to Wang Qingwan by his side. So, she is this purpose. Today's banquet, because of various reasons, Chen Luan actually did not eat much, because the atmosphere could not be stabilized. He ran away by urinating, and then, it was with Wang Qingwan to leave, the whole way down, at best, ate a crab, some ribs. But how can those things possibly be enough to eat? Originally, I was going to fix it myself when I got back. But I didn't expect that Wang Qingwan would actually notice this. Then in the process of choosing to drive himself home changed the journey, taking him to his favorite barbecue stall. This situation caused Chen Luan to not be able to help but warm his heart. This girl's powers of observation are as strong as ever. The locomotive slowed to a stop. Wang Qingwan lifted her leg to get out of the car, reached out to unlock her helmet, pointed at Chen Luan to the strip of flickering lights, and opened her mouth to smile. Come on. Eat some before you go home. If you go to sleep when you're hungry, you'll get up with a stomachache the next day. Chen Luan smiled softly at the sound and nodded, reaching down to undo his helmet. This word that he had once said to Wang Qingwan was now returned to him by Wang Qingwan. Wait. Wang Qingwan took out a mask from the back box and came to Chen Luan's front, putting it on for him carefully, and said softly, with your current fame, you'll only surrounded if you show your face easily, just in case, it's better to wear. The lights are loud and clear all around. Bare-chested big brothers are spiking drinks everywhere. The fireworks zone. There was a cook frying crayfish, snails, and all kinds of dry pots over a high flame. In front of the grill, 3 or 4 grillers were frantically busy. And located directly in front of the many diners, there is a singer-songwriter who is playing a guitar, with an electric piano placed beside him, and a song list hanging from his waist, working hard to make a living. Well, that's it. Quickly. The seated duo ordered some food and were returning the menu to the waiter. Looking around at the atmosphere, Chen Luan moved his body with some excitement. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten at this place in a long time, and it's still this kind of flavor that matches my taste. In the past, after every ride, you would sing a song for me. Wang Qingwan stared ahead and murmured softly for half a second, then turned her head to look at Chen Luan and laughed softly. Today. I want to hear it one more time. Chen Luan raised an eyebrow at the sound and turned to the small stage in front of him. The stage isn't big. But there were countless diners on stage. The dense crowd of people was a real challenge for him. He had sung in front of crowds, but that had been in college. So much time had passed that he hadn't sung in front of so many people in a long time. So this request today was a bit of a surprise to him. However, perhaps it was because of the experience of attending the award ceremony today, or perhaps there was really something inside that thanked Wang Qingwan for her warm gesture today. At this moment, Chen Luan was actually not repulsed by this request within his heart. However, Wang Qingwan's request at this moment was not excessive. And in the old days, after every ride, she would lean over her shoulder and silently listen to herself sing to her. Maybe it's become a habit, or maybe it's the memories that come flooding back. All in all, it wasn't a difficult condition to fulfill, and since Wang Qingwan had kind of helped herself today, it was also worth Chen Luan's while to sing on stage for her at the moment. Yes. There was a moment of silence. Chen Luan immediately nodded, then got up and walked towards the stage in front. Looking at the figure ahead, Wang Qingwan's face also revealed an expectant smile. Skip the crowd. At this moment, Chen Luan was also moving all the way forward, walking straight towards the stage. Meanwhile, another corner of the booth. A figure with glasses and a mask around his neck was looking down and frantically nibbling on a chicken wing. Oops. Mainami. Sister Xiaonan. You can't eat anymore, this barbecue has a lot of calories, you'll gain weight if you eat it, it won't be long before the music industry competition, you have to stay in shape. In front of the seat, the manager anxiously pulled Fu Xiaonan by her side and persuaded her bitterly. What are you afraid of? Eat this much, you won't get fat. All this time I've been practicing those crap songs every day, keeping my voice in shape, and eating things with no oil and water, it's been suffocating me to death. It's not easy for me to sneak out for a barbecue today, and you're still bothering me, are you still in charge? Fu Xiaonan struggled frantically with her hands holding the skewers, no matter how much the manager beside her tried to stop her, she refused to put down the skewers in her hands, eating with her mouth full of oil and stained with grease, the filter of a popular female artist was gone. But these chicken wings are so spicy. It will hurt your voice, Mr. Deng said that during this period of time, you must eat less of these things, or you will be in trouble if you play poorly in the music industry competition at that time. And during this time, you still have to practice your songs. The agent was also filled with helplessness, unable to persuade this living ancestor in front of her at all, and could only bring out Teng Ziyi to pressure her. I didn't expect that after listening to Fu Xiaonan, she didn't care at all, biting the meat in her mouth and said, Aya, come on, just take up those crap songs lately, even if my voice is in excellent condition, it doesn't sound good to sing out. What bull melody, no meaning at all, but also forced my sister this cannot eat that cannot eat, I have to eat enough today. Don't stop me. If you really want to fix this, then get to the root cause, not me. After all one's words. She then grabbed the grilled chicken leg on her plate and continued to nibble on it. The manager sniffed and helplessly rubbed his forehead, shaking his head, but you've already tried so many songs recently. Isn't there a single favorite? No. Fu Xiaonan puffed her cheeks and chewed the chicken in her mouth, but I've heard that Mr. Deng has recently found someone who's a great songwriter, we'll meet in a few days, we'll see then, but until then, consider me on vacation and eat first. Hearing these words, the agent shook her head somewhat helplessly, knowing that there was no way she could stop Fu Xiaonan, she simply turned her gaze elsewhere. Meet unexpectedly. In front of the stage at the moment, there was a change of figure where the singer's cellar had been sitting. The figure, who was currently wearing a mask, picked up the guitar and came to the front of the microphone. I don't think it was him who was the singer just now, was it? Did you change? On stage, Chen Luan, who was sitting down with his guitar in his arms, swept a glance at the crowd below him. But in the center of the crowd, Wang Qingwan was looking at him with an expectant face, clapping her hands in encouragement. This action made Chen Luan laugh uncontrollably. What is singing? He wrote a number of songs during his college years, many of which are still unreleased to the public today. There were all types, but for today's occasion, he was going to choose one, the most appropriate. Looking at the densely populated area, the neon lights shining, all the people coming and going, the vehicles leaving work at night, as well as the occasional appearance of takeaway boys in the store. Among the crowd of diners, there were also many who were at tables for one, and even more who were still wearing overalls. Obviously just got off work recently. It's a reflection of life, and life in general. Thoughts having reached this point, Chen Luan reached out and plucked the strings. Then sing a song for Wang Qingwan and for the public. The Man with No Name. Chapter 53 Songs that go deep into the heart. That's what makes a good song. Figures stir up trouble. The prelude is playing. Gentle, and into the heart. It didn't stand out in that noisy scene at the moment. I'm the man on the road, with no name. I have no news, no one to comment. Close to the microphone, Chen Luan opens his voice. A soft, low voice spread out along the microphone at that moment. That gentle voice was in stark contrast to the party's song. After opening his voice at this moment, it made many people subconsciously look up to the stage. They then realized that the singing boy on stage had changed. This voice. It's quite good. Far away. Wang Qingwan supported her face with both hands and silently looked ahead at the figure on the stage. The gentle melody as well as the singing voice made her subconsciously relax. I'm the one who left town. It's the people who have eaten with a bitter smile. It's the man who rushes, the man who feeds his family. It's the urban backdrop that's silent. On stage. The gradually warming up tune, along with Chen Luan's perfect playing, sent this line of stirring music and lyrics into the hearts of the people. The lyrics that were written into the hearts and minds of the people, as the vocals were released, also made a lot of people who were seated separately under the stage slowly raise their heads. Countless people who were drinking and had just gotten off work also turned their attention to the stage at this moment. The man who left town. People who have eaten with a bitter smile. It's the man who rushes, the man who feeds his family. Aren't the lyrics just singing about them? The previous seller's various blasts and various high songs couldn't attract half of their interest, and they even found it noisy, and most of them only listened to it as background music. Yes, or no, it doesn't mean much. Because for them, full of heart, this meal is something they can't change, and neither can all this music. Nowadays. Chen Luan's song, The Nameless Man, however, made that one person who was full of heartache, as if poking and singing to the heart, unconsciously raised his head. They stopped the drinks in their hands and looked up in unison at the bouncing figure on the stage. I want nothing more than to touch, with my own hands, every moment I bend over. To all, the topsy-turvy but ordinary advance in pitch e.g. of a musical instrument. The strings are plucked to a higher pitch. At this moment, it created a wave that attracted more attention. More and more people began to turn their heads toward the stage. The original noisy discussion, eating sound, drinking sound seems to be in this moment, because of this song, gradually become smaller. Even the masters who were busy stir-frying and barbecuing unconsciously turned their eyes to the stage. What attracted them at the moment was not only Chen Luan's singing voice and the melody, but also the insightful lines. Every word and every sentence. All of them are deeply immersed in the city at this moment. Looking at the scene on the stage. Listening to that moving song. Wang Qingwan's heart was both soothed and moved. Sure enough. He's still him. His songs, no matter what time of the day it is, are always written to one's heart. It's always touching. A melody that comes in shallow and gradually intensifies to a crescendo. As well as the deep lyrics, the noisy stall scene gradually became quiet, slowly turning this place into his home turf, his concert site. Oh nameless one, I drink to you. To your silence, and every roar. A gentle melody. It was accompanied by a guttural hum that gradually softened one's back. It also made Fu Xiaonan, who had been nibbling on a chicken leg and busy with the barbecue, slowly raise his eyebrows and raise his head. At the outset, she didn't care about outside voices, including the previous singing. The purpose of coming here today is to have a barbecue and get over the hump. But she didn't expect that there would be such a special person singing such a special song in today's scene. The tenderness of the first tunes did not impress her. But as the music slowly moves towards a climax, Fu Xiaonan's emotions, unconsciously, begin to be substituted. Allowing her to slowly shift her attention from the food in her hands, to the stage, to the song. People say, a good song is one that can dominate a person's joys and sorrows. Especially some of the songs that really pour out emotion are the ones that will move people to tears. And the song at the moment, its lyrics and melody, together with Chen Luan's perfect singing, turned the atmosphere in the room completely around. It also made Fu Xiaonan gradually divert his attention, and the barbecue in his hands actually slowly came to a standstill. You come from a southern village, from rough hands. You stood in the cracks of the buildings, but you didn't flinch. At this very moment, Chen Luan's melody shifts, the strings change, and a climax ensues. This perfect singing, and the rhythm of the music as the climax hit, made Fu Xiaonan's eyes instantly light up when he heard it. The back is tingling. The stage is silent. Countless people couldn't help but pinch the wine cups in their hands, their expressions were filled with excitement, and there were even quite a few emotional people who directly exploded with tears in their eyes at this instant. This climax came as if the invisible hand gently stroked their foreheads and soothed their tired, heartbroken hearts. One topic of discussion after another, all ended at this moment. The scene of the stalls. All eyes gathered on the stage. The figure. The song that was sung to the public, at the moment, became the brightest scenery of the strip. Even the busy waiters, as well as various takeaway boys, they can't help but stop and look ahead. Sister Xiaonan, this. The agent beside her excitedly turned back, pointing at Chen Luan on the stage in front of her, and spoke in surprise. Shu. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Fu Xiaonan. At this moment, Fu Xiaonan's gaze was firmly fixed on the stage, and that one perfect melody and singing made her mind not want to incorporate any other sounds at all at this moment. These lyrics. This melody. How in the world can anyone write lyrics and tunes that are so insightful? Once she was just an ordinary person. An ordinary guy who holds a vision and a desire to become a singer and a superstar. It has taken a lot of suffering to get to where we are today. On a normal day, she would only put her best foot forward and show it to her fans, as well as others. Never revealing her most vulnerable side, she rarely brings up her past with anyone, but that doesn't mean she forgets her past. But today's song reminds her of the past. The self that once came to the imperial city alone to fight. Ordinary person. All people in this world are ordinary until they succeed. It is because of so many ordinary people that this world is so beautiful and holds up this wonderful world. Perhaps it's because the song speaks to the extraordinary nature of ordinary people that it's so insightful and moving. That's the kind of song you want. Now that's real gold. Thinking of this, Fu Xiaonan immediately took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and tapped on the recording at the front. Send this video to Mr. Dunn. It's characters like that are worth signing. On stage. The lights are getting brighter on the. It seems that the owner of the stall was also attracted by the song, and even more attracted by the performance of Chen Luan on the stage, couldn't help but turn on the lights on the stage so as to set off the mysterious superstar at this moment. The figure in the light, still taking advantage of that perfect melody. Lit. One word, one song. Seep into the heart. Many of them are already wiping away their tears at this very moment. And the music of the moment leads to the final crescendo. The figure and the voice drove everyone's emotions. It's like a floodgate opening, a complete release. Chen Luan also raised his head and sang at this moment. O nameless one, I drink to you, to your silence, and to every roar. Emotions run high. Many of the people present gasped for breath. It was the first time many of them had been mesmerized by a song in this way. In the audience. Already many people began to take out their cell phones to shoot, many of them want to keep it as a souvenir, and many want to record it and then send it to Sheikh, as well as the circle of friends. To them, today's scene was enough to make them memorize it for a long time. And this one song has made a lot of people completely in love with music. Listening to a scene from the stage. Wang Xingwan's face slowly squeezed out a smile, but the tears under those eyes unconsciously flowed down. Sure enough. His songs will always resonate. Nice and touching. Outside the stall. There are even a lot of cabs parked on the side of the road. Those drivers who originally wanted to take advantage of the time to take a break couldn't help but be captivated by the song at the moment. Every melody, every word of this song is moving. Even the cellar singer on the side was mesmerized and couldn't help but softly beat the beat on the side. Quickly. As the melody goes from high to low. The music is slowly coming to a close. Chen Luan's voice slowly changed. The crowd's excitement slowly smoothed out, and at this moment, they couldn't help but drink the wine in their cups. Only at that closing monologue did the slow voice of the purveyor slowly roll out, "O nameless one. Here comes the car." End of a melody. There was silence. No one spoke. No one spoke. Only for the moment, eyes locked on the stage. Snap. Right now. Wang Qingwan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingertips and rose to clap and applaud. When the crisp clapping of applause. The crowd in the room was instantly driven. Split second. Everyone opened their mouths to respond to the applause. Good. Yes. Well sung. This song is so good. Dude, one more. One more. Under the stage, the thunderous applause stretched on, and there were even quite a few people present who wiped their tears while squeezing out smiles and applauding. Almost 60% of the entire scene stood up and applauded for Chen Luan. The song of the party, Let Them Fall Silent in a Special World, to be out of the time, the whole body comfort, as if finally with an old friend who was not seen for many years to spit out for so long, held in the heart of the bitter water. Smooth and happy. That one smile was from the heart. Even the owner of the store at the moment couldn't help but clap his hands and applaud. But in the face of those many voices off stage. At this moment, Chen Luan was obediently getting up, bowing to the crowd on stage to express his gratitude, and then, he walked straight off the stage. As far as he is concerned. The song, it's over. Hiss. Not singing anymore? The manager raised his eyebrows with some intent, realizing that everyone in the room also shared his attitude, all of them clinging to Chen-Luan. What a shame. But this man's singing is too good. I don't know if he wrote this song himself, it's just too flavorful. Look at the mask he's wearing, Sister Fu, do you think it could be one of the up-and-coming singers in the music industry today? Fu Xiaonan put down his cell phone, shook his head, and spoke, I've seen a lot of up-and-coming singers, and none of them are at his level. There's also this song, it's not on the internet, I think that he should have written it himself. It must not be an ordinary person who can write such a song. Or else I'll go contact him? The manager was a bit excited when he heard these words and asked in a hurry. No need. Fu Xiaonan waved his hand, then picked up his cell phone, found Teng Ziyi's WeChat, and sent it over. I've already sent this video to Mr. Tang, this kind of thing, it's better to leave it to her. Chapter 54, Blessed with Blessings. What's the name of that song today? What's the name of that song? Evening. In front of the downstairs gate of the Chen-Luan neighborhood. Wang Wanqing leaned her back against the locomotive and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask about the name of the song that had caused the entire audience to resonate and cheer and applaud when she was in the big stall earlier. Today's stall, after Chen-Luan sang, I don't know how many people came to ask for a photo, how many little girls want to come to add contact information. Even the owner of the stall gave an extra plate of crayfish and a plate of fried snails with a big hand. It can cause quite a stir. It was only after Chen-Luan gradually refused afterward that this slowly smoothed out. Even when they were leaving, there were quite a few people who were still discussing it and even gave Chen-Luan thumbs up and praise. And today's song, its melody and Chen-Luan singing likewise struck Wang Qingwan. I call it The Man with No Name. Chen-Luan opened his mouth and replied. The Man with No Name. The name is common but has a deep meaning, and the melody goes deep into the mind and body, making it more relatable. Sure enough. Your songs are always like this. Wang Qingwan sniffed and murmured with a light smile, then raised her head and spoke, I'm very happy today, I'll be in the country for the next long period of time, honey, I'll come back to you again. I used to say that if we were bound to meet again. The next time we meet. You won't be able to escape from me so easily. I know you have a lot of ex-girlfriends, but even so, I won't give up because... Wang Qingwan reached out to hold the collar of Chen-Luan's shirt, leaned up and whispered in his ear, because... You can only be mine. Chen-Luan froze at the sound of his voice. The next second. All it felt like was a gentle nibble on her earlobe. This particular sensitive area, Chen-Luan couldn't help but be shocked. Good night. She spoke softly. It was followed by a light laugh, a helmet, a locomotive, and a disappearance into the night sky. Rubbed his earlobe. Chen-Luan couldn't help but shake his head, this girl. Where did she learn? Probably huffed and puffed after the return. But it's good, at least you don't have to explain it much. Thinking of this, Chen-Luan immediately reached for his keys and made his way up the stairs. I was about to open the door. But he was frozen in place by the scene in front of him. Ding! The keys fell out of his hand. It fell with a crisp sound. Chen-Luan stared wide-eyed at the entrance of his house, his face full of incredulity. Right now. In front of the home of his own rental house, a wide array of piles of at least 200 pieces of gift boxes, many of which are also the same city flash delivery. Densely packed boxes, large and small, piled up in the doorway as if they were a mountain, directly blocking the doorway. If he hadn't seen that the floor was the fourth floor, Chen-Luan would have even wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. What's going on here? The courier's car overturned here? Chen-Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and went up to survey the situation, reaching out and grabbing one of the boxes, glancing at the address above and realizing that it was indeed his own address, and then looking at the recipient, great-nephew Chen Xiaoan received. Great-nephew. Chen-Luan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is this from your sister-in-law? Thoughts to this point, Chen-Luan immediately checked the other boxes again, found that each is the same signatory memo great-nephew Chen Xiaoan. This situation also made him completely certain that the ones in front of him were sent by his sister-in-law Du Lingling, and only she could pull off such an exaggerated move. Come to think of it. Chen-Luan immediately took out his cell phone and dialed. Hello? Dear great-nephew, what's the matter? Missed your little aunt? Du Lingling's leisurely voice came from the other side of the phone, occasionally accompanied by the sound of waves coming in. Auntie, all of these at the door, all of them were bought by you? Chen Luan held the phone in his hand, looking at the gifts in front of him with a face full of shock. He couldn't help but say, "All right. I'm the one who bought it. Did you get it? How's it going? Do you like it?" Du Lingling sat up and asked with a smile. "Like is like. Only. Like it is good. After all, your auntie I now have money cannot treat you poorly is not. When I was shopping at the mall earlier, I saw a lot of goodies, so I packed one for you, as well as a gaming console, a 4K computer, a TV screen, and a super gaming massage chair, oh, and the Black Myth Goku co-branded flying fish grip. Haven't you always liked it?" Du Lingling reclined on the beach seat, sipping coconut juice while speaking in a leisurely manner. Listening to the report of the list of items as if it was a family treasure, Chen Luan was immediately a bit surprised, not expecting his sister-in-law to actually remember that she liked these things. And, after having the money, the first thing you do is buy it for yourself. Although, it's the money you get from selling yourself. Shoo away. Another wave came over the phone. Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and immediately said, "You're at the beach? Why is there always the sound of waves?" "Right. I'm on vacation in Sanya. I'm going to catch hairy crabs later." Du Lingling crossed her legs with a face full of enjoyment, holding the juice in her hand and opening her mouth to laugh. Chen Luan sniffed a burst of helplessness. Just such a short period of time, or running to Sanya, couldn't help but say, "You're still really vengeful." Consumption pulled full out. "What are you afraid of? We have the boss to reimburse us. $100 million, we can't spend it all in one lifetime." Hearing Du Lingling's snickering voice, Chen Luan raised his eyebrows slightly. Looks like Duncan really did give her 100 million. Oh yeah, besides these, there's also the real estate license. Haven't you been living in old, rented? Yeah, it's not expensive, just $40 million. It's rare to have such an opportunity. Let's get the real estate first. In the future, if people don't like you anymore, we still have a way back. It's called fixed assets. Du Lingling analyzed methodically. These words of speech also made Chen Luan feel shocked and emotional inside. His usual big-headed sister-in-law actually had such fine calculations? Although she sold herself, that thing is indeed excessive, but right now she has these practices, and more or less let her feel that she is again like elders, pulling themselves a piece of the blessed feeling. Granted, there may have been vindictive thoughts, but she did think of herself. It's just that the villa was a bit of a surprise. That villa, where did you buy it? What's the name? Chen Luan couldn't help but ask. I remember. I think it's called Fon Lai Shui Xie. Du Lingling raised her head at the sound of her voice and thought for a moment before immediately opening her mouth. Called what? Chen Luan was startled at the sound. Immediately, his eyes widened. Wind in the water? Isn't that where Teng Ziyi and Jishinyu are? And isn't that a rich neighborhood? Remember the villas there, they start at a few $100 million, right? And you got it for $40 million? That's completely impossible, isn't it? There's no conspiracy here, is there? Fon Lai Shuixi, you don't have quite good ears, you can't even understand this. I've done everything for you. Your housekeeper will contact you in a few days. At that time, you can just move in directly with your bag. Du Lingling opened her mouth to explain. Not. Auntie. You're this. Oh. Ah. Coming. Before Chen Luan finished speaking. On the other side of the phone came the sound of Du Lingling's loud words in response. She then held her cell phone and said excitedly, Okay, no more chit-chat, I'm going to catch hairy crabs. Just wait for the housekeeper to contact you in the next few days. Bye. Auntie loves you. As the words fell, and without waiting for Chen Luan to finish his sentence, she just hung up the phone. Doodle doodle. The sound of hanging up the phone rang out, hearing Chen Luan somewhat helpless. Hey. Forget it. Let's move this stuff in and go to bed first. It's been a long day. Though there's a lot more going on today. Still, Chen Luan wasn't going to think about it that much. No matter how big things are, they are not as important as sleeping, and what happens after that is left to your own thoughts when you wake up. Think. Chen Luan obediently moved things away one by one, then opened the door to the room, then dragged the things back home and piled them up, then washed all the way up and lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. At present. Located in the Villa of Wind and Water. A soft and cozy music plays. The desk in the study. Teng Ziyi, dressed in a purple nightgown, was holding her cell phone, her eyes glued to the screen. only to see that on that screen, a masked figure was playing the guitar and slowly singing that song, The Man with No Name Under the Light. The moving melody, as well as the perfect singing voice, caused Teng Ziyi's icy eyes to slowly become softer, and eventually fell silent in that music. Knowing that a few moments later. End of music. The voice came from the iPad video call that was sitting on the table. How's that? Mr. Teng, isn't it first class? Absolute golden song quality, absolute natural singer physique. If you can sign him, the company will definitely go to the next level. I've risked exposure to shoot the video for you. Look, it's only been a short while now, and the Weibo hot searches are up, and his video is spreading everywhere on the internet. Fu Xiaonan was full of excitement on the other side of the phone, inviting credit. Teng Ziyi gently put down the cell phone in her hand at the sound of her voice, her Zhu lips hooked up with a light smile as she spoke. This video did surprise me, and I didn't expect that not only would he write songs, but he was also so capable of singing himself. At the outset of these words, it made Fu Xiaonan froze. He? Mr. Teng? You recognize this person? Teng Ziyi lightly laughed and nodded her index finger as she spoke. Do you still remember that I told you before that I discovered a talent who was very good at writing songs? Know this. That's not your ex-boyfriend. Fu Xiaonan said. His thoughts immediately jolted and snapped back to his senses, and the moment his pupils dilated, he couldn't help but change his face. Holy? Mr. Teng, this person, it won't be your ex-boyfriend, right? Teng Ziyi didn't say anything at the sound of her voice, but only laughed softly and raised her eyebrows. The gesture was also a clear affirmation of her suspicions. Holy! If that's true, it's a must collaborate. I love his songs so much. This guy is a talent. Mr. Teng, you mustn't give up on him, I'm telling you, with his ability, once he's in the circle, it's hard not to catch fire. Not to mention, he has so much traffic himself. Fu Xiaonan was so excited at the moment that he hurriedly proposed to Teng Ziyi. Hearing these words, Teng Ziyi just smiled and raised her head slightly, thinking of Chen Luan. Even if he didn't have those abilities, you won't give up on it yourself. Get some rest in the meantime and wait for my call. No problem. Fu Xiaonan promised obediently. Remember, if he agrees, he must ask me out for a piece. I want to hear him sing other songs again. It's really too good to listen to. Knock. Hang up. At this moment, Teng Ziyi got up, holding the milk on the table and took a sip. The lips that swallowed the milk bit gently. As if thinking of something, she glanced back at a newly purchased uniform placed next to the den. Vermilion lips slightly hooked up, showing a light smile. Chapter 55 to play COS. That must be out of the great sage. Morning. The sun shines through the window. It also caused Chen Luan to gradually wake up from his sleep. It's 9 o'clock. Look at the time on your cell phone. Chen Luan couldn't help but yawn, then got up and went into the bathroom to start washing up. It's a rare day with nice weather. It just so happens that playing games at home. With all the new consoles I've been collecting lately, it's time to reminisce about my geek days. When the time comes, we'll call old Chang and buy some snacks and drinks, and it'll be a blast. Come to think of it. Chen Luan bit the toothbrush and instantly reached for his cell phone. But at this point, there was a knock at the door. Hello? Your cross-down flash delivery. The door to the room is open. A man in overalls spoke to Chen Luan. But just as he looked up, his eyes instantly lit up. Who? Chen. Little brotherin? You? Are you the heroic netizen who saw justice before? The flash mobber was so excited at the moment that he almost jumped up and rushed forward to ask. Right. Chen Luan was stunned by his sudden reaction, then nodded somewhat awkwardly. Oh. I'm such a fan of yours. I still watched your award ceremony live. I couldn't see the giveaway at the time and I listened to it live in the background. I love you so much. Today I am too lucky. Can we take a picture together? The delivery man rubbed his hands together excitedly at the moment and asked tentatively. It's fine, but you'll have to wait for me for a while and change your clothes. Chen Luan raised his hand and said. It's more or less abstract to take a group photo in these pajamas. And his pajamas are still specially customized dragon figure pajamas from the internet. Later. Changing his clothes, Chen Luan took a picture with the delivery man and then signed for his things. Looking at the box in his hands, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Is it hard to believe that my sister-in-law bought it again? But when he turned the sheet to see, only to find that the person who sent it this time was actually Fruit Xiaobai. Is it from White? Thoughts having reached this point, she couldn't resist unpacking the box, only to find, inside, a Comic-Con free access work card. Comic-Con work tags? Oh. Come to think of it, Fruity White appears to be the special guest at this Comic-Con. It's a direct access to the infield. And special guests of Comic-Con can ask for an extra work tag to give to their friends and family for easy access to Comic-Con tours. While Comic-Con is divided into infield and outfield, the outfield belongs to the free zone outside the venue and there is no charge. The infield, on the other hand, is the event zone within the arena and is subject to an admission fee. But with this thing, he can get right into the infield without money. Aha! Nice! And saves money. And it's been so hot lately, won't you get a salty tan outside? Go to the infield and you can still get some air conditioning. It's a good choice. In the middle of thinking, the cell phone in his arms rang violently. Chen Luan picked up his cell phone and realized that it was Guo Xiaobai calling. You've received everything, right? Fruit Xiaobai's voice came from the other side of the phone. Just received. Chen Luan shook the work card in his hand, then said, Right, you said it's my first time going to Comic-Con, and I'm still going into the infield, so do I need to cause a character of some kind as well? Blend in a bit? You? Fruit Xiaobai pursed his lips at the sound, and he couldn't help but move inside. Is this his way of trying to fit in, for my sake? But this idea just rose shortly after. It was pressed down hard by Guo Xiaobai. She shook her head and said with feigned indifference, Your first time going to a comic convention, you don't have to purposely cause anything, you can look at it first, just be a present. Present charge? Chen Luan froze. What present charge? Hand punch, I do know. Present character. It's someone who's going to Comic-Con for the first time, who's usually a third-gen person, who hasn't been exposed to the scene, who doesn't understand the terminology, who doesn't cos, and who hasn't seen too many second-gen anime characters and so on. That's called a present filler. Simply put, it's an outsider to the circle, purely coming to see it. Fruit Xiaobai rolled his eyes, but still patiently explained. Oh. Oops. In fact, it's not that I have to COS, it's mainly because now I'm in this situation, when there are more people, it's very easy to be recognized, and when it comes time to cause congestion again it's troublesome, so I want to dress myself up a little bit, so that other people won't be able to recognize themselves, so that I don't have to cause any trouble at that time. Hearing this, Chen Luan soliloquized and explained. But when these words were spoken, however, it caused Fruit Xiaobai, who was originally struggling a bit inside, to freeze. She suddenly felt her nose redden inexplicably. Is that what this guy was thinking? Instead, you're overthinking it? Fruit Xiaobai clenched his teeth in some exasperation and immediately said, As you wish. I was so shocked by the sudden change in the volume that I reached for my cell phone. Chen Luan was also somewhat helpless. This girl, she's angry again. How can I protect you if I don't find a way to avoid the crowd? At a place like Comic-Con, wearing a mask is rather more conspicuous. And it's bound to cause congestion in case it's recognized. When the time came, there would be no way to be by Fruit Xiaobai's side in time to protect her, and the prophecy that had been seen would really come true. Forget it. Don't bother with her. Touching his chin, Chen Luan thought for a few seconds and immediately said, What do you say, how about I play the Monkey King? Ah. Fruit Xiaobai was getting angry, but he didn't expect Chen Luan to suddenly mention such a surprising idea to him. Who? Sun Wukong. Right. Sun Wukong is the great sage. This is the idol of countless people in our China when they were young, and even when they grew up. National idol. Especially that recent Black Myth set of the Great Sage set, it's old and handsome. Chen Luan explained with a face full of excitement. Most of all, one has a weapon. According to what he had seen of the future, it seemed that someone had deliberately tied up Fruit Xiaobai there. That tells me that there are bad guys at this Comic-Con. When the time comes, he will have a stick in his hand, which is a weapon, and if he dares to mess around, he will directly beat him up. But those kinds of clothes usually need to be customized. And the time for ordering is at least 2 months. Where are you going to make it in time? Fruit Xiaobai couldn't help but frown and open her mouth to ask. Being familiar with the business, she knew right away that those kinds of clothes were made to order. And with this type of armor clothing, it usually needs to be printed and then colored. It takes much longer than the average cost suit. 2 months is just bottoming out. And this Comic-Con is only 2 days away from opening. How could it be done in 2 days? When the time comes to go online and poke around, maybe if you're lucky, you'll be able to find one. Chen Luan laughed, but even if you don't have one, you can wear other types when the time comes. As long as there are weapons. Convenient for punching people. Hearing these words, Wu Xiaobai had no more to say. Alright then, as you wish, we'll meet up at the Comic-Con then. Say it. He just hung up the phone. Look at the cell phone in your hand. Fruit Xiaobai beamed and murmured in a small voice, I'd like to see what kind of monkey you can come up with. 2 days later, at 10 a.m. The Comic-Con strip. Lit. A figure. I'm standing in the middle of the crowd. She was dressed in a purple robe, and although she was dressed in an ancient style, she did have a bit of an online game feel to her. The bracelet was being worn on the white palm of her hand. In his right hand, he was holding a purple and green sword. The breeze is blowing the girl's long hair. It made her look even more impressive amongst the crowd. Hair on the temples fluttering, bringing out the beautiful face of the young girl. Wow teacher, you look good, this cos of yours is Purple Cloud Fairy? Soon, not far away from the two dressed in JK uniform girl is full of surprise face come forward, to the front of the fruit small white excitedly asked. Fruity White reached up and pulled her hair back, nodding with a light smile. Seeing this situation, the two are even more excited, and hastily said, we all can like Zixia Fairy, teacher, let's set a mail. Take a picture. Two teenage girls stood on either side of Fruit Xiaobai on the left and right, raising the cell phones in their hands high and tapping the front camera. Yes. At this moment, Fruit Xiaobai also obediently close to the two, very cooperative smile and took a picture. Thank you teacher. The duo, who had finished taking pictures, bowed to Fruit Xiaobai, then looked up and surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but say, teacher, why don't we see your supreme treasure? Right, teacher, Supreme Treasure and Zixia Fairy are CPs, right? How come there's only post Zixia Fairy without Supreme Treasure? Another person also couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. This well. These words, however, made Guo Xiaobai a little embarrassed. Speaking of which, it was still a temporary idea for her to come out with this purple haze fairy today. In fact, it was mainly her little heart, because that day she learned that Chen Luan was planning to get out Sun Wukong today. And anyone who's seen Big Little Lies knows that. Zixia Fairy and Ji Zunbao, the future Monkey King, are CPs. That's why they wanted to come out with this, but today, Chen Luan was obviously late and hadn't shown up until now. Also, he doesn't always come out with the Monkey King. Now the words of these two young girls reminded her instead. If this guy comes out with something other than the Monkey King by then, wouldn't he be a clown again? Ahem. Just as Fruit Xiaobai was caught up in worry. Rear area. Suddenly there was a light cough. The moment the voice rang out, causing Fruit Xiaobai to emotionally return to his senses, he immediately turned his head to look. Just see this moment. A figure in the crowd walked slowly. A suit of the great sage's golden armor was worn, his head was crowned with purple and gold, and his hands were bent over the weapons at the back of his neck. The tall figure set off the armor in a very dominant and conspicuous manner. Above the back, 4 large flags are written with 4 big words, Qi Tian de Shang. He came forward with a stride that was unrecognizable to all. Above that face, there was a highly restored mask. Wow! Holy! Great sage! The scene. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, including the two young girls who just had their picture taken with Fruity White. At this moment also embraced at once. Kokobai froze in place. Wide-eyed Beauty looked at the scene ahead. The moment his heart was beating wildly, he couldn't help but get out of his mouth at this moment. Good. So handsome. Before that, it wasn't that she hadn't thought about. But it never occurred to him that instead of making these mistakes, he would show the most perfect cause effect the moment he appeared, in front of her, as well as everyone else. Into the circle so long, Fruit Small White has never liked today this heart. So much so that the moment Chen Luan walked out just now, she felt like she even heard that one, classic Great Sage appearance BGM in her ears. Dagger Society Overture. Until now. It's still ringing. Until the rear. A figure with a stereo came out. With the music off. Fruity White then snapped to attention. Lean. Turns out someone was playing music behind the scenes. No wonder I could hear it. At present. Chen Luan walked up carrying his weapon, spread his hands and spoke, "How was it?" "First time COS, the effect is okay, right?" Fruit Xiaobai heard the voice of the beautiful eyes instantly raised, blushing face up and down his appearance, subconsciously gasped a few mouthfuls of thick air, and then fiercely turned his back and opened his mouth to say, "Still. It's not bad. Sloppy. As long as it's not ugly." Chen Luan smiled indifferently, then looked at Guo Xiaobai, "Eh? This one of yours isn't." Fruit Xiaobai's beautiful eyes were startled at the sound of the voice, and her heart was instantly in her throat as she gripped her purple and green sword with both hands. Could it be that my little mind, he saw it? Well, in that case. You're a Luna, right? The unlimited company under the moon one, isn't it? When emotions run high. A single word then hit the brain hard. Fruit Xiaobai, who had originally planned to turn around, was instantly petrified by this sentence. That speechless expression gradually turned to anger. At this moment, the one who slowly turned around, shouted at Chen Luan, "Get lost." After that, it was a stomp towards the infield. Only Chen Luan was left scratching his monkey hair in place. "It's Luna, huh? Could I be wrong?" Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Luan also followed immediately. And right now, a figure from the crowd, looking at the scene in front of them, pinched his fist with a displeased expression. Chapter 56, Oops. There's something wrong with the situation. So cool. Great sage. Teacher, your great sage is so handsome, can I collect a stamp? I want me too. Upon entering the infield, Chen Luan dressed up quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. That tall and perfectly proportioned body set off the entire armor outfit beautifully. Plus there's heat in this one, as well as a certain childhood filter added. The moment he appeared, he was the center of attention. When he showed up over, those long black silk legs and all kinds of big white legs at the Comic-Con didn't smell good at this moment. After a course of. Instead, I'm kind of enjoying this. And what this guy just said. Why did he have to drag himself along? Did he know his character's relationship with him? Was he just teasing himself? This guy, what a pain in the ass. And looking at the side of the fruit small white. Chen Luan was very cooperative in taking pictures at the moment, and his heart couldn't help but calm down. As long as you keep Guo Xiaobai by your side all the time and take her with you when you take pictures, you shouldn't be able to create opportunities for people with bad intentions, right? Well, I'm so smart. Quickly. One excited passerby after another started coming up to take pictures with the duo. The two were also very cooperative. Except for the two girls who wanted to offer to hug Chen Luan after the photo shoot. Fruity White's face changed slightly, and he almost always kept a smile on his face the rest of the time. But luckily, Chen Luan refused and just shook their hands. That's what brought the smile back to Fruity's face. Until an hour or so later, a couple of photographers' chases ended. The two men were then regained their free agency. Putting down the stick, Chen Luan subconsciously exhaled, couldn't help but scratch his face, and spoke, "You don't say, this wandering around the Comic-Con is really quite tiring. I really admire you secondary characters, you can actually stick to it for a day without eating or drinking. Too much faith, right?" Even though Chen Luan was here for the first time this time. But I've also heard online that most of the cos who come to Comic-Con don't eat. For one thing, it's a pain in the ass to put on clothes, and it's inconvenient to go to the bathroom if you eat too much. Secondly, because there is no time at all to take pictures, stroll around the comic show, perform, play and so on, so most people will only eat some small snacks. Hence the saying that goes around Comic-Con, if you have no one to hurt, you can go to Comic-Con and by the end of the day, your whole body hurts. Fruit Xiaobai also smiled at the sound, and immediately said, because Comic-Con is full of special forces. A hobby that will support all our beliefs. Just like if you were asked to lift 40 pounds of cement, you'd cry out of exhaustion, but if you were asked to lift 40 pounds of RMB, wouldn't you still pick it up and run? Chen Luan sniffed and then nodded. Also right. If it's RMB, I'd be able to walk around at 80 pounds, not to mention 40 pounds. By the way, how did you get this outfit? Guo Xiaobai had wanted to ask for a long time, because today Chen Luan's outfit surprised her, and she realized that it was very fine and should be quite expensive. The main thing is that it shouldn't be possible to do it in such a short period of time, right? You mean this outfit? I plucked it online. Chen Luan looked down and then explained, after I hung up the phone that day, I started pawing the internet. I didn't expect my luck to really be this good, it just so happened that someone was going to offer a whole set, so I bought it. It's over $10,000, and it's a way to fulfill my childhood dreams. $10,000? Fruity White was a bit surprised. Even though money was nothing to her here, it should be kinda important to Chenluan. Even though Chenluan got $1 million bonus, it was a fixed asset after all. This time, if it wasn't for thanking himself for coming to Comic-Con, he shouldn't have spent so much money. Hiss. What's wrong with me? Why am I starting to think about him? Based on what this guy has done before, shouldn't I hate him and can't wait for more blood to come out of him? He spent over 10,000 all at once. I'm supposed to feel good about that? Why? Instead, I feel sorry for him? Crazy. I must be crazy. Fruit Xiaobai shook his head vigorously, then stood up. This scene caused Chenluan to be stunned and hurriedly said, "What are you doing?" "Huh? I'm going to the restroom." Fruit Xiaobai was stunned by Chenluan's words. The tangled thought in her heart shattered all of a sudden, and as she came back to her senses, she replied in. "Going to the restroom?" Chenluan couldn't help but think of the image he foresaw in the future, then frowned. "I'll accompany you for a piece." Question mark. Fruit Xiaobai froze at the sound of her voice, her beautiful eyes widened, feeling her brain go down for a few seconds, and she hurriedly cursed with a red face, You're sick. I go to the toilet, you. What are you doing with me, you? You still want to break into the women's restroom, are you? Chenluan sniffed for a while, then said, "What I mean is. I'll accompany you over there, I'll wait for you outside." Oh. Fruit Xiaobai sniffed and bristled, realizing that he had misunderstood, and hurriedly said, "No. No need, I'll just go by myself." You. Don't you keep following me, I'm out of Zisha Fairy, not the Tang Monk. Hearing these words, Chenluan also felt as if he did seem to be a bit perverse, but he didn't want to prophesize growth, so he said, "Okay, then take your cell phone with you, and if there's anything, feel free to call me at any time." Xiaobai only felt her insides jumping wildly at the sound of her voice. This kind of situation where she was being chased by Chenluan and cared for hadn't been experienced by her in a long, long time. Even after all this time, experiencing this feeling again, the throbbing heartbeat is still so strong. But Xiaobai was still holding back. She bit her lower lip hard, turned her back with a red face, and stubbornly said in a trembling tone, "No. No. What a nag. Right." She looked like she thought of something, then turned around and said, "If you don't want this dress anymore, you can also hang it up and get out online, you can get some money back, this is very common in this circle." After saying that, he quickly ran away like a small rabbit. A mad dash to the restroom. When you enter the bathroom. Fruit Xiaobai leaned violently against the wall, covering his chest and breathing heavily. A few moments later, a call was dialed. "Miss, what are your orders?" An old man's voice came from the other side of the phone. "Pay attention during this period of time, if you find a person, little brother and, I'm your fan." The moment Chenluan made a sound, and that particular reaction, it instantly made a few of the girls who had gathered around determine the idea. And just as their excited voices rang out, the others around them were instantly startled as they turned their heads. "What? Little brother N? Is it the hero Xiaoen who saw the righteousness before? Little On came to Comic-Con. Little brother N, let's take a picture. I'm your fan." For a short while. The crowd, which was even more explosively crowded than just now, blocked Chenluan in an instant. It instantly put an end to his desire to leave for the restroom. This scene also made Chenluan somewhat helpless. "I wanted to hide my true identity with this outfit. But I didn't expect to be exposed. These people are too good, aren't they? That's all they can see. We originally wanted to try, but we didn't realize it was really you. Wow, so lucky, I really have to thank that person just now." The young girl who finished taking the picture rubbed her hands with great satisfaction and said excitedly, "That person just now?" Chenluan froze at the sound of his voice, suddenly realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly frowned. "You said that person just now, what person?" The young girl sniffed and hurriedly raised her hand to point to the back and spoke, Just over there, a staff member told us that you were little brother in, so we came to ask you, and I didn't expect that it was true." Staff. Chenluan shuddered at the sound and reacted instantly. "Right. Oh. Throughout the entire Comic-Con show floor, there was only one chance to remove the mask yourself. That's the moment when you enter the infield, when you go through facial recognition. In association with the place where Fruity White was placed when he foresaw the future earlier, it was a room that had a lot of clothes and was obviously accessible only to staff members. Thoughts having reached this point, Chen Luan instantly felt his back tingle. As his eyebrows flashed, he immediately gritted his teeth. Oh no. In front of the toilet door, Fruit Xiaobai, who had just left the house shortly after, had just finished fixing her hair. Then he was stopped by a figure. May I ask if you are Mr. Guo Xiaobai? A man wearing a work tag came forward and asked with a smile. Fruit Xiaobai turned around at the sound of the voice, and after seeing the sign hanging around the man's neck, he immediately relaxed his guard, then nodded and smiled. Yes. Oh. Great. It's like this, I'm the backstage staff of the Comic-Con, the stage show is about to start on our side, and the director asked me to come and invite you over. After the visitor flashed the work tag around his neck, he immediately opened his mouth. Fruit Xiaobai sniffed and immediately reacted. Today he was the special guest of the Comic-Con venue, there was a program on display. But just now, I only cared about shopping with Chen Luan and forgot about this matter, and hurriedly said, sorry I was just busy shopping at the Comic-Con and forgot about it, let's go over there now. The man smiled at the sound and immediately waved his hand. It's okay, well, you come with me. Chapter 57 suspected that on the way to fetch scriptures from the Western Heaven, the Monkey King's image of subduing demons was exposed. Run all the way to the door. Chen Luan dialed Fruity White's number. But there was no answer. Several times in a row, it was the same thing. At this moment he had realized that something was wrong. Turn on your cell phone's eye in the sky to find. Quickly. An image appeared in front of his eyes. Only to see in a cluttered room, countless curtains fell down spread out in the area, Fruit Small White is being tied against the table, mouth is also blocked by the white cloth. At this moment, she struggled frantically, but there is no way at all. And beside her, there was a figure smoking a cigarette. This is it a storage room or a locker room? Even though Chen Luan had utilized his celestial eyes to see the situation, he wasn't familiar with the place, and even if he knew the interior of the room, he couldn't find the location at all. Thinking of this, he instantly checked the situation around him. A staff member was spotted coming out of the restroom at the moment. Chen Luan rushed forward and pulled him back, speaking, tell me, which room here, which has a lot of curtains and clothes in it? The man sniffed, then frowned and spoke, well. It seems to be the storage room in Area C. There are a lot of deserted cost suits and curtains in there. Someone is suspected of kidnapping, take me there to rescue them. By the way, call the police. After learning the directions, Chen Luan hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. The staff member, however, was stunned by the words and half experienced. Come on. It wasn't until another shout fell from Chen Luan that this anxiousness caused him to snap out of it and realize that he wasn't joking. So he hastily said, fine, you come with me. At present. Inside the warehouse located in Area C. Fruit Xiaobai was struggling frantically, his sealed mouth completely unable to shout out a sound. She stared wide-eyed at the figure in front of her who was smoking a cigarette. The eyes revealed incredible horror. Originally thought it was just an ordinary staff member, but I did not expect that after this guy brought himself here, suddenly he covered his nose with a cloth, and she smelled a special medicinal odor, seemingly numbing the body. Weakly sat on the ground. Looking at the man in front of her, tied and gagged with a rope, she realized that she seemed to have met a pervert. Who? The man turned around at the moment, blew out a puff of smoke, and couldn't help but crouch down and laugh. Bye, we finally met. Do you know how much I like you? From the first time I saw you at the Comic-Con, I've liked you. Every time I come to Comic-Con, it's for you, I want to meet you. Learning that you've become the special guest of this Comic-Con today, I even came here to apply for a part-time job, and the purpose of it is to get up close and personal with you. He was oblivious and seemed very enamored. Later. Seems to have thought of something. Then he lowered his face and gritted his teeth with an icy face, but why did you get so close to Chen Luan? Do you know how angry I was when I saw you together today? He clenched his fists in anger and shouted, he's a scumbag. He doesn't deserve you at all. Xiaobai, you should choose me, I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. He stepped forward and spoke with a face full of fascination. These words. It also allowed Fruit Xiaobai to more or less hear the reason. The man in front of me is a paranoid pervert. It was obvious that he had been eyeing himself for a long time. Judging from his preparations for today, he had also been planning this for a long time, and although he talked about how much he liked himself, what he was actually doing was an absolute perversion. Guo Xiaobai knew very well that she couldn't provoke him now, she had to cooperate with him, at least she had to let him rip off the tape that sealed her mouth first, only then would she have a chance to call for help. And Chen Luan must have looked everywhere for himself when he realized he hadn't been back. One must be steady until he arrives. Thinking of this, the eyes of Gui Xiaobai as she looked at him became much softer, and immediately nodded her head in a well-behaved manner. Noticing Fruit Xiaobai's reaction, the man stood up excitedly and took a hard sip of his cigarette, then threw it out. The cigarette but arced in mid-air and fell into the trash can next to it, dropping into the multitude of confetti. Quickly! Black smoke is rising from inside. White! I'm coming! He rubbed his hands together and came to the front, looked up and down at Gui Xiaobai, but didn't want to rip off his feet. That one hand, on the contrary, reached towards Gui Xiaobai's big white long legs. Fruit Xiaobai had originally wanted to act pitiful. One look at the guy and instead of trying to pull the tape, he tried to touch his leg. Instant fire. All the plans and ideas of the past have disappeared at this moment. She had one thought in mind right now. You want to take advantage of me, go to hell. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and violently raised his head, and this bundled body did not know whether it was an adrenaline boost at this moment, or the combat power that erupted from an all-out strike. In short, this blow was fierce. Bang! Fruity hit the man head-on in the jaw. This heavy blow hit the man, nearly dislocating his jaw, and his entire body took a few steps back and fell to the ground. The lighter in his arm slipped out, right into the zone where the confetti had. And the man slammed the door of the room cruelly behind him after he left. It's a complete and utter murderous attempt to silence. Billows of smoke. The fire is spreading. He was choking and coughing. Tears were also smoked out. Woo woo. At present, sirens are going off all over Comic-Con. Chen Luan and the staff rushing to Area C couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Just see the area in front of you. The smoke is rolling in. Chen Luan's eyebrows were startled and he felt bad, and he couldn't help but remember the image he had seen earlier. Fruity White was bound to the floor while the room burst into flames. Crap! We have to hurry. He prodded sharply. Almost there, just ahead. The staff also spoke up. The two of them didn't slow down and moved forward at once. But just as he walked around the corner, a figure rushed out covering her mouth. Skipped over to Chen Luan's side. It was at this very moment Chen Luan noticed his clothes. It was exactly the same as in the eye of the sky before. Seeing this situation, Chen Luan immediately surged with anger, and then copied the stick in his hand and swept it against the man's leg. Bang! There was a dull thud. The man who was about to escape was slammed to the ground by Chen Luan with a stick from behind. The body curled and fell on its face. The scene also startled the staff next to him. The man was also caught completely off guard by the blow, and immediately anger surged to his heart as he hurriedly cursed, "Who is it?" "Your grandfather, me." Chen Luan shouted angrily, and without waiting for him to continue speaking, he copied the stick and lashed it. The other party heard a blank stare. After seeing clearly the appearance of the person in front of him, he was shocked, and before he had time to open his mouth, he was smashed in the face with a stick. Kidnapping, right? Setting fires, right? Sick boy, right? Second nature, right? Your ing out of control. A single word, mingled with anger. Chen Luan holding the weapon in his hand madly whipped the person on the ground. Every hit is no specific gravity, this green piece of purple piece of the situation. The pain of the person on the ground cried his father and mother. A few heavy blows were delivered and the prop weapons were jerked off. Still not relieved, Chen Luan immediately threw away his weapon and directly went up to his feet and kicked at him. This scene is also to see the side of the staff dumbfounded, cannot help but swallow saliva. This is also violent. This hit down not dead also have to be crippled, right? He will not start crazy even I hit Quickly. More and more people, as well as staff, arrived as well. When they arrived on the scene, it froze. I saw a Monkey King is punching and kicking a staffer on the ground. The man had already been beaten black and purple, his face was covered in blood, and he was currently lying on the ground struggling frantically and constantly begging for mercy. But his pleas for mercy could not be exchanged for Chen Luan stopping, instead he hit harder. What the hell? The crowd was in a daze. The staff at the back reacted instantly at this moment and rushed forward to pull Chen Luan. Don't fight, don't you want to save people? The fire is burning, don't waste time with him here. Only then did Chen Luan react at the sound of his voice. It did just get a bit gassy. Then immediately said, "You tie this man up, don't let him escape, and hand him over to the police later. Guys, give me a hand, go put out the fire and save the people." After all one's words, Chen Luan immediately came to the glass cabinet where the fire extinguisher was stored, and after taking a look at the locked situation, he immediately gritted his teeth and went up with an elbow. Splat! The glass broke instantly. Chen Luan picked up the fire extinguisher and was running towards the sea area. Wait for me, I'm coming now." This scene left the people present dumbfounded. Holy! That thick glass, and he shattered it with one elbow? That's too strong, isn't it? Doesn't it hurt? Is this a real saint? He's tough as nails, isn't he? Everyone, this man is suspected of kidnapping, and now he's wantonly setting a fire in an attempt to burn the victim to death. Quick, arrest him, the rest of you, follow me to put out the fire. As the words of the staff fell, the confused crowd in the room came back to their senses. A few eager secondary cops rushed forward and pinned the man to the ground, ripping off his belt and tying him up straight away. The rest of them also nodded instantly and rushed towards the direction of Area C. Some even called the police directly. It's people like you who are psychologically dark that discredit our secondary world. Friends and family, beat him up. Soon, another messy beating, punches and kicks landed on his body. Chapter 58 Great Sage. Coming out of the 8 trigrams furnace. The entrance to the warehouse in Area C. At this moment, there is a huge fire and thick smoke. The entire perimeter of the gate room has been filled with fire. There were a number of people covering their mouths and running in the direction they had come from when they rushed all the way over with their fire extinguishers. After seeing Chen Luan, these people were also stunned, and immediately persuaded Chen Luan to leave quickly, as it was already burning over there. However, he didn't hesitate at the moment, but instead directly shook off these people and rushed forward with his head smothered. Quickly! All the way to the burning door. Now the fire in front of them had turned into a hot, boiling wind lining one's forehead. In particular, Chen Luan, who was dressed in this outfit, felt hot and blazing the moment he approached the place. He immediately turned on the fire extinguisher and swept it at the flames in front of him. Quickly! Crews and other passers-by rushed up behind them. The dense crowd was inspired by Chen Luan's move to help. There were those who took off their clothes in an attempt to extinguish the flames and those who brought water to douse the fire. There are others who are calling the police to urge them on. But even so, their means of extinguishing the fires were too feeble and juvenile. Except for Chen Luan, who was holding a fire extinguisher in his hand at the moment, who was making better progress, the others were not very effective. But luckily, the flames at the gate were partially extinguished by the fire extinguisher jets. Do you have the key to this door? Quickly give it to me. Chen Luan looked towards the temporarily vacant door in front of him and immediately turned his head to ask. This key is owned by the venue only, we are just the organizer, and this strip is not within our occupation, so... The staff member explained with some shame. Damn it! No good, the fire has increased again. Right now. A shriek rang out from the rear. The zone that had just been extinguished in front of them was again set ablaze by the spread of the flames. The entire gate quarter burned. No way! This fire is too big to put out. One of the people in the back threw away his jacket that had already burned up, and immediately frowned and shook his head. I've called the fire department and they said they'd be here in a few minutes. Why don't we wait? A passerby said, holding his cell phone. Over at Area B, they said that the staff is bringing the hose over, and that they'll be here soon. Another COS young lady said in an urgent voice. Hearing the words of the crowd in his ears, Chen Luan at this moment was frowning at the door. Today's situation. Putting out the fire was one aspect, and then there was the fruit xiaobai who was sealed inside at the moment. The gate was locked and the staff around it didn't have a key. The fire is increasing step by step. Even if the firemen came quickly, that would take a few minutes at the earliest. A few minutes, in a situation like this, can totally create a person's death. So for fruit xiaobai inside, it couldn't wait a minute. Even though Guo Xiaobai was only her ex-girlfriend, even though she had screamed at the hospital more than once that she wanted to cut herself up. Even though she often disliked her words, she had never really wanted to hurt herself. It was also that way because he had broken her heart. But no matter, she was always the woman she had been with and also finally took the Comic-Con CP photo with him that I've always wanted. It even completes the collection of favorite childhood CPs. Zisha Fairy and the Monkey King. I should be happy. Xiaobai, you're watching Big Little Lies again? How many times have you watched it? Aren't you tired of it? Years ago at home, Fruit Xiaobai's mother walked up and couldn't help but ask. I'm not tired of it, the love between Zixia Fairy and the Monkey King, I'll never get tired of watching it for the rest of my life. Fruit Xiaobai cupped her cheeks and looked at the clip being played on the screen with a face full of anticipation. You this girl. Just how old are you? Just love love love, that movie is made up by people, just look at it, don't take it too seriously. No. Guo Xiaobai raised his head and shook his head in denial with a serious face. When I grow up later, I'll also look for a hero like this one who stands up to the heavens and the earth. He will come through every obstacle and be there when I need him most, when I am most in danger. As the Purple Haze saying goes, the man of my dreams is a gaijin. Bang. Someday. He'll be in a situation where he'll be in the limelight. Bang. Come and marry me on a colorful cloud. Bang. But this time it's also the same as Purple Haze. I guessed the beginning. Guess not. The ending? Bang. Just as Guo Xiaobai's gaze grew faint, the closed door was violently kicked open with a hard kick. There was a loud bang as the gate swept the flames in front of it away in one smooth motion. The light is coming in from outside. It landed on Kokobai's face. The faint gaze opened slightly, only to see a figure directly killing its way into the room like a meteor at this moment. It didn't matter how strong and hot the surrounding flames were. He's still kicking his way through the obstacles. It rushed directly to Fruit Xiaobai. Fruit Xiaobai raised her head slightly and looked ahead with those mesmerized eyes. It only felt that the tall figure, under the flames, slowly reflected the face of a person. It's Chan Luan. It's the Supreme Being again. Her dizzy brain, and her weakened body, finally had the desire to survive at this moment. The slightly opened vermilion lips at this moment let out a voice with a light smile, my supreme treasure. You've come to save me. The man in front of me laughed at the sound of his voice. Picking her up in a single hug, Zixia. Xiaobai, I'll take you away. At present. Outside the fire. The fire department is finally on the scene. At the present moment. Dense crowds spread out. The fire department immediately began a fiery rescue. And when he learned that Chen Luan rushed into the room to save people while braving the fire, the fireman's face changed and he shouted, nonsense. Without professional training, going in like this to save someone's life would be life-threatening. Why don't you guys stop him? The crowd was shocked at the sound of the voice, and at the moment, they were all in a state of utter helplessness. Recalling Chen Luan's resolute attitude just now, even 9 oxen couldn't pull it back. Hurry! Get in there and save the day. The firefighters around him also no longer waste time, and immediately waved their hands, and several firefighters picked up fire extinguishers to rush into the gate. Boom! Right now. The doorway strip began to collapse left and right, caught in the flames as the sides collapsed down, crushing the only exit. The scene. It also gave the crowd in the room an instant shock. Crap! That monkey was just in there. One person at the scene screamed. It's over. It's finished. He went to the rescue and got himself involved. I told you not to let him in just now. It's over. Help, help. The sudden situation caused the atmosphere of the scene to become even more chaotic. The crowd is coming in thick and fast from behind. Several people who were doing live broadcasts also raised their cell phones at once and filmed the situation ahead. Emergency contingencies also have numerous firefighters changing their methods in a hurry. Hurry! Smash through here and get water on the fire, quick! Those inside, hold on, we'll break through here now and come to your rescue, you must hold on. The commander, who was stabilizing the situation, immediately gave the order and several firefighters drew a cordon to separate the rear of the crowd from the outside. In the meantime, numerous firefighters began to extinguish the fire and clear the way. Quickly! The collapse has worsened again. Rumble! Several firefighters were hit. The people in the back were also shocked. This scene completely aggravates the ceiling of the exit. It also made many people cover their faces in despair at the moment. They all know exactly what's going on in there right now. And the spreading flames. It was a flaming demon that didn't give any shred of hope of life at all. Within such a long period of time, even if they hadn't been crushed to death, I'm afraid they would have passed out from the smoke. Looking ahead. Numerous firefighters also swung their sledgehammers on the spot. Things are not looking good today. They have only one purpose in mind. Help! Help! Boom! A heavy hammer falls. Shattered the rocks in front of us. But just for a moment. The force collapsed the wooden planks above us. Numerous boards burning with great fire fell down the way. Trying to seal the door again. Cold sweat oozed from the crowd's clenched fists. Even at this moment, if these boards fell, once they were stained with flames, they would turn the doorway into a sea of fire, and it would be even more impossible to come out. Bang! At the very moment when the many thick wooden boards with flames were about to seal the doorway, a black shadow rushed out directly from the sea of fire. He rushed forward like a black bear, directly smashing the thick wooden boards in front of him, and at this moment, he rushed out of the fire hard. This moment. The whole room was shocked. The horrified gazes of the people present looked straight ahead. Including the rescuers who were frozen in place at the moment. That classic BGM of the Monkey King's appearance was faintly ringing in his ears. I saw the burning sea of fire. A figure dressed in the costume of the great sage was carrying the Zixia fairy in his arms as he walked towards the crowd amidst the smoke and flames that filled the sky with light. The armor around the body is now reflected by the flame of red, and there are many burned. Behind the four symbols of the great sage of Qi Tian De Sheng of the flag, is now burning with a blazing fire, the fire reflected out of the light of the figure hard to support the faint gold-red dark light. And although the Zixia fairy in that bosom was being weak, she was being protected very well. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Those many people who were holding their cell phones high and filming this scene and were broadcasting it live were also trembling in their right hands at this moment. This is too damn handsome. Inside the live broadcast room, the scrolling pop-ups appeared more and more rapidly at this moment. The crowd couldn't help but gulp. It's like I saw the Monkey King coming out of the Bagua furnace back in the day. Everyone was too shaken to speak. At present. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Chen Luan exhaled a mouthful of black smoke and said softly, "Seen enough?" The crowd all stared back at the sound. Enough watching and don't put out the fire. Hot, hot, hot. It burns me. 1 second the picture changes. Chen Luan immediately broke into a shout. It was only then that the crowd noticed that the monkey hair on Chen Luan's body, as well as the flag on his back, had completely burned up. Chapter 59, Old Mate. I saw Sun Wukong being carried in on a stretcher. A couple of firemen rushed forward. In 3 tries, he extinguished the fire on Chen Luan. Ahem. The breath that chokes your throat is coming from all around you. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Who knows, but that scene just now was really handsome. It worked so well with the firefighter heroes. Walking away from the flames is more handsome than Daniel Wu. The crowd couldn't help but recall with emotion the scene they had just witnessed. And in the crowd at the moment. However, one person suddenly spoke up. I don't know if you guys have the feeling that the voice of that person who just spoke sounded a lot like a person. At the outset of these words, the people in the room couldn't help but stare. They all began to recall in their minds the voice of the great saint who had just spoken. Later, a person looked up sharply and said with a face full of surprised excitement, "I remember, his voice is very similar to that Netflix hero Chen Luan, who was awarded a reward earlier." At the outset of these words, the sound of among the crowd instantly spread like a tidal wave. The crowd returned to their senses, all of them filled with incredulity. The excitement exploded instantly. No wonder. Hiya. My idol. It's a damn shame I didn't take a picture. A man slammed his thigh and gritted his teeth in regret. I'll be damned, you found out you didn't tell me earlier. I should have known to take a picture, I really would have appreciated it. Ah. Missed a billion. Numerous people began to wail in agony. Both felt sorry for not reacting first. In the crowd, the only people who are feeling lucky at the moment are those who have just picked up their cell phones to film and record the process. Now, Jitterbug is bound to explode. Moments later in the hospital, an old man was following his partner's lead, subconsciously rubbing his eyes. Beside me, my partner is answering the phone. He looked down at the checklist in his hand. But again, I felt my eyes were blurry and couldn't see clearly, so I took it a few points closer. It just felt like the words were twisted and completely unreadable. Hey, is it possible that I'm really blind to such an extent? Make way. Make way. Right now. Outside the stretcher pushed in a figure. The old man looked back, only to see a person dressed in the Monkey King's costume lying on top of it. The scene. Let the old man's could not help but stare, he could not help but blow his eyes hard to look ahead, his whole brain was a bit down. Staying for a few seconds, he hastily patted to his partner beside him and said, Old companion. I just saw Sun Wukong being carried inside on a stretcher. What? The old partner froze at the sound, turned his head, surveyed the surroundings, and hastily said, Where? Right over there. The old man pointed back. My partner looked up at the sound and saw a wounded man being carried on a stretcher not far away, heading inside. Seeing this situation, she couldn't help but frown and immediately scolded, You dead old man, that's a person, what's Sun Wukong, you're crazy. That Sun Wukong is so powerful that he would still get sick and go to the hospital? Are you having brain problems? Huh? The old man sniffed and hurriedly looked back, but realized that it was really like this, and immediately covered his eyes, his face changed, and hurriedly said, It's over, my eyes have been broken like this, you quickly take me to see a doctor. The old partner sniffed and scolded angrily, Who told you to watch small movies all night long at your age? The other side of the hospital. Chen Luan, who was pushed into the hospital room, was also helpless. Doctor, I've said I'm fine, I'm covered in hair, I didn't burn myself, you guys should mainly go save my friend. Originally, Chen Luan belonged to the accompaniment, but once he came in, those resuscitation doctors saw that he was also blackened, and had to be examined along with him. And that's exactly why the picture just came up. It's not up to you to decide if you have burns or not. A checkup will do you good, plus don't worry, there are plenty of doctors on your friend's side who are treating them as well. The doctor spoke up and replied. In the face of this situation, Chen Luan didn't say anything more, but complied with the arrangement. Luckily, he really didn't have too many burns. Maybe it was after the previous cell phone update that made his physique go up dramatically. Whether it was kicking indoors today, crashing through thick wooden planks, or bursting out of the flames, it didn't hurt half as much as it should have. This situation also made him feel the strengthening of his own physique. Half an hour later, a figure in high heels rushed down the hospital corridor. After seeing Chen Luan, she hurriedly pulled her backpack up and spoke, How is it? How is Xiaobai? Chen Luan looked up and recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was Guo Xiaobai's good best friend, Lin Bending. Just went in and is being rescued. Chen Luan opened his mouth to explain. Phew. Lin Bend breathed out, then gritted her teeth and said, Who the hell did this? I have to get him killed. I've already beaten that guy up, now he's been taken away by the police, suspected of kidnapping, grounding, and also suspected of murder and arson, this life is enough for him to sit down. Chen Luan opened his mouth, remembering that when he came out earlier, he saw that guy being handcuffed by the police officers and brought to the car. At the time of getting into the car, he was still covered in bruises and headaches. Although it's against the law to assault someone recklessly. But this time, the police also understood the situation here. Knowing how bad this guy is, coupled with the fact that all the witnesses were on Chen Luan's side, the police officers also put all the focus on this person. Just call Chen Luan and tell him to go and take a statement when he has time. It's cheap for him. If it were me, I'd have to cut off all of his third legs. Lin Bending gritted her teeth and cursed. At the outset of these words, it also made Chen Luan gulp. It's true, if it's not a family, it's not a family. But this time, I really have to thank you, I didn't expect that you would actually go out of your way to rush into the fire to save Xiaoguo. Today all the way over here, Lin Bengdian also understood the situation at the scene, and also knew that the one who rushed into the sea of fire to save Guo Xiaobai was Chen Luan. But the situation surprised her all the same. This guy, is he really a scumbag? Chen Luan smiled at this situation. Is it because of guilt? Or can't let go of Guo Xiaobai? Do you still have feelings for her? All in all, he didn't hesitate for a second at that moment to save someone's life. But after that was over, he didn't know how to answer. Click. Right now. The door ahead opens. A doctor in a white coat stepped out of it, reaching down to remove his mask. Seeing that, the two rose obediently and inquired, How is the man, doctor? The doctor nodded and spoke calmly, Don't worry, the person is out of danger, only that he may need to sleep for a while longer. For the next time, someone needs to take care of him next to him, so you family members can reasonably allocate yourselves. Hearing these words, Chen Luan and Lin Bending also both breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thanks doc. Sick room. Fruit Xiaobai was lying on the bed, his eyes gently closed. Chen Luan is sitting next to him, silently watching the dripping liquid. Outside the door, Lin Bending walked in with a basin and a washcloth. When he saw Chen Luan sitting next to him in his costume, he couldn't help but frown, then said, "I say, do you want to go back and change your clothes before coming back? Your clothes are too conspicuous, aren't they?" Chen Luan froze at the sound of his voice, and immediately looked down to check. Only then did he realize that he was still wearing that great sage set. No wonder most of the people in the hospital looked at him with a strange look when he just came in. "Are you busy while I'm gone?" Chen Luan inquired. "Don't worry about it, I can still handle this kind of thing, and Xiaobai's other best friend is also coming later. The two of us will take turns taking care of it, nothing will go wrong." Lin Bending could also see that Chen Luan was also a bit tired from all this, although she didn't say it outright on her lips. She also wanted to let him go back to rest and relax. Chen Luan also felt that it was a bit strange for him to wear this to appear in this kind of occasion, so it was better to go back first to take a shower and change clothes, and then buy something to come then. Come to think of it. Chen Luan immediately nodded and got up and left the room. However, just as he stepped out into the corridor, the next elevator door opens. A figure dressed in a baseball jersey, with a pom-pom hairstyle and biting on a lollipop, walked out carrying fruit. Chapter 60. This is too exciting. It looks like it's here. Staring at the address sent to me on my cell phone, Wang Qingwan came to the door of the hospital room. After taking a look inside, he immediately knocked on the door. This sudden sound also caused Lin Bending, who was busy working, to look up at the sound, only to see a tall, pill-popping figure with a handful of fruit and milk standing right in front of her. The figure in front of her, however, was the first time she had seen it. "May I ask who you are? Is Little Peach here?" Wang Qingwan opened her mouth to inquire. "Little." Lin Bending froze at the sound. "Little Peach? Wasn't that Xiaobai's screen name?" Thinking about this, she once again sized up the other party, reacted furiously, and hurriedly stepped forward. "Oh, you're Wan, right?" Fruit Xiaobai told her that she had a good girlfriend who chatted very much on the internet, called Wan. This Wan had been abroad before, and only recently returned to China, and had been in contact all this time. Fang went to pay the bill. Lin Bending, in the arms of the Fruit Small White phone, happened to receive a message from Lin Qingwan. "Lin Bending will go along with the Fruit Small White hospitalization," told her. Wang Qingwan learned, then claimed to come over right away. There is today's scene." "Yes." Wang Qingwan nodded with a sniff and handed the fruit in her hand to Lin Bending as she spoke. "What's the situation with Little Peach now?" "The doctor says it's out of danger, just needs some rest. You take a look at her first, I'll go get you some water." Lin Bending put down the things in her hands and immediately walked towards the table next to her. Wang Qingwan also went to the bedside in a smooth manner. "I've known Peach for so long." Today, it counted as their first meeting. They are very chatty online, and since returning to China, Wang Qingwan has wanted to ask Guo Xiaobai to meet more than once, but there is no way that the time is always not right nowadays. "I never thought that their first meeting would be in a hospital bed." The heart size. Wang Qingwan's gaze slowly fell to the bed. However, right after taking a good look at Guo Xiaobai's face, her eyes froze instantly. After a few moments of frowning with her eyebrows, she took a somewhat uncertain step forward. The next second, those eyes instantly widened by a few points. The entire group was frozen in place. "Little Peachy? How is? Here, drink water." At this moment, Lin Bending's voice interjected as she handed over a cup of water, causing Wang Qingwan, whose pupils were seismic, to snap back to her senses. She stared back a bit dumbfounded and took the glass of water, instantly asking, "What is Peach's real name?" Lin Bending sniffed and turned back to look at Guo Xiaobai on the bed, thinking that the girl in front of her, Xiaobai, had mentioned countless times that she was a very good person, and that she had a good relationship with her, so she didn't hide anymore, and answered right away, "Her name is Xiaobai." Fruit Xiaobai. Sure enough. Wang Qingwan's eyes shook at the sound. The right hand gripping the teacup squeezed violently for a few moments. The force this sent out caused the water glass to tremble a bit, and the water inside splashed out slightly for a few moments. Noticing the situation in front of her, Lin Bending was startled and hurriedly drew out a tissue. "How are you? Not burned, right?" Wang Qingwan came back to her senses, immediately looked down and took the tissue paper and said sharply, "No. Nothing, sorry, I'll go clean up." After all one's words, it was straight out of the hospital room and towards the restroom. And the moment she stepped out into the hallway, a few figures, brushing past him, run all the way to the bathroom sink. Wang Qingwan felt like her brain was occupied by too much information. It's amazing that there really are such coincidences in this world. Her best friend, whom she had known online for so long, had turned into her love rival. His own ex-boyfriend was actually the same person as him. And now, they're still in love with that same person. This feeling is really... it's so exciting. Wang Qingwan's excitement at this moment impacted her brain, and her eyes turned into starry eyes. That clear and fair face at this moment became a few points of redness, especially when they learned that they loved actually the same person. They could not help but hold their faces and jump up excitedly. Sick of the middle of the road, when had she ever experienced such an exciting episode? And doesn't the fact that they have the same ex-boyfriend just mean they have even more of the same hobbies? Wang Qingwan was also well aware of how many ex-girlfriends Chen Luan had, and how difficult it would be to take him back, but if she suddenly had one more person in her camp, it would do the trick of making 1 + 1 greater than 2. And this over-the-top development had even made her somewhat begin to look forward to the image of the three of them together. When she thought of Chen Luan's expression when he found out about her relationship with Guo Xiaobai, she couldn't help but stomp her feet in excitement. Exciting! It's so exciting! Honey, I have another chip on my shoulder to molest you. Ah! Achoo! At present, Chen Luan, who had just arrived home, couldn't help but sneeze heavily. And who's calling me handsome behind my back? It's unbearable. Take off your clothes, which have been burned to a crisp. Chen Luan smoothly entered the bathroom and began to rinse himself off. This time, if it wasn't for this coat and all this monkey hair to protect me, I might have gotten burned. Seems like it was worth the $10,000 or so, and at least it protects you as well. Merely. This set of clothes, which had been worn just this once, had no value for preservation. Later, Chen Luan, who had finished bathing, walked out of the bathroom while wiping his hair. Just came into the living room. The cell phone on the table rang. Chen Luan wiped his head with one hand and picked up his cell phone in the process. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Chen Luan? A man's voice came over the phone. I am, please. Oh, Mr. Chen Luan, hello, I'm your villa housekeeper. The previously purchased Feng Lai Shuixia Building 18 is now ready to be handed over. You see, when you're free in the next few days, come to take possession of the house, then I'll personally serve you. The man on the other side of the phone said in a respectful tone. Wind in the water? Looks like Auntie really bought herself a villa, huh? I don't have time these days for the time being. 2 days later, I'll contact you then. Chen Luan's schedule is almost full these days, plus now that Guo Xiaobai is still in the hospital, the matter of collecting the house should be put on hold later. Okay, here's my number, you can contact me anytime when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luan obediently accelerated the movement of his hands. I've been living in this house for a long time. I don't know if I'm used to living in a big villa all of a sudden. Only. At least with the big villa, you can fit all this stuff for yourself, right? In his mind, he said. Turning back to the mountain of gift boxes piled up by the living room, some of them were given to him by Teng Ziyi, and some, bought for him by his sister-in-law. The rental is small, and with all this stuff down, it's taking up a bedroom. So during this time, Chen Luan had no time at all to unpack these things, much less move them, and could only let it pile up there. But it's good, it's also convenient. When the time comes, just find a hauler and pull the villa area in one breath. Buzz buzz. In the middle of thinking, the cell phone on the table vibrated again. Chen Luan lowered his eyebrows and realized that this time it was actually Teng Ziyi calling. Seeing this, Chen Luan immediately picked it up. 30 minutes, come to my villa, I have something to find you. Teng Ziyi's cool voice came from the other side of the phone. Still the same non-negotiable, commanding style of speaking. Didn't we say we'd see you tomorrow? Why did you suddenly change the time? Chen Luan couldn't help but stare and asked in a hurry. Teng Ziyi on the other side of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, there's a change in plans. But I have things to do later, or next time? Chen Luan somewhat helplessly picked his head, and immediately asked tentatively. After all, he had just promised over there that he would go over and help take care of Fruit Xiaobai after his bath. What did you say? At this moment when the words fell, Teng Ziyi on the other side of the phone obviously changed her tone all of a sudden, and opened her mouth in a somewhat icy and deep voice. This statement. It made Chen Luan feel a chill through his cell phone. Mr. Deng. Gentle, be gentle. Men like women who are gentle and can be pampered. Just as Chen Luan was about to open his mouth to explain, he suddenly heard a very small and faint voice coming from the other side of the phone. Even though the voice was very thin, it was still heard by Chen Luan, who nowadays had exceptional hearing. It seems to be Secretary Lin's voice. As if she also heard these words, Teng Ziyi on the other side of the phone obviously breathed out, and then softly changed the tone, subtly spoke, and then, You come over. I have something to find you, good. Good. Question mark. What a commotion. Who's talking? Chen Luan sniffed his neck. There is a feeling that cannot be described in words. It's not Teng Ziyi, is it? Holy. Is this Mr. Deng's way of spilling his guts? Come over here. Okay? Seeing Chen Luan fall into a brief state of dead silence, Teng Ziyi pursed her vermilion lips and lowered her voice again, asking tentatively. But in. Mr. Chen, Mr. Deng said that you should go straight upstairs to her when you arrive, she's waiting for you upstairs. An hour later. Inside the villa. Mrs. Lu opened her mouth. Hearing these words. Although Chen Luan was a bit strange, he didn't think much about it and just nodded, then walked towards the upper floor. The villa seemed a little quiet today. There weren't any bodyguards around. It seemed that what she said last time had really worked, and Teng Ziyi was not going to use bodyguards to spy on herself. Not bad. The children are teachable. Boom. Just as Chen Luan was checking out the surroundings with his hands behind his back and nodding in satisfaction, the door to the side room suddenly opened. He felt himself being yanked by someone suddenly and pulled into the room at once. Brothel. Warm atmosphere. Half-open light. Chen Luan, who came back to his senses, only felt himself being pressed against the door. Open one's eyes and look. The scene in front of him caused his pupils to instantly dilate. Just see the front of that body. Teng Ziyi, an undressed long dress wearing in the body, slender figure will be this set of clothes modification is very perfect, bumpy pear-shaped body can be described as beautiful. A head of long black hair with a light wave of curls draped on both sides, wrapped in a black headscarf, proud upper body is comparable to the peaks of the mountains, exquisite curves, is a pair of straight with a little meaty legs, shiny black garter stockings wrapped in the jade feet, is being red bottom black high heel package on. That charming face was painted with delicate makeup and scarlet cheeks that shimmered with a slight watery pearlescence under the dimmer light. That one hand support behind Chen Luan's ear is in the way of wall thumping, pressed on Chen Luan's body, slightly raised knees, at this moment tightly closed the person in front of him. The scene. It made Chen Luan look directly dumbfounded. Couldn't help but gulp. What is this? Didn't you ask me to come here for something? What the hell is this? Why are you dressed like that? Is this a test? Testing a cadre with this? Cadres are human beings too. It's just too polarizing and eightfold. Swallowing hard, Chen Luan subconsciously twisted his body and laughed somewhat awkwardly, little. Xiao Yi, you. Didn't you say you were looking for me, something? Dry. Why are you dressed like this? What do you say? Teng Ziyi opened her mouth slightly, a playful light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. They're very close. Chen Luan could even smell the scent of orchids on her. Me? How do I? No? Didn't you say something was wrong? Say something. Chen Luan swallowed another mouthful of saliva and pulled a smile and said. Teng Ziyi smiled at the sound and reached out to pull Chen Luan down, pushing him onto the bed with one hand. Followed by. Lift your legs and lean in slowly. Tell me first, do I look good today? She came forward and voiced like a little fox. The image at this moment was completely different from the usual high and cold look. Where is this high-flying president? It's a ING phantom. Where did you learn all this? Did Secretary Lin teach her? But I have to say, it's a really powerful move. For poking myself XP hard. Good. Good looking. Chen Luan's tone trembled slightly. Since I'm so good looking, how about you promise me a request? Teng Ziyi smiled at the sound and immediately lifted her fingertips to point at his face as she opened her mouth. It seemed that the method that Secretary Lin had taught himself was really effective, and Chen Luan really did eat the gentle set. Finally, we found something we can do about him. Chen Luan blinked at the sound and immediately asked, what request? Despite the fact that at this moment some small heads were controlling big heads, he was still somewhat rational. In case Teng Ziyi raised a very unreasonable request, he couldn't agree to it rashly. Write a song for Fu Chanan. Teng Ziyi's sudden remark caused Chen Luan to stare blankly. It was true that he hadn't thought much about the fact that Teng Ziyi would actually make this request. Noticing Chen Luan's reaction, Teng Ziyi smiled and immediately picked up her cell phone and tapped on a video to hand it to Chen Luan. Inside the video, it was exactly the way Chen Luan looked when he sang at the stall earlier. The song, The Man with No Name. Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight. You recognize it's me? Teng Ziyi laughed and put down her cell phone. Even if you were to take off your clothes and throw them into a crowd, I would still be able to figure you out at a glance. What a bizarre description. You've written songs for Thousand Shimmy in the past, every song is of gold quality, and I've heard this song of yours, the nameless one, it's at a level that will surely be a bestseller as long as it's released. In a while, it's the annual music festival competition. Fu Shaonan, as an artist of our company, and even more so as a singer, is bound to participate, and likewise, it's very important to our Star Emperor Entertainment. But, I recently got some professionals to write her so many songs and she wasn't happy with any of them until the day she suddenly sent me this video. She said she really likes the songs you wrote, and I know that you're very talented in this area, so I want to hire you to write a song for Fu Shaonan, for a price set by you. Listen to what Teng Ziyi said. It was then that Chen Luan reacted. So Fu Shaonan was at the stall that day? I didn't think she would actually like a song she wrote. That day, he had originally only promised Wan Qingwan to sing a song on stage. But I didn't realize that it had actually triggered this series of events. But it wasn't much of a hassle. And there was money to be had, which was definitely good for Chen Luan today. Besides, Teng Ziyi had been very concerned about her writing a song for Chizing before, so if she refused again today, wouldn't that be the same as going to light the dynamite? Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately nodded and spoke, okay, but for the specific type of song, we have to need her to speak up herself. No problem. Teng Ziyi immediately spoke, I will call her out in the next 2 days so that you guys can meet, at that time the specific details, you guys that fine chat. Good. Chen Luan sniffed and nodded, saying that he was about to get up. But just as her body rose, she was pressed back by Teng Ziyi. Don't be in a hurry, you've helped me and I haven't given you a reward yet. Teng Ziyi laughed lightly. Reward? Chen Luan froze, and immediately laughed awkwardly, didn't you give money? Duncan leaned in close and whispered, that's from the company, now. Is from me. After all one's words. Those vermilion lips were directly printed up. Chen Luan shuddered and clenched his fists. This time. It's really too much for the cadres to bear. Teng Ziyi's favor value plus 999. Teng Ziyi's hate value 999. Teng Ziyi's hate value has been cleared. Morning. Chen Luan, who was slowly waking up from a deep sleep, couldn't help but stretch his legs. Look back around. I found out that Teng Ziyi's figure has disappeared. And the mess has been cleaned up. Looks like she's up early already. Knock knock. Mr. Chen, are you up? Outside the door. Mrs. Lu's voice followed. It caused Chen Luan on the bed to stare in disbelief. Ah. Up. Chen Luan immediately put on his pajamas and replied. The door to the room pushed open. Luma walked in with breakfast and milk, placing it on the bedside table, opening her mouth and smiling. Mr. Chen, this is the breakfast that Miss asked me to prepare for you, instructing me to wait for you to wake up and then bring it in for you. It's still hot, eat it while it's hot. Oh. Good. Nodding and picking up the milk on the counter, Chen Luan smoothly asked, where did Shoei go? Miss went out to the company early this morning, but Miss is very happy today, her spring light is all over her face, after such a long time, it's the first time I've seen Miss so happy. Mrs. Lu said with a smile. These words. It also made Chen Luan, who was drinking milk, a little tense. Can that not be a spring in your step? Would Mr. Chen like to eat something for lunch today? Receiving the milk, Mrs. Lu opened her mouth and asked. Noon. Chen Luan froze and was about to speak when he heard the cell phone in his arms vibrate. He reached over and pulled out his cell phone, noticing that the caller ID above was none other than Tang Rose. Seeing that, Chen Luan instantly picked up. His hello had just dropped. Tang Rose panicked, sobbing voice sounded over there, Brother Luan, save me. Help me. These sudden words caused Chen Luan's face to change immediately, and he hurriedly said, "What's going on? What happened?" His mind tightened. I can't help but think of the image of the future that my cell phone showed me earlier. It's hard not to. The old hag has come for me again, I. Doodle doodle. The other side of the phone hadn't finished talking. It just hung up. Chen Luan froze in his hands and hurriedly called back. Instead, I received a message that the other party's phone was turned off. Damn! An old witch? Chen Luan subconsciously narrowed his eyes, suddenly remembered that Tang Ro had a stepmother who was brought into the family during her father's lifetime. After her father's death, this stepmother of hers had been treating her poorly. Not only that, but this stepmother had also brought his son to keep sucking his blood, causing Tang Ro to be forced out to work to earn money when she was in high school. Later Tang Ro went to university and came to the imperial capital. I met Chen Luan. Once Chen Luan learned of this, he told Tang Ro to simply cut off contact with this group of vampires. It was during that time that Tang Ro lived a life of ease that she had never known before. Originally thought that the imperial capital was so big that these two vampires shouldn't be able to find Tang Ro anymore, but unexpectedly, they actually appeared again. And in the phone call just now, he vaguely heard the sound of heavy knocking on the door, which meant that this mother and son must have gone to the door to look for Tang Ro. I used to think that this kind of thing would only appear in skits, but I never thought that I would actually meet it. But according to the current situation, since these two vampires had found Tang Ro's location, they definitely wouldn't let her go easily. No, they had to rush over there immediately. Come to think of it. Chen Luan immediately spoke, "Heavens, find out where Tang Ro's house is for me, quick." When the words fall, Chen Luan only felt his eyes heat up. A precise route comparable to map navigation immediately sprang to mind. After determining the location, Chen Luan immediately changed his clothes, rushed to the garage in a hurry, and drove the car in the direction of Tang Ro's house. Chapter 62 Then, I'll move my feet. At present, Tang Ro, located at home, was slapping the phone in her hand in despair. I didn't expect my cell phone to suddenly run out of battery at this point. She hadn't even had time to tell Chen Luan where she was. Trying to get up to find the charger. Just outside the door. The heavy slamming of the door continued. Each heavy blow seemed to be able to kick open the door of the room directly, startling Tang Ro so much that she didn't even dare to take half a step away from here. There were even curses and shouts coming in. Tang Ro, whose back was against the door, sat on the ground in a crouch full of powerlessness. Today she had originally planned to go to the hospital to visit Guo Xiaobai, but she didn't expect that just as she left the house, she bumped into her stepmother and her son who had chased her here from her hometown. This situation caused Tang Ro to be startled, and immediately retreated back into the room, closing the door tightly. But these two people obviously came from a bad place, and today they even saw themselves, so how could they give up so easily? Listening to the heavy curses and threats, she clutched her knees with a face full of pain. That gentle face had now been filled with aggression, and tears fell with it. The girl she shared the room with today had not yet returned, and she was the only one in the house, and it was for this reason that she chose to call Chen Luan. But unfortunately the phone went dead before this could be made clear. Now, without knowing the address, how could Chen Luan possibly make it over? And in today's situation, how can one's stepmother and her son be willing to leave without getting to the money? As soon as she thought of this, Tang Ro's heart became even more desperate, and she cried helplessly, crying about why they had only been living a good life for a while before they appeared again. Tang Ro, I know you're in there. You little, old mother worked hard to raise you. You went to college and actually dared to break contact with your family. You wide-eyed wolf, do you want to live a good life alone and abandon your family? Open the door. Open the door for me. Outside the door, Wang Chunli exasperatedly slapped and shouted, and from time to time, she also raised her foot and kicked hard. It didn't take long for this crimson door to drop numerous footprints. Sister, open the door, let's have a good chat, we're family. We're not going to harm you. This time we came to the imperial capital, just to see you off. Beside him, Wang Tianqi gently tapped on the door, lowering his tone and said. One sings red, the other white. The duo had only one purpose, which was to attempt to trick Tang Ro into opening the door. But Tang Ro inside the house, at this moment, was tightly hugging her knees, not answering no matter what they said, not to mention opening her mouth. She just asked God to help her. Let's get these two tired of knocking and get out of here. That way, she could take the opportunity to leave to find Chen Luan. As long as she could see Chen Luan, she would definitely be saved. Half an hour later. The knocking at the door faded. This damn money loser really isn't going to open the door. What should we do? It's impossible to knock here all day, right? Wang Chuanli crossed her arms, panting, and asked. It's the middle of the day. So there's hardly anyone in the building today. Otherwise, with their method of knocking on the door, someone would have called the police. It was precisely because they knew this that they chose this time to come knocking on the door. Then come back later. Mom, I'm hungry, let's go downstairs and buy something to eat first. Wang Tianqi tugged Wang Chuanli's arm and shook it. Tang Rou inside the house also instantly wiped the teardrops on her face when she heard this voice, and carefully climbed up holding the door. Ega, well, after shooting for so long, I'm also a bit hungry, let's go down to buy something to eat, anyway, right at the door, then guard the door, I don't believe she can escape. Good. Money loser. I'll give you some time to think about whether to open the door or not. If you're still like this when we come up later, don't blame us. Besides, you don't want to call the police, it's useless for you to call the police, your father is dead, I'm your mother, it's only natural for me to treat you how I want. They can't control me in any way. The faint sound of a conversation came from outside the door. Hearing Tang Rou's clenched fingertips whiten her palms, she tightly bit her vermilion lips. Before long. Then the sound of the stairs. After hearing the voice pass, Tang Rou finally let out a sigh of relief, then raised her eyebrows and got up. They? Gone? Also, Wang Chuanli has always loved his son, at home, too, what dirty work are to themselves, delicious all left to his son, but also cannot afford to let him eat a little bit of suffering. Nowadays, this move on their part is highly likely. But although Tang Rou was thinking this in her heart, she was still a bit unconvinced and didn't directly choose to open the door. Instead, he slowly approached and peered out through the cat's eye on the door. Against the cat's eye view. It's quiet out there. Except for the stairs, it was an empty aisle. And listened through the door to hear what's going on outside. Sensing that there was indeed no human voice. Seeing that, Tang Rou immediately got up and ran towards the house, took out the charger and hurriedly had to charge her cell phone. As long as her cell phone had power, she could call Chen Luan, and then she just needed to stay home and wait for Chen Luan to come over. But the moment she hurriedly plugged in the charger, the scene before her made her completely despair. Today the building, again, lost power. It's an old neighborhood. It's the shabbiest of the shabbies. Water and power outages are almost the norm. And it's still the kind that won't be announced in advance. In the past, water and power outages were just a matter of sleep for Tang Rou. But today is different, that the only hope of survival on this power, but did not expect, gods will make people, so that this neighborhood at this time power outage. Slapping the walls in desperation. Tang Rou sat down on her knees somewhat powerlessly, unable to hold back the tears that welled up again. Is he, today, really hopeless? Eyes with teardrops in them lifted slightly to look forward. Her eyes fell on the doorknob. At present, the only way to save herself came to her mind. Although there was still some fear in her heart, Tang Rou still wanted to take a shot. Because Chen Luan didn't know the address of this place and was unable to find it, she could only save herself now. Once they break down the door, it's over. It's an old neighborhood, and even though the door to the house is sturdy, the lock was faulty long ago. And then treating it according to the situation they are in today, it's entirely possible that the door locks are coming off. If you go downstairs by yourself, you can still take the opportunity to run away. If it doesn't work, we'll have to sit on our hands. Come to think of it. Her right hand trembled as she slowly reached for the handle. This moment. She could even feel her heart beating faster, to the point of jumping out of her throat. Even back in the day, the college entrance exams weren't as stressful as they are today. She was well aware that she was fighting to the death, but right now, there was no room for more thought. Used as phonetic ka. Turn the handle. The door is open. Tang Rou only felt her heart tighten, and her slightly trembling right hand slowly pulled open the door to the room, revealing a crack. In sight. What you see is also dusty ground and no one else. It was because of this situation that also allowed Tang Rou to see some hope, her face gradually easing as she slowly opened the door to the room. Her heart, at last, could be put at ease. Oneself. The bet is right. Snap. Just at the moment when Tang Rou had just lowered her guard. There was a rap at the door. The next second. Only Wang Tianqi's head poked out along the right side of the doorway. Sister? You finally opened the door. Tang Rou was shaken, only to feel her whole body like being struck by lightning. She was so shocked that she immediately reached out to close the door, but realized that she couldn't close it at all. Only to see Wang Tianqi let out a cold smile and pushed open the door of the room, the gravity of the door directly knocking Tang Ro to the back. "You this little, knew you would open the door, caused us to stand outside for so long, finally tricked you to open." Room door pushed open, Wang Chuanli crossed her waist and walked in from outside, said with a cold smile on her face. It turns out they were squatting in the hallway. And this old neighborhood has no elevator, and the cat's eye view is only in front, not above the building. Even if you guys come in and find me, it's useless, I don't have any money to give you, and I won't give you any more money. Now in this situation, Tang Ro also knew that she could not avoid it. She couldn't help but remember what Chen Luan had said to her earlier, and immediately clenched her silver teeth and shouted at the two of them. This group of people are vampires, and what they want to do is to lie down on you ruthlessly to torture you and suck your blood, and your attitude must be decisive and resolute when you face such people. Cut off all sources with them, and even more bravely reject them, otherwise, they will just keep on asking for more and more until they drain you dry. Today, Tang Ro also knows that she has no way to escape, not to mention rescue. Since this is the case, then only to fight back. But the words just came out. Wang Chuanli slapped her across the face. Splat hit Tang Ro's face. Wang Chuanli one-handed waist pointing at her cursed, "You this little, your father died early, all rely on my mother to bring you up, you are now admitted to the university, you want to not care about the family? Dream. I tell you, I can go to your school asked, your scholarship this semester has come down yesterday, honestly hand over. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily today." Tang Ro sniffed and covered her face and laughed to herself, "All thanks to you for bringing me up? Since I was a child, didn't we give him all the food in the house? When have I ever had enough to eat? High school, I have to go out to work to earn money, used to subsidize you. I once said, even if you have grace for me again, I have paid off. Now, you do not want to hit my idea again. Mom, why are you still talking to her? If she doesn't give it, let's find it ourselves." Wang Tianqi waved his hand, his eyes turned to the house, and suddenly realized that on the table inside the house, there was an exquisite gift box. What is this? Seeing this situation, Tang Ro immediately had a startled gaze and hurriedly ran to the table, spreading her hands to block it, shouting with a resolute attitude, "This thing, you're not allowed to touch it." "Hey! If you say so, I'll still touch it today. Get lost." Reaching out a hand to push Tang Ro away, Wang Tianqi reached out to grab the box, but was Tang Ro anxious a hand to grab the fruit knife on the table? Both hands closed, his eyes and swung. This swing caused Wang Tianqi's fingers to be cut instantly. Ah! The screams rang out. Ouch! Seeing this scene, Wang Chuanli ran up with a tense face and grabbed his hand with a face full of heartache. Looking at the fingers bright red wound, instantly raged, Wang Tianqi grabbed Tang Ro and angrily cursed, "Stinking! You dared to hurt me with a knife, I have to teach you a good lesson today." After all one's words. Raising his right hand, he slapped Tang Ro's face viciously. At this moment, Tang Ro was also frightened by the scene just now. Although she still held the fruit knife in her hand, she didn't dare to fight back again, and in the face of that falling slap, she could only close her eyes and grit her teeth to endure it. Snap! Right now! The arm in mid-air was suddenly grabbed by someone, causing this gravity action to stall in mid-air. The crowd froze. Look back! He saw a figure that suddenly appeared behind Wang Tianqi at this moment, reaching out and tugging on his arm. These circumstances. It also made Tang Ro slowly open her eyes. At present, she saw the figure she most wanted to see. This moment. As his heart beat faster, all the aggression poured out, and he couldn't help but shed a tear. "Say something, don't move your hands." A voice came from the back as Chen Luan tugged on Wang Tianqi's arm and said in a cold voice. While at this moment, Wang Tianqi was full of anger being blocked, and was instantly displeased. "So what if I do it? Then I'll move my feet." When the words fall. Chen Luan raised his hand and pulled Wang Tianqi to the doorway position as he raised his leg and kicked him in the chest. The force of this kick was so strong that it directly sent Wang Tianqi in front of him directly flying out of the doorway and collapsing on the aisles. Snap! Meanwhile. And the house lights came on. Cell, incoming call. Chapter 63, What are you doing? Old closed lamp, wall lamp. The speed of the kick was so fast and strong. Wang Chuanli didn't even react. It wasn't until Wang Tianqi fell to the ground and started wailing that she came back to her senses and rushed up. Brother Luan. The tears in Tang Ro's eyes were finally unable to hold back. It was as if she had something to fall back on at this moment, and she instantly pounced on the snuggled in Chen Luan's arms, couldn't help but cry out. "I'm sorry, Ro, I'm late." Gently caressing Tang Ro's head, he could completely feel Tang Ro's inner aggression and hard feelings at this moment, even though at the time when he first met Tang Ro, Chen Luan used a lot of small tactics and played a lot of earthy love words. But when she learned of Tang Ro's home situation, she did give her advice from the bottom of her heart. "It's just that I didn't expect that these two vampires couldn't wait to chase them to the imperial capital after such a long period of time. Don't you dare kick me. Laozi has to. Today." Wang Tianqi, who had been kicked, stood up shakily with Wang Chunli's assistance, but he was still unconvinced and pointed at Chen Luan and cursed. "Want to do it? Good. Then I'll let you know today what it means to win the championship in 1974, the first time you fought free sparring in Southeast Asia." Chen Luan shook his neck and clenched his fists. "You." Wang Tianqi hadn't finished these words, but was stopped by Wang Chunli, who looked Chen Luan up and down and immediately said, "I remember. You are the ex-boyfriend of this money loser, right? I heard that you even became the net hero of the empire and won a prize." At the outset of these words, Tang Ro, who was tightly tugging on Chen Luan's sleeve at the back, tightened her hands. Chen Luan also raised an eyebrow. With that said, he could basically guess what was going through the old's mind. "Here's the deal. Aren't you going to help her? We came here today to ask for money. As long as you help her out with this money, take out $100,000. We'll never bother her again, how about that?" At the outset of these words, Tang Ro immediately looked startled and rushed forward to yell at this moment, the furious Wang Chunli immediately shouted, "Fine. Then give the money. Give us $100,000, we'll leave immediately and never bother this money loser again. Isn't it just money? Give me your cell phone." Chen Luan extended his hand and responded with. He was so angry that he violently swung his fist and slammed it towards Chen Luan. Seeing that, Chen Luan laughed softly and said inwardly, "Good timing. Turn on the record video mode." Inwardly cried out. The cell phone in his arms automatically turned on recording. Only to see that the person in front of him threw a punch with his first hand, Chen Luan lifted his hand and counterclasped it, and with a bow of his body, a perfect over-the-shoulder fall sent him to the ground. Then he pressed him to the ground and raised his hand to slap him. "I told you not to fight, why don't you just listen? You're a good fighter, aren't you? What's the point of being able to fight?" Every gnashing of teeth. All with a slap hard on the face of Wang Tianqi, pumping him dizzy, and soon his face was swollen. This scene, watching Tang Ro at the back, froze, but for some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of pain in her heart. In the past, at home, Wang Tianqi did not rarely bully her, and in high school, when he was bullied at school, he came back and scolded Tang Ro to take out his anger, and this kind of thing Wang Chunli never cared. Now, seeing that Wang Tianqi had finally been beaten up, there was an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her heart. "Ouch, don't fight. You do not hit my son." Wang Chunli on the side at the moment looked at Wang Tianqi beaten, his heart bad, immediately went forward to block, to pull Chen Luan. But at the moment, Chen Luan's strength was so great that it was not something she could pull at all. As soon as the figure stepped forward, it had just tugged on Chen Luan's hand when Chen Luan raised his hand and threw it away. The slightly obese figure, thrown out and backed up 2 steps, hit the light button right next to the couch. There was a snap as the button shut off and the lights in the room dimmed. Seeing that, she climbed up again, and went to pull Chen Luan again, and was thrown out again, and the whole person hit the button again, and this time the light came on with a pop sound. Tang Ro stared blankly ahead. The eyes rotate with it. I saw Wang Chunli bumping back and forth 4 times, and every time the sound when the lights turned off, it just happened to get stuck at the same point as the sound of Chen Luan's slap falling. The flickering lights in this room also illuminated. Chen Luan somewhat helplessly frowned back and shouted, "What are you doing? Old closed lamp, wall lamp. You." This double entendre of words, instantly angry Wang Chunli covered her chest, but being pushed several times, she had no strength at the moment, and instantly sat down next to the sofa gasping for air. The Wang Tianqi on the ground was also honest. From the constant insults just now, he was beaten and begged for mercy immediately. Seeing this situation, Chen Luan also stopped his hand movements in passing and got up at once. Wang Chunli saw the situation, quickly picked up his son whose face was swollen, looked at his painful and pitiful appearance, immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You hit my son, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. It was clearly your son who made the first move." Tang Ro sniffed and immediately stepped forward to retort. There's no need to bull with them. Chen Luan smiled at the sound, then took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the video and spoke, "See? I've already recorded it long ago. It was your son who made the first move. I belong to self-defense." The two of them were shocked at the sound of their voices, and obviously did not expect that Chen Luan was actually so cunning that he had recorded the video first, and it was still recorded from the time Wang Tianqi made his move. "You!" Wang Chuanli was infuriated and gritted her teeth. But Wang Tianqi, who was beside him, looked like he had seen the world and immediately said, "What? What's self-defense? You don't want to lie to me. I tell you, this situation belongs to our brawl, is all to enter the bureau." "Oh? Looks like you still know a little bit about the law." Chen Luan tilted his head and glanced at Wang Tianqi, then laughed lightly. "Then you should also know what is called, the law does not tolerate mercy. Since you guys know that I'm the netizen hero of the imperial capital, then you should also know that it was the mayor who gave me the award at that time, and by the time we get to the police station, guess what will happen to you guys if I tell the police everything you guys have been doing all these years?" At the outset of these words, the two instantly changed their faces, and Wang Tianqi's aura instantly softened. Chen Luan was an internet hero, and even had a medal awarded by the mayor himself. His status in the imperial capital was not low now. Especially in today's situation, they are not in a position to take advantage of the situation. Once they go to the police station, they'll be the ones to suffer. Thinking of this, Wang Tianqi immediately wanted to pull Wang Chuanli away. However, I didn't expect that at this moment. Chen Luan suddenly opened his mouth. "Wait a minute, in order to ensure that you can no longer come to harass Ro in the future, I still have to make you sign a break of love agreement, and in addition, the money that Ro had given to you in the past, hand it over." At the outset of these words, behind her, Tang Ro was also stunned. She looked at Chen Luan with a face full of surprise, not thinking that Chen Luan had even thought of this for her. With gratitude in her heart, the little girl couldn't help but tug tightly on her collar, stubbornly holding back her tears, her heart filled with emotion. "You? Don't you go too far, trying to get me to sign a paternity break. Nice try. I'm her mom, it's only right that she gives me money." Wang Chuanli shouted with her arms crossed. "You don't even count as a stepmother, and you deserve it." Chen Luan sneered and immediately retorted, "I don't have any money anyway. There is one life, take it if you want it." She crossed her arms and instantly juggled. "No money, right? Okay, then I'll drag your son to the police station. I'm fine anyway, let's go." After saying that, Chen Luan reached out and dragged Wang Tianqi by the side and pulled him downstairs. Hearing these words, Chen Lu's heart is also snickering. "I know you are your mom's biggest weakness, against her useless, but also have to treat the symptoms to work." As expected, after hearing these words, Wang Chuanli's arrogant and brash expression instantly disappeared. She also can't watch her most precious son go to jail, although there is hesitation, but ultimately endured, and immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Good. I sign. I'll give it." Chapter 64 Tang Ro, gentle character. Have a good trip. You can come back here next time you want to send money. Bye. Later. The Wang family duo who finished everything left in a huff, waving at the departing backs of the two men ahead of them. Chen Luan also couldn't help but sneer. "If you dare to come back, I'll make you both bleed again." He's experienced in pitting such scoundrels when he can't do anything else. Clap your hands. Chen Luan turns around smoothly. And that's when it happened. Suddenly, I heard my cell phone vibrate, and in the next second, a prompt sounded, "PayPal arrival, 4,000 yuan." He couldn't help but stare, taking out his cell phone and realizing that it was exactly what Tang Ro had forwarded to him. "Look up." Seeing Tang Ro in front of the sofa, holding the cell phone that had been charged and turned on, facing Chen Luan's puzzled expression, the little girl seemed to feel it, but didn't dare to raise her head. It was as if she had done something wrong. With a look of emptiness on her face, she gently tapped the cell phone with her two slender white forefingers. "Zoe, what are you transferring money to me for?" Chen Luan was a bit strange, and it was only $5,000 in total, so she transferred 4,000 to herself. Once she heard this, Tang Ro's head bowed even lower. I want to thank you, Brother Luan. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this money back at all, so You take me for a debt collector, huh? Chen Luan was also somewhat speechless. Ah. No. As soon as Tang Ro heard this, she instantly raised her hands in panic, reddening her little face as she nervously denied, I just want to thank Brother Luan. But I can't get too much money, so I can only do this. Originally I didn't expect to get this money back at all. It's all thanks to you, Brother Luan, that I was able to get it back, so the extra deserves to be given to you." These words It made Chen Luxian feel helpless and pained at the same time. This girl is so knowledgeable and naive it's scary. I don't know how many things those two vampires had done to suppress her over the years to make Tang Ro's character so cautious. Just by looking at where she lived, she knew that this girl was a very frugal person, and when she was in a relationship with her before, many of the things she gave herself were made by her own hands. Now that's a lot of money for her to come into, but she didn't think twice about transferring 4/5 of it to herself. Even though it was an excessive return gift, according to her character, if she refused, she would definitely be sad and think about it more. So this money, he has to take. But just collect some of it. Thinking of this, Chen Luan picked up his cell phone and turned back 3,500 to her, speaking, "I'll accept your thanks, but 4,000 is too much. Want to thank me 500 is enough." Tang Ro sniffed and froze, and in the next second, she heard the sound of the arrival prompt, and then got up a bit nervously and said, 500? Will 500 be too little? Or not 1,000? No, 2,000? Chen Luan reached out to interrupt her and spoke, $500 isn't enough, $500 are enough for 10 KFC Crazy Thursdays. How old are you? Learning to be overly ambitious already? Chen Luan tilted his head to look at her and asked in a pretense of authority. No, I mean. Tang Ro was instantly anxious upon hearing this, her red face panicked as she explained. No is good. That's it. Chen Luan raised his hand to end this topic, his gaze shifted, and he couldn't help but fall onto the party's table and see the gift box. Remembering that he had just arrived, he saw Wang Tianqi trying to move this gift box while Tang Ro desperately tried to stop it. Even letting the always soft Tang Ro Xiaololi, who had not hesitated to use a knife to guard it, really made Chen Luan a little curious. So immediately, he said, "By the way, Ro, what's in this box of yours? I see that you were so precious before, even going so far as to make a move with Wang Tianqi." Tang Ro sniffed and shifted her gaze to the table, then pursed her vermilion lips and stole a glance at Chen Luan, whispering, This is for you, brother Luan." Chen Luan froze, Give it to me. That was something he hadn't thought of. Well. She grabbed the corner of her coat and lowered her head and whispered, "Has brother Luan forgotten our 10-year promise?" Chen Luan frowned slightly, his thoughts gradually turning back, and after a few seconds, he suddenly jerked his head up. Right, come to think of it. When he was with Tang Ro, they had once made a 10-year pact. This 10-year engagement refers to the fact that over the next 10 years, they have to give each other a special gift on their birthday. Lasts 10 years. If you do, you'll get married in 10 years. As it turns out, next Friday is my own birthday. I didn't think that the girl would remember. And it's getting ready so early. And in order to protect the gift given to her, she, who has always been soft, actually took up a knife. Come to think of it. Chen Luan couldn't help but reach out and touch Tang Ro's head and couldn't help but say, "Thank you." Thank her for remembering their 10-year promise. Remember. His birthday. A day that even he had almost forgotten. Chen Luan suddenly reached out and touched his head. Tang Ro couldn't help but freeze her petite body. Her face was flustered for a few moments, but soon, it was calmed down. Because this action, in her opinion, hadn't been experienced in a long time. This was an exclusive move that belonged to Chen Luan, and it was also her favorite. It's safe to say that for her. At this moment, a thank you, this one stroke of the head, can make all her sadness, all the hard work, all the heart all disappear. She just wants to be in this moment. Reluctant to wake up. Stick to a point. But right now. The alarm on my cell phone suddenly went off. This sudden voice interrupted the atmosphere of the moment, causing both of them to freeze. Tang Ro looked back and realized that the alarm clock she had set earlier had gone off. And this situation also made her stand up violently and said in a hurried voice, "Oops, I forgot, I'm going to visit Sister Xiaobai today." Chen Luan sniffed, "You're going to visit Gua Xiaobai?" Right. I'm just afraid that I overslept today, so I specially set the bell to remind me, but I got up early today, and I was so busy washing up that I forgot about it, and then just as I was getting ready to go out, I ended up encountering them delayed again, and it wasn't until the alarm went off just now that I suddenly remembered about this. Look. Tang Ro hurriedly walked around the house, then picked up the fruits on the table. Fruit and milk are bought. Oh. Just in time, I'm also going to the hospital to see her, I'll drive you there. Chen Luan immediately nodded and opened his mouth to suggest. Nowadays, Fruit Xiaobai and Tang Rou's relationship was really good, and after the previous situation, seeing as they didn't have any sense of embarrassment for the time being, at least there weren't any special circumstances that had arisen, so there should be no problem. Down the stairs. After you put your stuff in the car. Chen Luan smoothly inserted the key. But just after the car started, the cell phone in his arms was ringing. Chen Luan took out his cell phone to take a look. The 3 big words, Jishinyu, were clearly displayed on it. Chen Luan couldn't help but stare at the situation, and suddenly remembered that today, Jishinyu seemed to have asked herself to go to her house to have soup. Almost forgot. He's not calling now just to remind himself, is he? Subconsciously, he glanced back at Tang Rou, who was sitting in the passenger side. Chen Luan immediately picked up the phone. And, are you busy? Not busy for now, what's wrong, Sister Ji? Chen Luan held the steering wheel with one hand and opened his mouth to ask. And right after that, Sister Key came out of her mouth. Tang Rou on the co-pilot immediately blinked her eyes cautiously, unable to resist stretching her ears and secretly listening. Sister Key? Brother Luan called her Sister Ji? Who could it be? Hardly, one of her ex-girlfriends too. For this kind of situation, Tang Rou had actually gotten used to it, although it did make her uncomfortable at first, but as more and more things happened later on, as well as after contacting Guo Xiaobai and the others, she realized that Chen Luan's other ex-girlfriends weren't the kind of people that were particularly hostile, and they were even nice people, so there wasn't too much of the same kind of discomfort that she had felt before. After all, they all liked Chen Luan. It's like this, I still have a list in my hand that I haven't finished today, so I might have to be late. Can I trouble you to pick up Meow Meow for me in the afternoon? Ji Xingyu inquired in a gentle tone. This. Chen Luan's gaze flickered at the sound of his voice and he didn't answer immediately, but it wasn't that he was hesitant, but rather, he didn't recall for a moment where the location of Meow Meow's school was. I know this is a bit difficult for you, but Sister Ji is indeed a bit unable to get away, and Meow Meow loves you the most, so count on Sister Ji begging you to help out. Okay, the gentle voice, with a bit of flirtation and a gentle pleading voice, made Chen Luan's ears itch. Across the phone, there is a kind of inexplicable chimera open big feeling, then before Teng Ziyi's petulance, completely is no better than ever. Okay. Then, Sister Ji, just send me the school's address when the time comes. Anyway, he hadn't seen River in a long time. And Chen Luan also quite liked this little girl. Upon hearing this, Ji Xinyu on the other side of the phone immediately responded, Aha! I believe you, after all, Brother Luan is charming, I understand it all. The little lowly sniffed and nodded, blinking with a face full of innocence. Although this is true, but how is it inexplicably a kind of yin and yang feeling? Chen Luan shook his head helplessly and immediately started the car. Looking at his helpless expression, Tang Rou also couldn't help but buckle her head in confusion. Did I say it wrong? Or did I exaggerate in the wrong way? Later. They arrived at the hospital. After pushing open the door to the ward, Lin Bending, who was feeding the hot kanji, immediately saw her eyes light up and immediately got up and said, Hiya, you guys are fine? This was a complete double surprise for Tang Rou. Guo Xiaobai was safe and sound, and the one who saved the day was still Chen Luan. Now this video has broken 5 million likes. The internet is looking everywhere for the whereabouts of the great sage's true face, and there are quite a few people who broke the news that it was you, so it seems like quite a few people recognized you at the time. Alright, it's good that you guys are here now. I have to go back to catch up on my sleep. I still have to go to the office in the afternoon. I can only come back tomorrow to replace you guys. Here. Lin Bending handed over the bowl in her hand. Chen Luan saw this and took the bowl obediently. Tang Rou, on the other hand, surveyed the surroundings, then pulled up her sleeves and spoke, Then I'll go downstairs to fetch some water. After saying that, he picked up the kettle and went out. Then I'll leave first, honey, you have a good rest. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Lin Bianxin kissed Guo Xiaobai on the cheek, and then made a bye-bye gesture to Chen Luan, and then left. The room Cantonese. There was only the duo of Chen Luan and Guo Xiaobai left. Thank you. At present. Fruit Xiaobai slowly spoke out, sitting on the bed with her long hair draped over her head, biting her vermilion lip, slightly nervous. Evidently. She also listened to the words just now, and she also knew that the reason why she was still able to sit on this bed safe and sound now was because she relied on Chen Luan's sacrifice to save her life. Chen Luan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the sound and glanced at Guo Xiaobai, then laughed softly and instantly raised his head and said, "Is who's talking? So gentle? It can't be my illusion, right?" Guo Xiaobai froze at the sound, looking at Chen Luan's appearance, instantly understood that the other party was teasing her, immediately biting her lip and raising her hand. You're looking for a fight, right? Chen Luan leaned back to dodge and opened his mouth to laugh. That's right. Talking like that just now isn't your style, it's still more in line with you now. I can also be very gentle, okay? Make it seem like I don't have a gentle side. Fruit Xiaobai pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Yes. Your tenderness is a reindeer riding Santa Claus in reverse, isn't it? Chen Luan looked up at her and instantly teased. Then you're still better than you grabbing people's ponytails and having them call you dad. Fruit Xiaobai snorted coldly and immediately spoke out. At the outset of these words, Chen Luan immediately froze and jerked back to look at the rear. Obviously intimidated by that one sentence just now. This action made Guo Xiaobai instantly have a winning mentality. Looking at his panicked expression, immediately hooked up his lips and laughed lightly. What? Scared? You also have embarrassed time awe? Are you embarrassed to say it, or are you embarrassed to admit it? Yes, sorry. But it's not me who is embarrassed. Chen Luan looked at the door and spoke softly. Fruit Xiaobai froze at the sound of his voice, clearly not understanding what he meant, and immediately looked up at the door. But see this moment. The door to the room slowly pushed open, and Tang Ro's head poked in from outside. The scene. It made the expression on Fruit Xiaobai's face stiffen in an instant. The entire person was petrified. Seeing Tang Ro's face full of embarrassment as well as an apologetic expression, she reached out her finger and poked the lid of the kettle on the cabinet, explaining in a small voice, I forgot to take the lid. The scene in front of me, let the fruit small white light speed red temperature, white face all of a sudden red with just boiled crayfish general, on the spot collapse, ashamed of the groundless, all of a sudden put the quilt over his head, be this quilt as a seam in the ground ruthlessly. She was about to die of embarrassment when she thought about the scene she had just witnessed. She was an existence that could dominate everything in front of Tang Ro, and had always been an existence that could take Chen Luan in reverse. Tang Ro also believed it, which was why she listened to her so well. Now, once Tang Ro knew about it, he was completely passive at that time. Wouldn't that be a disgrace? Didn't hear it. You must not have heard it. Fruit Xiaobai chanted in his mind. But just now the outside of the quilt. There was a rush of footsteps. In the next second, Tang Ro's voice rang out, that. Sister Bai, I didn't hear anything, nothing. You guys continue. After all is said and done. Just grabbed the stuff and ran out. These words. It made Chen Luan laugh a little tautly. But it made the quilted Fruit Xiaobai completely faint. You stupid ass. It's fine if you don't say it, instead you say it with a feeling of a weak heart looking for a remedy. Ah. My persona. She couldn't help but roll her eyes as she pinched the man. It didn't occur to her that Tang Ro's words, which she originally wanted to help defend, had become a fatal blow, ruthlessly stabbing her in the heart. Hey, is jade enough? Jade is enough, come out to eat, cover up for a while longer. Fruit Xiaobai is going to turn into a dragon fruit. At this moment, Chen Luan patted the covers and opened his mouth to ask. At the outset of these words, Guo Xiaobai immediately gritted her teeth and lifted the quilt, then got up and grabbed Chen Luan's hand and bit down. Yea-ah-wah-ah. Pain. Chen Luan instantly cried out in pain. The voice rang out, and Guo Xiaobai instantly stopped moving, holding him in one hand and rubbing him, the other pointing at her. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to bring up this topic with me again in the future, or else, I'll even bite you. Which topic? Chen Luan asked suspiciously. Just. Guo Xiaobai turned around and surveyed the surroundings, and after making sure that no one was there, he approached Chen Luan and whispered, just that topic just now. If you bring it up again, I'll kill you. Isn't that what you mentioned? Shut up, I didn't mention it. If you mention it again, I'll put my hand in your throat. What's wrong with you? Why are you stabbing me in the throat? Don't you know that's hard? Humph. You know it's hard that way too, don't you? Look, you mention it again. I'm not. Chapter 66. Oops, River got the MVP. 5 p.m. After packing up everything, Chen Luan is directly out of the hospital. I had promised Sister Ji earlier that I would pick up River from school, and now it was almost time. And with Tang Ro taking care of the hospital, there shouldn't be any problems. Thoughts having reached this point, Chen Luan opened the door and got in. But just as I started the car, the cell phone is ringing. When you come over tomorrow, bring us a deck of playing cards, we'll use it to pass the time. Looking at the WeChat message from Fruit Xiaobai above, Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You guys are pretty laid back. You're even playing cards. But it's okay to see them being so friendly, it's better than choking. Fruit White's heart value plus 20, hate value 20. Current heart value, 53, hate value, 48. Listening to the beeps coming from my brain, I was a little surprised. I thought the prompt wouldn't come up, but I didn't realize that her heartbeat and hate values were as arrogant as she herself was. That's good, as long as the hate value doesn't grow, they'll be farther and farther away from death. Alright. Pick up River. Come to think of it. Chen Luan was also in a happy mood, and immediately got out of the car and went to the convenience store to buy a deck of playing cards, and then whistled and drove to school. But it didn't take long for this happy mood to be tempered by reality. 5 p.m. in the Imperial City. Right in the middle of a traffic jam. The child pickup situation crashes into the off hours of many commuters. On the way to the center of town, it was densely packed with vehicles. Sitting in the car, Chen Luan helplessly supported his head in a daze. That's what's so bad about city center schools. I don't know how long I'll have to be stuck in traffic to make it. But fortunately, the situation quickly improved after the traffic police intervened. In the middle of thinking, cell phone rings in my arms. Chen Luan picked up his cell phone and realized that it was Ji Xinyu calling, and immediately picked it up. Shaoan, just now Miao Miao's homeroom teacher called me and said that something happened to Miao Miao in her class, have you gotten there yet? Ji Xinyu spoke in an anxious tone. Huh? Chen Luan froze for a moment, then looked up at the situation ahead and spoke, not yet, Sister Ji, I'm a bit stuck in traffic here. What happened? I heard Miao Miao's homeroom teacher say that it seems like it's because Miao Miao fought with her classmates. Ji Xinyu furrowed her brows and said in a helpless tone. Fighting? Chen Luan froze, this little girl, she was quite a character. Daring to choke in first grade. But it's also right, seeing that when she faced that scummy father last time, she also dared to talk back and refuse, it proves that Miao Miao is as stubborn as herself. However, with her own understanding of River, she shouldn't fight with people easily. Comparing to what Ji Xinyu said earlier, it was probably people talking about her. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately nodded and hurriedly said, it's fine, Sister Ji, I'll be there soon, don't worry. Good. I've told the teacher she'll be waiting for you, so be safe on your way. True. It's really troublesome. After hanging up the phone, Ji Xinyu subconsciously pursed her vermilion lips, then her gaze turned to the secretary beside her and spoke, the watch I asked you to order from abroad before, when will it arrive? Probably the day after tomorrow. The secretary replied with her head bowed. Good, go customize another suit, and when the time comes, a piece of it will be given to Littlein. Ji Xinyu ordered. When the words fall. She then turned her gaze down the hall and tapped her pen, continue the meeting. Half an hour later. Chen Luan, who was free from the torment of the traffic jam, finally arrived at Shengjing Elementary School. The doors of the school are open at this moment. I think school's been out for a while. Parents and students at the gate have dispersed. After Chen Luan parked his car, he directly followed the address given by Ji Xinyu to ascend to the school building. I didn't expect to step foot in the building again after so many years, but as a parent, there's really a subtlety to it. Quickly, under the direction of the address, he went all the way to the teacher's office. Look in through the window. I found River standing inside with her backpack. At her side, there was a long-haired figure in uniform who was currently correcting her homework with her back to her, head down, holding a pen. This teacher has a nice body. Probably a beauty. And I'm here to pick up River today. He shook his head, then instantly went to the door and knocked gently. Enter. A cold voice rang out. The figure in the room did not move. But the knock on the door caught River's attention. Miao Mao turned back at the sound of the voice, after seeing Chen Luan immediately bright eyes, the whole face of the downtrodden all of a sudden became elated, opened his small hands and ran over, Daddy. This sudden scene made Chen Luan's entire body startled for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, Miao Miao had already jumped over and hugged his legs. This little girl is too uptight, isn't she? How did she know I came here to pretend to be her father? Did Ji Xinyu already talk to her before? It was still while Chen Luan was in a daze. Ji Miao Miao, however, actually hugged Chen Luan's leg tightly and raised her head to whisper, "Brother Luan, Mom has already told me to treat you as my father, you must cooperate well, don't let the teacher see the cracks." Oh. She really knows, doesn't she? This little girl is such a man-child. But it was good to avoid any more mistakes, and since it was already through the air, it was naturally convenient. And there was no one else in the teacher's office today, just this one teacher in the school, a situation that backfired on himself. The less people know about it, the less broken it is. The more real you are as a dad. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately nodded and smoothly touched Miao Miao's head, took her hand and went forward. "Hello teacher, I'm Miao Miao's father, my surname is Chen." The words of the moment fell. The figure in front of him, who was writing rapidly, suddenly stopped his hand movements. Only she slowly raised her head. It didn't turn around right away. Instead, after a few seconds of silence, he said softly, "Sir's name." It was hard-wrenched back by Chen Luan. Perhaps because of the former situation, so that she is more or less some mental illness, resulting in this woman in control is particularly strong. Chen Luan really cannot stand that time and just got the phone not long ago, thinking that the next one is more well-behaved, and she broke up with her too. Oh, so it's an early love affair, ah? Lin Yifei's eyebrow slightly raised, her expression did not change halfway, but she still cooperated and said, her gaze shifted from Chen Luan's body to the table, picking up the document and looking at it for a while, then said, "But since Mr. Chen is Miao Miao's father, why, then, Miao Miao didn't have your last name as Mr. Chen? At the outset of. You're fighting 2 in 1, huh? So powerful?" Hearing these words, Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and couldn't help but pat Miao Miao's shoulder and couldn't help but be surprised. Question mark. Lin Yifei froze at the sound of his voice and immediately tilted her head to look at him. What is this guy talking about? His own daughter fighting? Shouldn't he ask about the situation? How come he's even bragging about it? Yeah Dad, those two guys were no match for me at all, I swelled their heads. Ji Miao Miao smiled at the sound and immediately proudly spoke of her battle results. Lin Yifei? Awesome. Chen Luan gave a thumbs up and smiled down, "You're much more powerful than when I was a kid." Lin Yifei? That's right, Dad, and from now on, if they ever talk nonsense again, I'll even beat them up. Good, come back after you've finished your beating and share the spoils of war with me. Cough cough cough. In the face of a conversation between the two, Lin Yifei really couldn't listen any longer, and violently coughed, interrupting the conversation between the two of them, then got up and said, "Mr. Chen, I think that there is a problem with your education style." Chapter 67. At this moment, it was the season of lily bulbs. At home, the parent is the child's teacher. Your every move is going to affect your child's life. Although it's normal for children to play with each other, if we don't explain to her what's at stake, what if she learns something bad in the future? Is Mr. Chen always so irresponsible in everything he does? Lin Yifei frowned her eyebrows, gripped her fountain pen tightly, and pointed it heavily on the table, shouting at Chen Luan in a deep voice. These words. It made Chen Luan immediately skim his lips. He could feel that Lin Yifei was not only educating Miao Miao at the moment, it was more like she was angry at herself. But Chen Luan understood one thing, the reason he was embarrassed just now was because of his own entanglement with Lin Yifei. And at the moment, he was playing the role of River's father, and he didn't feel that River was at fault in today's incident. So, at the moment, he wouldn't recognize the situation, much less accuse River of it. Besides, even if they had a past, they've broken up. There may be a deficit in feelings and whatnot, but in this case, one would never back down. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately raised his head and spoke, "Listen, Teacher Lin, as you said before, this time, it was entirely those two classmates who started the incident, they insulted Miao Miao for not having a father, and that's what triggered this situation today. In this situation, Miao Miao merely chose a way to protect herself and also her loved ones, even though it's a bit extreme, but what's wrong with her? She defends her family, and what's wrong with me, as the one being defended, complimenting her?" Chen Luan's decisive retaliation had obviously caught Lin Yifei completely off guard. In the past, she'd only obey herself. How to, today? She was a little flustered back to her senses, pinched her pink fists, and suddenly remembered her identity, and immediately said, "When something like this happens in school, then River should also tell the teacher in time, so that I, as the teacher, can deal with this matter. If everything is solved by fighting, then won't there be no order in the school, and what else do you need a teacher for? You also said that you would need them to tell you in order for you to know such things as well. What if they don't have the opportunity to tell you?" Chen Luan frowned back. These words caused Lin Yifei to stare in disbelief. Good. Even if they did tell you and you solved it, can you definitely guarantee that those two little kids won't hold a grudge for it and thus lead the other kids to isolate her? Mr. Lin, how many children can you handle on your own? How many children can you take care of at the same time? Have you thought about that? Chen Luan's words, word by word, were like sharp swords, hitting Lin Yifei at this moment, causing her eyes to stare in horror at Chen Luan in front of her. Let me ask you one more time, Mr. Lin, is it wrong to strike in order to defend your own family, this matter? The pen, squeezed tightly, slowly loosened at this moment. She has always prided herself on her impartiality and is an excellent teacher of the people. Keeping the class organized and problems can be properly resolved when they arise. But she never imagined that one day she would be schooled by her own ex-boyfriend. Until today when I heard these words. It took her a moment to react to when she, too, had unknowingly put the same set of masks on her face that her parents had worn back then. Perhaps she had been a teacher for too long, and this sense of majesty, as well as the attitude of educating people, couldn't be taken down, and before that she focused on the fighting thing without caring too much about why she was fighting. Or perhaps it was just after seeing Chen Luan that too many emotions and memories came rushing back to her mind, when she was a bit on top of herself. That's why he had just spoken out to accuse, and at the same time wanted to speak out to question and educate along with Chen Luan. But now, after coming to her senses, she realized that she seemed to have lost her mind a bit just now. Holding up her glasses, Lin Yifei came back to her senses and immediately whispered, "This matter is indeed my problem. It's my mishandling of the situation that has caused Miao Miao to be aggrieved. I'll re-handle this matter and formally announce today's situation in class to prevent this type of incident from happening again in the future." Really? Hearing these words, Ji Miao Miao immediately stepped forward happily and clapped her hands. Great, this way, they won't dare to say that I don't have a father anymore in the future. Teacher Lin, thank you. Looking at the happy Ji Miao Miao who had come up to her, Lin Yifei's face also finally squeezed out a smile and immediately reached out to touch her head. At this moment, Chen Luan also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's settled. Just get the hell out of there. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately beckoned. Since everything has been resolved, we'll leave first. Miao Miao, let's go home. At the outset of these words, Lin Yifei's expression was suddenly shocked. Good Ji Miao Miao smiled and answered with a yes, instantly turning around and running towards Chen Luan's arms. Wait. Lin Yifei's voice came from the back. It's almost dinner time, why don't you have a meal together? Lin Yifei walked forward and opened her mouth to inquire. Huh? That wouldn't be necessary, would it? Chen Luan sniffed and immediately laughed awkwardly. What's this woman up to now? Couldn't have seen anything coming, could you? Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately said, Miao Miao's mom has already had someone prepare a meal at home, so I won't bother the teacher for a while. Let's have a cup of coffee then. Just as Chen Luan was planning to pull Ji Miao Miao and run away, Lin Yifei's voice resounded once more as she stepped forward and shouted, Today's matter, it was indeed my mistake, I'll treat you. It just so happens that I also have some things to tell you, my father, about Miao Miao. Damn. You can't get away, can you? Dad, why don't we wait until later? Just in time, Miao Miao wants to eat cake. Ji Miao Miao also shook Chen Luan's hand at this moment, licked her lips, and smiled with her head tilted up like a little glutton. Hearing this, Chen Luan frowned helplessly. There's no way out. For the moment, this was all that could be done, and if he refused anymore, he would appear to have a weak heart. Later. Inside the cafe. The three of them came to a seat and sat down. After Lin Yifei put down her bag. Look up. Only the two men in front of them were sweeping the table at the same time, and then sat down together, shaking their shoulders and looking at their teacups. Period of time. The duo moved in perfect unison and felt like they were carved from the same mold. This also caused Lin Yifei to frown. Could he really be married? River, is she really his child? But, at River's age, they should have gotten married 6 years ago. 6 years ago, one hadn't even met him yet. Then he later talked to himself. Wouldn't that be marital infidelity? Ha! Then wouldn't you somehow become a mistress? This ing scumbag. Hiss. That's not right either. 6 years ago? Chen Luan is only 19. How can you get married at 19? Thoughts having reached this point, Lin Yifei's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. When resurveying the Chen Luan in front of him, he couldn't help but have a bold guess. Mr. Chen, may I ask? When did you get married? As her thoughts reached this point, she more or less had a few guesses in her mind, but she was also a bit unsure, so she couldn't help but open her mouth to test the waters. Mr. Lin, didn't you already ask before? My mom and dad got married a long time ago. Mr. Lin can tell by looking at my age. Before Chen Luan could say anything, Miao Miao interjected. But at this moment the words were said. Her original smug smile just couldn't help but freeze. Suddenly realizing what was going on, she immediately looked shocked, and her expression was a bit out of control, as she realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. She did become MVP a couple of times before, but this time was indeed too young to fall for her own teacher's trial and error trap. Let this situation be exposed instantly. Go back to Chen Luan. And now Chen Luan was full of helplessness and couldn't help but reach for his coffee to ease the embarrassment. No, teacher, I just said it wrong, it's actually... Seeing this situation, Ji Miao Miao panicked and waved her hand, wanting to find a remedy, then her brain flashed, and she hurriedly approached Linifei and opened her mouth in a serious manner. Actually, I'm actually Dad's illegitimate daughter. Cough cough. Chen Luan almost choked in shock at these thunderous words. A mouthful of coffee had just entered the mouth, but he couldn't help but spray it out. This scene startled the crowd in the room. The waiter rushed over with a towel in fear. Ji Miao Miao, who was beside her, was also startled for a moment, and hurriedly spoke, Dad, are you okay? Did you burn yourself? Chen Luan smiled awkwardly and couldn't help but say inwardly, I'm not scalded. River, if you want Daddy to be okay, you just have to say less. Okay? He raised his hand and picked up a spoon, plucking off a small piece of cake and stuffing it into her mouth, saying with a kind face. Oh, when the little girl heard this, she immediately nuzzled her mouth, took the spoon, and no longer said anything more, but lowered her head and ate. Linifei, who was on the side, couldn't help but lower her head and snicker at this moment. The reaction of the two of them at this moment reinforced what she had just suspected. The guilt that had just fallen from his heart instantly dissipated. Since this isn't true, there's no need to be uptight or worry so much. Before she even thought she had somehow become a mistress, and also really believed that Chen Luan was married and had a daughter. So planned to have one last coffee with him and call it a day. But to her surprise, after sitting down at the moment, the calm one suddenly reacted. At Chen Luan's age, he couldn't have gotten married 6 years ago. Then all this today is enough to prove that Chen Luan, the father, is a fake. An inexplicable pleasure rose in her mind as she thought. The corners of his mouth, which were holding his teacup down, were also covered in a light smile. And yet, at that very moment, inside the cafe, suddenly there was a voice. Ha! Baby, you're here too, huh? A sudden sound. It made all three people present stare. Look up. A neutral woman in fashionable clothes and sunglasses was seen walking up, and the ring on her hand, at the moment, was a white floral pattern. The moment he saw that ring pattern, Chen Luan's eyes instantly froze. Because he recognized it as the most famous white lily ring in the lily circle. The person to whom she was looking at the sight of her gaze was Linifei, who was across from herself. At this moment, the gossip factor rose violently in Chen Lu's mind. I'll go. This woman. It can't be Linifei's suitor. One is just out for a cup of coffee, and there's something so exciting to see? Chen Luan, who had originally always wanted to leave quickly, suddenly had the idea of wanting to stay at this moment. The right foot, which was placed under the table, couldn't help but shake with excitement. Exciting! It's so exciting! Chapter 68, How to Eat This Melon and Eat It on Yourself. Anterior. The smile on Linifei's face instantly sank after seeing the visitor clearly. Instead of ignoring the man in front of her, she picked up the coffee on the table and drank it. Seeing that, the visitor raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chen Luan as well as Ji Miao Miao on the opposite side of the room, then laughed once again. Baby, I was just about to pick you up from school, I didn't expect to run into you here. Ms. Zhang. At those words, Linifei put down her cup with a face full of indifference and said in a deep voice, I've told you many times, don't address me like that. I'm not familiar with you, not to that extent. At these words, the visitor was obviously startled and a little flustered, but she still tentatively reached out to try to hold Linifei's hand. Baby. Don't touch me. But before this action could be practiced, it was interrupted by a stern cry from Linifei. At present. The sound also startled a lot of people in the cafeteria. It made them subconsciously look over. And now that Chen Luan was looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. When I've seen this kind of image before, the one who strikes is usually a man. Can a woman do this too? Speaking of which, when Chen Luan used to be with Lin Yifei, he didn't know that she was a lily at first, and it wasn't until Lin Yifei took the initiative. A child? Zhang Wenjing glanced back at Miao Miao, then said in disbelief, "What does an elementary school student know? She can't even understand." "I don't think so." Chen Luan couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard these words. "Look back. I saw that River had brought her book bag to the front at some point and unzipped it, wondering what she was fumbling with. I've made it very clear to you that I'm not stepping foot in this circle anymore, so please leave me alone in the future. What I like are men." Facing her nonsense, Lin Yifei was already completely a bit disgusted, and immediately turned her head to look at her and opened her mouth. "What's wrong with men? Look at me. Look at me dressed like a man, right? I'm just dressed like your favorite look. Do you like it?" Zhang Wenjing sniffed and immediately pulled the clothes on her body, opening her mouth with an excited face. These words also made Chen Luan completely tense up. Her lips turned up and she couldn't help but smile. But it's insanely stoic. Can't laugh. Can't laugh. But I can hardly hold it in. It's almost like thinking about all the sad things you've done in your life. The scene in front of me is also too funny, although it is someone who is pursuing his ex-girlfriend, but this scene, instead of not letting this ex-boyfriend of his own angry and embarrassed, on the contrary, it is very funny as why? I've seen female dog lickers before. Lesbian dog licking is really the first time I've seen it. Damn, it would have been more fun to have a handful of melons to get high on while watching. Dad. Just as this thought fell, a voice came, followed by a bag of melons being handed over beside him. He froze for a moment and looked back to see Miao Miao getting high on melon seeds while raising her hand at Chen Luan. Question mark. Where did you get the melon seeds? Chen Luan looked at Miao Miao and whispered with some surprise. Mom bought it this morning for me to grind my teeth with. Ji Miao Miao took out the shell in her mouth and pursed her lips as she smiled. Your mom is really prescient. Chen Luan's eyes lit up, and immediately reached out and grabbed a handful of them with a smile. Then he and Ji Miao Miao raised their right feet at the same time, crossed their legs, and grabbed melons to kowtow, seeming to watch the scene in front of them. I'm talking about men, not like men. Lin Yifei got up and stared at Zhang Wenjing in front of her. At the moment, her tall body, standing up with her high heels, was instantly a head taller on the opposite side. This scene is even more comical to watch. Ms. Shang, I think you might not know me very well. You said you like me, fine, then how could you not know that in the past, in that circle, I was playing the role of a man? So, do you think I would like you who plays the same role as me? Pust. Chen Luan clenched his teeth, and again, he was so shocked by these words that he almost couldn't tense up and sprayed out. Holy! Is this something I can listen to? This is too exciting. So Lin Yifei used to play the role of the attacker? No wonder he's so controlling when he's with himself. Bossy lady president, right. Previously, Chen Luan only knew that she had this past, but did not know what role she played in that circle. It was only today that the inner workings were explored in this amazing conversation. This feeling of getting high while eating your ex-girlfriend's melon is so much fun, too. It made him a little reluctant to leave when he heard it. The crossed legs shook involuntarily. Go on. You guys go on. Tell me more. I love it. So? Turned out to be like this? Hearing these words, Zhang Wenjing froze for 2 seconds, then immediately raised her head and said, then. That doesn't matter either. I can change for you, in fact, I can do the role you want, this hair is a wig, I can become your favorite type. As long as you're with me, you'll be the man, okay? Zhang Wenjing reached up and pulled off the wig on her head, revealing long blonde hair inside. But this violent speech, as well as the action of pulling off his hair, also made Chen Luan couldn't help but dilate his pupils by a few points, and the speed of getting high in his hands accelerated quite a bit. And at this moment, Lin Yifei was considered completely desperate. She's made it very clear to the woman in front of her. It also took many ways to reject her, but she still wouldn't give up and continued to stalk her. This gave Lin Yifei a headache. A coffee date that was so hard to make today had actually turned into this. How could this make her still communicate with Chen Luan? At this moment, Lin Yifei looked back at Chen Luan with a face full of helplessness, only to find that instead of being embarrassed and angry, this guy was full of curiosity, as if he was watching a play, and was sitting on the opposite side of the room, getting high on melon seeds while shaking his legs. He didn't seem to care about it at all, nor did he care about how embarrassed and distressed he was at the moment, but instead he sat aside with Ji Miao Miao, the two of them shaking their legs and getting high on melons in perfect synchronization as they watched the scene in front of them. This guy. Seeing this situation, Lin Yifei's heart also instantly came to fire. Himself, this is suffering it, by the woman harassment would have been very strange. This guy is an ex-boyfriend, did not have any action also, even if, now actually grabbed a handful of melons, on the sidelines to see the fun. Is this a human thing? The more Lin Yifei thought about it in her heart, the angrier she became. While his fists were clenched, a sudden flash in his mind. A fierce eyebrow was raised. Yeah. The ready-made shield is here, why don't you use it yourself? How can you let this guy sit there so easily getting high while watching the show? Must pull this guy into the battlefield, he is suffering here, but he is on the side of the free kowtow, no way. Absolutely not. If I'm not comfortable, you're not allowed to be comfortable. Thinking of this, Lin Yifei immediately spoke, I've made it very clear that I don't like you. No matter what changes you make, I won't like you. Because, I already have someone I like now, and he's here, today. At the outset of these words, everyone in the room was stunned. Zhang Wenjing's face was shocked at the sound of the voice. The whole person took a step back, both fists clenched tightly at once, and hurriedly came forward and shouted in a hurry, Where is he? Where is he? At the outset of these words, Lin Yifei laughed lightly and turned back in a smooth manner. At this moment, Zhang Wenjing also turned back obediently when she saw this. Noticing the movements of the duo in front of them, Ji Miao Miao also immediately turned back with the melon seeds in her hands. The gazes of the three of them shifted at the same time at this moment, landing on Chen Luan, who was getting high on melon seeds. Meeting his eyes. But at this moment, Chen Luan was chewing the melon seeds in his mouth, and at the moment when the three people's eyes came over, he also turned his head obediently to look at the back, and realized that there was no one sitting behind him. What are you looking at? That's you. Lin Yifei was made even more angry by Chen Luan's reaction, and immediately clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, pointing at Chen Luan and shouting. Question mark. Chen Luan froze for a moment and looked back around, then stretched out his finger to point at his nose. Huh? Me. Him. Zhang Wenjing was also filled with an incredulous expression. Right. That's him. Saying that, Lin Yifei immediately stepped forward on her high heels and came in front of the stagnant Chen Luan, not waiting for him to say anything, then cupped his face with both hands, and then fiercely printed down. This sudden scene caused the crowd present to instantly widen their eyes. Even Ji Miao Miao, who was on the side, couldn't help but stare. Ka! Melon seeds in hand fall to the ground. At this moment, Chen Luan was in a daze. Why is this melon eating on you? Chapter 69, whose ID card fell off? And copies. You. The scene before us. Making Zhang Wenjing angry and anxious, she pointed at the scene, widened her eyes and slowly clenched them into fists. The two of them parted in a smooth manner. Lin Yifei wiped the lipstick from the corner of her mouth and spoke, That's how the situation is, so please don't bother me again. At this moment, Chen Luan also couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and couldn't help but wipe the lipstick on his mouth. But this action was quickly seen by Lin Yifei, and was met by her raising her hand and slapping him on the shoulder, signaling him not to move. You. How can you degenerate into this now? To actually like this foul-smelling man. Zhang Wenjing was somewhat furious as she pointed at Chen Luan in front of her and opened her mouth to shout. What stinking man, you're talking nonsense. My dad smells great, he's the meat and potatoes. Women who like my dad can line up from here to France. The moment these words came out, before Chen Luan opened his mouth, Ji Miao Miao on the side was full of defiance and stood up with her waist crossed, shouting at Zhang Wenjing. These words caused Zhang Wenjing to be stunned, pointing at her and looking at Lin Yifei, her face full of horror. He has a daughter? Lin Yifei, you're so hungry. You can eat anything. Even old men like this with children. She yelled in exasperation. These words. It also made Chen Luan couldn't help but have question mark pop up in his head. Even if you want to slander me, at least say something that stands up. You look significantly older than me, and you have the nerve to call me an old man. What's wrong with men with children? Men with children smell better, haven't you ever heard of what is called the sense of manhood? Ji Miaomia shouted at Zhang Wenjing with her waist crossed. She felt that she didn't have the air to stand on the ground and talk, so she simply stomped her foot directly on the table and looked at the woman in front of her with her waist crossed. At the outset of these words, both Chen Luan and Lin Yifei's faces shook violently. What the hell? They looked at Ji Miaomiao beside them with shocked faces. You taught her? Lin Yifei asked as she moved closer to Chen Luan. How can that be? This girl is definitely watching skits on her mom's phone. Chen Luan was also in a state of utter helplessness. This little girl, how come she knows everything? You're a little kid, what do you know? What are you interrupting here? Zhang Wenjing, who was disliked by the little girl at the moment, was obviously even angrier. What's wrong with being a brat? And at this moment, hearing that the topic is obviously somewhat wrong, noting the change in Lin Yifei's expression beside him, he rushed to his face, stood up and covered Ji Miao Miao's mouth, and instantly said, "Little children talk nonsense, don't care ah. This guy's such a wimp?" Looking at Chen Luan, who was compensating and smiling in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, then raising her chin, she said in a cold voice, "Humph, if you can't even manage your own child, what qualifications do you have to be worthy of Fei Fei?" She was holding a bellyful of fire now, waiting for Chen Luan to come out. In her opinion, this was a battle between her and Chen Luan. As long as she made Chen Luan know what to do, then she would have a chance. "You're right, I really don't deserve it, so I wish you guys 100 years of happiness, I'll go first. Bye." At the outset of these words, the two women present were both dumbfounded. Zhang Wenjing's entire body froze. He thought that Chen Luan would argue and retort next. He even thought about how to respond. His fingers were raised, holding a bellyful of fire, always looking for someone to vent it, so she landed her target on Chen Luan. But he didn't expect that before he had the chance to spread the fire, he was extinguished by Chen Luan with a pot of cold water poured down from the top of his head. This unorthodox situation directly confused her, and the finger that was lifted halfway up, now frozen in the air, was finally put down in embarrassment. Make her as scolding as not, give up as not on, suffocating hard, originally should be happy in the case, but some were mocking the feeling, the heart think up more angry, even feel just that guy's words, there are a few points of yin and yang feeling. And Lin Yifei by her side was also furious at the moment, this guy just left? Can't you see that you're being harassed? Even if we've broken up, at least I'm your ex-girlfriend. You really don't want to do any favors, do you? Don't you dare leave. Voices coming from the front. It also left Chen Luan somewhat helpless. Glancing at the somewhat angry Lin Yifei at the back, Ji Miao whispered, "Dad, otherwise, you should help Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin is usually very nice to Miao Miao, and now that she's in trouble and needs help, isn't it a little bit too good for us to just leave like this? How dare you ask me to do such a favor? Do you know what the consequences are?" Chen Luan shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and speak. River knows. But River really wants to help Ms. Lin, that woman is so annoying. She didn't just force herself on Mr. Lin, she also scolded Dad, and River looked angry. "Dad, you help Mr. Lin, this matter." Miao Miao wrapped her hands around Chen Luan's neck and whispered close to his ear, "I won't tell Mom." After saying that, he also winked at Chen Luan in a quirky way, giving him a small expression of agreement. Hearing these words, Chen Luan couldn't help but skim his lips. This ghostly little girl, who exactly does this character follow? Don't you call him that. Fifi, what do you expect from a loser like this? I've already said it before, men are no good. They will only choose to run away at the first moment after something happens. How many of them will think of being responsible? You only have to choose me, only I understand you the most. These stinking men, giving them up will be good for you. At present. The voice from behind came again. This shrill voice entered his ears, causing Chen Luan to be really a bit unable to hold back. It's not over. There's a play, I think it's the circus that has a play for you. Chen Luan nodded gently. Dang. As soon as these words came out, Miao Miao Ji, who was on the side, immediately raised her hands and made a gong beating gesture, her mouth dubbing in a smooth manner. Zhang Wenjian sniffed a frown, immediately clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and was about to open his mouth, but Chen Luan snatched over the topic. You've already been a lily, and you still can't pursue the person you like. Have you ever thought about why? Is it possible that the problem is with yourself and not with the man? You're bolting. How could I possibly be no match for a man? Zhang Wenjing's aura was obviously a bit weaker at the moment, a huge difference compared to before. Is that so? Since you think that you are excellent and men are bad, then why does Lin Yifei choose bad men instead of the excellent you? Chen Luan laughed crookedly, and between light words, a sentence directly hit the heart. These words made Zhang Wenjing's complexion tighten, and she hurriedly searched for a remedy in a panic, because I'm the one who became your love interest here today, and in your anger you say that men are no good. Then the next time she's standing next to a woman, are you going to say that all women are no good again? I. There's no shame in being a lickspill. There's no shame in being a lily either, and people won't laugh at you. But if you do all these things and at the same time go on to lead a rhythm attacking other people and fire map guns to pull stomp on them, then don't blame the big guys for attacking you hard. When the words fall. Ji Miao Miao reached out and pulled out the playing cards. The moment the right hand lifted, the big king and the playing cards appeared, she said, whose ID card fell off. Fingers gently pushed, a black and white small king appeared, and a copy. The people who watched the whole thing couldn't help but laugh out loud at this action. This father and daughter are too funny, aren't they? Even Lin Yifei, who was on the side, couldn't hold it together. Zhang Wenjing in front of her was even more furious and her teeth were about to be clenched. Ms. Zhang, put it away, don't throw it around next time. Slapped the big and small king in her hand. At this moment Chen Luan waved his hand beside Ji Miao Miao and ran up, the two hands smoothly out of. Because of this. At this moment, Lin Yifei looked very happy and relaxed. She opened her mouth and shouted, raising her hands high in the air, and on her face, there was unprecedented joy. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Lin smile so happily. Dad, did we do something good? Looking at the scene in front of her, Ji Miao Miao picked at her face and asked with some curiosity. Sort of. At the very least, there shouldn't be any strange people harassing you, Teacher Lin, in the future. Chen Luan said, and his heart eased up quite a bit. Although part of today was provoked by Zhang Wenjing's counterintuitive speech, part of it also came from a sense of self. After all, it's kind of your ex-girlfriend anyways. Teacher Lin, since the situation has been resolved, we'll leave first. Pulling Ji Miao Miao's hand, Chen Luan looked up and said, Miao Miao, say goodbye to your teacher. Bye teacher. Ji Miao Miao sniffed and immediately waved her hand. Wait. Just as the two of them turned around. Lin Yifei immediately shouted, then quickly stepped forward. 2 weeks from now, the school is going to hold an annual parent-child competition. When you do you want to come and accompany Miao Miao to participate? At the outset of these words, Ji Miao Miao, who was beside her, immediately brightened her eyes and looked up at Chen Luan with a face full of anticipation. Ha? This? Chen Luan froze at the sound of his voice and frowned with some difficulty. I'm just here for a cameo. And no one told me there was a sequel? And didn't Lin Yifei see the flaws before? Why do you still want to mention this? Thinking of this, Chen Luan couldn't help but approach Lin Yifei. You can see that I'm an imposter, so I don't need to come to things like parent-child activities, right? You'd better let her mom come. Instead of being moved by the words, Lin Yifei raised her head at the sound of her voice and said, Papa Miao Miao, please don't make excuses for your busy schedule. Even though how busy you are at work, it's still okay to spare a day to accompany your child to a parent-child activity, right? Besides, although I'm the class teacher, my words carry some weight. But if we want the children to completely cut off their speculations about Ms. Miao Miao, we still need you, the father, to show up in person and stay with her for a day in order to be persuasive. If you show up at a parent-child event venue, I don't think anything like today will ever happen again. At the outset of these words, Chen Luan's face instantly changed. Holy! This woman is turning the tables. You're playing dumb with me, aren't you? Dad, just take 1 day to spend with River. Just 1 day. Just 1 day, okay? At this moment, Ji Miao Miao also moved forward, tugging on Chen Luan's hand and shaking it up to pamper her. Question mark. Which end are you on, kid sister? Ji Miao Miao beside her also defected at the speed of light, and the whole Chen Luan was helpless. Look how much your child needs your love. As a parent, can't you spare a little time to spend with your child? As the father of a child, even a little? So parents. Looking at Lin Yifei beside him who was about to open her mouth for another long speech, Chen Luan immediately waved his hand and said, Count me as scared of you guys, I'll go, okay? Isn't it just a family event? If you have children in the future, you will take them yourself and think of it as early training. Yea, once this word came out, the front of the two suddenly very cooperative clapping and cheering, and Chen Luan eyes shocked, feeling as if he was on the big head when the front of Lin Yifei immediately took out his cell phone and went up to say, that, add a WeChat it. Add WeChat. Chen Luan froze at the sound and looked at her somewhat strangely. Since you have decided to participate in the parent-child activities at that time, it is basic to add the WeChat of the director. I also have to send you the list of activities at that time. You have to choose which activities you want to participate in with your child himself. Less communication. What's wrong with adding a WeChat? Could it be that Father Miao Miao is afraid? Lin Yifei tilted her head to look at Chen Luan and carefully inquired. You've made it to this point, if I don't add it, doesn't that make me vain? Helplessly skimming his mouth, Chen Luan immediately took out his cell phone from his arms and added WeChat. Well, then, we'll be off, calling her home. Yes, Mom, today Dad. Brother Luan can defend River. He even debated with the teacher to protect River. River was so happy. It gave River a feeling of being protected by Dad. Ji Miaomia was also very happy at the moment and kept praising Chen Luan's performance today in front of Ji Shenyu. Hearing these words, Ji Shenyu's face revealed a smile, her gaze turned to Chen Luan, and she spoke, Little Lin, thank you. In today's Ji Shenyu's heart, Miao Miao is one of her two most important people, and Chen Luan can accept and agree to pretend to be Miao Miao's father, which means that his heart does not exclude their mother and daughter, and now, even more so, from Miao Miao's mouth to hear, Chen Luan in order to defend her, and even go so far as to debate with the teacher, this feeling, so that the Ji Shenyu's heart a kind of touching, and rely on the sense. What woman doesn't like a man she can? Ji Shenyu understood very well in his heart that once he participated in the parent-child activity and lit up his identity in front of everyone, it meant that he was really River's father in front of outsiders. This. I did promise to go, and I think that, since I want to stop this from happening again in the future, I need to show everyone at school that River has a dad. And the parent-child activity isn't that difficult, so when the time comes, I'll be there. Chen Luan opened his mouth and replied. At the outset of these words, Chen Luan could only feel a fragrant breeze coming. The next moment, two soft things, all at once, crashed into his face. As he reacted, he was already being held in his arms. Sensing the warm and soft aroma, Chen Luan froze and reacted immediately. Holy! What a hit with the ball! Ji Shenyu bit her lip with some emotion and spoke, Thank you Shaoan, thank you for being willing to be so kind to Miao Miao. At this moment, Chen Luan only felt himself being hugged closer and closer by Ji Shenyu. Almost out of breath. Lean. This thing, it can suffocate people too. Ma'am, it's time to eat. Right now. A voice came from the back. Breaks the mood of the moment. The oblivious Ji Shenyu then came to her senses and instantly let go of Chen Luan, who only felt as if he had been saved and took 2 steps back, instantly gasping for air. Moms. Almost generated one of the most embarrassing ways to die ever. Xiaoan. Let's eat first, after eating, come upstairs, I have something to tell you. Chapter 71 Auntie, why do your rats look like human beings? Later. Chen Luan, who had finished his meal, went up to the second floor in a smooth manner. This dinner today, Ji Shenyu left the table upstairs very early. Before she left, she also quietly gave Chen Luan a wink. Chen Luan, who was familiar with all of this situation, naturally knew what this meant. But recalling the memory of Ji Shenyu's perfect body, there was still something he couldn't help. After all, who can say no to a woman who's mature and attractive, with a great body, lots of money, and a down through the study. We're going to be careful. Unconsciously, Chen Luan walked into the room. Here, it seems to be Ji Shenyu's room. Bang! Before he could react, there was a sudden slamming of the door at the back. This sudden stroke startled Chen Luan's entire body and turned back in dismay. But see this moment. Ji Shenyu was wearing a brown coat, the coat covered her body, her 2 white palms were tugging, covering the coat, a long hair was draped over her left shoulder, her back was leaning against the door, her white face carried a faint blush, under the coat, 2 legs wrapped in black silk were hidden, under the light, her expression was fascinating, with a touch of shyness, that pair of eyes like autumn water carried its own seductive effect. The scene. Making Chen Luan's pupils dilate instantly, he couldn't help but say, Sister Ji. What are you? Ji Shenyu didn't say anything. Instead, she bit her vermilion lip lightly and tugged at the sides of her coat with both hands to pull it away slowly. Catch sight of. The lavender dress inside was revealed. Under the tall and rich lightly fleshy pear-shaped figure, a black ultra-short skirt, 2 fleshy and sleeve-length thighs are being wrapped in black silk, and that fatal letter black line black silk looks very bright at this moment. Click. This looked at Chen Luan instantly felt his throat dry, and his fists couldn't help but clench a few points. This. Who can stand up to this? If Teng Ziyi is Sable Cicada, then it's like sending yourself a Yan Yu Huan today. Each of the 4 beauties has their own unique characteristics. But you can't have 4 beauties each doing their own thing, can you? I'm just an ordinary guy. You really think I'm an immortal? Little Sister G thanks you for helping me. I've seen all the care you've shown to Myeomyo. If it's possible, Sister G really wants to thank you properly. The coat on her body slipped off in this regard, and she lightly stepped forward, saying in a gentle tone. Chen Luan only felt hot and sweaty on his forehead. Like a fever. Right. Fever indeed. I believe you also know that Sister G's attitude towards you, when things. Sister G regretted it. So, please, can you give me another chance? Ji Xinyu held Chen Luan's chin with both hands, her body leaned forward and said in a gentle tone. The voice at this moment, which seemed very ambiguous under this particular occasion, made Chen Luan feel a little itchy in his ears. He just felt stiff. Right. The body is stiff too. The feeling of not being able to take a single step. To speak of stature. Ji Xinyu was definitely an existence that could be ranked in the top 3 among ex-girlfriends. Especially the pair of proud features are excellent. Just ask, who doesn't like Big Ray? And it's still this fascinating Big Thunder. Seeing Chen Luan's face begin to sweat and breathe heavily, Ji Xinyu instantly understood, pursed her lips, and pressed him against the bed. And, just think of it as, Sis is begging you. This statement. As if it was a violent attack, the shock caused Chen Luan to instantly widen his eyes. Instantly, he backhanded her and grabbed her arms. Being a decent guy, I'm not. I'm the color skin. With the atmosphere at this point, Chen Luan finally planned to stop holding back. But just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Mom! Cousin Fan Fan is here. This sudden sound. It made the spirited duo jerk back to their senses instantly. Fong has been handed into the emotions of Ji Xinyu after hearing these words. The whole beautiful eyes immediately shocked, and stood up at once. Fong. Fong Fong. Fong Fong? Chen Luan was also stunned. Why does that sound so familiar? Which Fong? Fong Fong is? Ji Xinyu's eyes shook, biting her vermilion lips in some embarrassment, then said, It's Duan Xiaofang. She is. She's my niece. What did you say? Chen Luan only felt like being struck by lightning at the moment. The whole person directly jumped up from the bed, looking at Ji Xinyu in front of him with an unbelievable face. Holy! This shocking news shook his hands at the moment. You're not talking about my gym student ex-girlfriend, are you? She's your niece. Chen Luan's face was filled with incredulity, and his entire body was dumbfounded. This is too big of a joke, isn't it? Among the 12 ex-girlfriends, Duan Xiaofang, the one with the strongest fighting ability, is Ji Xinyu's niece? D her away first, and then you can come out again after she's gone, okay? Ji Xinyu is obviously a bit flustered at the moment. After all, to see is her late generation, and this late generation, but also with her is the same ex-boyfriend. This undefinable relationship was real. This. What's that sound? Duan Xiaofang pointed inside and asked in confusion. Ah. That's. Ji Xinyu came back to her senses, her face a little white, panicked, looked back at her surroundings, explained in a panicked tone, and finally raised her hand and said, Rats. Yes. There's a rat in my house. I was just looking for it, and it burrowed under the closet. That's why there was that sound. Maru Spice. This statement. Originally, it was an excuse used by Ji Xinyu to find a remedy and cover up this side of the situation. Sounds perfectly normal. But now it caused Chen Luan to jolt and instantly break out in a cold sweat. Sister G, what kind of crap excuse are you looking for? This is bad. Have you forgotten the specialty of this niece of yours? Told you so. Just after the words fell. Instead of giving up, Duan Xiaofang rolled up his sleeves and spoke, Rats, huh? Simple. Auntie, let me help you. Ji Xinyu froze at the sound of his voice. Huh? How is this situation unfolding differently than I expected? She reacted with a sudden realization that something was wrong. But at this point there was no stopping it. Just at this moment, Duan Xiaofang smoothly walked towards the closet, bending down and lifting her hand in the instant before Ji Xinyu had a chance to come back to her senses. Next. Chen Luan, who was sitting inside, however, let out a cold laugh in a lifeless manner. Ha! I knew it. Buzz. The next second. That mouthful of tall and heavy closet was directly lifted diagonally by Duan Xiaofang's entire body. The huge closet, filled with clothes, and even an adult, at the moment was actually being served directly by the strange girl in front of her, with both hands. The scene. It made Ji Xinyu's eyes widen. It makes Chen Luan laugh even more. Destroy it, hurry up. Tired. Just see that the closet is tilted 90 degrees at the moment. Duan Xiaofang raised his hand and fired a loud cry. Snap. Cabinet door open. Chen Luan's entire body dropped out. At this moment, Duan Xiaofang immediately clapped her hands and said with confidence, Auntie, the rat, I caught it for you. After all one's words. She turned back proudly, as her gaze fell to that back on the ground. That smile froze instantly. The whole thing froze in place. After a few seconds of watching there. But unexpectedly, the moment their gazes collided head-on, Duan Xiaofang couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then with a puzzled look, she looked at Ji Xinyu. Auntie husband's face, what's going on? Ji Xinyu turned back to look at the sound of doubt, only to see that Chen Luan was currently twisting his face so hard that he was about to make his own mouth crooked and eyes slanted, and that nice handsome face was currently twisted to the point of having a stroke because of trying to avoid Duan Xiaofang's scrutiny. Looking at the scene in front of her, Ji Xinyu almost couldn't hold herself together, the corner of her mouth hooked, then reacted, and immediately quickly stepped forward to hold Chen Luan's arm, and opened her mouth. Fong, it's like this, your sister-in-law's husband has been working overtime for too long in the past 2 days, and his face has some cramps, I'll take him to apply medicine, so sit by yourself for a while. After saying that, holding Chen Luan on his arm, he was about to run towards the door. Wait! Just as the two of them wanted to leave, Duan Xiaofang at the back was shouting violently. Facial cramps? Easy, sister-in-law, watch me. After all one's words. She rolled up her sleeves again and came up. Seeing that. Both of them were in a panic. Maru spice. Chen Luan's face changed when he immediately tried to slip away. The Ji Xinyu on the side also rushed up and persuaded, No, my sister-in-law has a way. Aya, it's alright sister-in-law, this is what I should do as a junior. Duan Xiaofang came forward with a face full of enthusiasm and reached out to pull Chen Luan over, then with a tug on her sleeves, she raised both hands and swung both palms down at the same time. I'll help you, sister-in-law. Ignoring Chen Luan's heartbreaking shouts at the moment. When the words fall. Both hands fired at the same time. Splat sound, left and right 2 slaps fell on both sides of the face at the same time. Shocked Chen Luan covered his face and shivered for a moment. The flying senses in this moment instantly recovered. This damn power girl. This scene, see the side of the Ji Xinyu beautiful eye. Ji Xinyu's words caused Duan Xiaofang at this moment to somewhat tangle her mouth, then looked up at Chen Luan and spoke, and Bao, you have to come along too. You have to explain to me too. Chen Luan sniffed helplessly and skimmed his mouth. It seemed that he couldn't escape today in any way, so he nodded his head at once. Okay, go down first. Half an hour later. Location of the living room. The 3 of you are seated on the couch. Ji Xinyu made the cause and effect clear. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing everything, Duan Xiaofang had an expression of realization, then her eyebrows instantly frowned as she looked at Ji Xinyu by her side and spoke, Auntie, how can you be like this? These words fell. Ji Xinyu, who was beside him, was shocked in his heart. The heart couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Indeed, he is already 30, big Chen Luan so much, actually still with Chen Luan had been together, and now also thinking of renewing the former relationship, and in the case of knowing that his niece is also her ex-girlfriend, and also like him, today to call into the room, as an elder, this is indeed some. Thinking of this, Ji Xinyu raised her head with a guilty face and opened her mouth. Fong, Auntie is sorry, Auntie is just too much. Auntie, why are you sorry? The original nagging inside Ji Xinyu and that kind of worldly concept was torturing her like crazy, especially after Duan Xiaofang had just finished saying that. She thought that Duan Xiaofang was saying that she, as a sister-in-law, was actually stealing her boyfriend from herself, and as an elder, stealing things from a junior was supposed to be a very humiliating thing to do. Plus today's incident, so she was a little guilty and ashamed because she might be considered unashamed, so even if Duan Xiaofang blamed her, she could understand. If Xiaofang really liked Chen Luan, she was able to give it up for Xiaofang. Big deal. Continue alone. But she didn't expect to be interrupted by Fong before she could finish her sentence. Fong. Don't you blame your sister-in-law? Ji Xinyu asked tentatively with a puzzled look on her face. Chen Luan, who was on the side, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fong, what's on your mind now? Speak the truth. Inside several ex-girlfriends, only Duan Xiaofang's brain circuits, he was the most unsteady, because her brain sometimes, just like aliens, will think of some other people can't think of the clear angle, at the moment is also the same. Odd yes, but sister-in-law didn't apologize to me. The short-haired girl picked her head in some confusion, then continued, Auntie, you're somewhat sorry for Bao. Question mark. Chen Luan froze at the sound at this moment and turned back with a face full of doubt. Sorry for me? What are you talking about? Both of them were confused by Duan Xiaofang's magical brain circuits at this moment. That's what it was supposed to be. When Bao was with you, sister-in-law, you actually cared about the gossip and thus broke up with Bao. This is really wrong of you. If it were me, I wouldn't break up with Bao, even if they talked their heads off, I wouldn't break up. Duan Xiaofang raised her chin and said with a firm face. At the outset of these words, Chen Luan couldn't help but pull his mouth into a light smile and shake his head. Let's just say she has a special brain circuit. Ji Xinyu also froze at the sound of his voice at this moment, subconsciously frowning, and in his heart, he also felt that there were a few points of truth. In the beginning, she was worried about gossip and affecting Miao Miao, so she broke up with Chen Luan, and the day after she broke up, she regretted it, and for so many years, she has been looking for Chen Luan's whereabouts, but unfortunately, she has not been able to find Chen Luan's whereabouts. It wasn't until recently that he was rediscovered. Today, Xiao Fang's words also made her realize her own mistakes, especially after experiencing that huge psychological gap just now. At this moment, her heart will be even more determined to this idea. Fang, you're right, it was Auntie who was wrong about what happened in the recalling what Duan Xiaofang said before they parted, and Bao. I've finally found you, this proves that our destiny is still intact. You have to wait for me to find you, I won't let you go easily. Even though Chen Luan was able to hear from her words that she wanted to express that she didn't want to miss herself, it felt strange coming from her. Not only, but also. The world really is such a coincidence. Ji Xinyu was actually Duan Xiaofang's sister-in-law. People say it's a big world. The earth doesn't revolve around you. But why do I feel that the earth just revolves around me? Stick to a point. In the middle of thinking, the cell phone in his arms suddenly rang. Chen Luan picked up his cell phone and found that it was a message from Teng Ziyi. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., meet Fu Chan at the Roses Promise Cafe, Block A, seat 45. Put the phone down. Couldn't help but stretch. Finally, you can go earn money. With the reserves in my head and all the spare writing I've done over the years, I should be able to get some good money for it when the time comes, and even if I don't like it, I can still write some on the spot. Depends on what song this Fu Chanin needs when the time comes. However, most of the original drafts of those songs written by myself back then are on QQ's cloud. And when I was in college, it was the time when QQ was prevalent. WeChat is not that popular yet. So for saving files and stuff, it's still the QQ cloud that's best. Come to think of it. Chen Luan immediately got up and came to the computer, opening it in a smooth manner. Logged his long-dusted QQ directly into it. Knock knock. DDT. Just at the moment when QQ boarded, the penguin in the lower right corner, after being stuck for a second, instantly flashed at the speed of light sound, and it lasted for a long, long time. The frantic message that flashed the beeps by Chen Luan's ears didn't stop. A slight frown. Chen Luan reached out and shifted the mouse to the lower right corner to take a look at the 99 plus message alerts. And all from thinking of this, Chen Luan hesitated for a moment, but still typed thank you. But just after it was intended to be sent, he couldn't help but pick at his head again. Now that he had no intention of getting back together with her, wouldn't he be giving the other person hope that she would be disappointed once more when she learned the truth? Wouldn't that be a bit too cruel? And once that message was replied to, she was sure to ask for her address. The matter of having a birthday, currently Tang Ro Lolita also knew, by then if she showed up, wouldn't it become an awkward charade again? Not replying to her now was a bit much, but at least it didn't give her any more hope that she could give up when she couldn't find herself. Instead of showing up once more and rejecting her, it would be better to make her feel like she was gone for good. Ouch, what a dilemma. Why did I break up with her in the first place? Why can't you remember? So much had happened in the meantime, plus he had so many ex-girlfriends that there were times when the reasons for the breakups were too much for him to remember. But breaking up with this green kite doesn't seem to be its own problem. But he couldn't remember exactly what it was. Thinking of this, Chen Luan still deleted the message he was about to reply to and then closed the window. Re-download the uploaded sheet music in the cloud. Chen Luan entered the house. Took the guitar off the wall. It's been a long time since I've played these tunes. For tomorrow's negotiation, Fu Xiaonan would definitely want to listen to the tunes before choosing them, so it was just as well, practicing on his own. When I make some money, I'll go to Sanya for a vacation. So I don't have to go to Sanya every day. Thinking of this, he instantly played to the track. Afternoon of the second day. Inside the cafe at the Rose Promise. A few figures were sitting at a table drinking coffee. Teng Ziyi is wearing a professional outfit today, with sunglasses on her head that she has yet to remove. Holding a coffee cup in one hand, he calmly sipped his coffee, with Secretary Lin standing beside him. And across from her, Fu Xiaonan is wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a scarf to survey the surrounding area. The broker is doing the same at the moment. After lunch, they went straight to the cafe. But after sitting down, he had already waited for almost half an hour, and there was still no sign of Chen Luan. I say, Mr. Deng, what's going on with this ex-boyfriend of yours? Is he coming or not? It's been almost 40 minutes, this is too much, right? I don't even need 40 minutes to see my father. Fu Xiaonan knit her brows and surveyed the situation around her. She also couldn't help but hold her glasses and said unhappily. Because Teng Ziyi said that the one who introduced her this time was the one who sang the nameless one in the big stall last time, that's why Fu Xiaonan specially pushed all the announcements to come here today, but who would have thought that this guy could be even more of a big shot than himself as a star? It used to be that other people waited for them, and now he's actually making himself wait for him for so long. What's the hurry? Teng Ziyi put down the coffee cup in her hand. When Liu Bei met Zhuge Liang, at least he went 3 times before he met. You're only once, you can't wait? Ah. Fu Xiaonan froze at the sound of his voice. Liu Bei invited Zhuge Liang to Liangshan 3 times. Ah? Oh. Then I'm better off today. Cough. Teng Ziyi couldn't help but cough at the sound. You. What did you just say? I said. Liu Bei invited Zhuge Liang on Liangshan invited 3 times. Ah? But it's a pity that in the end it wasn't still an imperial decree. It was a waste of effort, wasn't it? Fu Xiaonan smiled and turned his head to look at the agent beside him. The broker had an embarrassed face at the moment, and subconsciously raised his eyes to look at Teng Ziyi, who looked helpless in front of him. You should read more books when you have time in the future to supplement your experience. When you're a star, you're not required to have a high diploma, at least you have to understand the basics. Teng Ziyi helplessly put down her coffee cup and glared at Fu Xiaonan in front of her, saying with a speechless face. What do you mean? Fu Xiaonan clearly didn't understand the meaning of Teng Ziyi's words. The broker sniffed and immediately came to Fu Xiaonan's ear and whispered, Sister Xiaonan, Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang are from the 3 kingdoms. Liangshan is the story of water margin. You're confused. How is that possible? Aren't these 2 from the same dynasty? The last time I read it on my cell phone, it was their story. Ah? Fu Xiaonan asked back with a raised eyebrow full of doubt. The one you're reading is a crossover novel. Not the original. The agent said with a helpless frown to cover her mouth. Fu Xiaonan sniffed and immediately stared awkwardly, then slowly turned back and looked at Teng Ziyi's speechless and icy eyes, then immediately exhibited a smile and clapped his hands. Ha ha ha. It turns out that they are not from the same dynasty. Ah. I said 100 single 8 generals plus these 2 should be 110 generals only. How only 100 single 8 generals? Her words at the moment were originally intended to open the conversation. But it turns out that today's Duncan doesn't pick up the slack at all. Still looking at her breathlessly. That look made her scared and embarrassed, and she immediately scratched her head, then laughed. Oops, it's been 40 minutes, why hasn't he come yet? It can't be a car accident. No, something happened, right? Shui. Right after that was said, there was a sneezing sound from the rear. The voice came, causing a few people to look back. Right now. Chen Luan bent down and wiped his nose. It's as if that just spoke right to him. Seeing this scene, the originally embarrassed Fu Xiaonan instantly seemed to see hope, and the whole person excitedly stood up and ran towards the front. Oops. Brother Xiaoan, you're finally here. If you don't come, I'm going to die of embarrassment. Quickly, let me hug you. Fu Xiaonan excitedly got up and went forward. Seeing Chen Luan was tantamount to seeing a savior, which meant that this stiff topic could finally be switched. Mr. Deng's horrible eyes also finally stopped looking at himself. The embarrassing scene he had just witnessed could finally dissipate. That's why Chen. Alright then, Xiaonan. Teng Ziyi nodded with a sniff, then turned her head and shouted, her tone and voice, in this instant, immediately changed. A moment of majesty. It was as if a sharp blade had struck, causing the agent on the sidelines to shake violently back to his senses. Looking back, he found Fu Xiaonan sizing up Teng Ziyi with a puzzled expression, obviously still not having reacted from her strange attitude. Sister Nan. The number of songs prepared varies from stage to stage. Fu Xiaonan sniffed. This time's Music World Competition belongs to the Global Linkage Music World Competition. Currently it's a competition selection within each country, for example, the Y Entertainment that we're in nowadays, because of the main focus on the future international track, so the domestic stage is not very long, and we, the singers, need to prepare a song for each of us. But even so, the scale of elimination is brutal, and one needs to be chosen as the champion among the 50 or so popular singers. And the one who becomes the champion will be qualified to participate in the future Asian music industry competition, and if they can make it into the top 10 rankings at the Asian music industry competition, they can participate in the global music industry competition. Hearing these words, Chen Luan couldn't help but frown. According to this, the music industry competition in a while will be the audition for the domestic music scene. No wonder Duncan is so valued. Even hiring a lot of songwriting and lyric writing professionals couldn't achieve what Fu Xiaonan wanted. Now that Star Emperor Entertainment is on the rise, and Fu Xiaonan is the #1 singer that our company is promoting, after the rumor fiasco some time ago, she is now in dire need of a competition to prove herself. Not only is it important for her, but for our company, as well. Teng Ziyi also spoke out. I heard your song Nameless Man at the stall that day, and was instantly enamored. Both the tune and the lyrics of your song are written in a very deep way, and nowadays people like to listen to this kind of song that can be sung to one's heart. I believe that the song I'm going to participate in the competition when the time comes, if it's penned by you, it will definitely be a success. So Fu was at the stall. After all, in something like a competition, the song plays a part, but the biggest part of the key is the temporary performance of the singer. It wasn't so much that Chen Luan was pouring cold water on them, but rather a disclaimer reserved for himself. This we certainly know. The song only takes up part of it, the specifics still depend on how I have to play then, you just write the song. As a singer, Fu Xiaonan naturally knew clearly that no one could guarantee that the song would directly win the championship as soon as it came out, unless the song was really powerful to a certain level. Good. Chen Luan nodded, and with this, he was relieved, and immediately said, then. What type of song do you need? He still wanted to ask first to see if there was anything in his reserve that would be suitable for Fu Xiaonan. At the sound of the voice, Fu Xiaonan raised her head, her fingertips cushioning her chin as she thought, is there that kind of song that talks about love, and it's abusive, and then it's love but not love, and there's a lot of stories that go deeper into people's hearts, but it also celebrates love, and it feels like a lost love, and it's also sweet, and the person who listens to it emo and wants to listen to it over and over again? After the request of the head of Monopoly was made, Fu Xiaonan, who was silent in his own fantasy, looked up. Only to find that several people in the room were looking at her with a confused look. A silence fell over the scene and everyone stopped what they were doing. What's wrong with you guys? Sensing that something was wrong, Fu Xiaonan shot a puzzled glance at the crowd and spoke, is this request strange? It is more than strange. As the crowd returned to their senses, Secretary Lin couldn't help but say, Sister Nan, do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? You're asking for too much. You want to glorify love, but also sadistic love, but also in depth, but also many stories, but also glorify love, but also love lost with a sweet flavor. Do you want to make his brain explode? Teng Ziyi helplessly glanced at her and couldn't help but say. Being spat upon by the crowd, Fu Xiaonan was also aggrieved as she fought her fingers and beamed. Wasn't it you, Mr. Deng, who said that he was a genius and that the song requests came with me? Letting you make a request, not letting you make a wish. This is a cafe. If you want to make a wish, go to the temple and make it. Teng Ziyi said in a cold voice. It's a bit much, Sister Nan, you're asking for a bit more and it's complicated. It's simply impossible for an ordinary person to write this kind of song. The manager beside her also whispered with her head down at this moment. Well. Hear the sound in your ears. Chen Luan immediately reached out and interrupted them. Then he spoke, I have 3 songs here, comparing to your requirements, although they can't be 100% up to standard, at least 80% or 90% of them are still okay. At the outset of these words, all the people present were startled and snapped back to their senses. Huh? Really? Having been in the business for so long, she knows a little bit about it, and the lyrics and compositions of these 3 songs are all new to her. She was doubly surprised in her mind that she had only now discovered this specialty of his. No wonder, those songs written for Chizim before were a hit on the extranet. At first she thought that it was Qian Shimi's personal ability, but now it seemed that Qian Shimi's ability only accounted for 50%, and the remaining 50% had to be given to these songs that Chen Luan had written. Before, it was really cheap for that woman Shishimi. Awesome. Brother Shaoan, you're too awesome. I like all 3 songs, Mr. Deng, can we buy all 3 songs? At this moment, Fu Xiaonan held the list in her hand and looked incredibly excited. As a singer, she knew the attraction of a good song to her, because there was an attraction between a good song and a singer. The second most important aspect of a singer's success, besides their own strength, is the song itself. Once chosen correctly, it has a chance to be a hit. Even though Fu Xiaonan was already very popular at the moment, if she could make use of these songs again and shine in the music industry, then her career could definitely be taken to the next level. The people around him were also slightly surprised at the moment. Fu Xiaonan is extremely strict in choosing songs on a regular basis. Sometimes a song has to be considered for a long time, so there are often cases of pass. Today, she picked out 3 songs at once just by looking at them. This really surprised them a bit. Just by looking around, you're sure you want 3 songs? Teng Ziyi looked at Fu Xiaonan in front of her and asked with a crooked head. Of course. These 3 are absolute gold quality songs. Whether my future career can take off depends on them, Mr. Deng, you. Fu Xiaonan said excitedly. At this moment his gaze turned to Teng Ziyi, but he saw that her gaze was firmly fixed on himself at this moment, and when those eyes met, Teng Ziyi quietly turned her eyes to gesture to Chen Luan who was beside her. Noticing this expression of reminder, Fu Xiaonan immediately reacted, then said, But well, before we buy something, we have to inspect the goods as well. Speaking here, Fu Xiaonan turned her head to look at Chen Luan in front of her and smiled. Brother Shaoan, I don't know, would you be willing to sing a verse for us? Chapter 75. Once upon a time, there was a man who loved you for a long time. Mr. Zhao, it's not that I'm not helping you, it's just that recently, as we approach the music industry competition, all the major songwriters have been poached by other agencies. It took me a lot of effort to finally find a batch, but you're not satisfied with any of them, so I can't help it. Another place in the cafe. 2 figures are talking in front of their seats. Listening to the words of the person in front of him, Zhao Tiansheng couldn't help but frown and hold up his glasses. Rubbing his thumbs together, he said in a deep voice, You should know what this music world competition means to our company. Taking the championship of the domestic competition and entering the Asian music world competition is the goal that our company must accomplish this time. Even though talent is hard to find, it's not an excuse for you to take such a bunch of stuff to spam the competition. Do you really think that I, Zhao Tiansheng, haven't had a good meal? He's been in the business for years. Whether the tune was good or not, he could feel it as soon as he heard and saw it. It's been a rollicking time approaching the music industry competition, with all the entertainment agencies selling their songs in preparation. And they, Empire Star Entertainment, were just a little bit late to the game, and now, they were about to lose even a little bit of soup. As the chairman of the company, how can he not be worried? This match wasn't just the key to signing artists under them, it was the key to whether or not Emperor Star Entertainment could stand up to Star Emperor Entertainment. Therefore, he also valued it very much. Only today, the creators who have spent a lot of money to find them have written songs, but none of them have caught his eye. At present. Hearing these words, the man with glasses sitting on the opposite side of the table also helplessly held up his glasses. Mr. Zhao, isn't your request a bit too high? The ones I've found for you, they've all worked with popular artists, and if even they can't fit into your eyes, then I really can't do anything. Since the video of the last big stall went viral, the internet then set off a frenzy of speculation and discussion about Chen Luan's identity. There was a lot of speculation that the man singing in the stall was the Netflix hero, Chen Luan. It's just that Chen Luan hasn't been available for interviews during this time, so no definitive evidence has ever emerged. But looking at the comparisons on the internet with a nose, many people have taken the incident as true. I didn't think this Netflix hero had it in him. It's a pity. If only I had the chance to meet him. Zhao Tiansheng stroked his chin and sighed with a grave expression. During this time, he also tried to contact Chen Luan, but the calls he made and the text messages he sent did not get any response. But think about it, he dared to refuse even a TV interview, let alone his own invitation. Just as Zhao Tiansheng was thinking, the cafe, which was playing gentle and elegant music, suddenly fell silent. The next second, a guitar strumming ensues. While the music comes slowly, Zhao Tiansheng, who was frowning with worry, gradually had a change in his expression at this moment. The troubled face gradually loosened. subconsciously looked up as that music slowly worked its way into the lyrics. His eyes began to look around. Ultimate. It shifted to a figure in front of the stage in front of us. Inside the cafe at the moment. In front of a stage in the center. Next to a piano. A young figure is sitting with a guitar in his hand above the. An elevated microphone stood in front of his mouth, playing a guitar melody softly under the light. It's him! Zhao Tianqing's gaze snapped. Somewhat surprised, he looked ahead. It was Zhao Tianshang who directly reached out and covered his mouth. Shoo! Zhao Tianshang made a shoe-stop motion to him, then slowly raised his head. His eyes seemed to have been following the melody of the song. The story's little yellow flower, floating from the year it was born. The swing of childhood swings with the memory until now. Speak softly. The nice and gentle voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. For the sake of convenience, Fu Chanan can choose from 3 songs. Chen Luan agreed to his request. Follow the song he chose and sing it live. Perhaps it was because of his previous experience with the big stalls that he seemed more comfortable this time around. And he was also aware that as soon as he was sure, then he could happily collect his own money, and until then, think of it as a demonstration of merchandise strength for his boss. And in this scene today, not only did Fu Xiaonan want to hear it, but Teng Ziyi equally wanted to hear it. She didn't make it to the last big stall scene, and this time, she wanted to hear Chen Luan sing in person. And when that music came out with Chen Luan's gentle singing, Teng Ziyi's face instantly eased. It was as if that icy face had been healed. There were a few moments of surprise in her eyes. Surprised that Chen Luan's live vocals are even better than in the video. Also more surprised at the flavor of the song. As soon as I opened my mouth, there was a very comfortable feeling. As if summer. As if first love. As the tune begins and ends, Chen Luan's playing moves slowly, and a guitar seems to have magic in his hands, making the whole piece of music very attractive. Causing more and more eyes on the scene to start shifting to the stage. The day I skipped school for you. The day the flowers fall. The one in the classroom. Why can't I see? A gentle melody fades into the tide. Listening to Fu Xiaonan, he couldn't help but lift his finger and gently tap it on the table. Inside the cafe. The many shifting eyes looked surprised and delighted. They weren't loud and bothered by the sudden appearance of a man singing in the cafe today. On the contrary, at this moment, Chen Luan's song Sunny Day directly caused all the gazes of the people present to fall on him. Even those who were previously discussing topics and talking about their work had now put down their hands and supported their chins, looking at Chen Luan in the spotlight and listening to his song. As the lyrics slowly build to a crescendo. At this moment, Zhao Tianshang also couldn't help but narrow his eyes, slowly raising his right hand to support his face. He could feel the atmosphere of the song, the score, the flavor of the lyrics. Gentle and rich in romance, it has the flavor of first love, but with an inexplicable sadness, just like young love in general. I tried to hold your hand on a windy day. But it's raining so hard that I can't see you. At present. Figure the climax is upon us. The moment Chen Luan opened his mouth and sang. All the people present brightened up. Especially Fu Xiaonan and Ziyi Deng. As the climax of the music arrived, both of their complexions changed instantly. How long will it be before I'm by your side? Maybe I'll feel better when it clears up. This climactic musical transition made their backs tingle momentarily. There was a jolting sense of remembering the sweet and times of the heat of. But the wind is gradually blowing the distance so far away. It's so hard to love another day. The climax follows with a 2-part song that Zhao Tianshang can't help but bring into the mix. From his square sitting position, he slowly stood up. He didn't even realize how he was reacting at the moment, he just felt that the song went deeper and brought him in beyond belief. It was by far the deepest song he'd ever heard, with an absolutely golden arrangement and absolutely golden lyrics. Absolutely perfect singing. Chen Luan's soprano voice, paired with the melody of the moment. Many people on the stage have become a part of it. There was a reminder of a time when there was once a time of ignorant love. A good song always reminds you of something. This moment, however, was the one that silenced everyone in the room. This time. They even forgot to take out their cell phones to take pictures. I finally know why Ms. Deng is so enamored with him. In my place, I'm also enamored. At this moment, looking at the touching Teng Ziyi by her side, Secretary Lin couldn't help but hold up his glasses, and the gaze with which he viewed Chen Luan on the stage had changed quite a bit. Is this his strength? Awesome, really awesome. Sister Nan, I believe that if you have his help, your chances of winning the championship will at least triple. The agent couldn't help but exclaim from the side. Yeah. Fu Xiaonan silently looked at the figure on the stage and sighed softly, this guy. It's a pity not to be a singer. Quickly. The song is over. After the last note was played by Chen Luan, a brief silence fell upon the scene in the cafe. Later, a round of applause followed. The entire cafe, including the waiters at the moment, as well as the security guards at the door, couldn't help but clap and applaud. They were all marveling at the song they had just sung, and applauding the perfect singing that Chen Luan had just done. This heartfelt gratitude is all a testament to him and the song. Sensing the applause around him, Chen Luan also immediately got up and bowed to the crowd, and then he was about to walk off the stage. Fu Xiaonan and Teng Ziyi at the back were also about to get up to pick up the. But I didn't expect that. Right now. A voice, however, preceded them. Mr. Chen, please stay. I wonder if you would be interested in having a cup of coffee with me. Chapter 76, Mr. Deng should not only guard against women, but also against men. Inside the cafe. This figure that came out of nowhere. Leave a few people on stage. As well as Chen Luan, who was about to step down, were all stunned. Look back. The two were seen walking up with smiles on their faces. When her eyes fell on the visitor, Teng Ziyi immediately condensed her eyebrows and recognized the other party's identity, Zhao Tiansheng? Chairman of Emperor Star Entertainment? Why is he here today? Looking ahead, Teng Ziyi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Thinking about what Zhao Tiansheng said just now. This guy isn't here to steal my man, is he? You are? Looking at the strange middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask in confusion. Zhao Tiansheng sniffed and immediately had to reach for the business card in his arms. At the present moment. But he was interrupted by a voice from behind. Mr. Zhao, are you planning to steal someone from our Mr. Deng today? Secretary Lin's voice came from behind, blocking Zhao Tiansheng's movements at the moment, and he looked up in confusion. A familiar figure was seen in the crowd. That's Fu Xiaonan. After noticing the figure, his eyebrows flickered. And so on. Just now she said Mr. Deng. Look back. Seeing that at this moment, Secretary Lin stepped aside, and Teng Ziyi from the back walked up obediently, and when that figure appeared, Zhao Tiansheng's gaze was instantly startled. Why is this woman here too? Did she just say robbing people? Could it be that she come for Chen Luan as well? However, at this moment, even though Zhao Tiansheng had more doubts in his heart, he still stabilized his mind at the first time and smiled at Teng Ziyi. Mr. Tang. I didn't expect you to be in this cafe today, it seems like we're quite destined to meet. Teng Ziyi sniffed and stepped forward, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she spoke. It's not fate, the reason we appeared here today is to meet with Mr. Chen. It just didn't occur to me that halfway through, Mr. Zhao suddenly came out and stuck his foot in the door. Teng Ziyi's words fell. The expression on Zhao Tiansheng's face stiffened. On the side, Fu Xiaonan immediately lowered her head and couldn't help but smile. This tone. Mr. Deng obviously treats Zhao Tiansheng as a love rival in front of him. But if you think about it, it's true. Zhao Tiansheng has always been a competitive relationship with their company. Fang's behavior is obviously to Chen Luan have ideas, although it is a male, but at this moment, the situation, but also clear that it is to come with Teng Ziyi to steal the man. These words also caused Chen Luan to stare blankly. Boy! Is this how Duncan usually talks to people? That's a really intimidating tone and style of speaking. All of a sudden, it made this atmosphere a little awkward. Mr. Deng is joking, I just admire Mr. Chen's songs as well as his singing ability and want to treat Mr. Chen to a cup of coffee. Mr. Deng is so hidden, could Mr. Chen has already signed with your Star Emperor Entertainment? In the end, as a person who has experienced the storm, Zhao Tiansheng, although by Teng Ziyi nonchalantly responded to a blow, but still stable, although his heart is a little displeased, but did not show it on his face. Instead, he is still unrelenting pursuit of the attack. These words were also testing Chen Luan's current affiliation. You know, for them now, whoever could be the first to sign Chen Luan to the company would get this genius. As for the businessmen, it didn't matter to them who made the appointment first, what mattered was who Chen Luan would choose. Who would sign with, that was the key. Only with a contract in hand did their company have the qualifications to decide whether an artist would stay or go. Mr. Zhao guessed correctly, before you came, we had already signed. He is the newcomer that our Star Emperor Entertainment will be signing soon, so I also hope that Mr. Zhao won't dwell on it any longer so as not to waste your precious time. Teng Ziyi's words fell as she reached out and snapped her fingers. Secretary Lin sniffed and immediately stepped forward to take the guitar in Chen Luan's hands. But at this moment, Zhao Tiansheng didn't give up. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at their situation at this moment, then looked at Fu Xiaonan, then spoke, "Is Mr. Deng so anxious and scared? If I'm not mistaken, we came here today to buy a song from Mr. Chen, right?" At the outset of these words, everyone in the room was stunned. Fu Xiaonan as well as the manager all looked at Zhao Tiansheng with an unexpected look at the moment. They didn't expect this guy to be able to recognize the truth at a glance. How did he see it? Is this guy's business eye really that accurate? It's not just them. Even Chen Luan was a bit surprised. He hadn't said anything so far, and this guy could tell by just a few words? This Mr. Chen is a Netflix hero who has recently become a big hit on the internet, but he has been interviewed by an official TV station before, after being awarded by the mayor. If he really wanted to sign up with an agency, then naturally he should have signed up with a company when he was at his hottest, not now. Furthermore, the song "The Nameless Man" that Mr. Chen sang in the big stall before has now exploded all over the internet, and the fact that there is only one version of this song currently on the internet is proof of originality, and likewise proves that Mr. Chen possesses a good talent for writing songs. Today, Chief Deng brought the newly promoted little song queen, Fu Xiaonan, here to meet Mr. Chen, so it can't be that they came together for an interview, right? So I expect that you should have specially invited Mr. Chen to write a song today for the music industry competition afterwards, right? Zhao Tiansheng made some verbal speculations, which were justified, and all the people present were dumbfounded. Even Teng Ziyi couldn't help but furrow her brows at this moment. "Mr. Tang, people say that the chairman of Empire Star Entertainment is an old fox with a sharp eye. Today, I see that his name is true. Within such a short period of time, he instantly saw through the situation. It seems that he is coming from a bad place today." Sensing the situation ahead, Secretary Lin listened with worry in his heart and couldn't help but whisper a reminder in Teng Ziyi's ear. Hearing these words, Teng Ziyi also couldn't help but squeeze her fists. As things stand, they didn't have a contract with Chen Luan, and the other party was qualified to contact Chen Luan, and even to sign a contract and buy songs. Although Teng Ziyi was overbearing, she also knew that this matter would not have any effect on Chen Luan at all, but instead would be a good thing. After all, the more people who bought the songs, the more Chen Luan earned. But it just didn't sit well with her. For one thing, Chen Luan was her ex-boyfriend and was hers. She would be unhappy if he was snatched away by another woman, and she would be unhappy if he was taken away by another man. Even though she didn't think there in her heart at the moment, she and Zhao Tiansheng were after all in a competitive relationship, and once Chen Luan joined them or helped them because of the money, their chances of winning the music industry competition afterward would go down. Winning the title this time was equally important to her and to Zhao Tiansheng, so Teng Ziyi was actually a bit torn in her mind. On the one hand, she didn't want Chen Luan to talk much with this person, and was even silently chanting in her mind for Chen Luan to kick him out of the way, but she couldn't show it directly, couldn't open her mouth directly, because she had promised Chen Luan before that she would definitely not force him to do a single thing anymore. During this period of time, her change, Chen Luan is also in the eyes. She does not want to because of today's this matter to lose all the credit. Thoughts having reached this point, Teng Ziyi slowly clenched her pink fists, her face gradually turning cold. Clenched silver teeth. And at this moment, noticing the expressions of the crowd, Zhao Tiansheng was also very sure that he had guessed correctly. Time was running out. At this moment, he needed to take advantage of Teng Ziyi's inability to counterattack, and immediately lay his hands on Chen Luan. "Mr. Chen, the song you just sang, I like it very much. I don't know whether or not Mr. Chen has any interest in selling that song just now to me? Price, you name it. Of course, if Mr. Chen wants to enter the entertainment industry, our Empire Star Entertainment Company will also take out the utmost sincerity to sign a contract with you, and tailor-make the best status for you to debut. I believe that with Mr. Chen's strength, if you want to debut, it will definitely be very easy. And you'll definitely be a big hit. Told you so." At this moment, Zhao Tiansheng was not the least bit inked. Instead, they just come up and zoom around. He knew that today's battle to snatch people was difficult, facing Star Emperor Entertainment, who had always pressed them head-on, and facing Teng Ziyi. But even so, he was going to make the attempt. After all, he really didn't want to let go of such a good seedling. In his entire life, he had at most one chance to offend Teng Ziyi head-on and get out in one piece, and logically he should have cherished this chance, but today, after seeing Chen Luan, he was determined to use this chance up and grab of Chen Luan in front of Teng Ziyi. Noticing that Teng Ziyi's face beside her was getting more and more gloomy, Fu Xiaonan immediately spoke up, Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to snatch someone like this in front of our Mr. Deng, right? Moreover, this is our first, you this halfway cut off, is really a bit too not put Mr. Deng in the eyes. Business competition is supposed to be about each person's ability. Rich little diva, you should know that our Empire Star Entertainment is not losing too much to your Star Emperor Entertainment. If we have a G like Mr. Chen to join us, the future will definitely be able to surpass Star Emperor Entertainment. The music industry is on the horizon. I won't let go of such a good. Thinking of this, Zhao Tiansheng somewhat anxiously reached out and pulled Chen Luan, speaking, Mr. Chen, don't be anxious, we can still discuss it again, how much the other side of the honorarium gives you, I'll give you twice as much on a uniform basis. Twice. When the words fall, the crowd froze. Even Fu Xiaonan's face instantly changed. It could clearly be felt that today's Zhao Tiansheng was in a hurry and had already disregarded his image to rob people. This shows how much the domestic entertainment industry values this music industry competition today. These words. It also made Chen Luan's complexion tremble. This guy's so down on his money? He's got the guts to triple it without even making an offer? Isn't that the same as giving a check and letting yourself just fill it out? Very sincere indeed. Only, today he did promise Teng Ziyi first. Even if the offer he made at the moment was tempting, he still intended to refuse. However, just as Chen Luan was about to open his mouth, an icy voice came from the back at this moment. Let go. The crowd shuddered at the sound. Secretary Lin only felt his sweaty hairs stand on end. Look back. She saw Teng Ziyi walk up with a gloomy face, push away Zhao Tiansheng in front of her, and opened her mouth to say, the chairman of Imperial Star Entertainment, today, is it forcing to grab a man with me, Teng Ziyi? Chapter 77 Because of Love. Won't grieve easily. SH. What the hell? Teng Ziyi the serious words, although can understand the meaning, but how to sound always feel where not right. Equal. At this moment, Teng Ziyi's words also caused the three of them, Fu Xiaonan, to raise their eyebrows. What is Mr. Dunn talking about? Robbing men? Probably. It's because they want to snatch more talents like Mr. Chen, right? In a hurry, so it's... Hey. My heart aches for Mr. Deng. Not only do you have to guard against women hooking up with Mr. Chen, but now you have to guard against men. Mr. Chen is really a piece of meat and potatoes, isn't he? Both men and women can be killed. Fu Xiaonan couldn't help but hold her forehead with a tone of watching the fun. Hearing these words, Chen Luan also couldn't help but roll his eyes greatly in his heart. These guys, they're just here for the fun, right? Mr. Deng, the fact that you and I both have our eyes on him shows that Mr. Chen's talent is recognized. Then for a person of his caliber, the final choice of where to go should be decided by him. Why does Mr. Deng have to control so much? Besides, you haven't even signed the contract yet. Looking at Teng Ziyi who stood out at this moment, Zhao Tiansheng immediately opened his mouth and said. He could also detect Teng Ziyi's care for Chen Luan, but that was also the case, the more he couldn't give up, after all, it had all come this far. What he was trying to do now was to try to provoke Teng Ziyi and make her lose her mind, thus allowing more chances for Chen Luan to come back and choose again. This is a method of comparative use that is often used for signing contracts in shopping centers. It's also the one he uses the most and has the highest chance of winning. As long as he angers Teng Ziyi, he has a chance. But he didn't expect. At this moment, Teng Ziyi was far calmer than he thought. In the face of his methods, Teng Ziyi did not get angry, but instead smiled gently and spoke, it seems that Mr. Zhao looks at paper contracts as very important. Thinking that with only a contract, you can do whatever you want. But with so many years of business battle experience, Mr. Zhao seems to have forgotten that there is something that can surpass a contract. Zhao Tiansheng frowned at the sound, Mr. Deng is talking about affection. Teng Ziyi lightly picked her vermilion lips, then turned around and took Chen Luan's arm, stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Chen Luan's neck, pulling him in front of her, and instantly her vermilion lips were pitted against it. The scene. It made everyone in the room startled. The Fu Xiaonan trio at the back looked directly at it with wide eyes and covered their mouths. I'll go. Mr. Deng deserves to be called Mr. Deng. Is this the drive of a woman who does great things? Even Chen Luan didn't expect. It's amazing how bold Teng Ziyi is, coming in so decisively. Zhao Tiansheng froze in place with a face full of surprise, looking at her with a face full of incredulity and a heart full of confusion. What's the situation? Didn't you say that Teng Ziyi is the Athena of the workplace and that no one should get close to her? How is it possible to kiss a man voluntarily? At this moment, this action of hers directly disrupted all his plans and thoughts. Before that so-called strategy, ideas and so on, in Teng Ziyi this kiss, directly to throw to 100,000 miles. For the sake of robbing someone, is this woman really that ruthless? You should know that Deng's face is superb. It is known as the first of the 3 best things about the imperial capital. In the face of such a beauty lure, ordinary people simply couldn't carry it off. At this moment, Teng Ziyi didn't talk nonsense and took out this trick, which was like directly turning on the cheater. How does that make people play? Mr. Teng, for the sake of robbing someone, you're going a bit overboard, aren't you? Zhao Tianshang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth with a face full of displeasure. Oof. If Mr. Zhao is not convinced, you can come too. Teng Ziyi let go of Chen Luan and waved her hand with a light smile. Question mark. Ha! Fu Xiaonan and the others smiled at the sound of the voice and immediately glanced at Mr. Zhao with some disdain for starting the cacophony. Chen Luan was also startled violently, thinking that Teng Ziyi was also really pissed off. He quickly waved his hand and said, all right. Mr. Zhao, I still have the same words as before, thanks for the love. It's just that I've already promised Mr. Tang, so I can only. If Mr. Tang wants to compare like this, then I, Zhao, will no longer hold back. Mr. Chen, if you cooperate with me, my company will directly arrange a deep cooperation between you and Duan Lingwei. Zhao Tianshang was also completely enraged by Teng Ziyi at this moment. Especially since the situation just provoked him, it really made him think that Chen Luan was moved because of Teng Ziyi's beauty. After all, the other party was the head of the 3 best in the imperial capital. And now, since it was going to be a hard fight, it was time to directly raise the bearer of Empire Star Entertainment. At the outset of these words, all the people present changed their faces. Duan Lingwei? Wow! Duan Lingwei, one of the 4 little flower girls? Mr. Zhao is really bloodthirsty in order to poach someone. Fu Xiaonan's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Duan Lingwei, today's youngest generation of Chinese acting, face, and countless fans. I've won a lot of awards. It is even known as the 4 beauties of showbiz. She is the biggest signboard of Emperor Entertainment, and recently, she has been evaluated as one of the 4 little flower girls. Young, pretty and capitalized, and a good actor. It is the object of countless young people's pursuit, has a huge appeal at the box office, and even more countless geeky fans. At the present moment. After hearing the name. Even the always calm Teng Ziyi changed her face slightly and looked at Chen Luan beside her with some concern. Why? Because the only star Chen Luan liked in the entertainment industry was Duan Lingwei. Remember he once told Teng Ziyi about this. That time when Teng Ziyi asked what she wanted for her birthday, Chen Luan said that she wanted an autograph from Duan Lingwei. At that time, although Teng Ziyi was very jealous, in the end, she still spent a lot of effort to help Chen Luan get Duan Lingwei's signature. This matter let Teng Ziyi in her mind for a long time, also more than once want to dig Duan Lingwei to their own company, but unfortunately, Duan Lingwei this person is more nostalgic. She is from the Emperor Star Entertainment Company, so even if the outside world of the other companies out of the sky price, she is still not moved. Today. At this critical juncture. Once again, this choice came up. Teng Ziyi did not, don't talk about Chen Luan. Even they were a little moved by what was said. Noticing Teng Ziyi's expression, the girls were also more or less worried, but none of them said anything, instead shifting their gaze to Chen Luan. The final outcome can only be determined by him. There was a moment of silence. Chen Luan in the front has moved. Only to see him slowly let go of Teng Ziyi's hand, at this moment slowly walk towards the front. The scene. It made Teng Ziyi's eyes freeze for a second, and her heart clenched violently. Fu Xiaonan and the others at the back also changed their faces. Oh, no. You're not really talking, are you? Noticing Chen Luan's expression, Zhao Tianshang immediately turned his worry into joy as he watched the action in front of him and immediately reached for the pen in his arms. The heart was also very excited. This time. They're winning. But just as his pen was about to be touched out, at this moment, Chen Luan reached out his right hand and pressed it down. This sudden movement caused everyone present to look stunned. Only at this moment, Chen Luan gently bowed to Zhao Tianshang and spoke, I'm very grateful for Mr. Bao's appreciation of me. And thank you for offering me the conditions are very attractive. However, I, Chen Luan, am still firm on only one choice. That is, Star Emperor Entertainment. At the outset of these words, Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Teng Ziyi's tense look instantly turned into one of delight and emotion. This also made today's Zhao Tiansheng even more incredulous. Why? Why did you refuse such a good offer? Can you tell me why? He stepped forward with great incomprehension and asked sharply. In that case, it was actually what the others in the room wanted to ask. With such conditions, even those of them who had been with Teng Ziyi for so long were a bit moved. But Chen Luan didn't hesitate for a second. Even Teng Ziyi was a little curious in her heart at the moment as to why. Just ahead, Chen Luan gently turned back, looked at Teng Ziyi behind him, and laughed softly, because of love. At the outset of these words, the people present were once again startled. Teng Ziyi's face even changed, and her heartbeat accelerated the moment her beautiful eyes widened. He is confessing to me. He's confessing to me? The scene that she never expected to see, today, this absolutely unexpected scene appeared in front of. There's the feeling of going to a restaurant for a steak and just taking a bite, and the waiter suddenly comes up and tells you that what you're served is. Secretary Lin even had a speechless expression. Just now Mr. Deng was about to be moved to tears, and you suddenly came with such a sentence. You are really a beast. No wonder people keep calling you a scum. Stiffening and dulling the face. It made Teng Ziyi's face sink at this moment. The face that was somewhat smiling and excited just now instantly turned gloomy. Originally, she had thought that Chen Luan had changed his nature. Today's remark was really a bit touching, and even wanted to take the initiative to confess. Where did I know that Chen Luan was so— Talk. He reached into his pocket and, okay. Seeing her getting more and more outrageous, Chen Luan immediately waved his hand. You usually read less web novels. What's wrong with web novels? It's pretty good. Without paying attention to Fu Xiaonan at the back, Chen Luan walked towards Teng Ziyi, then spoke. Shui, have you decided which song to choose? Teng Ziyi didn't reply immediately at the sound of her voice, but just silently looked at Chen Luan, and this look lasted for more than 10 seconds before she then suddenly spoke. Xiaonan. Fu Xiaonan snapped back at the sound and rushed over. Pick a song. I decided a long time ago, I'll take Sunny. This song, it's perfect for me. Fu Xiaonan came to the table, pointed to the list on the table, and opened his mouth. Good. Sign the contract. This music industry competition is in a unique situation, so there's a clause in this contract that you need to be aware of. After pushing the pen to Chen Luan, Teng Ziyi reached out and pointed to the contract. Here literary. Chen Luan froze and immediately flipped through the pages, and soon, he found a contractual requirement on Article 23. After sweeping his eyes for a moment, his eyes shook and he hurriedly said, we're going to have a short signing until the end of the Music World competition. This was something he hadn't thought about at all, and had thought it was simply about selling songs. Unexpectedly, there was a small additional condition that there was a short employment relationship between them, meaning that by signing this contract, Chen Luan would briefly join Star Emperor Entertainment for a period of time until the end of the Music World competition. This time, the music industry competition is actually a game between major entertainment companies, in order not to have any trouble and fall off the topic. Songs have to use their own company created, so, this period of time, need you to temporarily join Star Emperor Entertainment, and there is no other requirements, just need to provide songs on the line. As for work and so on, you want to come, do not want to come, do not come, nothing more than, is to hang our company's name to you. Oh. That is, the equivalent of giving a license yourself? Short of being a Star Emperor Entertainment person, this will prove that the song is a Star Emperor Entertainment original and more representative of Star Emperor Entertainment's overall strength. When the music competition is over, I'll have Secretary Lin terminate your contract. At that time, you will also regain your freedom. Hearing these words, Chen Luan subconsciously nodded. Not having to work, just putting up a name and having the song sold really didn't make a big difference to him. It seems that it's Duncan who was still thinking ahead. Thinking about it, he spoke. Other than that, anything else? There's also the fact that at that time, we might need you to go with us to the Music World competition. Teng Ziyi tapped the table and spoke in a calm tone. Do I have to go to this one too? This was a bit of a surprise to Chen Luan. He wasn't a star in the entertainment industry. What was the point of going there? At the outset of these words, behind him, Secretary Lin stepped forward and said, because this music festival competition is open to all circles in the country, there will be live webcasts and live television broadcasts. And all kinds of celebrities will be invited to attend, and if it really comes to fruition, there will be an award ceremony, and Mr. Chen, as the creator of the song, in case you win the award, you are going to be given a reward. You can't miss this situation, can you? Chen Luan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sound. These guys, they're that confident? This isn't even a competition yet and you're thinking about winning a prize? But if you think about it, it's true. It's such a big scene, just go for it. And back when he was in college, he had fantasized about this scene more than once, attending a music festival competition, and now, even sitting down and watching would be nice. There will surely be a number of popular singers from the entertainment industry attending, and this kind of opportunity doesn't come along all the time. I just can't hang out for a while. Later. Signed the contract. Chen Luan's cell phone then received a text message reminder of the arrival of $10 million. You can see how quickly Deng came out of the gate. However, now that there were already funds in the account, Chen Luan also planned to go out and spend money, otherwise this money earned would be meaningless. But just as he was getting up to leave, Teng Ziyi, however, stood up and reached out to remove the glasses on her head. Alright, public matters are done, next, let's talk about private matters. Whom? A personal matter? What private matter? Chen Luan shifted his gaze from the balance on his cell phone, not comprehending what Teng Ziyi meant. The few people present were also stunned, and immediately shifted their gazes to Teng Ziyi's body. See, at this moment Teng Ziyi removed the sunglasses and put them back on her face, then, stepping on a high heel in the crowd's puzzled gaze, she slowly walked to the front of Chen Luan, gently raised her head to look at him under everyone's gaze, and calmly spoke out, about? Chapter 79. You really haven't seen a triad before. Fill a cup and I'll make you fly. Evening. Chen Luan, who got down from the car, held his waist with one hand and his neck with the other. And call me a chimera. It's Michelle Dunn who's the chimera. You're treating me like I'm Japan. It's true that the more you fix it, the younger you get. It's all getting to be grandchildren. DDT. Cell phone text message rings. Above is from Teng Ziyi and Fu Xiaonan. Duncan, I'm happy with today's performance, but I hate your jokes today. So it was that joke from earlier. No wonder Deng is so ruthless today. At that time, I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but I didn't expect Teng Ziyi to take it seriously. And so angry. Look down. Read Fu Xiaonan's message again, you really are Phantom. Take care of your health and send me to tunes early, oh, Phantom brother. Looking at the text message in his hand, Chen Luan couldn't help but skim his lips. Nerves. Forget it, go home first. We still have to move tomorrow. It's like this, sir, we are a couple's restaurant here. If you don't have a reservation and you are alone, you are not allowed to enter. You can make a It turned out to be Mayor Wang's big hand. No wonder Wang Qingwan wore this today. If it was really her initiative to come on a blind date, Wang Qingwan would just wear a gothic style, and how could she wear a cheongsam? The mayor, this old Deng is also really ruthless, so pit his own daughter. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Dare to disturb my date, you don't want to live? In the front, the man who was on a blind date with Wang Qingwan immediately got up and pointed at Chen Luan and cursed at the sight of Chen Luan appearing, especially after the image of Wang Qingwan going up to him and holding his arm and calling him her husband. You talk nicely, this is my man. No, this is my husband. Chen Luan. Wang Qingwan held Chen Luan's arm, raised her white chin to look at the person in front of her, and opened her mouth to shout. She intends to directly press the other party as husband to make him back off. Normal blind date situation, the other side knows the identity, at most, will only scold if have a husband still come to blind date, crazy, and so on. And then they would leave. But I didn't expect that now, after Wang Qingwan popped out her name, the other party couldn't help but froze. What? Chen Luan. You are Chen Luan? At the outset of these words, Chen Luan and Wang Qingwan were both stunned, and Chen Luan turned back to look at the person in front of him, who also suddenly felt a bit familiar. Yes, it's Chen Luan, who was very famous. Third form. Xue Chan. The rich kid who bullied his way through high school back in the day. This memory impressed Chen Luan deeply. In his senior year of high school, Xue Chan was in the same class as himself. But in those days his family was rich, his own family was average, and there were many people in his class who were his lapdogs. And Chen Luan was in the better grades category at that time. Only because of a mock exam, Xue Chan and Chen Luan were assigned to the nearest place, and his request for Chen Luan to let him copy the test paper was rejected. Since then, it has held a grudge against Chen Luan. He even bought another person to falsely accuse Chen Luan of cheating on the exam. At that time, Shui Chan's family was so big that even the school teachers were toward their family, so they were hard-pressed to give Chen Luan a disciplinary action. Demand that Chen Luan apologize to him. At that time, senior high school approaching imminent, for Chen Luan's future is very important. In order to the future, Chen Luan endured the apology. I didn't realize so many years had passed. They meet again. Only this time, it was at this table. But until so many years have passed and he recognizes this stinky face at this moment, he can still think of his arrogant and domineering appearance back then. The fist of his right hand slowly clenched. You? What's wrong with you? As if she had also noticed something wrong with Chen Luan's complexion, Wang Qingwan slightly changed her face and immediately asked. Hearing Wang Qingwan's concern in his ear, Chen Luan slowly raised his head and spoke with an icy expression, nothing. Encountered an old enemy. An old enemy? Wang Qingwan froze and immediately turned back to look at Shui Chan in front of her. It's him? After so many years of not seeing you, I thought you had already left the imperial capital, but I didn't expect to see you here today. A while ago I even brushed up on news about you. I didn't realize that you had become a Netflix hero. Shui Chan sneered and turned the ring, coldly saying, but you don't think that after doing a good deed, you're qualified to pursue the mayor's daughter, do you? What qualifications does a bottom feeder like you have to be worthy of Changwon? You're so young, you don't want to find a good job, you just want to climb up the branch and become a phoenix? You don't even look at yourself to see if you're worthy. The same arrogant attitude. Same bossy tone. It's exactly the same as it was back then. It's still as obnoxious as ever. He doesn't deserve it, you do? A dude like you, I feel disgusted when I see more than one glance. What qualifications do you have to accuse my object? At this moment, before waiting for Chen Luan to open his mouth, Wang Qingwan was the first to sit down and immediately turned around and shot back in a stern voice. Facing Wang Qingwan's return fire, Shuekin didn't get angry and just laughed. Wan, someone like him doesn't deserve you at all. We're the natural couple, and didn't you come on a blind date with me today as well? This proves that your previous relationship wasn't that deep. Don't you pretend. You don't call me that. It's disgusting. Wang Qingwan lifted up and shouted, I came here today because I was tricked by my dad, otherwise who would have the time to come on a blind date with someone like you? Also, I'm warning you, don't be rude to my date again, otherwise, I'll definitely whip you. Hearing Wang Qingwan's unceremonious words, Shuekan's face was also shocked and immediately became gloomy. A person who was bullied by him back then actually dared to snatch a woman from him now. At this moment, the anger within him was also increasing, and he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Chen Luan, what qualifications do you have to snatch a woman from me? Back then I could stomp on you, now I can stomp on you as well. If you are sensible, get out yourself, I can still give you a way out, otherwise, I will definitely not let you live. You. When Wang Qingwan heard the voice, she immediately clenched her fists to go forward. But at this moment, Chen Luan reached out and pulled him back. After reaching out and pinching Wang Qingwan's face to calm her down, Chen Luan smoothly stepped forward and picked up the bottle of wine on the table. Noticing this scene, Shui Chan immediately sneered, even if you want to pour wine with me to make amends, it's useless. If you're sensible, get out immediately, I can still spare your life, otherwise, I'll definitely. Clunk. I'm not finished yet. Chen Luan swung the red wine bottle and smashed a bottle directly on Shui Chan's head. This time, it took everyone by surprise. Shui Chan was hit in the head by a bottle, and the instant the bottle shattered, his brain instantly bled. His whole body shook and he fell to the ground in a flat. Wang Qingwan looked at the scene in front of her with a few surprises in her heart, but she also probably heard the feud between the two. It seems that it should be this guy who bullied him when he was in school. Hani tolerated it because of his academic problems, and now that he sees him again, this guy is still all high and mighty and arrogant, but this time, there's no more threat, and Hani obviously doesn't spoil him. With this thought in her mind, she subconsciously nodded her head, but as she regarded Chen Luan's back, she had a few moments of appreciation. It was the first time she had seen Chen Luan take action with someone, and this ruthlessness, as well as the unambiguous means, made her quite moved. Because for Wang Qingwan, she loved the excitement of the unexpected. At this moment, Shui Chan was furious, and when he saw that Chen Luan still dared to speak harshly, he also immediately clenched his fists and got up, shouting, Good. Very good. Chen Luan, if I don't teach you a good lesson today, I'll take your surname. With that, he reached for the cell phone in his pocket to call someone. Seeing that, Wang Qingwan also hummed lightly, calling people, right? Who wouldn't? She was instantly about to reach for her cell phone to call her own father. But just then, the store manager, who was alarmed, rushed over immediately with a group of security staff. The one that just happened clearly startled everyone in the restaurant. Together with the earlier shouts of the waiters at the door, they also arrived at the scene at that moment. Seeing the blood and red wine spilled on the ground at the moment, as well as pieces of glass, the store manager frowned, and immediately opened his mouth. "Two of you, you are." Seeing this situation, Schwecken immediately put down his cell phone and took the store manager's security guard in front of him as his savior, hastily pointing at Chen Luan and shouting, "It's him. We were eating well here, and it was this asshole who walked in and smashed me with a wine bottle. Look at what he hit me with. I'm bleeding. You guys hurry up and throw him out." Now this situation was advantageous to him, because he himself was a guest here, while Chen Luan came in after him and didn't order or pay the bill. In this case, the store manager would only be toward him, not to mention that he was still paying. Hearing these words, the store manager immediately turned back to Chen Luan at his side. After the waiter at the door saw Chen Luan, he immediately reached out and pulled a hand on the store manager, whispering, "Store manager, this is the man I just told you about, who said he came to look for his wife." "Huh?" The store manager froze and looked back, suddenly feeling that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. And although their words were whispered, they were also heard by Chen Luan, and after a flash of his brain, the corner of Chen Luan's mouth picked up and he thought of an excellent way to get out of the situation, so he immediately pointed at Xue Chan in front of him and shouted, "You harassed my wife, and you still have the nerve to be evil." At the outset of these words, the people who were watching around shifted their gazes at once. The store manager and the others were also stunned. Xue Chan was even more shocked. This person, in the name of talking about work about my wife to eat in this restaurant, during the period of my wife uplust, constantly out of words harassment, my wife can't stand it, just send me a message, let me come to rescue him. I as a man, how can I endure such a thing? So I rushed over. Who knows that after this guy was exposed, instead of converging, he was arrogant and domineering, clamoring to get me killed. Everyone here, this is a change for you guys. Do you tolerate it? Chen Luan's impassioned speech drew a slight change in the faces of the people present at this moment. In the twinkling of an eye, numerous accusing as well as contemptuous eyes began to turn towards Xue Chan. Shame on you, harassing people when they have husbands. These so-called rich kids are the most arrogant and bossy. Well played. If I were, I'd hit him too. People like that deserve a beating. Numerous voices followed, which also caused the store manager and the waiter's security guards to look at each other in disbelief, and no one did anything rash. And at this moment, the many accusing voices also made Schwecken perceive that the situation was not right. He panicked and swept a glance at the surroundings and hurriedly said, "You guys don't listen to this kid's nonsense. It's not at all like she said. We are here for a blind date. My father and the woman's father are acquainted. It's the two old men who introduced us. It's not at all like what this kid said." Oh. She's lying. Just as Xue Chan hurriedly explained. Chen Luan intends to continue his counterattack. Wang Qingwan unexpectedly entered directly with a sobbing voice. After listening to Chen Luan's counterattack just now, she immediately understood that Chen Luan was trying to use the atmosphere of the scene to counterattack Xue Chan and make him a target. How could she miss such a fun thing? And at this moment, Xue Chan's explanation was indeed convincing, but that all had to be based on the fact that the woman was willing to go on a date with him, and if she wasn't, then he was done for. A cry followed. The crowd was so shocked that they turned around and looked. Even Chen Luan didn't anticipate that Wang Qingwan, who was beside him, suddenly burst into tears. See, in front of this gentle and dignified young girl, is wiping tears, crying pair with rain opened. I am so in love with my husband, how can I date him? Or he then work to me about here, and then on my hands and feet, but also forbid me to go. So I can only send a message with my husband, let him come to my rescue. Did not think, my husband came to his nonetheless not convergence, but also said to get dead my husband cannot be angry. The two argued and wrestled in, which hurt him. Now that people are coming, he's biting back at my husband. She cried out in aggravation, turning to the many security guards in front of her with tears in her eyes, shouting, "If you guys are going to really believe his words today and throw my husband out, then what else are you dealing with? They are obviously slandering Laozi. They also said that Laozi made a move. Laozi obviously didn't even touch her. Where did he get the chance to make a move? And you bunch of it, you don't even know when you've been taken for a ride, so you're just blindly taking. What? You guys dare. Do you know who I am? You guys?" Xue Chan was shocked at the sound of his voice and hurriedly shouted through clenched teeth. Poor guy at the moment, he's about to be thrown out before his head is bandaged and his blood is even dry. No matter who you are, if you come to dine with us, you have to abide by our rules here, or else we'll have no choice but to ask you out. Do it! As the words fell, several security guards instantly rushed up, dragging and tearing Shwekan out. You guys wait for me. Chen Luan, you wait, this is not over. Chapter 81. Ah, the self-realization extreme intentionality kung fu. Well, I just acted pretty good, didn't I? When you sit down again. Wang Qingwan asked with a low sneer. An expectant expression of waiting for a compliment surfaced on that small white face. Just saw that the situation is not right, and immediately opened to cry, this cooperation, are you not yourself shocked? Hearing Wang Qingwan's inviting look, Chen Luan couldn't help but smile. Actually, that's true. At that time, Chen Luan was still planning to play against Xuechan himself. After all, he had already figured out how to dig a hole for Xuechan. However, he didn't expect that just as he was planning to make a move, auxiliary came in with a big move plus a flash. What he didn't expect was that this girl's tears really came when she said they would. She was really born to be a movie queen. If he didn't know her character and her thoughts in advance, he would have believed what Wang Qingwan said. That's a good idea, though. But it's not easy to explain to the mayor, is it? Otherwise, I'll give the mayor. My dad, just thinks that my character is too withdrawn and doesn't get close to boys, and is worried about my future, that's why he made such a mess. Wang Qingwan couldn't help but shake her head and said helplessly, but the truth is, I'm not at all what they think I am, and the reason why I've become what they see isn't because of the thoughts they've instilled in me. That's what I'm saying. If Mayor Wang saw Wang Qingwan's true appearance and character, he didn't know what his expression would be. This girl, but she's not dignified and elegant at all. Instead, she's a spunky, outgoing girl. More of a thrill-seeking girl. I'm only worried now that this matter today is just the beginning. Wang Qingwan spoke softly, I'm worried that they'll introduce me again, and that things like today will happen again, so I have to put an end to this kind of thing. At the outset of these words, she suddenly seemed to think of something, then slowly dropped her gaze to the person in front of her. At this moment, Chen Luan suddenly felt a chill at his back. He felt that at this moment, Wang Qingwan slowly raised her head and was looking at herself with a kind of smiling but not laughing eyes. The look in his eyes, as if a cheetah had set its sights on its prey. What's with the eyes? Hiss. It's not going to be me, is it? Honey. As if she had also realized Chen Luan's expression, at this moment, Wang Qingwan smiled playfully, gently raised her head, and reached out to hold Chen Luan's hand. What do you want? Chen Luan asked with some caution. Want. Wang Qingwan sniffed her Zhu lips slightly hooked, then leaned her chin on her arm, tilted her head to look at Chen Luan and winked. Question mark. Chen Luan froze and immediately said, I'm asking you, what do you want? Be nice, why are you driving a car? Seeing that at this moment, Wang Qingwan smiled softly at the sound, then stood up, bent down slightly, reached out and took hold of Chen Luan's collar, pulling him in front of her. Himself, then moved up to his ear and whispered, I want to get back together with you. On the streets at night. Chen Luan slapped his forehead helplessly. Wang Qingwan by his side took his arm and pampered him while walking, okay? Consider it as helping me convince my dad, so that he won't force me to go on a blind date again. I really don't want to go on a blind date at all, it's annoying as hell. Just do yourself a favor and take pity on your cute and pathetic ex-girlfriend. The voice in your ear. Every word was heard and Chen Luan was filled with helplessness. To make yourself stand in front of Mayor Wang and say that you are Wang Qingwan's boyfriend? This scene scares me just thinking about it, okay? According to what Mayor Wang knows about me, it's a wonder he won't kill me. Honey. She yanked Chen Luan's arm hard and shouted, looking at Chen Luan's difficult expression. She immediately pursed her vermilion lips determined to zoom in, and then said, let's put it this way, if you're willing to help me, I'll. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, leaned close to Chen Luan's ear, and whispered, I'll just wear the red lace erotic dress and match it with that open D-stocking that you like so much, and then. The moment that voice fell, startled Chen Luan instantly reddened, hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, panicked and surveyed the surroundings, and opened his mouth, hush. How dare you take this kind of thing to the street, really? This is not to provide you with rewards well. She said, suddenly thought of something, then took out her cell phone from her bosom, clicked on a certain treasure, and shook it in front of Chen Luan, see? Your favorite 1-0. Seeing this, Chen Luan hastily reached out and pressed him down, saying in a hurry, all right, count me as afraid of you, let's discuss this matter later, don't talk about this here again. Although there weren't many people on this street, but after all, it was a street, and for this girl to say this here was still more or less embarrassing. What's more, Chen Luan could be recognized at any time now, and once he was recognized, he would really be Duan Jingchun himself. Seeing that Chen Luan had obviously loosened up at the moment, Wang Qingwan also pursed her lips and smiled happily in her heart. Ye planned to carry out 20%. Humph. You two are quite in love. Just as the two of them were looking differently and lamenting in each other's hearts. In the middle of darkness, a voice followed. Following. Shui Chan's figure walked out with the front. They were followed by 5 or 6 men armed with iron bars. The scene, making Chen Luan and Wang Qingwan instantly look positive, they looked back and saw that 3 people had also stepped out from the back, holding iron rods from the bad side. It's obvious. Shui Chan was very upset because the restaurant's defeat today, and now, was bringing a group of people to. Who said I'm going to make a move on you? Shui Chan smiled at the sound and spread his hands. Wan, you should know that I have always loved you. How could I be willing to make a move on you? As long as you don't mess up today, I can certainly guarantee your safety. But him? No way. Shui Chan looked at Chen Luan with a stern face and gritted his teeth. He offended me today. I want one of his legs. You? May? Listening to these words, Wang Qingwan immediately looked anxious. However, at this moment, Chen Luan gave a light laugh in disbelief. What are you laughing at? Shui Chan frowned and asked immediately. Everyone's laughing at you, but you're the funniest. Want one of my legs? Chen Luan let out a light laugh at the sound and looked up. What kind of triad are you pretending to be here? Do you really think that with your gang of rotten potatoes and stinky bird eggs, you really have that strength? At the outset of these words, the people present all showed disdain, and there were even a few people who were directly enraged. Shui Chan also immediately grimaced down and bared his teeth. Good. Good. You still dare to be so arrogant even at this time. Chen Luan, when I was in high school, I dared to let someone beat you up, and now it's the same. Today, I'll break one of your legs, so you'll know what happens when you offend my Shui Xiao. When the words fall, he immediately waved his hand and shouted, give it to me. At the outset of these words, the people present immediately swung their sticks towards the frontal Chen Luan. Get out of the way. At this moment, Chen Luan reached down and took off his jacket, speaking to Wang Qingwan beside him, revealing his well-developed muscles and lines. Since the last time his cell phone had reconditioned his body, Chen Luan's physical quality, as well as his punching and kicking and whatnot, had long since improved by a large margin. Plus, Chen Luan himself had the habit of practicing his stance, because in the beginning, he had found a girl who was a sports student and had practiced all kinds of martial arts and self-defense techniques as his current girlfriend. At the hands of Duan Xiaofang, he had learned a lot of fighting techniques. Nowadays, even when facing multiple people, he had the power to fight. The voice in my ear came to me. Songshi couldn't help but these words also caused the many police officers present to nod their heads. The biggest key point in this business is patience. There are times when the competition with criminals is to see who is more patient. It's the constant squatting during this period of time that's making my bones go numb, and the thought that those 3 children falling into his hands might be trafficked, might be hurt, or even killed, gives me a nameless fire. I won't rest until I catch him. At present, a police officer couldn't help but clench his fists and exclaim in exasperation. These words. Again, it speaks to Songshi's heart. This period of time's pouncing had left each of them with a nameless fire in their hearts, itching to catch the person behind the curtain and beat them violently to lash out. But then again, they are police officers, and the most they can do with this kind of nameless anger is to take it out in the boxing room. Unless, of course, there's some absolutely sinful prisoner available to them right now to take it out on. But this kind of thing, how can it be so good to meet? Ah. Just as Songshi sighed in her mind. There was a sudden scream from the far side of the alleyway area. The moment this miserable scream rang out, it immediately caused all the police officers present to raise their heads in unison. As police officers, they were too sensitive to this kind of scream, and once they heard it, it was like a point of view, and they collectively came to their senses. At this moment, the crowd exchanged eye contact for an instant, and without even speaking, they pulled their legs out and ran towards the direction where the tragic screams rang out. Roadside area. Now it's a mess. There were 8 or 9 men lying on the ground. Each of them was wounded, and the sticks in their hands fell off to the ground. And right in front of the crowd, the clothes on Chen Luan's body had been ripped. He simply ripped his undershirt right off and threw it on the ground, revealing the 8-pack abs inside, as well as his sturdy body and pecs. Shui Chan in the front looked dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that there was really someone who could manage to fight 1 against 9. Now that they're settled, it's your turn. Noticing Chen Luan's incoming approach, Shui Chan's eyebrows flashed and he instantly panicked. Recalling the pain he had just felt on his forehead, he immediately took a few steps back, his tone of voice changed, and he said in a trembling voice, "You. What do you want to do? Chen Luan, if you dare to touch me, my father will not let you off. You wish." Ah. This stubborn words just fell. The leg area is coming from the pain of bone extrusion. Chen Luan's force is just a very casual one. Then let the moment Shui Chan instantly painful eyes red, painful struggling up. But he couldn't stop Chen Luan's force at all, and that right leg was in agony as if it was about to shatter under a single stomp. The scene. Looking at Wang Qingwan, she was a bit surprised. But she didn't object to Chen Luan's approach. Because for what Shui Chan did to Chen Luan back then, and what happened today, even if he really did break one of his legs, it wouldn't be too much to ask. Ah. Good. Good. I apologize. I apologize. His face was red with pain, and at this moment, the bones in his right leg were already emanating a crisp sound, and that sharp pain made him really unable to hold back, so he immediately raised his hand and begged for forgiveness. Dao. Chen Luan didn't let go of his right foot, but coldly looked up in response. Ah. Good. I Dao. Shui Chan couldn't stop himself from hurting, sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and looked up. I'm sorry for you. Chen Luan. I was upset that you refused my cooperation in cheating, so I wrongly accused you, bought others to slander you, and even let the school authorities to academic blackmail, so that you apologize to me, this matter. It is I am sorry for you, I talk to you. Apologize. Sorry. He was trembling in pain and sweating profusely, and at the moment, although there was indignation in his eyes, he still endured the pain and told the story bit by bit. At present. Hearing these words, Chen Luan raised his head slightly. Yourself from until today. At the moment of the meeting, he wasn't sure if he was angry or excited. But in his mind, he had already thought of a plan. He also knew that Shui Chan would definitely not give up easily and would definitely come to block him. However, he also understood that once this situation arose, he would be able to take his revenge openly. It's difficult for a normal person to fight 1 against 2. Not to mention 1 against 9, not to mention the fact that these people had weapons in their hands. Though it's all shot off now, it's obvious from the number of weapons that these are the same ones pinched in the hands of these people. In the case of numerical disadvantage, counterpoint disadvantage, the other side also has weapons, 1 against 9 all beat down. This really is a master. Honey, how are you doing? Not hurt by him, right? At this moment, Wang Qingwan came in front of Chen Luan, holding him up and looking him up and down, reaching out and caressing his body. With a serious look on her face, she said, "Are there any injuries? You won't fall into any disease, right? With such a perfect body, there can't be any scarred mouths." Hearing these words, Chen Luan was also somewhat helpless. This girl. It's obvious that you care, but you're stuck on oil. What right do you have to arrest me? Clearly he was the one who was just beating me up and almost stomped my leg off. I was forced to use my knife on him. Why are you only arresting me and not him? Shui Can, who was pulled up at the moment, shouted angrily, attempting to pull Chen Luan down. Nonsense. It was clearly you who got defeated in the restaurant and turned to bring a gang of hooligans to surround us. We were the ones who were acting in self-defense. Wang Qingwan quickly retorted. These words. It also made Songshi uncontrollably frown. Her gaze lingered on Wang Qingwan's body for a moment, then she frowned and stared at Chen Luan with some dissatisfaction in her heart. Another one. This guy. How much of the opposite sex is there? It's not one of his ex-girlfriends again, is it? She was dissatisfied in her heart, but she still reached out and pushed Shuiken, saying in a deep voice, "We'll look into the specifics of the situation, but you did just act in a way that you utilized a sharp weapon to hurt someone, so according to the rules, we have to handcuff you." You're favoring him. I'm going to sue you. Sue you for not enforcing the law impartially. I'm going to disqualify you from being a police officer. Shui Chan sniffed angrily and immediately pointed at Songshi in front of him and shouted. Yeah. Look carefully. Songshi reached out and took out her ID and held it out in front of Shui Chan. My name is Songshi. Imperial Capital Branch Captain Songshi. You can also see the police number clearly, lest you recognize the wrong person when the time comes. The scene. It made Wang Qingwan couldn't help but flash her beautiful eyes and give Songshi a somewhat appreciative glance. Then she leaned close to Chen Luan and whispered, "Honey, this female officer is a bit handsome. And someone else just saved you, do you want to say thank you to her? Hearing Wang Qingwan's words, Chen Luan skimmed his mouth somewhat breathlessly. I thought to myself, if you want to know who she is, I'll see if you still want me to take the initiative to thank you. But it's true when you think about it. Although Chen Luan did hear footsteps just now, he did not realize that the person coming was Songshi. And it was indeed Songshi who had just helped herself, so it was only right to say thank you. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately turned to look at Songshi and spoke, "Thank you, for helping me just now." Songshi sniffed, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, but there was still no smile on those face-palmed cheeks. Instead, she spoke faintly, "No need to be polite, it's just the duty of being a police officer. And, the way things are going here, it doesn't matter if I make a move or not, because he can't hurt you at all." These slightly resentful words caused Chen Luan to purse his lips somewhat tongue-tied. Sure enough, Songshi is still the same Songshi. When she's upset, she's a proper facepalm with the most uncomfortable words coming out of her mouth. That's right, you put down all these people by yourself, and it's still a bunch of people with weapons. This is enough to prove that you're in great shape. With a boyfriend like you, your girlfriend is really happy too. At this moment, a police officer beside him came forward, pointing at the situation on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh and tease. But just after saying this, Songshi frowned and immediately turned around and said, "How do you know that is his girlfriend? Can't it be a case of bravery? As a police officer, don't be so nosy. First deal with the scene of things. Don't be busy eating melon." At the outset of these words, both Chen Luan and Wang Qingwan in the front couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Wang Qingwan's face was an expression of surprise, while Chen Luan's face had an endless helplessness. And the police officer who was told off was confused. Weird. Did I say something wrong? I'm not talking about Team Song. Why is Team Song so angry? She didn't stop the team from eating melon on weekdays, did she? What's going on today? Was it because he was new? It's true, it's not easy to get along even if you're as strong as a police officer. Team Song. Another police officer also obediently stepped forward at this moment and spoke. This person seems to be the Shui family's youngest master. The Shui family is famous for protecting their shortcomings. I'm only afraid of this matter, it's not so good to solve. Hearing these words, Songshi's face had a few moments of surprise, then frowning and stroking her chin, she spoke, "If that's the case, you may have to be required to make a trip to the police station together, to make a statement and at the same time, identify Shui Chan. But don't worry, if this matter is really Shui Chan's responsibility, I will definitely enforce the law impartially." Songshi could also see that this matter today would definitely alarm the Shui family, and the Shui family would definitely send out people to come and bail out Shui. After all, Chen Luan knew the Shui family, and Shui Chan too well. As long as he wasn't killed at once, he would be like a cockroach, infinitely regenerating. Instead of letting him come back later to make small moves to disgust himself, it would be better to settle him once and for all today. Thinking of this, Chen Luan immediately said, "Since this matter is between the two of us, it's only natural that we'll both go to the police station in order to resolve it. Let's go." Wait. Just as Chen Luan was planning to turn around and leave, Songshi in front of him was suddenly shouting. She was seen walking over to one of the police officers and pointing to the clothes he was wearing. The police officer froze, and immediately looked down and surveyed his clothes, then glanced back at Chen Luan, and instantly reacted, looking at Songshi with an incredulous expression. But at the moment, Songshi's eyes didn't narrow, but rather became a bit more majestic. Seeing this, the police officer could only helplessly reach down and take off his own jacket, moving his mouth and cursing as he handed it over to Songshi. Songshi snatched the jacket with one hand, then came to Chen Luan and threw it to him, speaking, "For the sake of your own image, put on your clothes, lest someone's eyes stay plastered on you." At the outset of these words, Wang Qingwan's eyes suddenly shook as she returned to her senses, frowning in embarrassment as she hurriedly turned to the side. "The heart is disgruntled, who are you talking about? Really?" Chen Luan also smiled at the sound, but did not hesitate much and directly put on his clothes. "Chen Luan, don't think it's over like this, I'm telling you, things aren't over between us. When Jean gets to the station, my father won't let you off easily. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Even if you have Cheng Wan's help, it's useless." Shui Kan, who was being escorted to the car at the moment, shouted angrily. Today's events had already made him red-eyed. However, Chen Luan didn't care about this move, as he had already prepared for it in his mind. And at this moment, hearing the words "in my ears," Wang Qingwan also made a secret decision in her heart. Today's matter was originally brought about by her, speaking of which, if she hadn't asked Chen Luan for help, he wouldn't have come here, much less met Shui Chan. Chen Luan did all of this, and part of the reason is to help himself. Now he because of this matter into the bureau. Next, there is the possibility of facing the siege of the Shui family, then she naturally will not be easy to stand idly by. Yu Shui family is great? Therefore, Chen Luan and the two of them could not help but laugh at the moment, and in the face of his domineering death-defying behavior, they also directly did not stop him, but stood aside and quietly watched the scene and ate up the melon. I'm warning you. You are now in the bureau. Here, you have to be responsible for every word you say. We have been understanding the situation from the beginning until now. Impartial law enforcement, even your own men have confessed that you took the initiative to lead people to surround others, provoking trouble, and to people's hands, and we also in accordance with the situation to bring both of you to understand the situation, you still have what is not satisfied. Where is the favoritism? If you can't tell me today, I have the right to sue you for falsely accusing a police officer. A police officer beside him slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Schwecken in front of him and shouting in a deep voice. It's standard issue for police records. 2 cops. 1 fierce cop, 1 gentle cop. Apparently, today's song she plays the gentle one. Even if that's the case, it's still a matter between the two of us. You guys see that he beat me to this state, my legs are still hurting now, my head is bleeding, why don't you guys pursue this matter? Shui-chan pointed to his leg, and then pointed to his head, and shouted in an urgent voice. Obviously he was aware of how unfavorable this situation was for him today. If they were to characterize him as the one who initiated the trouble, he would be in trouble. So Shui-chan could only light up his wounds now, try to muddy the waters and make this situation a mutual fight between the two of them, so that he could mitigate his situation, thus making both of them punished, a situation that would be the most likely for both sides to sign a letter of understanding. Hearing these words, the policeman frowned slightly and looked at Songshi by his side, who immediately raised her head to look at Chen Luan and said, "Why did you hit so hard?" The tone had not been one of reproach, but of ordinary inquiry. Chen Luan also naturally heard that this moment is in the process, so immediately said, "At that time we were in a dangerous situation, they are many people, and still holding weapons. In such a situation, there was already a threat to our lives and our eyes. According to our country's law, in this situation of endangering people's lives and safety, the numerical disadvantage, I rose up to fight back, the harm caused, is not legally effective, this belongs to self-defense. And?" Chen Luan glanced back at Wang Qingwan by his side and spoke, "They still want to lay hands on her, in order to protect her, that's why I had to lay down a harsh hand. A counterattack in such a desperate situation can't even be sure to be successful. May I ask all of you, is there any need for me to stay my hand in such a situation? If I did, would they have done the same to me? Would it be possible that, right now, I am already lying in the emergency ward of the hospital?" Hearing these words, the police officer in front of him immediately had a few changes in his demeanor. Shui-chan was stunned with it. He hadn't expected Chen Luan to be so eloquent. Even Songshi, who was sitting on the sidelines, had a few surprises in her eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Chen Luan to have such a precise grasp of this law, it seemed like he should have known about it in advance. Indeed, in accordance with his character, it was impossible to fight a battle without certainty. This guy more than likely knew the situation ahead of time before he dared to make a move. Little brother. Not bad. You're a lot smarter than you were before. Bull. Shui-chan furiously gritted his teeth and slapped the table, the handcuffs in his hand shook and jingled. Have you ever seen a justified defense that beats 9 people? I brought those people are not his opponent at all, 9 people did not even touch him, he was knocked down, he is clearly a practitioner, there is no inferior behavior, this situation is also called self-defense. If this is called self-defense, then how does it count when he hit me later? This head of mine, this leg of mine, it's impossible to say that I was at his disadvantage even against him, right? Chen Luan, do you want to be shameless? Shui-chan's teeth itched with anger. Originally, he should have been happy when he said that Chen Luan was inferior to himself. But today's situation was not the time for them to fight for supremacy, and the more dominant they were, the more troublesome they would be. In this case, it's still about selling out. But on the contrary, Shui-chan is a little stupid mouth, and cannot say Chen Luan, he is even more did not expect, at that time, a 1 against 9, so effortless people, turn to the police station to say that he is the inferior personnel, this is also too shameless, right? I'm on the verge of being killed by you. I didn't even say I was at a disadvantage when my head was splitting open and my legs were breaking, and you didn't even have any injuries and you have the nerve to say you're at a disadvantage, and that's just inappropriate. This also made Shui-chan furious in his heart, and the more he looked at Chen Luan's calm demeanor, the more angry he became in his heart. I said watch what you say, don't keep ing. We are all cultured people, you old, it will look like you are uncultured, you know? Chen Luan looked at Xue Chan and spoke with a calm raised eyebrow. At the outset of these words, it also made the people in the room stare. Xue Chan also got more anxious. Ouch. There. Songshi reached out and patted the table, got up and spoke. Today this matter we have temporarily understood clearly, Xue Chan. This matter is that you pick a problem in the first place, and also bring people to surround the intention to beat Chen Luan. According to the law, they are at a disadvantage, and you still have a weapon in the hand, to meet the requirements of self-defense. So this matter Xue Chan you have to be held fully responsible. What? Xue Chan was shocked at the sound of his voice and immediately shouted in shock with wide eyes. Chen Luan belongs to self-defense, so by definition, does not need to be responsible for this matter, so today this matter, we can only wait. Just when Songshi was planning to follow the next normal process. Outside the door. Suddenly a voice came. Following. The figures of two middle-aged men walked in. One was wearing the clothes of a police officer, and the other, a man wearing glasses that bore a slight resemblance to Xue Chan's appearance. The moment he walked in, Wang Qingwan immediately frowned and immediately whispered in Chen Luan's ear, "No good, it's Xue Can's father, Xue Tianhua." Chen Luan's eyes stared slightly. No. Of course he knows. When Xue Can could be arrogant and domineering in the school, he could not get away from Xue Tianhua's support. If it wasn't for him, how could the school authorities be in cahoots with Xue Chan and force themselves to apologize to him? After all these years. The scene, once again, played out. Even if he had to go through it again, Xue Tianhua still came to protect him as a son. Dad. You finally came, look at the head, my legs. After seeing his father, Xue Chan immediately changed his previous arrogant and domineering appearance and acted like a good son, directly selling himself in front of him. Hearing his own son's misery, and then looking at the injuries on his body, Xue Tianhua was incomparably disturbed, and shouted with a face full of nervousness, "What's going on here? Son, quickly tell Dad, who did this? Who is so bold as to dare hurt my Xue Tianhua's son? That's him. He did it." Xue Chan sniffed and immediately reached out. That son of yours, arrogant and domineering, I can't even look at him. Let's be honest, I'm the one who sent the message for my family honey to come and rescue me, and because of that, there's the situation behind. If you have any grievances, look for me. I'll take. Listening to the mocking and playful sounds of the father and son in front of them, Chen Luan's face gradually sank. Even after so many years had passed, even after such a thing had happened, they still didn't have the slightest bit of remorse for the bullying and framing thing of that year. Instead, they treated this matter as a very indifferent laughing matter, and today, they even spoke about it directly in front of everyone. Thanks to that person being Chen Luan, if it was some person who couldn't think straight and experienced something like this, it was very likely that it would have a lifelong impact. And as the perpetrators of violence, they could say it with such indifference as a joke. At this moment, Chen Luan only felt that anger was rising in a steady stream. This is the kind of civilian population that these self-centered, so-called people at arm's view. Even in this day and age, people like this still exist. Listening to the words ahead, Songshi finally understood why Chen Luan had come down so hard today. Not to mention Chen Luan, even Songshi at this moment, after hearing these words and facing the attitude of the Xue family duo, clenched her fists and wanted to get up, but was pulled back by someone close to him. "Team Song, you're a law enforcement officer, don't mess around." The person beside her reached out to pull her back, whispering an admonishment in her ear. These words also made Songshi's anger grow stronger. Law enforcement officers? What kind of law enforcement officers are they if they cannot enforce the law impartially and do harm to the people? This status should have granted her the ability to deal with the situation in front of her, but now, it has become a shackle that binds her. She was extremely upset. When anger raises its head. At this moment, however, he suddenly noticed. Beside Chen Luan, a figure slowly walked forward. Only to see Wang Qingwan reach out and loosen her braid, spreading her long hair out, walking towards the front step by step. At this moment, she removed the hairpin inserted in her head, forcefully pulling up her hair in a spin at the back, fixing it with the hairpin. Her elegant body came to the front, slowly picking up a bench and walking towards this side. Seeing this, Xue Tianhua immediately smiled and hurriedly said, "Wanwan is really good, she still knows to serve a chair to Uncle Xue, Xiaochan. In the future, if you really marry Wanwan, you must be good to Wanwan. Wanwan, you don't worry, today this matter, I must not tell your father." At present. There was a smile on Xue Tianhua's face, and he only thought that Wang Qingwan was lost and went to carry a stool for him. At this moment, he also immediately greeted them. But how could he have imagined that Wang Qingwan, who was usually gentle and well-behaved, was brewing a big plan at this moment? The moment the two of them got close to each other, that serene and elegant face instantly turned cold, and the chair in his hand instantly slapped down at Shui Tianhua's head. Bang! A horizontal slap came, directly knocking the defenseless Shui Tianhua in front of him over with a chair on the ground. Chapter 85, I, Chen am a tough guy. This sudden scene directly confused everyone present, including the Shui family's father and son, as well as the many police officers present. Even Chen Luan froze for a moment. Wang Qingwan fully demonstrated at this moment what it meant to be a ruthless person. In this moment, she was even angrier than Chen Luan and went straight for it. And the Shui family's father and son also obviously didn't expect that the gentle, elegant, sensible, and vintage lady of the house in their impression would actually swing a bench and hit someone in front of everyone today. This was simply an image that they could not even dream of imagining. Song Shi looks dumbfounded. However, she was inexplicably relieved in her heart because at this moment, Wang Qingwan had done what she wanted to do but could not. It's the muted Cheongsam that's a little out of place, waving a bench and slapping people. It had the feel of Lindsay swinging a shovel at someone. And nowadays, Wang Qingwan had countless pains in her heart. Truth be told, she'd wanted to do that for a long time. In all that time, she'd let herself off the hook, but she'd never fought or punched anyone yet. Today, the arrogance of the Shui family's father and son made her really unable to hold back, and when that bench knocked down, she felt an unprecedented pain inside. Not only did he help Chen Luan get revenge, but he also allowed himself a new round of growth. Is this what it feels like to hit someone? Sure is pretty cool. Especially beating the evil one. At this moment, being smashed to the ground, Shui Tianhua's head instantly bubbled with blood and pain, causing him to bare his teeth. Immediately covering his head with a face full of incredulity, he shouted, Wan, what are you doing? You hit me. It's you I'm hitting. You abusers, what an impact you caused him in the first place. If it wasn't for my Hani's lively and cheerful nature, this incident would have affected him. Really? Wang Qingwan's eyes lit up at the sound of her voice, and her face was full of surprise and satisfaction at Chen Luan's praise. Song Shi, who was in the distance, couldn't help but purse her lips with some loss when she heard these words. If it wasn't for the influence of her position, she would have wanted to come forward just now. Good. Looking at the situation in front of him, at this moment, Shui Tianhua was also furious as he pointed at the situation in front of him and shouted, You actually brought down Mayor Wang's daughter and made an elegant segment-focused young lady to use a bench to beat up people just like a punk like you. It's really abominable. Deputy Director Zhou, as you can see, it's this guy who brought Mayor Wang's precious daughter into this state. What do you think should be done about it? As Shui Tianhua's words fell, the uniformed middle-aged man who came in with him just now also immediately frowned and looked this way, and said in a deep voice, How dare you make a move here, it's simply lawlessness. I originally thought that as a Netflix hero issued by the mayor himself, you should play a good role model, but I didn't expect that you would actually bring a dignified young lady into this state. If Mayor Wang knew about it, he would definitely have to take back your hero medal. As soon as this deputy director Zhou opened his mouth, Chen Luan was able to see that these two old things were obviously a nest of snakes and rats. Although this sounded like a righteous judgment, in reality, it was an unwarranted accusation against Chen Luan from the Shui family's perspective. This also made Chen Luan couldn't help but laugh and spoke, What's wrong with punishing the wicked and being cynical? Is it only right to be complicit with others like some people? Deputy Director Zhou's face shook at the sound of his voice, and he immediately frowned. What did you say? I say, Deputy Director Zhou has only just arrived and knows that what Qingwan did was brought about by me. That's really something. It's as if someone had discussed it with you before coming here. What are you afraid of? You want to convict me in such a hurry? Afraid that if a leader comes, you won't be able to grasp the situation, right? Facing the reaction of the person in front of him, Chen Luan calmly opened his mouth with a light and elegant light smile on his face. He was not half as nervous about the current situation, but instead was very calm in his response. Even if Wang Qingwan made a move just now, Chen Luan now has a way to clean up the mess as well. That's why he dared to come here today. And as soon as these words came out, Shui Tianhua and Deputy Director Zhou's expressions really panicked. Because they had already conferred when they came, this time, they would only force Chen Luan to apologize and sign a letter of understanding. Because Chen Luan had a medal issued by the mayor himself, that medal represented that he was extraordinary, and if it really became a big deal, Chen Luan, with the help of that medal, was able to directly meet the mayor. So they didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, and only dared to use their positions to suppress Chen Luan and force him to give in, so that this matter could be trivialized. But what they hadn't expected was that Chen Luan had actually long since understood the situation, and today, in the face of their oppression, instead of bowing down, he had seen through everything. At this moment the words fell. It made the duo's faces change instantly. Trying to use your status to pressure me into submission? Ha! It seems that in the eyes of you big shots, ordinary people are really easy to deal with. But not coincidentally, I, Chen Luan, happen to be the worst type to deal with. Chen Luan sneered and stepped forward. Didn't you just say that I was the one who brought Changwan down? You were right. This bench today, I asked him to smash it. You guys listen carefully, this bench. It's me, Chen Luan, who allowed it, and I'll take the blame for all the mistakes she's made. Chen Luan opened his mouth in a deep voice, and his aura opened up, shaking the entire room. It made everyone present change color. Wang Qingwan, who was on the side, was even made to feel her heartbeat accelerate by this scene, and her face was filled with an unbelievable expression. Songshi from afar silently watched the scene, and in her mind, she directly thought of the scene of their first meeting. That thief chase case, Chen Luan's heroic look. They say he's scum. But he always had his woman's back when it counted. This attitude, no matter how much time has passed, has never changed. Aren't you going to cancel my medal? I have my hero's medal right here, and if you're capable of doing so, you can take this badge off my chest, right here. Come on. This shout, like the sound of thunder, startled the people in front of them into changing their colors. In particular, the already weak-minded deputy director Zhou as well as the Shui family duo had all gulped at the sound at this moment. It was, well, nothing like what they had in mind. What they envisioned in their minds was Chen Luan's immediate panicked plea for mercy upon hearing about the revocation of the heroic medal. After all, this hero title was very important to him nowadays. It was because of this hero title that Chen Luan had an absolute social advantage and was rewarded with traffic. Once he cancelled this title, he would go back to liberation overnight. How could anyone accustomed to such preferential treatment give up such a great honor? So under the threat of this situation, he would inevitably choose to do the same thing as what happened in the school in the first place, and for the sake of distinction, hold his tongue and apologize to Shuechan, thus leaving in disgrace. However, it was only after this scene erupted before their eyes that they realized that they had underestimated Chen Luan's backbone. This stubbornness surprised all of them. Chen Luan dared to directly confront them. In this situation where they were already bluffing about going hard, the ones who panicked were them instead. Because they all know very well that once a leader arrives and sees what's going on here, then the situation will all be reversed for the rest of the day. This is extremely unfavorable to them. Today's situation, the fight is a time difference. What they want to do is to use their identity to suppress Chen Luan. But I didn't realize that this guy wouldn't need it. This kid, he's totally hardcore. You. At present. The enraged Shui Tianhua was furious and turned blue, but for a moment he couldn't think of a way to deal with it, so he could only grit his teeth and point at Chen Luan and keep shouting. Don't be you and me. In today's situation, unless your Shui family only has one hand to cover the sky and the entire imperial capital, otherwise, I will definitely make your Shui family pay the price. Don't you like to use your power and ability to oppress people? I'll let you see today how much gold the heroic medal awarded by the mayor himself contains. Chen Luan opened his mouth in a cold voice, treating others the way they treat him. These words also made the Shui family instantly panicked. Shui Tianhua was furious and clenched his teeth when he instantly shouted, "You think you're beautiful? I won't give you such a chance. You don't have a chance to meet the mayor, nor do you have a chance to sue my Shui family. Try it then. This is a police station, how dare you mess around?" Songshi shouted as she slammed the table and pointed at Shui Tianhua in front of her. Humph. Shui Tianhua snorted coldly and immediately turned his head towards Chen Luan. So what if you are a hero? So what if the medal in your hand was issued by the mayor? The mayor and I have been close friends for many years, and our two families are going to be in-laws in the future. In this situation, do you think the mayor is going to help me, or help a lowlife like you? At the outset of these words, Chen Luan's eyes stared slightly. The people present also changed their complexion slightly. Right. Their two families were going to be joined in marriage, and if the mayor stood the Shui family in this situation, it would be a problem. Even if Chen Luan had an advantage in his hands at the moment, it was not necessarily possible to fight the combined forces of their two families off. This also caused Chen Luan to immediately frown and clench his fists. Noticing this expression, Shui Tianhua immediately raised his chin and sneered, "That's right. If you're smart, you should apologize immediately and turn this matter into a big deal, otherwise, in the end, the only one who will be unlucky is you. Yeah? That's not necessarily true. The very moment those words fell. At the moment the rear. Suddenly a voice rang out. The next second. I saw Mayor Wang's figure, walking in along the door. Shui Tianhua, you're so grand. Chapter 86, is he a bad video card? No. It's the motherboard that's fried. Mayor? The moment that voice sounded in the doorway. All the people in the room were shocked. A smile immediately appeared on Wang Qingwan's face. This old man, he finally made it. The atmosphere in the room changed with the fall of the mayor's words. Chen Luan couldn't help but be shocked as well. Holy? Why is Mayor Wang here? In Chen Luan's original arrangement, it was not expected that Mayor Wang would come, because he knew very well that even if the group of people in front of him dared to mess around, with the medal of heroes in their hands, they wouldn't dare to do anything to themselves, not to mention, they also had the heavenly eyes, which had been monitoring their every move since just now. People like this, one has 100 ways to deal with them, so he didn't even think about the mayor stepping in, and he didn't want the mayor to step in with this awkward relationship with Wang Qingwan. But fate is so coincidental that sometimes what you fear comes to you. At this critical moment, the mayor appeared. This also caused Chen Luan's heart to tighten. Finished. If he arrives today, won't his relationship with Wang Qingwan be exposed? This is bad. Thoughts having reached this point, Chen Luan couldn't help but subconsciously take 2 steps back, thinking, but don't see me. Treat me as transparent. Facing the arrogant and domineering appearance of the Shui family's father and son, as well as facing Shui Chan's siege with his men, or even death, Chen Luan would not even frown. But for the moment, he was somewhat inexplicably flustered. At this moment the words fell. Shui Tianhua also realized that something was wrong, and immediately squeezed out a smile and went forward. Wang. Brother Wang, what do you mean by that? The face of Shui Chan at the back also changed slightly, and in his heart, he secretly said that something was not right. What's going on? Shouldn't Mayor Wang and my dad be on the same side? Why does this situation look a little off? Originally, according to his fantasies, the one awkwardly opening his mouth at this moment should be Chen Luan. Shui Tianhua, do you really think that your Shui family can cover the sky in this imperial city? Today, your son made a mistake. Instead of making amends and apologizing, you're playing up in the police station. It seems that your Shui family should be properly investigated. Mayor Wang raised his head slightly, his majestic words pressing down on his face like Tarzan. The moment these words came out, it caused Shui Tianhua's expression to change. The old fox who has been in the society for many years and has experienced all kinds of big storms and waves can see at a glance that today's Mayor Wang is obviously toward Chen Luan. And in this case, it was clearly a warning out of the blue to give them a leg up. Even if Shui Tianhua was arrogant, he could hear the meaning at this moment, and his arrogant and domineering expression immediately softened quite a bit. But while he saw it, Shui Chan did not. Originally a belly full of fire, after listening to Mayor Wang's words, he immediately stood out with some dissatisfaction. Uncle Wang, this matter is obviously that kid's problem. Look at him give me a beating, my legs, my head, you do this today, it's too much of a failure to uphold justice, isn't it? In that case, my Shui family won't recognize it. These words fell. Chen Luan in the back was the one who couldn't help but lower his head and laugh out right away. Well said. This is the end of the Shui family. When Shui Tianhua, who was beside him, heard these words, he also immediately became frightened and turned back to slap Shui Can's face, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Shut up! You stupid bastard! On this kind of occasion, who allowed you to interrupt?" Shui Can, who was slapped, was full of grievances, covering his face and was about to open his mouth when he was kicked again by Shui Tianhua, who hated him and scolded, "Get the hell out of my way! If you dare to interrupt again, I'll strip your tongue." Perhaps he had never been scolded and cleaned up by his father like this. Shui Chan looked very incredulous, but he was also really frightened. At this moment, even if there was dissatisfaction in his eyes, he could only grit his teeth and retreat to the side. Shui Tianhua immediately squeezed out a smile and went forward. "Wang De. Mayor Wang, my stupid son can't speak, you mustn't take it to heart. Today this matter is indeed our Shui family handling is not good, so, Xingwan Wan how to deal with can, we Shui family accept, can it?" At this moment, his attitude was a world of difference compared to before. It also made the many people present who were watching the show couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Chen Lu's heart probably guessed the Shui family's current fate. Ever since they forced the relationship with Mayor Wang and used it to use their power to oppress people, the Shui family has been hopeless. Similar to the mayor of Wang, such personnel, the most afraid of, is that someone with the help of his reputation in the outside world, because this will implicate his own, all the way to this position is not easy, and now the mayor of Wang's status is high, the most afraid of is the class of people. It's okay to play a little pussy in private, but on such a big occasion and being caught by Mayor Wang himself, the Shui family, then, is truly hopeless. As the mayor, he would only think of getting rid of their time bomb that could explode at any time immediately, and as for the so-called in-laws, it was even more unlikely. Told you so. At this moment, Mayor Wang only smiled lightly after hearing these words from Shui Tianhua, and then immediately spoke, just as your son said, how can I settle this matter so casually today? Naturally, I have to investigate it properly. Speaking here, Mayor Wang turned his head to look at Deputy Director Zhou beside him and said in a deep voice, then I'd like to ask Deputy Director Zhou to do a proper investigation into the Shui family's recent situation for me. I also want to know just how much the Shui family has done with our family's reputation lately. If there really is such a situation, retract them one by one for me. Also, Shui Tianhua, in the future, you and your son don't appear in my line of sight again, otherwise. Consequences you know. Mayor Wang's ice-cold words were thrown down, hitting the Shui family's father and son's hearts hard at this moment. Especially Shui Tianhua, his entire face turned white and he instantly covered his chest and sat on his knees. The reason why the Shui family has been so smooth over the years is because in accordance with Mayor Wang's care, there is such a layer of relationship, they are getting stronger and stronger, even if it involves some rubbing business situations, they can operate normally. But today, Mayor Wang's words, obviously to recover all the rights and interests of the Shui family business, and does not bring any negotiation, retention of the room. Directly withdraw, he was very clear in his mind, once withdrawn, then the Shui family is faced with all aspects of the withdrawal of capital. With the mayor of the imperial capital making a move, the Shui family would soon face collapse and bankruptcy. The most frightening thing is that Mayor Wang's approach today carries no hesitation, and does not even give the other party the slightest room for discussion. That was what Shui Tianhua was most desperate about. With this thought in mind, Shui Tianhua turned back and looked at the bewildered Shuiken by his side, and the anger in his heart instantly rose, immediately lifting his hand and slapping him across the face, angrily pointing and cursing at him, you stupid thing, you've caused our Shui family to suffer miserably. Dad! What happened to me again? Now, in front of Mayor Wang, Wang Qingwan returned to her usual elegant and quiet appearance. This matter is my fault, I also didn't expect that brat surnamed Shui to be so detestable. He actually dared to lay hands on you, it's a good thing that you have an extra person by your side to protect you nowadays, and it's precisely because of this that I rushed over. Right, where is that kid? Quickly introduce me to him. The moment these words came out, Chen Luan, who had already all but retreated to the door, immediately felt his face tighten, trying to pick up the pace and run. But then, in the next second, there was a sudden tug. Followed by. He was pulled in front of Mayor Wang and spoke, Dad. The person I told you about in the text message is him. You personally awarded. Netflix hero. The mayor looked up obediently and momentarily stalled when his gaze fell on the person across from him. At present. It just feels like everything around us has gone quiet. Mayor Wang's face, which was originally wearing a smile, instantly stiffened at this moment. It was as if he had been nailed, his smiling face frozen in place and his entire movement stuck in place. His eyes were lost in thought as he looked at the scene in front of him, as if his entire being was stuck. This moment. Countless embarrassments and hunches were not enough to describe the scene before them. It also made Chen Luan draw his mouth a little awkwardly and couldn't help but raise his hand. Wang. Mayor Wang, long time no see. The other man didn't speak, and even more so, he didn't respond. Words to that effect. It also puzzled the duo in front of them. What's going on with my dad? The graphics card is broken? Wang Qingwan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. No. Chen Luan smiled awkwardly at the sound of his voice, he's got motherboard fever. Chapter 87 Who is the elder between us? My name is Wang Yuquan. It's the mayor of the empire. I have a gentle, well-behaved, dignified and elegant daughter. However, this daughter of mine has been very cold since she was a child, and she is often a stranger, which has led to her having no male friends around her since she was a child. Much less any tendency to fall in love early and fall in love. Because of this really, I then confidently set a lot of flags on her, and thought that none of the flags would. Mayor Wang then turned his attention to Chen Luan, smiled and went forward to pull him, little and, come, let's talk over here. At the outset of these words, regardless of whether Chen Luan was willing or not, he was pulled to the side by Mayor Wang with great force. After smiling at Wang Qingwan in the distance and casting a reassuring look, Mayor Wang turned his head towards Chen Luan and instantly couldn't help himself. What's going on? Xiaoan? You too, what's going on here? So suddenly. Male and female friends. Mayor Wang's sudden words caused Chen Luan to be stunned. It turns out that Wang Qingwan said that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. This woman is really. She just said that without consulting me? Isn't this a trap? Nope. It's not even a pit anymore, it's a pit. Chen Luan frowned somewhat helplessly, then raised his head and said, Mayor Wang, it's very troublesome to explain this matter, simply put. I, Qingwan, am now pretending to be a couple, and I used to be a real couple. Mayor Wang froze at the sound of his voice, clearly suffering from brain overload, and remained frozen for a few seconds before he couldn't help but wonder, what? This matter. I still have to tell you from the front, in fact, Qingwan and I knew each other back in England, that time. Chen Luan can only tell the mayor what happened before, one by one. In his mind, there was no point in keeping it so secret. The situation exposed today meant that Mayor Wang would find out sooner or later, and instead of that, it would be better to talk to him directly. Wang Qingwan didn't like the gentle and dignified look, she still preferred the gothic style of dressing, preferred the biker, preferred to be herself. All Chen Luan could do was to help her explain everything. After all, Wang Qingwan had also said that it was quite tiring to disguise herself in front of her parents. She wanted to confess if she could, but just never found the opportunity, and since the topic was here today, she might as well, by herself, be the mouth substitute. Told you so. As this unfolded, Mayor Wang's expression Chen Luan was also stunned, and immediately smiled awkwardly. Isn't this for you to listen to hear the voices of the grassroots? You brat, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You actually knew Qingwan a long time ago and dated her, so why didn't you tell me earlier at that time? Mayor Wang crossed his arms, frowned, and asked in a somewhat authoritative manner. This, well. Mainly because at that time Qingwan in an England period dress character gap is really too huge, the whole I was not reacted. Some uncertainty, so just. Chen Luan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, the first time they met, if not Wang Qingwan that familiar code word, Chen Luan really do not dare to determine that the dignified and elegant lady of the house is his ex-girlfriend. Plus, he left straight afterward and didn't have a chance to tell the mayor any of this. Hearing these words, Mayor Wang couldn't help but frown. So, Qingwan has actually always preferred the same look that she had during her time in England, rather than the current one? She has been disguising herself all these years, just not wanting to disappoint and worry you guys, but the truth is, she doesn't like that look of herself at all. She's a person who yearns for freedom and thrill-seeking in her bones. She has her own style of hobbies, although those may be unacceptable to you guys, but those are indeed her favorite things. Mayor, I also know that your way of life must be different from us commoners. Maybe in the eyes of the prestigious family, the boy picks up the backbone of the family, and the girl has to be a. Chen Luan's words caused Mayor Wang's expression to change slightly. He couldn't help but look back at, and although she said on her lips that she was afraid that no boy would like her in the future, in reality, her heart was really relieved, thinking that she didn't have to worry about her own daughter's relationship problems. Now that I think about it, how is that not a form of indifference? If he really cared about Qingwan, he would have gone to understand the situation long ago, and how could he not understand anything until today? When her mother first taught her about etiquette, she herself had never watched from the sidelines, she just thought she should learn this, and no one had ever asked her if she liked to learn this, if she was willing to learn it. It was because of this that it was overlooked what her favorite thing about growing up was. If Chen Luan hadn't told him this today, he wouldn't even know what Wang Qingwan really liked. Perhaps one is remiss as a father. He was originally supposed to be angry when he learned about Chen Luan and Wang Qingwan's past, but now he realized that he was not qualified to blame Chen Luan at all, because he was also incompetent as a father, and he was not in a position to point fingers and get angry. Instead, today's Chen Luan made him understand a lot of things, allowing him to truly understand his own daughter's heart, his own daughter's past. Letting him know what had happened to Wang Qingwan over the years. It also showed him how wrong he had been with his arrangement. At present, Mayor Wang, who had been silent for a long time, once again looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Probably. The previous method of one's education was, indeed, wrong. As he looked at Chen Luan in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the old squad leader from his youth. Facing his sermon. This time, he listened. So, Mayor Wang, find an opportunity to talk to Qingwan. I believe that after talking it out, Qingwan will live a happier life, and in the future, between you two, there will no longer be a gap or concealment. Words from a listener, Luan Chen. At this moment, Mayor Wang gently looked up and couldn't help but smile, then reached out and patted Chen Luan's shoulder and spoke, "Little Chen ah. You're right, today, I've been taught." Sure enough, a generation of young people have a generation of young people's ideas. Those old clothes, should be thrown, have to be thrown. Thoughts having reached this point, he turned around with a light smile, and after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back to laugh. "In the future, don't call me Mayor Wang, just call me Uncle Wang." Chapter 88, I'm not done with you. What did you tell my dad? I'm surprised he doesn't blame me for messing up the blind date today. I thought that although he would help us, he would still blame me. Later. In front of the station. Wang Qingwan looked at Mayor Wang, who was getting into the car in front of her, and couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Ever since Mayor Wang had talked to Chen Luan earlier, Wang Qingwan had felt that her father's attitude was a bit different. Imagining that even if he didn't scold himself, he should have appropriately chastised himself twice, but what he didn't expect was that today, instead of chastising himself, his own father cared about his condition, which was somewhat inconsistent with his persona. Didn't say anything, just chatted about some family matters. I can see that Uncle Wang still cares about you. When you have time, you can talk to him about your true thoughts and hobbies. Perhaps he can accept it is not certain. Chen Luan carried his hands behind his back as he walked. Is it? Wang Qingwan froze and suddenly blinked her eyes. No. Uncle Wang? Why did you suddenly change your mouth? She slapped her forehead with some doubt and spoke with a confused face. I didn't cross over either, did I? How come it feels like you guys chatted for such a short while, and it's the same as if several years had passed all of a sudden? Hearing Wang Qingwan's words, Chen Luan couldn't help but smile as well. That's true. If it were before, he probably wouldn't have believed that the mayor was actually so nice to talk to, much less that he would have become a forgotten friend. See, the mayor's inclusiveness is still very strong. It seems that all these years' shape and color estimates have seen a lot of people, experience and adaptability have a very significant improvement. If it were to be anyone else, not to mention listening to his own advice, he probably wouldn't even be able to accept someone like himself so quickly. There are times, right, when the emotions are there, the water will naturally flow. Chen Luan carried his hands behind his back with a heartfelt expression. Oh, I see, just like how you took me to the private theater before, water under the bridge? Wang Qingwan raised her eyebrows at the sound of her voice and then asked. Chen Luan was shocked at the sound, and quickly waved his hand to stop her words, then whispered, What are you doing mentioning this? Your father is still in front of you, want me to die? Don't worry, you two have now become confidants, he won't easily get you killed. Wang Qingwan pursed her lips with her small hands behind her back and laughed softly, tilting her head as she said, at most. Is to sue you for cheating an ignorant girl. Then arrest you. You're considered an ignorant girl, aren't you? Chen Luan glanced at her. I see you're smarter than anyone. It depends on who's standing in front of me. If it's anyone else, of course I'm sober. But if it's you, I suddenly feel that a little bit of ignorance is also quite good. Hearing these words, Chen Luan couldn't help but smile. This kind of words, really only Wang Qingwan could say. Qingwan, go back. At present. Mayor Wang's call came from the car in front of him. Wang Qingwan answered, then turned her head and said, Originally, I was planning to go back with you today, and then find someone to send your favorite set of clothes over to wear for you, but I didn't expect so many things to happen, so it can only be next time. She's talking. The heart also cannot help but think, anyway, honey, in a few days we'll have a birthday. Then, in his birthday day, put that set of wear in the inside, suddenly appeared in front of him, this surprise, only called a surprise. I'm a little genius. She snickered excitedly at the thought, then looked up and said, then. Honey, I'll go home first. See you in a few days. After saying that, she went up and gave Chen Luan a quick peck on the cheek, and she got into the car and left. At present. Sensing the slightly moist cheeks, Chen Luan couldn't help but blink. Ouch, everything in this world is really a matter of give and take. It's a shame to solve this trouble and lose the chance to enjoy the body show instead, what a shame. However, it was good that Wang Qingwan had also left herself in suspense for a few days. Why does it take a few days? In a few days, what is it? It seems that your peach blossom luck is very good. The beauties around you have changed one after another. Just as Chen Luan lowered his eyebrows in thought, a slightly sour voice came from behind him. The moment that voice rang out, It made Chen Luan look back immediately. At this moment, in front of the police station, Songshi is standing across the street with her hands in her pockets. The face looked at him with an icy expression. Chen Luan froze at the sound of his voice. I thought to myself, bad, I almost forgot about Songshi. He smiled awkwardly and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a flash in his brain. The next second, a future message screen entered the brain. I saw it at the door of the police station. A couple of parents of the victim's family are kneeling with their child's plaque in their arms, crying and screaming. There's a lot of press, media, onlookers. They are filing a complaint accusing Songshi and others of handling the case so poorly that they let the victim's child die and be killed by the traffickers. Two emotionally out of control parents of the child went crazy and grabbed Songshi, accusing her of why she could not solve the case in time to rescue their children, resulting in the death of the child, and ultimately, journalists and the media frantically campaigned to report, resulting in the pressure of public opinion in the community. Songshi resigned from his post, and finally died in a depressed manner. Come back to one's senses. Chen Luan shook his head violently and subconsciously gasped for a few rough breaths. Look up and see what's ahead again. But she saw Songshi staring at herself with a strange face. You. What's going on here? Uncomfortable? Chen Luan subconsciously squinted his eyes, recalling how he had just foreseen the future, and with a rough guess in his mind, he spoke, Have you had a particularly troubling case recently? It's about a kidnapping case. Songshi's beautiful eyes were startled at the sound of her voice, and she immediately frowned and said, How do you know? She scowled, then said, Do you know that unauthorized investigation of the police database is a criminal act? I didn't investigate the police database. Do you think it's difficult to recognize a few self-publishing friends with my current status? Chen Luan looked up and replied. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough. But this is also persuasive, really can also move out of Teng Ziyi to come well. This ex-girlfriend of his is sitting on half of the entertainment industry. What's so hard to get a clue from her? Sure enough. After hearing this explanation, Songshi's complexion obviously eased quite a bit, and she viewed Chen Luan's eyes with a little less hostility, but she didn't slacken off either, and instead opened her mouth to say, Alright, I've wronged you, but why did you suddenly bring this up? Even if it was to change the subject, that's a little too raw, isn't it? Chen Luan couldn't help but be speechless. Worthy of being a police officer, he was instantly seen through, but even if he was seen through, he still had to go down hard. With this in mind, Chen Luan didn't answer, but continued, If there really is this matter, I think that I can do you a favor. Providing you with clues can help you solve the case as soon as possible. You? Songshi froze, looking at Chen Luan with some surprise, and couldn't help but say, Really? Songshi couldn't help but look at Chen Luan with some confusion. At this time, the police officers of the Imperial Capital Branch had invested exponentially more time and energy into this case during this period of time, and even under these circumstances, there was still no progress in the case, and now, Chen Luan was telling him that he could provide clues? This could not help but make Songshi have a few questions in her mind, and even more doubts. Chen Luan sniffed and immediately turned on the big data monitoring search function in his mind. Later, he instantly opened his eyes, then laughed softly. In my hand, I have a video of the recent appearance of that criminal you're trying to capture. Seriously? Songshi's face changed at the sound of her voice, instantly excitedly reaching forward to grab Chen Luan's hand. During this period of time, they had been investigating this case, and for Songshi, it was definitely in her mind that the sooner the case was solved, the better. Although she never felt that Chen Luan's investigative ability can be stronger than the police, but also cannot avoid all kinds of civil emergencies, in case Chen Luan happened to get it? As a police officer, but also as the chief of this case, but there is a little bit of clues related to this case, she cannot be ignored. Chen Luan immediately opened the video copy function in his mind, and after a while, the cell phone vibrated, and Chen Luan's bag instantly had an extra USB flash drive. Chen Luan reached out and took out the flash drive, handing it over to Songshi in front of him, and spoke, There's a video you want in this flash drive, just take it and see. Her face was delighted at the sight, then she reached out and took the flash drive, then said, If this matter is true, then solving this case will be a great merit for you. At that time, the police department will personally give you a medal. I will also personally bring someone to thank you. Chen Luan smiled at the sound and spoke, It's just serving the people, solve the case as soon as possible. His words, frank and suave. These simple words represent his casual mood at the moment. It also made Songshi raise her head slightly, originally thinking that Chen Luan handed this over to them, and would also mention some conditions or something like that, but unexpectedly, Chen Luan didn't mention anything, and just said something like this, something that seemed simple, but was actually difficult to do. But it was also the simplest words that touched Songshi's heart the most. It made Songshi's mind, more or less confused, a little shaken. At first Songshi was really holding some grudges against Chen Luan, against this guy who obviously got along so well with him. Why did he suddenly break up and slip away? And so many ex-girlfriends for no apparent reason. Songshi's heart actually has a very heavy hatred towards Chen Luan. But as more and more things happen, Song's mental changes become more frequent. She realized that perhaps the Chen Luan she knew that month was just the tip of his iceberg. Maybe, the current him is the real him, or maybe all the ones who have seen him, are him. Thoughts having reached this point, Songshi couldn't help but look up. You helped us today, I thank you on behalf of the victim's parents and on behalf of the people. But I'm not done with you.